I clearly awakened the strongest SSS-level professional dragon master, but was mocked by classmates as the most rubbish profession. Because in this world, not only are the dragon clan rare in number, but dragons are also the most powerful creatures in this world. They have never been tamed by humans. But upon hearing this, I burst into laughter on the spot. Simply because after crossing over, I obtained the Beast Affinity system, the powerful dragon clan that humans originally feared so much. I can now contract with them at will. It turns out this is a world that combines game and reality. Everyone has to participate in the job transition ceremony when they reach 18 years old. But 99% of the people transition to useless life professions. Battle professions are the dream of everyone. Today happens to be the annual job transition day at the Heartless Square. As the teacher just announced the start of the job transition ceremony, no one expected that the first person to be mentioned would actually transition to the unique battle profession, Elemental Mage. This immediately drew cheers and envy from the crowd of fangirls, because as long as you become a battle profession, you can basically say goodbye to an ordinary life. But then the next two students both transitioned to life professions. Among them, the classmate who awakened a frying pan looked even more terrified, destined to be just a chef for the rest of his life. Just then, I suddenly heard the principal calling my name, so I headed straight to the job transition formation. As I placed my hand on the awakening platform, the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Right after that, countless giant dragons suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The principal, upon seeing this scene, was instantly shocked because giant dragons are a phenomenon that only occurs with hidden professions. If I could transition to become the strongest dragon blood warrior and dragon mage, then I could become the strongest of the younger generation in the dragon kingdom. Thinking of this, the principal could no longer contain the excitement in his heart, and as the dragon shadows in the sky disappeared, my job transition finally came to an end. The principal beside me excitedly asked, "Did you transition to become a dragon blood warrior? Or a dragon mage?" But to his dismay, I told him with a hopeless expression that I became a dragon tamer. At the moment the principal heard dragon tamer, it was like a bolt from the blue for him. He then publicly declared that this was the most rubbish profession he had ever seen. It turns out that although dragon tamer is one of the 3 strongest hidden professions, along with dragon blood warrior and dragon mage, the dragon race is not only scarce in number, but taming giant dragons is nothing short of an impossible dream. And a dragon tamer without a dragon not only cannot enhance their abilities, but also cannot unlock any skills. As I spoke, I was filled with despair. Could it be that I can only become a useless waste? When I returned to the classroom with a face full of despair, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, host, on awakening the strongest system and triggering a challenge mission. Become the top scorer in the city level or above in the college entrance examination a month later. Now, a corresponding novice professional gift package is being issued to the host. Congratulations on obtaining a dragon egg. Please enter the system's exclusive warehouse to check, host." Seeing this, I instantly understood that the essential cheat for time travelers had arrived. Without any hesitation, I silently recited in my mind, and a panel of information appeared before my eyes. And in the instant the information panel appeared, I was momentarily stunned. I saw a bright red dragon egg quietly resting in the warehouse, its surface covered with golden patterns, making it clear at first sight that it was no ordinary item. Under the universal skill of appraisal eye, the detailed information of this dragon egg appeared in my eyes. The SSS dragon egg can be tamed using the dragon taming art. After successful taming, you will obtain a Redrock Holy Dragon Cub. As a dragon pet, the Redrock Holy Dragon Cub's favorite food is the Divine Fire Jade Marrow. If you can use the Divine Fire Jade Marrow as a gift during taming, the success rate of taming will be greatly increased. The Godfire Jade Marrow, that's an S-class genius treasure, how could I possess it? Seeing that information, my face remained calm. Well, let's try taming it directly with the dragon technique first. Let's see if it can succeed. I've made up my mind. After organizing my things, I left the classroom with a smile on my face. This made the other classmates very puzzled. This ordinary guy actually changed into the occupation of a dragon master. He's actually still able to laugh. As soon as I got back home, a group of children rushed towards me. It turns out that this so-called home is the peaceful city orphanage. This was a middle-aged woman who, upon seeing me, immediately asked with a smile if I had changed jobs. What kind of job? Is it a chef? The one speaking is actually my foster mother, who has always been taking care of the children and me. My foster mother knows the importance of changing jobs, but she has never made strict demands on the children. In fact, many children who have left the orphanage didn't choose combat occupations. but rather, they chose life occupations. In any case, it's not the chef occupation. This is a secret. I'll tell my foster mother in a few days. I deliberately kept it a secret. The reason I didn't say it now is naturally because I don't want my foster mother to worry too much. After dinner, I returned to my own simple and dilapidated little room. I immediately took out that SSS-class dragon egg from the system space, and as I held the dragon egg in my hands, I could even feel the scorching heat, and the room was noticeably affected, becoming much hotter. Moreover, I could even feel the breathing of this dragon egg. I took a deep breath and then directly aimed at this dragon egg, using my professional skill dragon encounter. However, several attempts ended in failure, until I had exhausted all my mana. I couldn't even tame it successfully. The success rate is too low. What's even more surprising is that, at this moment, from the dragon egg, I could actually feel the arrogant mood of the little dragon inside, as if it were saying, "You want to tame me without the divine fire jade marrow?" I scratched my head in frustration. I was initially worried about not having a dragon, but now I can't tame the dragon egg at all. The divine fire jade marrow, that kind of S-level genius treasure. Even if I were sold, I couldn't afford it. Seemingly sensing my difficulty, the prompt tone of the strongest presale system suddenly sounded, congratulating the host for triggering a novice task. Please go to the Ghost Mountain range to hunt and kill 30 cat demons. The reward is 1 bottle of divine fire jade marrow, 20 free attribute points, with a time limit of 3 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible, host. When I saw the system task pop up in front of me, my eyes lit up with joy. Wow, I just needed divine fire jade marrow, and the system delivered it. Of course, I can't be happy too soon now. After all, I have to go and slay 30 cat demons. With my current strength, I must be extremely careful to complete this task. The Phantom Mountain is located on the outskirts of Anning City. Inside, not only are there many monsters and beasts dwelling, but also numerous rare materials hidden within, attracting countless adventurers to explore in teams on a daily basis. Here, it is necessary to mention the existence of an adventurers guild. After graduating from high school or university, many career changers, if not heading to the front lines, basically choose to become an adventurer, and then in the adventurers guild, accept tasks posted by others, and after completion, receive money, items, or equipment rewards. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind, even without the divine fire essence. I want to tame this incredibly precious dragon egg. I wonder how long it will take. And there's only 1 month left for the career change entrance exam. With this in mind, I put on the school's uniform, basic armor, and a level 10 widescreen weapon, left a note, and then left the orphanage, heading towards the location of the Anning City Adventurers Guild. When I arrived at the lobby of the Anning City Adventurers Guild, I found that it was unexpectedly bustling here. Soon, a few students in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. I turned to look and found that it was actually 3 classmates from the same class, Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, and Su Rou. What are you doing here? Zhuofeng changed to the warrior profession, and after seeing me, he came over with a mocking smile. Lu Qing changed jobs to become a mage. While Su Rou's profession is a priest, these 3 are considered a standard setup. The adventure team wants to make some pocket money. Naturally, I couldn't say that, so I answered that it's to complete the system task. I remember you are a dragon knight, right? Clearly a hidden profession, but I didn't expect it to be so fat, Zhuofeng chuckled. To this, Lu Qing also showed a smile. Su Rou didn't look at me, nor did she agree with Zhuofeng and Lu Qing. She just scanned around with a faint look. I heard that Su Rou's background seems to be that of a wealthy young lady. It can be seen from the scepter he was holding, which was inlaid with 3 enchanted crystals. The scepter should be at least a level 10 sub-item. The grade of weapon equipment ranges from low to high, namely white, blue, purple, gold, spirit contract, sacred item, and above the sacred item is the mythical grade equipment. Ignore this guy, Miss Su. Whatever task you receive, we will definitely help you complete it, Zhuofeng said with a smile. It's obvious that Zhuofeng and Lu Qing are Su Rou's lackeys. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. Then I grabbed a few material tasks to kill the cat demon and headed to the light rail dam leading to the Ghost Mountain range. At this time, Su Rou and the others also walked up to the light rail dam. However, behind them were 3 14th level strong men. When the light rail arrived at the entrance to the Ghost Mountain range, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. After getting off the light rail bus, I immediately plunged into the outskirts of the Phantom Mountain range. Uncle, don't worry. We will easily complete this task. The big guys following Su Rou patted their chests and laughed heartily. This made Su Rou frown. He didn't want these 3 ugly-looking big guys to join the team. But Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, the 2 boys, were scared into agreeing after being threatened by the other party for a few words. I actually wanted to remind Su-ro, it's best not to team up with those three ruffian big guys, because such idle adventurers have the dirtiest hearts and the cruelest hands. Anyway, it doesn't matter what happens to those three classmates. I'm not a saint. After organizing my thoughts, I unfolded the map and headed for the remote area. Soon, I arrived at a small valley. I saw the target monster for this novice mission, the cat demon. Standing on a certain big tree, I immediately used the universal skill Eye of Appraisal to scan the group of cat demon monsters. Monster Cat Demon, level 11, skill, Feral Bite, aptitude, Black Iron, 2 stars. Roughly estimating the quantity, there were probably 30 to 40. If I were to rush in like that, I would definitely die. The difficulty of this task has already exceeded what ordinary students can accomplish. Even the teachers at school would find it extremely difficult to deal with such a group of cat demons. Fortunately, I already have a plan. Although the dragon taming art cannot control these cat demons, but as long as we have the SSS level King of Beasts, one Shou Qinghe, dealing with them should be a piece of cake. To avoid any mishaps, I've decided to first try capturing one cat demon. With this in mind, I activated the universal skill Cat Tribe, which allows me to perform various actions silently for 3 minutes. In this world, skills are divided into 3 categories: innate skills, professional skills, and universal skills. As the name suggests, innate skills stem from one's own awakened talents. Active skills that are produced. Professional skills, no need to explain this. As for the so-called universal skills, they are skills that all professions can use. Among them, Eye of Appraisal is the most common universal skill. Every professional has the Cat Tribe skill. Naturally, it is a universal skill. Many students lacking combat experience think that the Cat Tribe skill is useless, but in my opinion, it's a must-have skill and won't waste skill points. At this moment, using the Cat Tribe, I silently approached a lone cat demon from behind. Then, the Beast Affinity innate skill was instantly activated. The cat demon, who was originally grooming its claws, suddenly displayed a look of shock and horror, because it seemed to sense a kingly pressure enveloping it. Without any hesitation, this cat monster actually turned around and began to worship me. After using Beast Affinity, it can intimidate all beasts. At the same time, it will make the intimidated beast targets sincerely peaceful, worship themselves, and consider themselves as their king. It still works against dragon targets whose level does not exceed my own by 20 levels. Although I cannot tame this cat monster, the effect it has produced at this moment is no different from taming. Without any hesitation, I directly stabbed the cat monster in the head with my novice longsword. Then I started to slowly attempt to intimidate 2, 3, and even 4 cat monsters at once, and surprisingly, all subsequent attempts were very successful. Without wasting any time, I swiftly finished off half of the cat monsters, then jumped directly into the middle of the small valley, appearing so blatantly. The remaining dozen or so cat monsters immediately hissed and were about to pounce with their claws. However, Beast Affinity was activated once again. These dozen or so cat monsters, originally full of ferocious killing intent, instantly knelt down before me, devout and awed. With a swift movement, these dozen or so cat monsters fell cleanly to my novice longsword. With only 8 durability left on my novice longsword, which originally had 50 durability, after killing 42 cat monsters, I gained 420 experience points and even managed to reach level 11. Of course, these are not my main concern. What I care about most is the reward from the system at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the novice task. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of Divine Fire Jade Marrow and gaining 20 free attribute points. Now, the second stage of the novice task is being released. Please successfully tame the offspring of the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon, host. The reward is 3 secret professional skill books, with a time limit of 24 hours. At this moment, I took a deep breath, calming my own heart. Now, I have finally reached a turning point. It all depends on whether this Divine Fire Jade Marrow can really increase the success rate of taming. The reason I want to switch to a combat role is simply to protect that rundown orphanage. It's nothing more than wanting to protect that dilapidated orphanage. Although Auntie didn't tell me, I had already known for a long time that the original benefactor of the orphanage had passed away. The children of that benefactor are unwilling to invest any more money in the orphanage. For the past 2 years, Auntie has been secretly working 3 jobs just to barely get by. If this continues, Auntie's health will eventually collapse. Without Auntie's protection, the children in the orphanage will be even more miserable. So it's make or break at this point. I took out the dragon egg from the system warehouse, which still emitted a scorching heat wave. Then I took out the bottle of divine fire jade essence, gently opened the bottle, and a pure and extreme fire elemental aura rushed out, attracting waves of heat and even drawing in the surrounding fire elements. It truly lives up to its reputation as an S-rank genius treasure, divine fire jade essence. The pure aura of the divine fire jade essence spread out, and in that instant, the yet-to-hatch dragon egg actually excitedly bounced twice, as if expressing a strong desire. "Do you want to drink, little one? If you behave, I'll let you drink." I smiled and put the divine fire jade essence aside. Then I picked up the dragon egg, which kept shaking as if expressing its Sundara mood, and softly said, "Don't worry, after taming, I'll give you all of this bottle of divine fire jade essence." As soon as the words fell, the originally restless dragon egg suddenly quieted down. Finally, I once again began to use the unique jade dragon technique on this dragon egg. Congratulations on successfully taming it. You actually succeeded in one go. It looks like this little dragon is definitely a foodie. The next moment, the dragon egg shattered, revealing a cute and innocent-looking little dragon. Stretched out its dragon claws, grabbed the bottle of divine fire jade essence and tilted its head to drink. I also began to carefully examine the little dragon in my hand. His entire body is covered in red dragon scales, and despite his small and cute cat-like appearance, the power emanating from his movements is extraordinary. Even as his owner, I feel a tingling sensation on my scalp. I don't even need to use the skill of appraisal. I just need to focus my mind. The detailed information about the little dragon has completely appeared before my eyes. Dragon Pet, Scarlet Rock Holy Dragon. Endless Fire Master. Female. Level 1. Possesses S-level skill, Fire Immunity. Passive skill, immune to 100% of fire attribute damage. S-level skill, Flame Breath. Spews out a flaming dragon breath forward, causing massive fire damage to all enemies within a certain range. Inflicts massive fire attribute damage. S-level Divine Fire Scale Armor Passive Skill. Dragon scales are the strongest armor of the dragon race. All attacks are reduced by 70% in power when blocked by dragon scales. And destruction, Eye Claw. The dragon claw burns with raging flames, fiercely striking forward, causing damage to all enemies within a fan-shaped area in front. This is simply too terrifying. What on earth is this high sky-breaking, dimensional 4-dimensional attribute? And it comes with 4 skills, with 3 of them being S-level and 1 A-level. You should know that in this already resource-scarce world, let alone A-level skill books, even C-level skill books are extremely precious. If you put a C-level skill book on the market, at least 10 million dragon coins. The key is, even if you want to buy, you can't find it. The Dragon Clan has just been born, and already possesses 4 powerful skills. No wonder the Dragon Clan is so superior, and why so far, no trainer has been able to successfully tame a high-level dragon. Thinking back to the previous job transition ceremony, the ridicule and schadenfreude from those classmates, now I can't help but sneer. What was once the weakest profession, I am now the strongest profession. Yet, I don't even have 2 seconds to enjoy it. Little did I know, I have already been targeted by a group of level 15 minotaurs. Gah, at this moment, the little dragon cub had already finished drinking the divine fire jade marrow in the bottle. Satisfied, it burped, and a flame burst out of its mouth, then it twisted its round dragon body and affectionately rubbed Qin Shen's palm with its head. It's hard to imagine that the noble and proud dragon clan is now nestling in Qin Shen's arms acting cute. And at this moment, ding! The system's electronic prompt finally sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of the novice task. Now starting to distribute rewards. Reward 1, B-level skill Hatred Mark. Reward 2, B-level skill Dragon Rampage. Reward 3, B-level skill Dragon Claw Assault. Rewards distributed, now opening the final stage of the novice task. Task, please raise the level of your dragon pet to level 10. Reward, 2 S-level professional exclusive passive skills. Punishment, none. Time limit, 30 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Hatred Mark, mark a target, causing your dragon pet to have extreme hatred towards the target, and the damage suffered by the marked target will increase by 30%. Dragon Rampage, enter a rampage state with your dragon pet, increasing all attributes by 20% during the state. Dragon Claw Assault, transform your arms into dragon claws after use, and attack the target in front, causing massive damage. Another generous reward. It seems that the system also knows that Qin Shen is currently too weak, which is why it released such generous rewards in the novice task. It seems that the strength of the dragon tamer profession lies not only in controlling the dragon clan but also in assimilating the abilities of the dragon clan into oneself. Qin Shen looked at the descriptions of these 3 skills, his eyes shining slightly. It is worth mentioning, that his panel has not changed for now. The 4 attributes are still a very balanced 15. However, Qinshan didn't mind, as he now has such a powerful dragon pet. As long as he doesn't act foolishly, he doesn't need to worry about exams, dungeon raids, or battles with others in the future. Of course, although Qinshan's talent is not the best in the class, his combat assessment scores have always been the top in the entire year. Heaven did not give him the same excellent talent as others, but it endowed him with an extremely keen combat intuition. Even if he cannot defeat others in one-on-one combat, relying on combat skills, as long as he doesn't encounter opponents with too much of a power gap, self-preservation is not a problem. Gah! At this moment, the little dragon cub was gently rubbing Qinshan's chest with its cute little head, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with joy. Since the little guy drank the divine fire jade marrow, the divine fire golden patterns on its dragon body had become much brighter. Qinshan gently rubbed the little dragon cub's head and said softly, "You don't have a name yet, it's time to give you a name." Gah! Hearing that Qinshan was going to give it a name, it stood up happily, its 2 cute little dragon claws waving non-stop. But Qinshan knew, although this little guy seemed harmless in front of him, once there were enemies or monsters in front of it, its seemingly cute little dragon claws would turn into blades that could tear enemies apart. After all, the 4 attributes of this little dragon cub are off the charts. I was thinking of giving you a great fire god edgy name, but since you're a girl, let's go with a poetic or cute name, Qinshan said with a smile. Gah! When the little dragon cub heard the name Great Fire God, its dragon ears drooped. But when it heard Qinshan say he would give it a poetic or cute name, it immediately became excited and expectant. My favorite 2 lines of poetry: fireflies gradually gather fire, green ants bake new wine. And since you love drinking divine fire jade marrow so much, your whole body is as red as a drunken little wine spirit. That name is called Firefly Wine, nickname is Little Wine, how about that? Qinshan said with a smile. G-A-woo. G-A-woo. As Qinshan's words fell, the little dragon's eyes, filled with anticipation and nervousness, slowly widened. Its golden, clear vertical pupils, like gemstones, began to show colors of joy and happiness. Then it kept rubbing its head against Qinshan's chest. Obviously, it was very satisfied with this beautiful and poetic name. Then it settled. After Qinshan made the decision, buzz. Changes appeared in the information panel of the little dragon. Name, Firefly Wine. Nickname, Little Wine. After rubbing against Qinshan for a while, Little Wine suddenly leaped up, its small dragon wings flapping vigorously. Whoosh! A powerful storm swept through, almost making Qinshan lose his balance. Little Wine's figure was already in the air. It has to be said, the dragon race is truly the master of the sky. Even Qinshan's naked eye couldn't catch the speed at which Little Wine soared into the air. After taking off, Little Wine spread its wings to wrap its dragon body, floating in the sky, absorbing the golden sunlight. Gurgle. Even on the ground, Qinshan could clearly hear the intense heartbeat coming from Little Wine. It is digesting the pure energy of the divine fire jade marrow. The divine fire jade marrow is an S-class treasure. The fire elemental energy it contains is naturally very pure and immense. Although Little Wine is a holy dragon, it has just hatched from the dragon egg and is in its infancy. It is impossible for it to instantly digest this pure and immense fire elemental energy like an adult dragon. During the digestion of this fire elemental energy, Little Wine's body, originally the size of a cat, visibly grew larger in circles. Half an hour later, Little Wine, floating in midair, finally slowly spread its dragon wings covered with divine fire golden patterns. Its body had grown to a height of 1 meter 6. The scorching hot aura emanating from its body was truly heart-pounding. Qinshan had no doubt that if Little Wine were to breathe fire at the small mountain in front of it, it would probably melt the entire mountain in an instant. Whoosh! Having completely digested the divine fire jade marrow, Little Wine dove down from the sky. Then it hovered in front of Qinshan. G-A-woo! It excitedly pounced into Qinshan's arms, its huge head affectionately rubbing against Qinshan. This little guy seemed unaware of the significant change in its size. While struggling to support Little Wine's affection, Qinshan checked Little Wine's information panel again. Dragon pet, blazing flame dragon, endless fire lord. Name, Firefly Wine. Nickname, Little Wine. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 5. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 500, wisdom 500, physique 450, agility 450, without any buff, equipment, or item enhancements. After absorbing all the energy of the S-class divine fire jade marrow, the level only increased by 4. Wow! What is this? It should be noted that in the case of level 1, if a human could digest an S-class treasure, they would definitely skyrocket to over a dozen levels. But for Little Wine, it only increased by 4 levels. This clearly shows that dragons require much more experience to level up compared to humans. Of course, it is also because of this that the attribute increase brought by leveling up is also very terrifying. Strength and wisdom attributes increased from 300 to 500. Agility and physique attributes increased from 270 to 450. Can only say that dragons are truly extraordinary. Ga Wu. Suddenly, little Wine, who was affectionately rubbing against Qin Shen, raised its head alertly, its golden dragon pupils looking towards a corner of the small valley. Following little Wine's gaze, Qin Shen discovered a group of minotaurs holding stones. Monster, Minotaur level 12 type, beast monster skills, throwing, bullhorn charge aptitude, black iron note, a very common minor monster in the Phantom Forest Mountains, likes to eat cat demons' flesh, enemies with cat demons. Looking at this group of minotaurs, Qin Shen knew that they actually wanted to come to this small valley to hunt cat demons. It's just that they didn't expect that. All the cat demons were already dead. In their place was a blazing sacred dragon. Clang! Originally fierce and full of violent intent, the minotaurs were now trembling in fear under the dragon's might, their eyes full of terror. Even the stones they held to throw at enemies were dropped directly. Obviously, in front of this dragon, the apex predator of all beasts, these minor monsters were completely terrified. Even though internally it was not pleased with these minotaurs daring to interrupt its intimacy with its master, but Xiao Jiao still obediently turned to Qin Shen for approval. Master, can I kill them? Qin Shen naturally had no reason to refuse Xiao Jiao. With the master's permission, Xiao Jiao immediately became happy. Just a flutter of its wings. Swish! Like a fleeting shadow, even Qin Shen, the master, couldn't see clearly what was happening. Xiao Jiao's figure instantly appeared in front of the group of minotaurs who had long been terrified. Without any hesitation, the dragon's mouth opened. Breath of flames. Roaring. A torrent of flames gushed out of Xiao Jiao's dragon mouth like a waterfall, in just an instant. Ugh! This group of minotaurs was engulfed in the breath, burned to ashes without a trace left. Instant kill. Qin Shen was completely stunned. If it weren't for the Beast Affinity SSS level talent, Qin Shen would have had a hard time dealing with just one cat demon. Even if he could win, it would come with significant consumption. And if he had to deal with 2 or 3 cat demons at once, Qin Shen would only have the option to flee. It's not that Qin Shen is weak, it's just that monsters are much stronger than beings of the same level. Otherwise, why would so many job changers enter the Phantom Forest Mountains in teams? Even cat demons are difficult to deal with, let alone level 12 minotaurs? To deal with a group of minotaurs in pairs, at least a 15th level 5-person adventure team is needed to eliminate them. But in front of the esteemed sacred dragon Xiao Jiao, just a breath was enough. And this was still an overkill. According to Qin Shen's estimation, Xiao Jiao could have wiped out this group of minotaurs with just a swipe of its claw. It just didn't want to dirty its claws with these minotaurs. Dragons are not inferior to humans in terms of intelligence, so they also possess unparalleled elegance. Even in terms of food, they don't eat raw like ordinary monsters, but cook it nicely or do some delicate processing before eating. Easily annihilating this group of minotaurs that even Qin Shen found troublesome, Xiao Jiao flapped its dragon wings and returned to Qin Shen's side excitedly. Then it made a praise me expression. Awesome! Qin Shen smiled and reached out to rub Xiao Jiao's head. Xiao Jiao hunting monsters meant that as the master, he would also share the experience. Qin Shen's level also rose from 11 to 12. After accepting the praise, Xiao Jiao extended its dragon claw and patted its belly covered with divine fire golden patterns. Qin Shen, who understood Xiao Jiao's intentions, naturally knew what it meant. It was hungry. This made Qin Shen laugh and cry. This little foodie had just finished drinking the S-rank divine fire essence, and now it was hungry again after just one breath. I'll handle the bodies of the cat demons and minotaurs, will you eat them? Qin Shen asked. He didn't understand dragons. He thought, like ordinary monsters, any monster's body could be fed to them. No surprises, greeted with a disdainful shake of the little dragon's head. It wouldn't eat these disgusting things. It wanted to eat delicacies. Alright, let's go make some delicacies. But first, we need to hunt some unicorn rabbits and magic antelopes. I'll make roasted whole lamb and roasted whole rabbit for you, Qin Shen said with a smile. Upon entering the secluded forest mountains, Qin Shen was prepared to stay here for a few days. The internal space was stocked with plenty of seasonings and wilderness survival items. After all, for him, killing 30 cat demons was not something that could be done in one go. However, he didn't expect that under the effect of the talent Beast Affinity, he would be able to accomplish it all at once. Roar! Hearing that Qin Shen was going to make delicacies for it, the little dragon joyfully let out a dragon roar. flapping its wings vigorously and soaring into the sky. Nearby magical beasts were all trembling in fear, cowering on the ground, not daring to move. The dragon race was indeed the top hunters in the world. In just 10 minutes, Qin Shen was shocked to see the little dragon circling around, its powerful limbs holding a dozen unicorn rabbits and magic antelopes. Watching the cute little dragon cub happily spinning in place, Qin Shen could only smile indulgently. Well, what can he do? It's his own little dragon cub after all. Besides pampering it, what else can he do? Meanwhile, as Qin Shen was preparing the ingredients and getting ready to start the barbecue feast, in another valley of the secluded forest mountains, swish! A burly man lifted a huge axe and effortlessly killed 2 cat demons in front of him. As a level 14 warrior, he was able to easily kill the cat demons because he had been bestowed with enhancement skills by a priest, weapon blessing and strong body curse. Ha ha, miss, you're quite impressive. Not only do you have a level 10 purple grade staff, but you also have the C grade support skill strong body curse. Without you, we wouldn't be able to kill so many cat demons. The burly man laughed heartily. The other 2 warriors, also brothers, laughed along with him. The eldest brother was called Big Dragon, and the other 2 were called Second Dragon and Third Dragon. Praised by these 3 burly men, Su-ro remained silent, just nodding faintly, exuding an air of pride between her actions. Of course. Look at the status of our Miss Su. She is the daughter of Su Qinghua, the richest man in Anning City. With exceptional talent and extraordinary background, it is your honor to team up with Miss Su. Seeing Su-ro remain silent, Zuofeng stood up and announced in a proud tone. Lu Qing also adjusted his glasses, as if basking in glory. Initially, they had wanted to refuse the invitation to team up with these 3 burly men, but they were immediately scared by the fierceness of these 3 men and agreed at the time. Now that they had regained their composure, they felt embarrassed in front of the goddess Su-ro. So they wanted to make up for it and use Su-ro's status to intimidate these 3 big men, hoping to make them show some respect towards themselves. I see. It is truly our honor. Yes. Being able to team up with Miss Su is indeed an honor for us ordinary job changers. Rest assured, we will ensure Miss Su's safety. After Zuofeng spoke, the 3 burly men indeed showed a fawning smile. However, they did not see the greed and cruelty that flashed through the depths of the eyes of these 3 burly men at the same time. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Su-ro coldly gave the order at this moment. The 3 burly men, even more delighted, agreed. They were eager to go deeper, because the deeper they went, the fewer adventurers they would encounter. Then, they could boldly carry out their plan. Soon, the time came to the next day. At this moment, Qin Shen was already beyond the outskirts of the secluded forest mountains. The terrain here was rugged, with towering mountains and sparse population. The monsters inhabiting this place were mostly at levels 15 and 16. Only those experienced adventure teams dared to come here to kill monsters and search for treasures. Last night, Qin Shen roasted a sumptuous meal for his little dragon cub. Little Wine enjoyed it very much. Qin Shen could feel Little Wine's increasing fondness towards him. Of course, Qin Shen never expected that the E+ level life talent culinary mastery that he had abandoned would come in handy at this moment. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the quiet valley. Boom! Following that, there was the sound of flames exploding. In front of Qin Shen appeared 5 single-horned rhinoceroses covered in tough scales. They were called black scale demon rhinos. Level 16, monsters with a black iron aptitude. But now they were completely charred, lifeless. Under Little Wine's breath, these little monsters were no match at all. Successful pickup, obtained 5 black scale demon rhinos hearts. Successful pickup, obtained 5 black scale demon rhinos horns. Successful pickup, obtained 500 black scale demon rhino scales. Qin Shen also picked up valuable items from the black scale demon rhinos. The hearts can be used for medicine, the horns for forging weapons, and the scales for forging armor. These materials were a fortune for the poor Qin Shen. Buzz! And at this moment, Qin Shen's level unexpectedly increased again, reaching level 13. Indeed, hunting monsters of a higher level than oneself does yield a lot of experience. Now Qin Shen's personal panel has also undergone some changes. Name, Qin Shen, age, 18 years old. Level, 13, occupation, dragon tamer, talents, beast affinity, SSS, culinary mastery, E+, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 40, wisdom 40, physique 30, agility 30, occupational skills, dragon taming, S, hatred marking, B, dragon fury, B, dragon claw strike, B. If others knew that he had leveled up by 2 levels in just 2 days, they would probably be astonished. In a background where most resources are monopolized by major universities, organizations, and wealthy families, a commoner leveling up by 2 levels in 2 days is truly a shocking thing. But Qin Shen knew. His growth had just begun. Meanwhile, Little Wine's level remained at 5. It seems that the experience needed for this top dragon pet to level up is quite substantial. I have to continue hunting. Qin Shen stroked his chin, planning to move forward. Of course, Qin Shen didn't leave all the hunting to Little Wine. He found the right timing to let Little Wine stay out of it and faced the black-scale demon rhinos alone. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was unnecessary. But in Qin Shen's eyes, it was very necessary. Even with a powerful dragon pet, he couldn't afford to be complacent about his own strength. Improving his strength would make it easier for him to handle himself on the battlefield. Continue deeper. Qin Shen exhaled slowly, his expression becoming more determined. Jie Wu. Feeling his master's determination to become stronger, Little Wine also became enthusiastic. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the peak of a mountain, Qin Shen, who had just killed an 18th level magical beast, the Azure Star Leopard, sat down in the shade, covered in bloodstains. His clothes and basic armor, after 3 days of fighting and honing, were already tattered. But his level had increased to 15. 5 days. From level 10 to level 15. Such a terrifying leveling speed was truly rare. If the media outside knew about it, it would definitely cause a sensation. Little Wine's level also increased from the original 5 to 7. Dragon Pet, Blazing Flame Holy Dragon, Endless Fire Lord, name, Ingjiu, nickname, Little Wine, gender, female, age, less than a month, level, 7, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 800, wisdom 800, physique 670, agility 720, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. This kind of attribute enhancement is so terrifying. Just a 2-level increase, but it makes the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 2 to 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission, Hero Saves Beauty. Mission content, please successfully save Miss Su Ro of the Su family. Rewards, 2 diamond treasure chests. 1 legendary treasure chest. Punishment, none. Time limit, 12 hours. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Just as Qin Shen was about to continue roaming the Yulin mountain range with Xiaojiu, the system, which had been silent for several days, finally reacted again. And it was a random mission that was triggered as soon as it came out. Hero Saves Beauty. Looking at the mission content, Qin Shen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Suddenly, he remembered that when Su Ro, Zhuo Feng, and Lu Qing entered the Yulin mountain range, it seemed that they also allowed 3 fierce-looking men to join them. Damn it! Indeed, those 3 fierce men were problematic. This was actually quite normal. Su Ro was holding a very rare level 10 purple quality scepter in her hand as if it were nothing. This was no different from a 3-year-old child carrying a large gold nugget on the street. Innocent people are guilty of having precious items. It was normal to attract attention. Xiaojiu, directly expand the spiritual domain. Perceive all movements around us. Qin Shen also began to give orders at this moment. In a certain small valley near the edge of the inner circle in the Yulin mountain range. At this moment, in the small valley, there were 6 figures standing. In addition, there were monster corpses and bloodstains everywhere, and the surroundings were in chaos. In addition to the ordinary minotaur and cat demon corpses on the ground, there were also 1 or 2 elemental cat demon and minotaur giant beast corpses. The elemental cat demon was a mutated form of the cat demon. It was a level 14 existence. It was more agile than the ordinary cat demon, and its attacks also carried elemental damage. After hitting the target, it would also inflict confusion and poisoning on the target. The minotaur giant beast was a mutated form of the minotaur. It was a level 15 existence. It was huge in size, powerful in strength, 3 times the size of an ordinary minotaur, and its skill Earthquake Fury involved pounding the ground with both fists, causing a huge shock that dealt massive damage to targets in the area and could also stun the targets. Both of these were considered to be mini-boss level existences. The 6 figures were covered in scars and extremely exhausted. It could be seen that although they had defeated these 2 groups of monsters, the consumption was also immense. Especially Su Ro and her 2 lackeys, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing. Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing had fought extremely hard to protect Su Ro, and at this moment, their HP, MP, and stamina were all at a low state. Su Ro had also expended a lot of mana and stamina to crazily buff her teammates. On the other hand, the 3 strong men, De Long, Er Long, and San Long, had much less consumption. Having been rolling around the outskirts of the Yulin mountain range for more than 10 years, they naturally knew that the more dangerous and chaotic the situation, the more important it was to conserve strength. Because only in this way could they have the strength to stab their companions in the back or prevent themselves from being stabbed by their teammates. Just like now, after a brief eye contact between De Long, Er Long, and San Long, they all picked up their giant axes and stared maliciously at the 3 students. What do you want to do? Zhuo Feng became alert when he saw the unfriendly gaze of these three men. Lu Qing silently picked up his staff. Su Rou tightly pursed her lips and picked up the valuable purple quality scepter. What do we want to do? Why don't you guess? De Long said with a smile. Then the three of them approached with their giant axes. Watching the three tall and burly figures approaching like small mountains, Zhuo Feng's face had turned pale. Don't forget, our captain is the daughter of the richest man in Anning City. If you dare to commit murder and betrayal here, there will be no place for you in Anning City. Lu Qing shouted angrily at this critical moment. He hoped to scare off the other party with Su Rou's identity. Who knew? Ha ha ha. The three burly men burst into laughter. Kid, if you guys were just ordinary students, maybe we wouldn't bother with you. After all, commoners have nothing good. If we mess with you and get caught, we might end up in trouble. Not worth it. But now, I didn't expect you, little girl, to be the daughter of Su's richest man. Ha ha, that makes it easy. We specialize in dealing with rich folks like you. De Long sneered. And as De Long's words fell, Su Rou's face turned pale in an instant. She never imagined that her proud noble identity would become the factor that would lead to her demise. Brothers, attack! Kill the other two besides this girl, De Long ordered. Er Long and San Long then wielded their giant axes and attacked Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing. However, thud! Just then, under the slightly surprised and mocking gazes of the three brothers, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing knelt down directly. Brothers, spare us. We absolutely won't interfere with you. Do whatever you want with Su Rou. Just please spare us. The two pleaded in unison. Su Rou saw this scene and felt even more despair. She never expected these two lackeys to abandon her so shamelessly. Su Rou, don't blame us. We want to survive too. Lu Qing said coldly. And, swish. In order to gain the trust of the three brothers, Lu Qing, wearing glasses, suddenly raised the magic wand in his hand and launched a skill directly at Su Rou. Bang! The skill beam hit Su Rou's body unexpectedly, sending her flying with serious injuries. Brothers, please. Now you can do whatever you want with this woman. Zhuo Feng and I won't intervene, just please give us a way out. Because I also made a move on Su Rou, rest assured, we won't say a word. Lu Qing wiped his eyes and said very coldly. Zhuo Feng nodded quickly beside him. Good lad. Your heart is dark enough, and decisive enough. You even know how to make a deal. De Long was surprised to see this. He never expected that Lu Qing, a student, would be so ruthless and decisive in his actions. Not enough. However, De Long shook his head lightly. Not enough? Lu Qing asked. You haven't been ruthless enough, De Long said calmly. Please explain, big brother, or I'll just go over and chop off Su Rou's arm. Lu Qing, who looked scholarly on the surface, turned out to be ruthless in his heart. Haven't you two admired this girl for a long time? Today, I, your big brother De Long, appreciate you. Now, you two go and have fun with her. I'll be on the side filming with my phone. This is to prevent you from turning against me. If you dare to snitch after you leave, I'll immediately post the video online. By then, you two will also die. De Long's words were shocking and relentless. Er Long and San Long on the side burst into laughter. It must be said, this De Long had been surviving in such a cruel wilderness map for over a decade. His mind was sharp. He knew that killing three students at once would definitely raise suspicions. But if he kept these two students, it would be easier to manipulate their testimonies. If asked why Su Rou didn't come back, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing could also testify. With two students as witnesses, there was no need to worry. At this moment, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing glanced at each other. They both saw the opportunity in each other's eyes. Never expected there would be such a good opportunity. The reason they became Su Rou's lackeys was firstly because of Su Rou's status as the daughter of a wealthy man. Secondly, it was because of her fair and beautiful appearance. Now they unexpectedly had a chance to get close to her. There was no reason to give up. Gulp! Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing swallowed nervously. Then they turned and walked towards Su Rou, taking off their clothes as they walked. No! Do not! Su Rou, who had been pampered since childhood and was used to being respected and polite, had never experienced betrayal before. She was now in complete despair. There was no one around her. As a priest, she had no means of self-defense without any mana. She was destined to die in humiliation. Wah! Thinking of this, Su Rou burst into tears instantly. Su Rou, don't cry, we will be gentle with you, Lu Qing said with a smile. However, his smile was filled with strong evil intentions. Ha! I thought there were only 3 Chu beasts, but I didn't expect there to be 5. Just then, a slightly indifferent voice filled with emotion suddenly sounded. Who? When that cold voice rang out, the 3 dragon brothers, who had been smiling evilly, instantly became alert and looked around. Lu Qing and Zhuo Feng were also startled. The despair on Su Ro's face suddenly turned into hope. Someone was coming to save her. Who else could it be? Of course, it's me. At this moment, a slender figure emerged from a dark corner. Who else could it be besides Qin Shen? However, when the three dragon brothers saw Qin Shen's disheveled appearance and ordinary aura, they sneered again. Even Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing relaxed, and the flame of hope that had risen in Su Ro's heart was extinguished once again. It was actually him. Everything was over. Who in the middle didn't know that Qin Shen had become a dragon tamer at the job transfer ceremony? The dragon tamer profession was indeed a hidden one, but in everyone's eyes, it was the most useless profession, because there were no dragons to tame. In this world, the true high-level dragon races were at the top of the Warcraft hierarchy. They were powerful and would not submit to human enslavement. Even the lowest-ranking earth dragons and sky dragons were very powerful, and even if a wealthy person wanted to buy one, it was difficult to do so. The key point was, the dragon tamer profession was very precious. How precious? The dragon taming technique could only be used on the extremely pure-blooded high-level dragon races. The dragon tamers couldn't form contracts with mixed-blood dragons with diluted dragon blood. This led to the fact that the dragon tamer profession had the technique but no dragons to use it on. In other words, Qin Shen was actually useless at the moment. As for how Qin Shen had managed to survive on his own for so many days here, these people sought his unkempt appearance and thought he had been hiding and scavenging for a living. Ha ha, who did I think it was? Turns out it's just you useless trash. Zhuo Feng, who had been afraid of being discovered, now looked at Qin Shen with mockery. Do you guys know this kid? The eldest dragon asked with a frown. Big brother, of course we know him, he's just a pure waste of space. Don't worry, he's no threat to us, we can just kill him, Zhuo Feng quickly added. Hearing this, the eldest dragon immediately felt relieved. Everyone had privacy permissions for their basic information panels. Qin Shen had set his data panel to unsearchable by anyone, so the eldest dragon couldn't see the other's basic information, and being cautious, he was a bit afraid of getting into trouble. But now that he saw Zhuo Feng recognizing him and calling him trash, he felt at ease. Qin Shen, run away quickly. Go out and tell my dad. Tell him I died at the hands of these two beasts. Make sure he avenges me. At this moment, the desperate Su Ro shouted desperately. She felt that with Qin Shen's strength, he couldn't possibly defeat the 5 people in front of him. It was better to escape quickly. As long as she could successfully escape, she would still have a chance. After all, if her father found out about this, these bastards might be afraid of retaliation and at most use her as a bargaining chip. They wouldn't dare to harm her. Everyone knew that if anyone dared to harm Su Ro, her father would not spare them. If they didn't harm Su Ro and just wanted money, then the Su family would not give up until they got justice. Trying to escape? Can he escape? Second dragon sneered. Then he and third dragon directly blocked 2 directions. Shuofeng and Lu Qing also tacitly blocked the other 2 directions. At this moment, Qin Shen can't escape. Kid, I don't like your attitude, you're big brother long. So, choose. Is it your own way, or shall we send you on your way? Big dragon cruelly sneered. Logically speaking, Qin Shen, a waste, surrounded and in a desperate situation, should feel despair and fear. But at this moment, Qin Shen's face was surprisingly calm. Even his eyes did not flinch, as if he didn't care about this group of people at all. Fine, let's practice with these 5 rookies. Qin Shen's eyes instantly turned sharp. Clang! He drew a new long sword. Come at me. Big Dragon didn't waste any words either, waving his big hand and charging towards Qin Shen with a huge axe. Second dragon, third dragon, Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, all did not show any carelessness, and also charged towards Qin Shen at the same time. Although Qin Shen is a waste, but this kind of thing cannot afford any accidents. So when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Everyone attack. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, Su Ro had already closed her eyes in despair. She couldn't bear to see Qin Shen being killed by these 5 rookies. But in her heart, she was starting to feel good about Qin Shen. She couldn't understand. Why would this boy be so willing to save her? Does he like her? But now, it's too late. He and she are destined to die. It's also her fault for being too naive. She didn't take the teacher's repeated warnings to heart. She ignored the dangers of this society. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, suddenly, a rough and tragic scream rang out. Ha! Su Ro was stunned, then looked up. The next moment, her delicate face, which could be shattered with a puff, showed a look of astonishment. She saw Qin Shen, who should have been surrounded and killed, now holding a new long sword, somehow maneuvered behind Shuofeng, and then, That blood-stained new long sword pierced through Zhuofeng's heart from behind. Bang! Zhuofeng, still wide-eyed, full of disbelief, fell to the ground and breathed his last. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? Even the composed big dragon couldn't help but be shocked. Just as they were about to strike Qin Chen with their weapons, in just a moment, this kid disappeared from the spot. Before everyone could understand what was happening, Zhuofeng screamed in pain on the side, and upon looking over, they found that Zhuofeng had been stabbed through by Qin Chen. Ah, this! Damn it! Lu Qing, didn't you say this guy was a waste? Second dragon couldn't help but roar in anger. He felt deceived. Such exaggerated body movement, and such ruthless and decisive killing. How is this guy a waste? Clearly, he is a strong one. I didn't know. Lu Qing was also dumbfounded. He never expected his waste classmate to be so powerful. Stop the nonsense, okay? Weren't you guys planning to kill me? Come on. In the light of the campfire, Qin Chen revealed a sinister smile. And Su Ro, looking at that slender figure, regained her lost hope. He is so strong. He's practically my hero. Her beautiful eyes were now shining with admiration, staring fixedly at Qin Chen's slender figure. Brothers, attack directly. Use tactic B. And at this moment, Big Dragon naturally couldn't escape. He had to fight. As Big Dragon's words fell, swish, the three brothers holding huge axes suddenly switched to heavy shields. Charge! Bang! The three brothers formed a triangular formation and instantly surrounded Qin Chen. While stepping heavily, they slowly approached Qin Chen. Generally speaking, the charge skill of a warrior profession is extremely fast. But the charge form has two forms. One is a fast pace. The other is a slow pace. The fast pace charge, as the name suggests, charges at others at an extremely fast speed, carrying with it a powerful impact that can directly knock the enemy away. The slow pace charge involves slowing down, stabilizing the center of gravity, raising the shield, and pressuring the enemy in an oppressive manner. Now, after witnessing the terrifying speed of this kid Qin Chen, the three brothers of Dongjiang adopted Plan B. That is, to steadily advance step by step until the opponent is forced into a corner with no way out. At that time, they can directly crush the opponent. It is important to note that warriors in shield form, although their agility is reduced, have extremely high defense. They forced Qin Chen into a corner like a small mountain, and then made their move. Lu Qing, don't just stand there, go and kidnap that girl, make her a hostage. In case of an accident, we can use her as a hostage to threaten Qin Chen. Big Dragon is indeed a cautious person. Even when they are in a winning position, they still keep a trick up their sleeve. Alright. Lu Qing coldly walked towards the heavily injured Su Ro, watching the three shield-bearing warriors approaching step by step. Although all blind spots were sealed off, Qin Chen at this moment smiled slightly, showing disdain. The three dragon brothers are only at level 17. Although they are 2 levels higher than him, in terms of overall attributes, these three dragon brothers are much lower than Qin Chen. Dragon Tamer is indeed the strongest hidden profession. The reason why others mocked Qin Chen at the beginning was because Qin Chen absolutely could not contract with high-level dragon species. A dragon tamer without a dragon pet is indeed useless, but if this profession successfully contracts with a dragon species, it will become the strongest profession. No doubt about it. Just like Qin Chen now. Name, Qin Chen, age, 18 years old, level, 15, profession, dragon tamer, talents, beast affinity, SSS, culinary mastery, E+, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 80, intelligence 80, physique 70, agility 70, professional skills, dragon taming, S, hatred mark, B, dragon rampage, B, dragon claw assault, B. As the strongest hidden profession, the dragon tamer receives attribute points when leveling up that far exceed other professions. If the three dragon brothers were to see Qin Chen's current attribute panel, they would probably be shocked, because Qin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes are already not lower than those of a level 20 expert. As the eldest brother among the three, Big Dragon's strength attribute is only 50 points. This is the case even when he has allocated all his attribute points to strength. His physique, intelligence, and agility attributes are all less than 30, very weak. So, facing the shielded siege of the three brothers, Qin Chen not only did not panic, but instead showed a disdainful smile. Is this all you've got? You want to suppress me? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Then the three dragon brothers saw in astonishment, dragon-like patterns crawling up Qin Chen's skin. Dragon Rampage, B. Buzz. The next moment, an extremely fierce momentum erupted from Qin Chen's body like a volcano. Qin Chen's overall attributes increased by a terrifying 20%. Not only that, Qin Chen's arms began to undergo a mutation. His originally slender and symmetrical arms suddenly became muscular and twisted. Crackling. Fiery red dragon scales with flame patterns perfectly covered his arms. Even his fingers turned into 5 sharp dragon claws, like a 5-clawed divine dragon. Roaring. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the crimson dragon arm emitted a scorching flame. A terrifying dragon power actually swept out from within Qin Shen's body. The sudden mutation in front of them left the 3 dragon brothers collectively stunned. Even Lu Qing, who was about to capture Su Ro as a hostage, now had a pale face. And Su Ro was staring at the powerful figure surrounded by divine fire, as if a god of fire had descended. Swish! Dragon claw assault. In the next moment, with a cold and resolute expression like a deity, Qin Shen suddenly swung his dragon claw. Crack! Under the terrified gaze of the dragon claw, like a peerless sword enveloped in divine fire, shattered his proud rock shield. Puff! Then the dragon claw pierced through the dragon's heart as easily as cutting through melons and vegetables. Run! The second and third dragons watched their big brother being killed by this kid. There was no time for fear. Their only thought now was to run as fast as they could. Monster! Monster! This Qin Shen is simply a monster. Lu Qing suddenly woke up at this moment, no longer caring about using Su Ro as a hostage, and just wanted to escape. Growl! At this moment, a cute little head suddenly popped out from Qin Shen's arms. It was Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao reached out its little paw, wanting to rush out and help its master kill these scum. But Qin Shen held its head down and said with a smile, "These scum are not worthy of Xiao Jiao's help." With that, he took a step forward. Swish! His figure disappeared on the spot. Su Ro on the side covered her mouth with both hands, obviously impressed by Qin Shen's speed. This speed was faster than her classmates who were assassins. While Su Ro was trembling in shock, Qin Shen had already caught up with the second and third dragons, each receiving a fatal blow. He didn't even give them a chance to beg for mercy. He executed them just like that, ending the lives of the 3 dragon brothers. Qin Shen took another step forward. Swish! And appeared in front of Lu Cheng. Thud! Without a word, Lu Cheng knelt down. Qin Shen, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'm willing to serve you as a slave. However, Qin Shen coldly looked at the kneeling Lu Qing, his eyes filled with mockery and a cold and ruthless killing intent. Qin Shen was never a saint. He despised saints even more. Since Lu Qing had just teamed up with the 3 dragons, it meant he wanted to kill Qin Shen. So Qin Shen naturally couldn't forgive him. And with a swift motion of his dragon claw, Lu Qing's head was thrown high up. Splash! Then blood gushed out from his neck wound like a spring. Qin Shen turned away indifferently, not even bothering to look at Lu Qing's death throes. And so, the brutal and evil 3 dragon brothers, as well as the filthy and odious Lu Qing, all 5 of them were dead. The slayer, Qin Shen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Hero Saves the Beauty mission. Now starting to distribute rewards. Congratulations on receiving 2 diamond chests. Congratulations on receiving 1 legendary chest. All rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check them yourself, host. The system was quite efficient in settling rewards. At the moment of the 5 deaths, the rewards were immediately sent out. Compared to those unscrupulous bosses who liked to delay salaries, it was unknown how many times better it was. Qin Shen, thank you. Just as Qin Shen was about to open the space warehouse to check the rewards, a clear and pleasant voice sounded beside him. He almost forgot. There was Su Ro, a girl. You're welcome. Helping each other is what classmates should do, Qin Shen said casually, mainly because he and Su Ro were not familiar. In the class, Su Ro was a high and mighty beauty. From elementary school to high school, she had always been in the limelight. Exaggerating a bit, she could have whatever she wanted. Due to her wealthy background, she naturally had abundant resources for cultivation, so her level rose quickly, and she had completed the job change ceremony in her first year of high school. Her current level was as high as 15. However, she had chosen the priest profession. The priest profession can only assist. It is extremely difficult to solo dungeons, not to mention using AoE skills to clear mobs. Even single target attack skills are lacking. Although that's the case, but the priest profession is very popular in team play. However, all of this has nothing to do with Qin Shen. Su Ro is a noble young lady, and he is just a poor kid from an orphanage. If it weren't for the task issued by the system, Qin Shen and she probably wouldn't have any interaction. Since everything is fine now, I'll take my leave. Qin Shen also quickly bid farewell. He didn't want to have too much association with this beautiful and wealthy lady. Actually, the main reason was the little whine in his arms kept moving restlessly, wanting to come out and move around quickly. As for why the little wine could shrink its originally huge size of 1.6 meters to the size of a small cat now, it was because when it leveled up from level 6 to level 7, it unlocked the exclusive dragon skill, Dragon Transformation. This skill not only allows the little wine to freely adjust its size but also comes with two extremely powerful dragon forms, World-Destroying Fire Form and Sky-Shaking Power Form. The World-Destroying Fire Form increases its magic damage by 500% and decreases physical damage by 500%. The Sky-Shaking Power Form increases its physical damage by 500% and decreases magic damage by 500%. It has to be said, truly worthy of being the top dragon race, the Holy Dragon Race. Just by leveling up, it can awaken such a powerful transformation skill. Qin Chen, wait. Seeing Qin Chen about to leave, Su Rou, who is usually extremely proud and seems to not care about anyone, actively stopped him. What's wrong? Do you need anything else? Qin Chen asked in confusion. He had already killed people. Monsters. Well, after the terrifying dragon aura that the little wine unintentionally emitted when passing by earlier, all the monsters in the vicinity had already scattered and fled. So Su Rou was absolutely safe. Then why did she call him back? Seeing Qin Chen's expression unchanged when facing her, Su Rou gritted her teeth. In the past, no matter which boy it was, being approached by her would have been a pleasant surprise. But the current Qin Chen, not only was he not surprised, but he also seemed slightly impatient. This made Su Rou feel helpless. However, she quickly said, I am just a priest profession, it's too dangerous to stay here alone. If monsters attack in the middle of the night, I won't be able to handle it. And we are classmates after all, you can't just watch me fall into the monsters' mouths, right? Qin Chen thought about it. It seemed to make sense. Alright, you can follow me for now. You can return on your own tomorrow. But Su Rou blushed slightly and said softly, that may not be possible, I might have to follow you. Why? Qin Chen frowned. If it were another man, seeing the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Rou wanting to follow him on an adventure to kill monsters, he would have been extremely happy. But Qin Chen didn't want her to follow him. Because my phone is broken, and the high-tech nanocomputer is also broken. So I don't have electronic maps or navigation, it's easy to get lost. Su Rou's face showed a pleading expression, her gem-like eyes shimmering with a pitiful look. Ha! Qin Chen sighed upon hearing this, without any change of heart, but rather a long sigh. Women are trouble. Just as he was about to continue speaking, roar! Suddenly, Qin Chen's collar started to move, as if something was trying to come out. The next moment, under Su Rou's slightly surprised gaze, a small head popped out. A pair of golden dragon eyes met Su Rou's eyes. Ah, a lizard? Su Rou was surprised. She didn't expect that there was a fiery red lizard nestling in Qin Chen's arms. Roar! Hearing this annoying woman in front of him daring to call him a lizard, the little wine instantly lost its composure. Phew! A flame burst out directly, as if warning Su Rou, you stinky woman, don't speak out of turn. This princess is the blazing flame holy dragon, not a lizard. Pouty and cute. Girls like cute things. When Su Rou saw little wine pouting and spitting fire in an adorable manner, she immediately smiled. Little wine, don't be angry. I'll make you something delicious. She's inexperienced with long hair, don't argue with her. Qin Chen quickly comforted the restless little wine. Can't let it jump out. Otherwise, Su Rou might be scared later. This is a genuine blazing flame holy dragon cub. The legendary top dragon race. You. Hearing Qin Chen trying to coax such a little guy, saying she's inexperienced with long hair, Su Rou was instantly angry. But then she thought better of it and calmed down. No need to be jealous of a little guy. And it seems this little guy is Qin Chen's pet? Could this lizard actually have dragon lineage? Su Rou's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't forget Qin Chen's profession, he's a legendary dragon tamer. Is this a dragon? Su Rou suddenly asked. Qin Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, yes. This. Su Rou was shocked for a moment. She looked incredulously at the obedient little creature nestled in Qin Chen's arms, unable to imagine that this little lizard was a dragon. Then what kind of dragon is it? Su Rou continued to ask. Don't ask, it's impolite to ask further. Qin Chen said lightly. Oh. Su Rou felt apologetic. Indeed, it's their professional secret. Naturally, she couldn't inquire further. But in any case, she was truly shocked to the core. Qin Chen actually succeeded in contracting with a dragon. Although she didn't know what kind of dragon it was, he did succeed in contracting with one. And what shocked Su Rou the most was Qin Chen's extremely terrifying personal combat power. Single-handedly taking on the three dragon brothers plus Zhuofeng Luqing, and instantly killing them. She suddenly realized. She had underestimated this peer in front of her. After completing the system's task, things became easier. Finding a spacious and flat mountaintop, they settled down, made a campfire, hunted and cleaned a few unicorns, then roasted and ate them. Shinshin carefully tore the roasted rabbit meat into small pieces and fed the shrunken dragon cub. Little Wine originally wanted to return to its normal size and start feasting, but with a human girl nearby, it could only nestle in its owner's arms, enjoying the feeding. It's worth mentioning, after shrinking in size, Little Wine's appetite also decreased. In its normal size, Little Wine could eat several roasted demon antelopes. Now, a few unicorns were enough to satisfy it. On the side, Su-ro was amazed. This cute little dragon cub looked small but could eat several unicorns. Also, Shinshen's cooking skills were really good. Even she, a young lady who grew up eating delicacies, was very satisfied with the rabbit meat roasted by Shinshen, her mouth watering. I contracted with a dragon cub, I hope you can keep it a secret. After finishing eating, before preparing to rest in the tent, Shinshen said this sentence. Don't worry, I won't even tell my father about this. Su-ro nodded earnestly. She naturally understood how shocking it was that Shinshen had successfully contracted with a dragon cub. It could even be said, if this were to leak out, Shinshen would immediately become national news. The profession of dragon tamer exists in the Dragon Kingdom, but no dragon tamer has ever successfully contracted with a real dragon race. But Shinshen succeeded, becoming an unprecedented figure. This would definitely become a focal point. This cute little dragon cub in front of her, although she didn't know what level of dragon it was, being contracted by a dragon tamer, its lineage must be very high. It's just in its infancy now, so it may not have shown its true potential yet. After seeing Su-ro agree to keep it a secret, Shinshen nodded lightly. Finally, they each returned to their own tents to sleep. In their own small tent, Shinshen closed his eyes and slowly immersed his mind, silently chanting, "System, open the warehouse." A system warehouse panel that only Shinshen could see appeared. There were 3 treasure chests lying quietly on it, emitting a faint light. This was naturally the reward for this random mission. Without any hesitation, Shinshen directly opened the 2 diamond chests. Ding! All diamond chests successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining Mysterious Crystal Earthscale Sword. Congratulations on obtaining Swift Wind Set. Congratulations on obtaining Top Grade Gene Enhancement Potion. Congratulations on obtaining B-Rank Skill Fire Dragon Bullet. Equipment, Mysterious Crystal Earthscale Sword, Quality, Purple, Profession, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior, Level 15, Attributes, Strength plus 40, Intelligence plus 40, Agility plus 30, Enchantment Effects, each time you hit a target, your physical resistance and magical resistance increase by 2%, lasting 10 seconds, stackable up to 5 times. All your skills power increases by 5%. 30% chance to inflict poison and confusion on the enemy when attacking. Swift Wind Set is a level 15 purple armor set. There are 3 parts in total: shoulder armor, belt, and leggings. The attribute terms for all 3 parts are the same: strength plus 10, stamina plus 50. The shoulder armor enchantment effect is, increase your attack speed by 30%. The belt enchantment effect is, increase your casting speed by 30%. The leggings enchantment effect is, increase your movement speed by 30%. Set effect, when hit, you gain 20% damage reduction from all sources. Top Grade Gene Enhancement Potion, after taking it, all 4 of your attributes increase by 50 points, it also greatly improves your genes. Fire Dragon Bullet, after casting, a huge fire dragon fireball will condense, causing a high amount of magical damage to enemies within a wide range. Rich. This reward is simply incredibly rich. Shinshen, who was originally calm inside, instantly became excited when he saw the rewards from opening the chests. These are all things he urgently needs. His beginner's long sword has almost run out of durability. The beginner armor on his body has also been damaged in battles with monsters. These rewards are truly a timely help. Shinshen couldn't wait to put on the armor, and a sharp long sword covered in black scales appeared in his hand. At the same time, he directly picked up the top grade gene enhancement potion and drank it in large gulps. If it weren't nighttime and there wasn't a beautiful girl resting nearby, Shinshen would have tried out the power of the fire dragon bullet skill. Shinshen took a breath in excitement. After drinking the top grade gene enhancement potion, his whole body felt warm, and his 4 attributes reached a new high. Strength, 130, Intelligence, 130, Stamina, 120, Agility, 120. Without any items, equipment, or buffs, if Su-ro were to see Shinshen's current attribute panel, she would probably be amazed again, because his attribute panel has far surpassed all other transferees of the same level. It's important to note that transferees of the same level have different attributes. Some are stronger, some are weaker. and Qin Shan's attribute points are the strongest at this level. Next is the most precious legendary chest. Qin Shan's eyes lit up. He then reached out and directly clicked to open the legendary chest. Ding! You have successfully opened the legendary chest. Congratulations on obtaining SSS rank passive skill Bloodline Fusion. Bloodline Fusion, SSS. The blood of the dragon pet fuses with you, allowing you to inherit 20% of the dragon pet's full attributes. Note, when you have 2 or more dragon pets, the inherited attributes can stack, with no quantity limit. Holy cow! Such a wicked passive skill. Truly a legendary treasure chest. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Inheriting 20% of all attributes from the dragon pet is already impressive. But the key is that this 20% can stack. This means that when Qin Shan has 3 dragon pets, he will receive the 20% all attributes from each dragon pet stacked. In total, it's a 60% all attributes stack. If he has more dragon pets, the stacking can continue. Of course, this is just wishful thinking for now. Being able to obtain the flame dragon as a dragon pet is already a great favor from the system. Dreaming about a second or third dragon pet can only be done in dreams. But even so, for Qin Shan, it's enough. Little Wine's current 4-dimensional attributes are Strength 800, Intelligence 800, Physique 670, Agility 720. Now, after inheriting Qin Shan's 4-dimensional attributes, they are Strength 290, Intelligence 290, Physique 254, Agility 264. Among the same level, I am invincible. Qin Shan's eyes brightened with joy. Go whoa! As if sensing the strengthening and joy of the owner, Little Wine lying on Qin Shan's chest also let out a joyful cry. The next day, early morning. Let's go, I'll take you back to the camp. After packing up the high-tech folding tent, Qin Shan said to Su Ro. By now, Su Ro had finished washing up and walked out of her luxurious high-tech tent. In outdoor adventures, roughing it is inevitable. In this highly developed background of technology and magic, various technological and magical items have emerged. Like Su Ro's set of tents, it costs at least 200,000 dragon coins. Once this high-tech tent is opened, there is no need for manual assembly. It automatically unfolds, and it has all kinds of folding household appliances inside. It allows you to enjoy the comfort of home in the tent. On the other hand, Qin Shan only has an ordinary tent. Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what kind of situation I would have encountered. Su Ro said sincerely. At the same time, she sensitively noticed that the boy in front of her seemed to have undergone a great change overnight. His features were more handsome, his temperament more extraordinary, and his body proportions even gave a very symmetrical and pleasing feeling. And the aura of this boy actually made her feel a faint sense of oppression. Wow! Did she imagine it? Or was it too dark last night, so she couldn't see Qin Shan clearly, which led to feeling the pressure he brought now? But no matter what, Qin Shan's charm made her heart beat faster as a girl. Helping each other among classmates is only natural. Qin Shan responded perfunctorily to her thanks. Let's go. The two set off. However, only halfway there, they found that 6 students who looked like adventurers had gathered ahead. From the equipment they wore and their high-end clothing, it was clear that they were not ordinary people. As Qin Shan and Su Ro passed by, the group of adventurers who were discussing something suddenly turned to look at them. Su Ro! A voice of surprise came from the crowd. Qin Shan and Su Ro had to stop. Turning around, they saw a handsome young man in a white mage robe walking out, looking at Su Ro with joy on his face. Hello, Zhou Xuan-kan. Su Ro nodded lightly in response. What are you doing here? Are you here for training and leveling up too? Zhou Xuan-kan asked with a smile as he approached. Catching sight of Qin Shan, who had a far superior temperament and appearance, a shadow passed through the depths of his eyes. Indeed, I am here for training and leveling up, and now I'm ready to go back. Su Ro replied calmly. Towards Qin Shan, Su Ro's attitude remained cold. But when it comes to others, Su Ro, as the noble young lady of the Su family, still maintained a cold attitude. Who is this? Zhou Xiankan looked towards Qin Shan. I'm just a passerby, Qin Shan said. He answered like this naturally to indicate to Zhou Xiankan that he didn't want to play any awkward jealousy games with him, and he preferred to be left alone. Zhou Xiankan chuckled at his words, clearly not understanding Qin Shan's intention. Zhou Ge, is this your sister-in-law? At this moment, a boy with dyed yellow hair suddenly approached from the side, looking excited and carefree. Don't talk nonsense, she's not, just childhood friends, Zhou Xiankan pretended. Right, didn't we just discover a wild secret realm? We're short of people, why don't you take your childhood friend in with you, Zhou Ge? The boy with yellow hair smirked. Yeah, we need more people. And this girl is a priest, perfect. Not cheap for outsiders. Others also agreed by raising their hands. At this moment, Qin finally turned his head to look at where they had been standing before, where there was a space-distorting vortex emitting a faint blue light. The so-called Wild Secret Realm was actually a randomly appearing Secret Realm instance in the wilderness map. Through that distorted space vortex, one could enter directly. For many adventurers, this was an opportunity that could not be sought. Many adventurers had spent decades exploring the wilderness map but had never encountered a Wild Secret Realm. And after clearing the Wild Secret Realm, there would naturally be extremely rich rewards such as experience, items, equipment, skills, and so on. Of course, because of the unknown nature of the Wild Secret Realm, it was also extremely dangerous. Sometimes when you entered, you might find an extremely difficult Secret Realm instance inside, which would be tough. Even more unlucky, you might die inside. But it had to be said that these few boys were indeed lucky to have encountered a Wild Secret Realm. Facing the enthusiastic invitation from Zhou Shen and the others, Su Ro did not rush to agree, but turned her head and looked at Qin Shen with a pair of bright eyes like gemstones. Since the events of last night, she no longer believed in so-called acquaintances. She preferred to trust the stranger Qin Shen in front of her. When Zhou Shen saw Su Ro seeking Qin Shen's opinion, the darkness in the depths of his pupils became even more intense. However, he still smiled and said to Qin Shen, "Brother, why don't you come along? We need more people." Qin Shen was about to refuse, but at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host triggered the random mission, seize the opportunity. Mission content, clear the Wild Secret Realm in front of you and achieve the highest damage ranking. Reward, Life Profession Second Advancement Scroll X1. Punishment, none. Please complete the mission as soon as possible, host. Oh, okay. Alright, thank you. Qin Shen nodded and agreed. Zhou Shen turned to give a signal to the other 5 companions. The 5 companions understood and nodded. Okay, let's go. Zhou Shen smiled. Buzz. When everyone stepped into the Wild Secret Realm through the space vortex, a holographic mission panel appeared in front of each person. Realm, Goblin Village, Grade, Silver Secret Realm. Level, requires level 15 and above to enter. Difficulty, Hell level. Number of participants required, 8 people. Note, deep in the humid rainforest, a group of fierce and brutal goblin monsters reside, not only enjoying feasting on human flesh but also lusting after the delicate bodies of human females. After seeing the detailed information of this Wild Secret Realm displayed in the pop-up window, everyone except Qin Shen couldn't help but look tense. Damn! Hell level Silver Secret Realm. Oh no, I feel like we can't beat this. We were thinking of getting rich, but it turns out to be such a terrifying realm. Should we retreat? The other boys were already considering retreating. Even Su Ro had a serious look on her face as she stared at the entrance to the rainforest in front of her. Everyone knew that once they entered this rainforest entrance, they would be faced with the terrifying goblin monsters. In addition to the basic information about this Wild Secret Realm, there was also an additional clearance condition. Clearance condition: defeat the Goblin King to receive the Secret Realm clearance reward. Everyone knew that after clearing the Wild Secret Realm instance, they would receive extremely generous rewards. But the dilemma they faced now was that this was a hell-level difficulty instance. It wasn't that their team composition was insufficient, but they felt it was too risky, because it was very likely that they could die inside. Zhou Gu, what do you think? Should we go in? At this moment, the blonde-haired person looked towards Zhou Xuankan. Zhou Xuankan calmly said, "First, report your profession. Let's see if the setup is good. If it's good, we'll attack together. If not, we'll retreat." He tried to show a carefree and confident demeanor in front of Su Ro. However, with a glance, he found Su Ro standing quietly next to that unfamiliar young man, not even looking at him. Damn it! This made him extremely angry inside. Then let's listen to Zhou Gu. I'll go first. My profession is warrior. I'm an assassin. I'm an archer. I'm a swordsman. I'm a mage. Several boys reported their professions. Zhou Xuankan said in a deep voice, "I'm a martial artist. Xiao Ro is a priest. What's your profession, brother?" He deliberately referred to Su Ro as Xiao Ro, trying to appear more intimate. At the same time, he looked at Qin Shen. This group of people were not from the same school, but from different schools, so they didn't know Qin Shen. "I'm a dragon tamer," Qin Shen calmly stated his profession. "Ha! Dragon tamer. You're the famous dragon tamer?" When Qin Shen revealed his profession, including Zhou Xuankan, all the boys widened their eyes. Of course, the expressions on their faces also showed surprise and amusement. "I am indeed a dragon tamer. What's the matter?" Qin Shen showed no hint of anger, calmly asking, "What else can it be? Don't you know the problem yourself? You, a dragon tamer, have a useless profession. Damn! Now our team has an extra useless slacker." The boys started to curse and complain. In their eyes, a dragon tamer was indeed a useless profession, because you don't have a dragon. Su-ro was about to speak up, but she remembered that Qin-shin didn't want to reveal the fact that he had a dragon for now, so she remained silent. Brother, I think you should be more self-aware. At this moment, Zhou Xuankan approached Qin-chen. What do you mean? Qin-chen frowned and asked. It means you'd better leave first. You're clearly a useless profession, just slacking off. We can't let you share the rewards, right? Zhou Xuankan said coldly. Fine, then I'll leave. Qin-chen showed no anger. This wild secret realm instance was discovered by their group, so it was reasonable not to let himself in to claim the rewards. Moreover, he didn't care about the rewards of this secret realm. Just as Qin-chen was about to leave the secret realm, Su-ro suddenly grabbed his arm. Xiao-ro, what are you doing? Zhou Xuankan saw Su-ro taking the initiative to hold Qin-chen's hand, his expression darkening once again. He's strong. If he leaves, I think we definitely won't be able to clear this secret realm. Su-ro said seriously. Everyone. He's strong? A dragon tamer is strong? Are you out of your mind? Thinking that this dragon tamer without a dragon is strong. At that moment, the expressions of everyone were quite colorful. If it weren't for Zhou Xuankan's fondness for Su-ro, this group of people would have been unable to resist mocking each other. Xiao-ro, are you talking nonsense? How can a dragon tamer without a dragon be strong? Zhou Xuankan chuckled helplessly. I don't care, anyway, if he leaves, then I'll leave too. I don't need to accompany you to your death. Su-ro said coldly. Zhou Xuankan. Fine, let him stay. But the next reward will be distributed based on individual damage proportion. Whoever has higher damage will receive more rewards, of course, except for priest support professions. How about that? Zhou Xuankan was truly speechless. If Su-ro also left, then there would really be no way to break through. After all, without the crucial support of the priest, a lot of combat power would be lost. Alright, let's do it this way. Su-ro nodded. Qin-chen couldn't help but sneer. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. If you want me to stay, I'll stay. Just as he was about to turn around and leave forcibly, suddenly, ding! Congratulations, host triggered a random mission. Mission content, clear the Goblin Village secret realm. Reward, 50,000 experience points. Dragon pet shares the same. Punishment, none. Please complete the mission as soon as possible, host. Listening to the system's merciless prompt, Qin-chen stiffened. The system was giving too much. And the key thing was that his current priority was indeed to level up Xiaojiu to level 10 and complete the final task. These 50,000 experience points must be obtained. Qin-chen, who had originally planned to leave, made up his mind. Since no one objects, let's start the secret realm assault. With Zhou Xuankan's announcement, everyone equipped themselves with various armors and weapons, adjusted their status, and began to enter the entrance of the rainforest. Buzz! As the group stepped into the entrance, a slight dizziness emerged, and then they appeared in a new space. For Qin-chen, it was also his first time entering such a wild secret realm instance. It was said that the upcoming job change exam would also require students to clear secret realm instances. Then the students' grades would be determined based on the length of time it took to clear the instance. In other words, it was a secret realm instance speed run. At present, being able to practice in such a wild secret realm instance was also a good thing. Qin-chen began to assess the environment around him. Stuffy, humid, hot. The smell of mud mixed with the decay of leaves, combined with the stench left by various insects and creatures, made the sense of smell unbearable. It was a typical tropical rainforest environment. The secret realm space was large, and if one climbed a tall tree, they could see the boundary of the space, which was a barrier like a purple light screen that could be touched but not destroyed. This was the spatial barrier of the secret realm instance. In other words, the adventurers' team that had entered this place had no way back. Either clear it, or die here. But the group was still very confident. They believed that as long as they cooperated well, they could easily pass through. Following the path deeper, the group finally saw a mountain stronghold in the middle of a valley not far away. Inside the stronghold, there were goblins of various skin colors living there. The largest goblin observed so far was 3 meters tall, wearing armor, with an ugly face. The smallest goblin was less than a meter tall, but very agile, obviously a goblin cub. Of course, what was most chilling was, the various high towers in the stronghold were hung with dried human heads. It seemed to be showcasing the glorious past victories of this goblin village. It also indicated that the difficulty of this secret realm instance was exceptionally high. Previous job changers who had entered were all killed. Let's go, charge in all the way. Fatty, as a warrior, charge to the front and take the lead. Blue hair, as an assassin, flank on the side, responsible for protecting the output professions. The rest just focus on output. Remember to manage your mana well, drink mana potions when it's low. Xiaoro, you stand behind me, I'll protect you. As for this dragon tamer brother, you stay at the back, throw some long-range items, and disturb the monsters a bit. Zhou Xian quickly issued orders, his tone unquestionable. Alright, others readily agreed. Su Rou, however, shook her head gently. No need, I'll stay behind with Qin Shen to buff you guys. Zhou Xian didn't insist, just nodded lightly. But in his heart, he was thinking of finding a chance later to separate this dragon tamer. It would be best to make him die completely here. It's quite normal for a few people to die in a challenging wilderness instance, right? Thinking of this, a cold smile crept up on Zhou Xian's lips. Hiss! The goblin sentinels in front of the entrance to the goblin village seemed to sense something. At this moment, they began to emit hoarse cries. A small, ugly goblin turned around to inform the other goblins in the village. But at that moment, swoosh! A sharp and unparalleled feather arrow pierced through the goblin who was about to inform the others. Charge! Following Zhou Xian's command, the entire adventuring party began to advance. These goblin sentinels saw that mere humans dared to attack their stronghold so brazenly, and they were instantly furious. Ah! Shrill and unpleasant roars echoed from the goblin sentinels' throats. They then grabbed spears, stone axes, and other weapons, charging towards the human party. Buzz! At this moment, as the only priest in the team, Su Rou began to wave her valuable purple tier staff. Blessings of gentle light fell upon all the team members. Weapon blessing, strong body curse, gift of courage, melody of heaven. 4 buffs were applied, instantly boosting the morale of the frontliners and damage dealers. Weapon blessing provided an additional 20% physical and magical attack power. Strong body curse continuously restored their stamina. Gift of courage heightened their combat will, increasing all attributes by 10%. Melody of heaven increased everyone's physical and magical resistance by 20%. It must be said, as a priest, Su Rou was very competent. She truly lived up to her reputation as a renowned prodigy. Her extremely smooth chanting and spellcasting actions, as well as her meticulous care for each teammate, were things that many novice priests could not achieve. With Su Rou's buffs, more than 30 goblin sentinels in front were dealt with in just 10 seconds. Awesome! Truly the strongest priest. Yes, different from the priest I teamed up with before. Not only does she provide multiple attribute buffs, but the key is the speed at which she applies them. Strong, strong, strong. Zhou, you and Xiaoro are indeed a perfect match. Su Rou's brilliant performance received unanimous praise from everyone. No matter what, Xiaoro and I have grown up together since childhood. Her strength is definitely reliable. Zhou Xian also smiled and praised, but then his tone changed. Someone still hasn't contributed any damage so far. After we clear the instance, there might not be a share of the rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent instantly, but they all had suppressed smiles on their faces. Their gazes collectively turned to the expressionless Qin Shen. Only Su Rou shook her head gently. These people. Sigh. They are so blind. It's just that Qin Shen can't be bothered to act now. Once they enter the depths of the goblin village, you'll see how powerful Qin Shen really is. Alright, let's continue forward. Zhou Xian waved his hand and started heading towards the goblin village adorned with human skulls. The goblin sentinels in front were just the appetizer. Everyone knew that the truly powerful goblins were behind them. Soon, as they pushed open the gate, triggering a loud noise, a group of goblin minions with 2 different skin colors rushed towards them. Damn! 100 minions! The fat guy at the front saw this scene and instantly became serious. Faced with such a number of monsters, even he had to be careful. At the same time, everyone also used the appraisalite to thoroughly examine the information of the goblin foot soldiers in front of them. Monster, Goblin Foot Soldier, Level, 15, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Clawbite, Frenzy, Precise Throw, Quality, Silver. Note, the most common foot soldier in the Goblin tribe, with a violent and cruel personality, likes to dismember enemies. Monster, Frost Goblin Foot Soldier, Level, 15, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Ice Cone Throw, Frenzy, Clawbite, Self-Destruct, Quality, Silver. Note, a mutated type of Goblin Foot Soldier, can use ice magic, loves turning enemies into ice sculptures. Wow! Silver little monsters. And the key is that there are over 100 of them. Get in formation. Xiaoro, remember to keep healing and buffing the front line. Other DPS, use AoE skills. Zhou Xian calmly gave orders. In this battle, Qin Shen still did not make a move calmly. But compared to the previous easy victories, this time it was not so smooth. It took more than 10 minutes to eliminate this second wave of goblin monsters. And this time the team members consumed a lot, especially the fatty as the frontline warrior. He was sweating profusely at the moment. After all the attacks from the previous group of goblin monsters were aimed at his shield. This made it very difficult for him. "Joe, take a rest for a while, I can't go on," the fatty said with a wry smile. "Okay, you rest. Someone else take his place." Zhou Xiankan smiled and turned his gaze to Qin Shen, whose expression had never changed. "Qin Shen, you can't just slack off and gain experience all the time, right? Now that the fatty is tired, you take his place. Of course, fatty, you follow behind Qin Shen. Once he can't hold on, you take over." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. What is this? Letting a squishy dragon tamer take the front line? Due to the team sharing mechanism, even if Qin Shen was slacking off on the side, as long as Zhou Xiankan and the others were killing monsters, he would still gain experience points. In theory, everyone in the team should contribute and not slack off. However, Zhou Xiankan letting a squishy dragon tamer like Qin Shen take the frontline position did make everyone slightly stunned, especially Su Ro. She decisively vetoed, "No, a dragon tamer is as squishy as a mage archer, letting Qin Shen be the meat shield in the front line. How is that any different from sending him to his death?" The other boys fell silent at her words. They knew Su Ro was making sense. Then how should we distribute it? He's a dragon tamer without a dragon, can't do ranged attacks, and is squishy in melee combat. According to this logic, are we really going to let him slack off and share these experiences for free? I don't mind, but we can't let other teammates work for nothing. Zhou Xiankan shrugged, looking slightly innocent. Exactly, Zhou Gu is right. We're fighting tooth and nail on the side, and he's leisurely gaining experience? Let him take the front line. As long as he can hold on, let him stay there. When he gets injured, we'll switch him out. They were following Zhou Xiankan's lead. Now that Zhou Xiankan had spoken, they naturally supported him. Then, as compensation for the rewards after clearing the secret realm, I'll give up my share, is that okay? Su Ro's voice was clear and crisp. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed. Especially Zhou Xiankan, who had a smile on his face, instantly turned dark. He never expected Su Ro to sacrifice such a big benefit for Qin Shen. This was a wild secret realm. Many ordinary adventurers in Anning City might never encounter such an opportunity in their entire lives. As long as they cleared it, the rewards would definitely be incredibly rich and shocking. Result: Su Ro, this rich young lady, is willing to give up these benefits for a poor boy. The key is that this poor boy is a dragon rider without a dragon. Boy, are you still a man? Just standing silently behind a woman? Zhou Xiankan's face turned dark, his cold eyes staring at Qin Shen. Alright, Su Ro, there's no need to sacrifice your benefits to subsidize me. Front row is fine, I don't mind. When Qin Shen's calm words fell, clang! A crisp sword hum rang in everyone's ears. Then everyone looked uncertainly as Qin Shen held a sharp heavy sword with black scales embedded in it. The terrifying sword energy surrounding it made everyone unable to help but focus on it. Especially the fat warrior felt that this heavy sword was extraordinary, at least several levels higher than his rock-heavy sword. Wow! This is definitely a level 15 purple grade heavy sword. No wonder they were so surprised. Even Su Ro and Zhou Xiankan, children from wealthy families, were only using level 10 purple grade weapons. But this poor boy suddenly took out a level 15 purple grade weapon. Something seems a bit off. Qin Shen, where did you get this weapon? Zhou Xiankan couldn't help but ask. I don't think I need to tell you, right? Qin Shen replied coldly. You. Zhou Xiankan was taken aback, his eyes darkening. Alright, I was thinking of giving you a lesson for Su Ro's sake, but since you're so arrogant, I'll be ruthless. Qin Shen, you will die in this secret realm for sure. Move forward, Zhou Xiankan ordered coldly. Then he pulled the fat warrior aside and used voice transmission to say, remember not to help him, let him get seriously injured in the next wave of monster attacks, then when it comes to elite monsters or the boss level, find an opportunity to sell him out and let him die at the hands of the monsters. Voice transmission is a type of universal skill. Universal skills are skills that can be used by all professions. For example, eye of appraisal, smell suppression, enhanced perception, and block that can be used by physical professions, spell parry for magic professions. Of course, universal skills also have levels, and some high-level universal skill books can be dropped in secret realm dungeons. The fat warrior, upon hearing Zhou Xiankan's instructions, nodded excitedly and asked, Zhou, if he dies, can I have that heavy sword in his hand? It's a weapon that suits my warrior profession very well. Zhou Xiankan replied calmly, no problem, as long as he dies, you can have that heavy sword. Thanks, Zhou. Let's go, keep moving forward. It must be said that as a silver level hell difficulty wild secret realm dungeon, the space is indeed vast, especially this goblin-built village along the way. As they advanced, the road seemed endless, and there were large crossbows and catapults on the wooden buildings around. At this moment, as they delved deeper into this goblin village, Qin-Chan and the others finally encountered the third wave of monsters. Groups of goblins with blue-green skins suddenly appeared in front of them. At the same time, goblins on the rooftops were controlling the crossbows and catapults. Swish! The huge crossbow arrow in the hands of the goblin with a crazy smile suddenly shot towards their group. Holy light shield! With Su-Ro's crisp shout, a huge light shield completely enveloped the entire team. Ding! The arrow shot at them was directly deflected by the light shield. And at this moment, a group of goblins wielding weapons rushed towards them. Compared to the two groups of monsters before, this time the monsters even knew how to use buildings to set up crossbows and cannons on the rooftops to attack the invading adventurers. Ranged DPS, take out the small monsters on the rooftops. Frontline, don't slack off, Zhou Xiancan shouted. However, what he didn't know was that Qin Shen didn't even pay attention to Zhou Xuancan's words. Faced with this group of goblin monsters rushing towards them, he boldly walked out of the protective shield of light released by Su-Ro. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Seeing this scene, the other team members became anxious. However, Fatty and Zhou Xuancan's eyes lit up. This guy actually took the initiative to go out and seek death. With Su-Ro's protective shield of light, even if Qin Shen was fragile, he would be safe. He could stay in the shield and use his sword to kill the monsters outside the shield. But this guy voluntarily left the shield. Su-Ro felt a sense of urgency, but in the next moment, a scene that left everyone stunned appeared. Qin Shen calmly raised the mysterious crystal scale sword and then casually swept it across. With a single stroke, he cut down more than a dozen goblin monsters that would require 2 DPS to focus fire on to kill instantly, causing them to die on the spot. They didn't even have time to scream. After killing more than a dozen goblin monsters with one stroke, Qin Shen did not retreat but instead stepped forward heavily. Under his terrifying strength, the ground directly caved in, and the mysterious crystal scale sword in his hand swung out for a second time. The unmatched sharp sword energy spread out like ripples at a visible speed. Following that, the upper bodies of the goblin monsters and the splattering sticky blood flew up like a fountain. The goblin monsters that were previously howling and rushing towards the adventure team had all perished. And the culprit behind all this only swung his sword twice. Everyone in the team was dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It was as if their inner beliefs had been shattered. However, Qin Shen's shock to everyone went far beyond that. With a light tap of his toe, he leaped to the top of the wooden buildings. Another sword energy swept out. Those goblin monsters controlling crossbows and catapults could only let out a miserable scream before being cut in half by the sword energy. Swish! On the other side, the goblin monsters controlling crossbows and catapults gritted their teeth and suddenly shot an arrow at the human figure that made them all fearful. Wait! Su-Ro's word care had not even fallen when the steel feather arrow shot at them was grabbed and snapped by Qin Shen with his hand. What a terrifying reflex! What a terrifying power! He easily broke a steel feather arrow. Following that, another sword energy swept out, ending the remaining 2 goblin soldiers and the third wave of monster attacks. Not even a drop of monster blood stained the mysterious crystal scale sword. When Qin Shen landed back on the ground, he found that all the expressions of the team members had frozen, staring at him as if they had seen a monster. The monsters are dealt with, should we continue forward? Qin Shen asked calmly. The response he received was a deathly silence. Especially Zhou Xiancan and Fatty, who had been looking for an opportunity to trap Qin Shen, now had pale faces. Why? Why are you so strong? After a long silence, the team's assassin, Blue Hair, swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice. The others also stared at Qin Shen in disbelief. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it said that dragon tamers were trash without a contract with a dragon? Why is Qin Shen's combat power so terrifying? He can defeat monsters that would take others half an hour to handle in just 2 seconds. And this guy seems to only swing his sword without using any skills at all. In addition to his terrifying combat intuition and overwhelming strength that can easily break steel. No one wants to believe that this is something a dragon tamer without a dragon could achieve. Facing Lan Mao's inquiry, Qin Shen coldly replied, "Do I have an obligation to answer you?" The crowd. If it were before entering the secret realm, Qin Shen dared to speak to them in this tone, they would definitely have beaten him up. But now, one by one, they could only shrink their heads, though their faces looked unpleasant, they dared not argue. Because the opponent was too strong. However, only Su-Ro, with her eyes full of admiration, looked at Qin Shen. Next, we will all follow Qin Chen's command. Any objections? At this moment, Su Rou took the initiative to propose a suggestion that made Zhou Xian grit his teeth. The crowd looked at each other in silence. According to the usual rules, whoever is the strongest in the team takes command. Qin Chen's outstanding combat power has already crushed everyone. Since no one is speaking up, let's consider it agreed, Su Rou said with a smile. Qin Chen was also pleased with this. Firstly, he didn't want to listen to Zhou Xian's self-righteous commands. Secondly, he sensed the strong killing intent from Zhou Xian and the fat guy towards him. Yes, killing intent. Don't underestimate the SSS-level passive skilled bloodline fusion. Qin Chen inherited not only the exceptional perception and combat intuition unique to dragons but also the dragon race's keen sense of malice towards oneself. Qin Chen had just sensed the intense killing intent from Zhou Xian and the fat guy towards him, so Qin Chen didn't mind taking over the command position. Caution is the key to longevity. Even though he was considered invincible among his peers, being cautious is essential for long-term success. By the way, the rules for profit distribution remain the same. The higher the output percentage, the greater the reward share. This sentence from Qin Chen made everyone open the team's damage statistics panel, and they despairingly saw output percentage, no. 1. Qin Chen, output percentage 80%. No. 2. Zhou Xian, output percentage 10%. No. 3. Li Dafu, output percentage 5%. No surprises. Qin Chen had the highest output, as all the DPS of the third wave of monsters belonged to him. At that moment, his teammates were stunned, completely forgetting to output damage. Su Rou, as a priest, was at the bottom, but due to the nature of her profession, it was normal. However, the output percentages of Zhou Xian and Li Dafu, who were damage dealers, were disheartening. This meant that apart from the fixed income for the priest, the remaining total income would be divided 80% to Qin Chen. As for the team composition allocation, Su Rou will be in charge of everything. I will be in a free role, as I don't want you to hold me back. Qin Chen's cold words were like a slap in their faces. The key point is, they couldn't refute him. The dragon tamer they had previously scorned and despised had now become someone they needed to look up to. At this moment, they couldn't help but doubt. How did Qin Chen become so strong? Could it be that he really formed a contract with an advanced dragon race? But they quickly dismissed this idea. Impossible. He must have had some extraordinary luck or consumed some rare treasure to become so powerful. As for forming a contract with the legendary dragon race, that was absolutely impossible. After this incident, originally mocking Qin Chen, Zhou Xiancan and others fell into collective silence. They no longer dared to criticize Qin Chen. Su Rou, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhou Xiancan would continue to provoke Qin Chen without knowing what's good for him. She had a sixth sense. If they hadn't brought Qin Chen into the secret realm before, this adventurous teen would definitely have died here. Due to the fact that Qin Chen almost single-handedly dealt with the third wave of monsters, others just watched without exerting much physical effort. Without choosing to rest, they continued to move towards the depths of the village. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, in front of a large gate, they saw a 5-meter-tall goblin heavy-armored warrior, full of explosive muscles. The reason it was called heavy-armored was because this giant goblin was wearing heavy steel armor, a huge helmet, fully armed from head to toe, with only a gap left to see the surroundings clearly. In its hand was a rusty giant iron sword. Roar! When this giant goblin saw the humans in front of it, it roared in anger. Qin Chen, however, remained calm and used his appraisal eye to scan the opponent. Monster, Giant Goblin, Level, 17, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, War Stomp, Charge, Giant Strike, Skin Harden, Support Summon, Berserk, Quality, Silver. Note, the trusted lieutenant of the Goblin King, possessing extremely powerful strength and defense, immune to 30% of normal physical attacks. Everyone be careful, this should be an elite monster, we must not be careless. Su Rou warned her teammates with a serious expression. However, before she could finish speaking, roar! The giant goblin charged towards them with terrifying destructive power. Charge! This was its exclusive skill. At the same time, they could see its originally green skin rapidly turning brown, as if it had been painted with a layer of brown paint. Skin Harden! This was the reason it could resist 30% of physical attacks. Su Rou, Zhou Xiancan, Li Dafu, and others quickly moved away. But the fat warrior, due to his lack of agility, was a step too slow. At this critical moment, he could only grit his teeth and raise his shield. With a loud bang, everyone saw that the fat warrior, who could handle dozens of goblin minions charging at him, was sent flying without any resistance by the charge of the giant goblin. As the fat warrior flew back and spat blood, the giant goblin abruptly stopped its charge. It forcibly turned its body and locked its gaze on Li Dafu. Li Dafu's face changed color. He never expected that this giant goblin not only possessed immense strength but also such agile flexibility. Run! Without any hesitation, as an assassin, Li Dafu couldn't possibly confront this elite monster head-on. In his urgency, he directly activated Shadow Stealth and hid in the surrounding rooms. Fool! Facing Li Dafu's actions, Qin Shen coldly uttered these two words. The next moment, seemingly to confirm Qin Shen's assessment. A scream suddenly came from the building where Li Dafu rushed into, along with the sound of teeth tearing flesh and bones. Obviously, there were also many goblin minions lurking in the room. It is well known that in some games, when reaching the elite monster level, the elite monster may have a skill to summon minions. When Qin Shen saw the skill information of this giant goblin including support summon, he knew that despite the seemingly empty rooms around them, there were actually quite a number of goblin minions lurking. Just need the giant goblin to use the skill support summon. These goblin minions will crazily rush out of the room. And Li Dafu, where he hides is not good, he just wants to hide in the room. No need to look, Li Dafu is already dead. Hearing Li Dafu's screams, the faces of the surrounding companions turned pale. Only Qin Shen remained calm and indifferent. The reason why Qin Shen did not help them is very simple. They also wanted Qin Shen to die. Earlier, when this group of people looked at Qin Shen with mocking smiles, Qin Shen knew that they were eager for his death. If he hadn't formed a contract with the Flame Dragon, he would still be weak and continue to be in the front line. He would probably have been close to death in the first wave of minions attacks. In short, on the surface, this is a team, but in reality, everyone's hearts have long been divided. So Qin Shen naturally wouldn't act like a saint to save them. Besides, even without them, Qin Shen can still clear this secret realm. He has the cutest and most powerful little whine. Roar! Li Dafu was taken care of. The giant goblin instantly turned its murderous gaze towards Zhou Xiancan and others. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhou Xiancan turned and ran. Even when passing by Su Rou, he didn't think about taking Su Rou with him. By this time, they had already realized that this secret realm was completely impassable. Even with Su Rou, the priest, buffing them, they were no match for this giant goblin. A brutal charge assault from the opponent could completely disrupt the formation of the entire team. Watching those boys run faster than dogs, the giant goblin snorted in anger, too lazy to chase after these cowards. It set its sights on the fair and beautiful Su Rou. Huff huff. In just a second, Su Rou saw the giant goblin enter an excited state, with dirty, sticky saliva dripping down. This disgusting appearance was like a pervert seeing a beauty. Yikes! Su Rou was scared and quickly ran to Qin Shen's side. Qin Shen still had to take care of Su Rou to some extent. Step back, I'll handle this monster. Qin Shen said calmly. There was no arrogance or solemn vow, but this calm voice gave Su Rou a sense of security. Okay, I can give you a few buffs. Su Rou nodded with great relief, then waved her scepter and buffed Qin Shen with all she could. Buzz! Qin Shen's combat power soared nearly tenfold at that moment. No wonder others must specifically request a priest as support in dungeons. This kind of buff amplification is indeed powerful. Feeling the power surging within him, Qin Shen clenched his fist and revealed a cold smile. At this moment, the giant goblin was roaring towards Qin Shen. Still using the combination of charge assault and skin hardening, this giant goblin was like a bulldozer, carrying terrifying destructive power, charging towards Qin Shen. In just 2 seconds, the distance of tens of meters was reduced to less than 2 meters by the giant goblin. Qin Shen could even smell the disgusting stench emanating from the giant goblin. Kneel before me. Facing this seemingly invincible giant goblin, Qin Shen gave a low shout, twisted his wrist, and fiercely swung out the unparalleled sharp Shen crystal earth scale sword. Boom! The sharp sword energy slashed at its shoulder, coming into intimate contact with its brown, tough skin. With a 30% physical damage reduction effect, this unparalleled Shen crystal earth scale sword only left a shallow wound on it. Ah! But the giant goblin was already screaming. Its fierce momentum was abruptly blocked. At the same time, because the sword that was hacking at its shoulder carried an immense force, it had to kneel with a bang. Roar! The giant goblin, forced to kneel, felt an endless humiliation. In this goblin village, only the Goblin King could make it kneel. This tiny human in front of it dared to make it kneel. Unacceptable. Buzz! The muscles of the giant goblin swelled again, and a terrifying pressure swept out. Berserk! It finally used this buff-enhancing move. However, watching the giant goblin's aura rising steadily, Qin Shen sneered. The reason you are so arrogant is simply because you rely on the protection of your armor and the skin-hardening physical damage reduction effect. But have you ever thought, what would happen if I shoot a fire dragon bullet at your helmet from such a close distance? As the words fell, regardless of whether the giant goblin understood or not, Qin Shen suddenly released the Shin Crystal Earth Scale Sword in his hand. The moment he released the Shin Crystal Earth Scale Sword, Fire Dragon Bullet, the B-grade skill that had already been chanted out directly blasted from Qin Shen's hand, and it went straight into the gap in the giant goblin's helmet. Boom! To the extreme surprise of Su Ro on the side, the incredibly terrifying flames turned into a flame dragon, roaring as it drilled into the helmet, completely melting the giant goblin's head. Bang! There was not even a chance for resistance or a scream. The huge figure fell straight down. With this, the elite giant goblin monster was successfully defeated. However, there were no materials, items, or equipment dropped. Usually, in Secret Realm dungeons, you can only get the final rewards after clearing it. Su Ro, who watched the whole battle, saw this young man completely crush this giant goblin that even Zhou Xian and the others could only run away from. What made her even more incredulous was, Qin Shen actually knew how to use fire magic. She was sure she didn't see it wrong. The flames that instantly killed the giant goblin were magical damage. And judging by the power of this skill, it was at least above B-grade. This giant goblin had high physical defense and physical resistance, but low magical resistance. Being bombed by Qin Shen directly on the head exploded, and the flesh was completely melted. After all, this was the exclusive skill of a dragon tamer, Fire Dragon Bullet. It looked like a mage's fireball spell, but in reality, it was much stronger than a fireball spell. Qin Shen, do you want to continue forward? Su Ro walked up to Qin Shen at this time. Perhaps only by being close to this young man could she feel safe. Speaking of which, in just 2 days, she had experienced true human indifference. The betrayal of Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, and Zhou Xian and others running away at the first sign of trouble. It could be said, if it weren't for Qin Shen, Su Ro would have died twice. Ah! You can't judge a person by their appearance. Friends may betray you, while strangers may help you. This made Su Ro feel 1,000 emotions in her heart. Of course, we will continue to explore, but if you are afraid, you can leave first. I can handle it myself. Qin Shen said calmly. He was now a dragon tamer with a dragon. As long as he had Xiao Jiu with him, he was not afraid of anything. Gah! At this moment, sensing Zhou Xian and the others leaving, Xiao Jiu, who had been sleeping in Qin Shen's arms, poked its cute little head out from Qin Shen's collar. It squinted its eyes, humming happily, because it felt its owner's trust and reliance on it. No, I want to follow you. Although I am just a support class, I can at least give you buffs to greatly increase your combat power. Su Ro's pretty face was full of determination. Alright, then when it comes to rewards, we'll split them 50-50. Qin Shen was never stingy with teammates who were willing to follow him. So the two of them arrived at the gate of the final fortress of the city, slowly pushing open the door. Swish! Beyond the secret realm. 4 figures were transported out from the entrance vortex. They were Zhou Xian Can and his 3 companions. Originally, there were 6 of them. Li Dafu and Fatty died inside. Now only 4 of them managed to escape safely. During their escape, the other 2 were ambushed by sudden appearance of small monsters, losing an arm. They could only barely stop the bleeding by taking a basic healing pill. To regenerate the lost arm, it would cost nearly 1 billion dragon coins to have a second transformation high priest to help. Damn it! Zhou Xian Can, in a sorry state, couldn't help but curse out loud. He found it hard to accept. How could that useless dragon tamer be so powerful? Zhou, what should we do now? One of them asked cautiously. Let's wait here for Qin Shen and Su Ro to come out, Zhou Xian Can said in a deep voice. The entrance to the secret realm had not disappeared yet. This meant that Qin Shen and Su Ro should still be alive, as in any wild secret realm, once someone enters and all die, or all escape, the entrance would disappear and randomly appear in the next location. Damn it, it's so difficult to deal with a silver-level wild secret realm. It is said that the secret realm for the job change exam is also a silver-level secret realm instance. And it's even more difficult than this one, because it's set by that Yen King. Another person couldn't help but sigh. The so-called Yen King is a nickname for an exam setter named Zhang Xiaosun. Zhang Xiaosun always likes to set high-difficulty secret realm instances as exam questions in the job change exams, so examinees call him the Yen King, meaning that this question setter is ruthless and only knows how to make things difficult for students. Zhou, what if that Qin Shen and Su Ro manage to clear this instance? What should we do? A companion with red hair couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Xiancan fell into silence, his eyes darkened completely. When Qin Shen's strong arm pushed open the door in front of him, and entered the mountain stronghold with Su Ro, the entire stronghold was built using trees and various metal materials, appearing extremely sturdy. As they progressed, Qin Shen and Su Rou passed through several doors and finally arrived at the deepest part of the mountain stronghold. Before them was a hall filled with a foul smell. Decorations made of human bones hung around the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a tall giant figure, seated on an equally large stone throne. Due to the dim and dark environment, with no light, the giant figure seemed to be engulfed in shadows. Humans! Seemingly sensing a strange yet familiar scent, the giant figure that was originally in slumber on the stone throne slowly opened its eyes. And the moment its eyes, larger than bronze bells, opened, buzz! A powerful pressure unique to a boss-level monster instantly swept out. How many years has it been? Never has a human been able to stand before me alive. I never expected to see you two insignificant humans today. The giant figure not only stood up from the stone throne, but also spoke in human language. Su Rou was frightened by the terrifying pressure from the boss. She never expected the deepest boss of the goblin village to be so terrifying, but soon she felt relieved. Fortunately, she did not follow Zhou Xian Can and his group of cowards. Fortunately, she insisted on having Qin Shen join the team. If it weren't for Qin Shen, Zhou Xian Can and the others would have died when facing the giant goblin. Now, even in the face of the terrifying boss emitting a frightening pressure, Su Rou remained hopeful, because she knew that Qin Shen definitely had a way to defeat this ultimate boss even stronger than the giant goblin. And Qin Shen had already used the Eye of Appraisal to thoroughly understand the basic information of this boss in front of him. Monster, Goblin King, Level 19, Category, Humanoid Monster Talent, King's Authority Skills, War Stomp, Charge, Precision Throw, Mighty Slash, Skin Hardening, Support Summon, Berserk, King's Protection, Magic Shield Aptitude, Silver Note, the ruler of the Goblin Village, possessing unparalleled terrifying strength and fearless bravery. As you can see, this Goblin King has one more talent information than the giant goblin. This is normal. Those high-level monsters, or bosses, will generally have their own talents. Like the Goblin King's Authority, which grants immunity to 70% of physical damage. Among monsters, this is an extremely powerful talent. Just this one skill alone is enough to crush a team of adventurers leaning towards physical attacks. What's more important is, in this boss's skill list, there is also a skill called Magic Shield. As the name suggests, after using it, a special shield effect that defends against magic attacks will form on the boss. In other words, this boss not only has extremely formidable physical damage reduction, but also a shield skill that counters magic professions. If Zhou Shen and the others were here, seeing such a terrifying boss, they would probably be scared to the point of fleeing. Qin Shen, what should we do? Watching this boss, as massive as a small mountain, stand up and pick up the sharp giant axe in its hand, Su Rou nervously asked. She now completely relies on Qin Shen. If Qin Shen tells her to go east, she would never dare to go west. No need to do anything, we'll just watch the show. If this boss can survive for more than 10 seconds, I'll admit it's powerful. Qin Shen replied indifferently. Ha! Su Rou was completely stunned by his words. Just watch the show? And such a powerful boss, but in Qin Shen's eyes, it won't last more than 10 seconds? Ha! You are the first human to see this king without being scared to kneel, and still be so arrogant. The Goblin King, proficient in human language, sneered contemptuously. At this moment, it slowly emerged from the shadows and strode towards Qin Shen and Su Rou. Its massive body was clad in a shimmering, mottled armor. In its hand was a huge board axe that could flatten a dozen people. With each step it took, the ground cracked like a spider web. Arrogant? You'll see if I'm arrogant later. Qin Shen sneered. Then he shouted, Xiaojiu. Swish! A petite and cute figure emerged from Qin Shen's collar. Before the Goblin King could see clearly what flew out. Roar! A terrifying roar filled with dragon might resounded. Under the Goblin King's expression of extreme horror. Whoosh! The entire castle hall was suddenly engulfed in a massive storm. And the originally petite and cute figure instantly grew in the storm. The next moment, Xiaojiu finally revealed its true form. A 10-meter-tall, red giant dragon with its head almost touching the ceiling appeared in front of everyone. Su Rou beside her looked at this massive creature, her delicate chin almost dropping in shock, her whole body stiff. A dragon! It's really a dragon! My goodness! And the majestic and sacred aura emanating from it made Su Rou understand that this giant dragon, burning with endless flames, was definitely at the top level even among dragons. Qin Shen actually formed a contract with a dragon, and it's this top-tier dragon. Su Rou's original fear of that boss monster has now been instantly cleared, as if her inner worldview had been shattered by a heavy hammer. In fact, it's not just Su Rou. Even the Goblin King, who was originally grinning as he approached Qin Shen and the others, now had his ugly face twitching as he looked at the terrifying creature in front of him. This invincible dragon, which even it had to look up to, made it feel a strong sense of death threat and deep fear. Of course, what made it even more fearful was that young man named Qin Shen suddenly smilingly shouted Xiaojiu, "Gore!" As a result, this 10-meter-tall flame dragon actually squinted its eyes, making a purring sound like a cat in its throat, lowering its massive head in front of Qin Shen. This human who was only level 15, actually made a sacred and noble flame dragon bow its head. However, the Goblin King was already too late to be amazed, because the next second, just as that human looked coldly at it, he also gave a command to the flame dragon. "Xiaojiu, do you see the ugly monster in front of you? Breathe fire and kill it for me." Xiaojiu had awakened the dragon-exclusive skill Dragon Form Transformation during its upgrade. World-destroying Divine Fire Form. Sky-shaking Power Form. In the world-destroying Divine Fire Form, its own magic damage is increased by 500%, while physical damage is reduced by 500%. In the Sky-shaking Power Form, its own physical damage is increased by 500%, while magic damage is reduced by 500%. Now, Xiaojiu was surrounded by raging flames, with scorching heat waves sweeping around, causing even the entire mountain stronghold to show signs of burning, and the temperature around it rising. Su Ro had to cast a holy light shield on herself to barely isolate herself from the heat wave that almost roasted her. As for Qin Shen, as Xiaojiu's master, he stood beside Xiaojiu unaffected. This is the strength of the dragon tamer profession. The Goblin King, as the boss, was now so terrified that its liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and the rolling heat wave was making its skin almost roasted. It had to use a self-healing skill to continuously repair and resist the onslaught of the heat wave. It was still able to stand there safely now because Xiaojiu saw Su Ro, a friend of its master, present, so it deliberately restrained the might of the divine fire on itself. Otherwise, in Xiaojiu's current world-destroying divine fire form, if fully unleashed, not to mention the Goblin King and Su Ro, even the mountain stronghold palace in front of them would probably be instantly burned to ashes. Under Qin Shen's command, Xiaojiu raised its huge dragon head, its golden vertical pupils full of majestic dragon might, overlooking the Goblin King who was already stiff with fear. That look seemed to say, "Even a small inferior creature dares to bare its teeth at my master?" Bang! The ground was simply unable to bear Xiaojiu's massive weight, as it moved its dragon feet towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King's eyes widened at this moment, filled with fear and despair, and for the first time, it felt the urge to escape, but it found that its limbs were completely stiff. It was only now that Su Ro came to her senses, staring blankly at the flame dragon that seemed to be moving like a small mountain, looking incredulously at Qin Shen. "I originally thought that the dragon I signed a contract with was a lower-level dragon. I never expected it to be the top-tier existence among dragons, the flame dragon." Although there were no records of dragon tamers successfully taming high-level dragon races in this world, it did not mean that humans had no information about dragon races. Various countries had long ordered their publishing houses to produce information books about various monsters and magical beasts for adventurers and job changers to study and refer to. The records about the dragon clan inside are also very detailed. Su Ro once carefully read the detailed introduction of the high-level dragon clan in the books. Among them, the majestic and fiery holy dragon, like the Lord of the Divine Fire, left a very deep impression on Su Ro. She never expected to see the legendary fiery holy dragon standing at the pinnacle of the dragon clan here today. Nor did she expect that this classmate who is usually extremely low-key and has no presence in the class would be fortunate enough to form a contract with such a legendary being. This feeling cannot be expressed with just envy. In the face of Su Ro's amazement, Qin Shen remained calm, showing no ripples. However, Su Ro at this moment could only smile bitterly to herself, murmuring, "It is said that dragon riders are the most useless hidden profession, but this statement seems to be invalidated by you, Qin Shen. If the whole world knew that you successfully contracted a fiery holy dragon, their jaws would drop." Her statement was indeed not exaggerated at all. And this really made her feel extremely conflicted. From childhood to adulthood, she has almost always been labeled as a genius. It can almost be said that she should be the strongest priest among the high school students in Anning City, but compared to Qin Shen, this monster, not only is she inferior in terms of combat power, but he also has the strongest dragon companion. Do you admit defeat or not? At this moment, Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Ro's bitter smile, because Xiaojiu had already moved its huge dragon body and descended in front of the Goblin King. A level 7 fiery holy dragon versus a level 19 boss Goblin King. Clearly, the Goblin King was 12 levels higher than Xiaojiu, but the Goblin King suddenly knelt down with a plop. "Forgive me, boss. I know I was wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce dragon breath enveloped in raging flames spewed out from Xiaozhou's dragon mouth. Ah! In the shocked gaze of Su Rou, the Goblin King only managed to let out a scream before instantly being engulfed in the raging flames. One-hit kill. Directly one-hit kill. The Goblin King didn't even have any resistance, and instantly died in that breath of the dragon. It probably never dreamed that as just a small boss in the Silver Secret Realm, it would attract a fiery holy dragon to kill it. Stop daydreaming, come up here. Qin Shen pulled Su Rou's hand and jumped onto Xiaozhou's back. Gore! Xiaozhou let out a dissatisfied roar at this moment. It didn't like humans other than Qin Shen climbing on its back. Alright, Xiaozhou, be good. Consider it me owing you a favor. After this incident, I will make whatever you want to eat until you are satisfied. Qin Shen hurriedly comforted his little dragon cub. As a noble and extremely top-tier dragon clan member, Xiaozhou regarded all humans other than Qin Shen as garbage. Naturally, it did not allow other humans to climb on its back. But Qin Shen had no choice. Xiaozhou's data panel was already extremely terrifying, and now, in its world-destroying divine fire form, it had a 500% boost to its magical flames. With this breath of the dragon, the massive mountain stronghold was instantly reduced to ashes. The surroundings were engulfed in a sea of fire. If Qin Shen did not bring Su Rou along, Su Rou would have definitely ended up buried in the sea of fire with the Goblin King. Gore! Hearing the benefits promised by its master, the little foodie finally didn't mind. Phew! The huge dragon wings instantly spread out, and with a sudden flap, boom! The ground was swept up by a terrifying tornado, making the surrounding sea of fire even more fierce. Swish! Almost in an instant, Xiaozhou had already taken off into the sky with Qin Shen and Su Rou, soaring in the sky. From a high altitude overlooking this vast rainforest world, Su Rou's heart was beating uncontrollably, and she held onto Qin Shen tightly, afraid of falling. Her gem-like eyes shimmered with brilliance, and she could smell the comforting scent emanating from Qin Shen, along with the wind soaring through the air. Su Rou was enveloped in an extremely comfortable and ethereal state. Boom! However, Xiaozhou didn't want this girl to stay on his back for long. After leaping out of the raging sea of fire, he found a clearing and landed instantly. Gore! Xiaozhou urged Su Rou to hurry down. If it weren't for his master bribing him with delicious food, he wouldn't have agreed to carry this human. Qin Shen quickly led Su Rou down as well. At the same time, buzz! A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, completely enveloping the two of them. It seems like they are about to distribute the clearance rewards. Now, not to mention the Goblin King, even the Goblin village was burning and spreading under Xiaozhou's dragon breath. The divine fire of the flame dragon was not an ordinary flame. It not only contained immense destructive power but also caused significant mental burning damage to the target. A level 7 dragon pet, a single dragon breath directly cleared a silver level secret realm of level 15 hell difficulty. That's how exaggerated it is. That's how unreasonable it is. That's how invincible it is. A dragon tamer with a dragon is already the strongest profession, no doubt about it. Su Rou, on the side, looked at the still burning sea of fire in the distance. Her pretty face moved. A single dragon breath, comparable to a natural disaster. As the daughter of the richest man in Anning City, Su Rou had seen many powerful mages since she was young. Even the several worshippers in her own family were second-rank archmages with a level as high as 45. She had witnessed these second-rank archmages in action against enemies, and at that time, she was still amazed by their power. But now, seeing Qin Shen's dragon pet clear the secret realm with a single breath, Su Rou couldn't help but feel. The gap between humans and dragons is really huge. The key is that this flame dragon is still in its infancy. It's outrageous. Qin Shen did not feel the same sentiment as Su Rou, because the secret realm rewards had already dropped. A mission information panel appeared in front of Qin Shen and Su Rou. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Goblin Village secret realm. Clearance time, 7 minutes 21 seconds. Rating, SSS level. Now, rewards distribution begins. Congratulations on receiving 5,000 experience points. Congratulations on receiving the Goblin Slayer title. Congratulations on receiving 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points. Clang! Finally, a silver treasure chest shimmering with silver light fell in front of Qin Shen. This made Qin Shen realize that the experience, title, and attribute point rewards mentioned earlier were all available to everyone in the team. And this silver treasure chest was the real generous reward. This is actually the downside of teaming up. The experience and attribute point rewards after clearing will be evenly distributed among all team members. Take this clearance, for example. Qin Shen received 5,000 experience points, and Su Rou should have also received the same 5,000 experience points, making the total experience points for the clearance 10,000. If Zhou Xian and his group of useless people were still here, then this 10,000 experience points would be divided into 8 parts. Each person would only get a little over 1,000 experience points. So, if you can clear the secret realm alone, it's best to do it alone, otherwise, your teammates will share the rewards. Click. Without any hesitation, Qinshan opened the silver chest shimmering with silver light. Buzz. Several items fell out afterward. The detailed information of these items also appeared in front of Qinshan and Su Rou. Item 1, Priest Profession C-Level Skill Book Holy Light Guardian X1. Item 2, Silver Ring Enhancement Magic Ring X1. Item 3, Life Profession 2nd Rank Scroll X1. Item 4, C-Level Material Goblin King's Heart X1. Item 5, Silver Weapon Goblin King's Greatsword X1. Item 6, Goblin King Enchantment Card X1. No wonder adventurers consider wild secret realms as precious opportunities. The rewards are so rich. In a world where resources are monopolized by major academies, organizations, and noble families, it is difficult for most commoners to have a way out. This also leads to resources becoming extremely valuable. Even a D-grade skill book can fetch a sky-high price of several million dragon coins in the market. Sometimes, it can even exceed $1 billion. Not to mention a C-grade skill book? And a silver ring and a silver weapon are worth at least around 30 million dragon coins in the market. Compared to the prices of the Life Profession 2nd Transformation Scroll and the items mentioned above, it is much cheaper, but still around 5 million. Additionally, there are C-grade materials, Goblin King's enchantment cards. These things are also worth millions. In other words, after completing such a silver-level wild secret realm instance, the income is at least 2 to 3 billion dragon coins. This is money that almost 99% of families cannot earn in their lifetime. Qinshan, who was poor in both his past and present lives, couldn't help but breathe rapidly subconsciously. Su Rou, as a wealthy young lady, was also slightly moved. Anning City is a 4th or 5th tier small city. Her family, as the richest, has a company worth 3 to 400 billion. It does seem like a lot, but it is the result of generations of hard work by her ancestors that they have such a strong wealth now. But now, just by clearing a wild secret realm, one can receive rewards worth several billion. If they encounter more wild resource secret realms, won't they easily surpass her family's wealth? While both were contemplating this, Little Wine, who had already turned back into a small lizard, looked disdainfully at these rewards. It is a noble flame dragon. A drop of its essence dragon blood is a rare item that cannot be measured in terms of money. These small rewards in front of it are naturally not worth its attention. Compared to these rewards, the little dragon cub would rather hurry home and have its owner make delicious food for it. Qinshan, I didn't contribute much to this secret realm raid, it was all you and your dragon pet who solved it. So, regarding the rewards, you can take them all and I have no objections, Su Rou said softly. She felt a bit pressured. The rewards in front of her were indeed generous, but she didn't have the qualifications to take them, because Qinshan led her through the entire secret realm, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was just tagging along. So she was very self-aware and had no intention of taking these rewards. The priest skill book and the buff magic ring go to you, the rest goes to me. Qinshan directly allocated the rewards. Su Rou was a bit stunned. The C-grade skill book and the buff magic ring should be the most valuable rewards of all. But Qinshan just allocated them to himself, leaving Su Rou feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Take them if you want, and it's not like you're getting these things for free. You also need to pay a price, Qinshan said calmly. What price? Su Rou asked cautiously. It seemed like she thought of something, and a hint of blush appeared on her pretty face. This guy. He wouldn't be asking her to offer herself, right? As it turned out, she was overthinking. She only heard Qinshan say indifferently, I just need you to do 2 things. First, keep the fact that I have a contract with a dragon pet a secret. Not even your closest people can know, until my college entrance examination is over. Second, transfer 30 million to my bank account. This also needs to be done discreetly. I believe with your identity as Miss Su, it shouldn't be difficult. Agree to these 2 conditions, and the skill book and ring are yours, Qinshan said calmly. The reason he did this was actually because if he kept the skill book and ring, he would only be able to sell them. It would be troublesome and draw attention. So it's better to give them to Su Rou, which can be considered a favor. After all, the Su family in Anning City is not small in scale. Before Qinshan has completely grown up, it is necessary to manage other relationships as much as possible. Moreover, during this short time together, Qinshan found that Su Rou's character was quite good. She was neither arrogant nor bossy, nor did she act superior. So becoming friends with her was also a good idea. Okay, these 2 conditions are no problem. I promise I can do it. Su Rou nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Qinshan did not hesitate at all. and directly threw the skill book and ring to her. Then he packed the remaining items into his internal space. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt finally sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing all random tasks. Now starting to distribute task rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Life Class Occupation Second Transfer Scroll X1. Congratulations on obtaining 5W Experience Pill, Dragon Pet Shared, X1. Rewards have been distributed to the system warehouse, please check them yourself. Not bad. Especially the Life Class Occupation Second Transfer Scroll, this is a good item. Now Qinshen has 2 scrolls in hand, one for personal use and one to sell directly. Of course, the most precious item is the 5W Experience Pill. In the context of extremely scarce experience resources, experience pills have become the most scarce resource. The 3,000 and 5,000 experience pills on the market have been completely monopolized and are impossible to buy, only the wealthy and powerful families can get them. As for the 5W experience pill, it is even rarer, you can't even buy it with money. At least for now, there are no drops in the dungeons below level 50. The most important thing is that after eating this experience pill rewarded by the system, Qinshen's dragon pet can also share the experience. Okay, it's time to leave this stuffy and hot place. After collecting the rewards, Qinshen instantly relaxed. Go woo! At this moment, the small wine that had turned into the size of a cat flapped its wings and landed on Qinshen's shoulder. The meaning of the little dragon was straightforward. I'm hungry, make delicious food quickly. Okay, I'll make it for you as soon as we go out. Qinshen also showed a face of indulgence towards this little baby. You can actually communicate with the dragon pet? Su-ro asked in surprise. What you're asking is nonsense, beast tamers can communicate with their own beast pets, right? Qinshen said helplessly. Okay, I'm ignorant. Su-ro looked embarrassed. Soon, Qinshen let the little wine nestle in his arms, and left the burning dungeon with Su-ro. Buzz! After the brief dizziness from the space teleportation disappeared, Qinshen finally returned to the entrance of the real-world dungeon. However, what made Qinshen frown was that Zhou Xiancan and the others were still waiting at the entrance. Xiaoro, are you okay? Zhou Xiancan saw that Qinshen and Su-ro had safely escaped the dungeon, slightly surprised, and then approached Su-ro with a caring expression. The other 3 boys also came closer. I'm fine, thanks for your concern, Su-ro said coldly. Not to mention that Su-ro had a bad impression of Zhou Xiancan before. Now seeing Zhou Xiancan turning and running away without caring about his teammates, Su-ro knew even more that Zhou Xiancan was a complete waste. Teaming up with such a person in a dungeon was almost equivalent to certain death. Faced with Su-ro's cold attitude, Zhou Xiancan could only smile awkwardly. As long as you're both okay, I thought you two couldn't escape. Ha! Who said we escaped? However, Su-ro sneered, looking at Zhou Xiancan with a mocking gaze. Can't Qinshen and I come out after clearing the level? Everyone cleared the level. They actually cleared the level. How is that possible? The giant goblin is completely not something students of their level can deal with. No need to waste time with them, let's go, Qinshen said lightly. Su-ro nodded slightly, but just as they were about to turn and leave, suddenly, wait! A male student with red hair died and a profession as a swordsman shouted. Qinshen turned around indifferently to look at him. For some reason, when the red-haired student met Qinshen's cold and indifferent eyes, he felt a palpitation. But thinking of Zhou Xiancan and their companions by his side, he boldly said, since you have cleared the level, shouldn't the rewards be shared? After all, we are also teammates in the same team. If what Su-ro said was true, the rewards they would receive would be extremely generous. After all, this was a silver-level hell difficulty secret dungeon. Just with these words, Qinshen and Su-ro almost burst out laughing. How could they have the face to say that? They had abandoned their teammates midway and ran away without considering their safety. Now that they saw their teammates had cleared the level, they shamelessly came over to ask for a share of the rewards. Could anyone say such things? Forget it, I don't want to waste time arguing with you useless people. Su-ro, let's go. Qinshen shook his head, feeling that arguing with these self-righteous people was a waste of time. Su-ro also nodded angrily. She had never seen such shameless people before. I told you to stop. When the red-haired student's angry voice rang out, a sharp sword energy struck towards Qinshen's back. Wind slash. This red-haired student dared to draw his sword against Qinshen. This action made Qinshen, who had no intention of dealing with them, instantly turn cold. If this sword really hit, Qinshen would lose at least half of his life. Although wind slash was only a D-level skill, as one of the killing moves of a low-level swordsman profession, after hitting the enemy, the sword energy would penetrate the enemy's body like a fierce wind, damaging the enemy's muscles and internal organs. If this skill was enhanced to 100%, the wind sword energy would be even more fierce. Without thinking, this red-haired student used this move at a critical moment, obviously intending to put Qin Shen in a life-threatening situation. Su Ro, who was on the side, felt the sharp sword energy attacking towards Qin Shen, and her face changed color instantly. She never expected this red-haired student to dare to launch a sudden attack. Just as she was about to shout "Be careful!" Qin Shen's reaction was faster. Clang! A sword chant. Qin Shen drew out the black crystal scale sword in just 0.01 seconds and swung it fiercely behind him. Ding! The black crystal scale sword clashed with the unmatched sword energy, and dazzling sparks burst out instantly. Humph! Qin Shen snorted coldly, twisting his wrist again. Swish! He directly dissolved this sharp wind sword energy. Everyone around couldn't help but change their expressions. It's worth noting that the red-haired student was a full 17 levels, 2 levels higher than Su Ro. Because this red-haired student was a guard in Zhou Xiancan's family, he looked young but was actually in his 20s, almost 30. Age doesn't necessarily mean strength, but his combat experience was definitely more cunning than Zhou Xiancan and the others. He deliberately chose the moment when the opponent's vigilance was weakest to strike. And as soon as he struck, he used the powerful D-level skill Wind Slash. The result was that the opponent still reacted and effortlessly completely dissolved the wind sword energy. The key point was that the opponent seemed to have not used any skills, just relying on strength to crush the skill. In an instant, the red-haired student's face turned a bit pale, because Qin Shen was staring at him with a murderous intent. May I ask, what does this mean? Are you trying to stab me? Qin Shen's cold words made Zhou Xiancan and the others' faces change abruptly. A terrifying killing intent burst out from Qin Shen's body, making Zhou Xiancan and others breathe rapidly. Damn it! When did this waste become so strong? Where did I say I was going to stab you? I just want to fight for my own interests. You guys got the rewards for clearing the level, we are in the same team, but we can't get any rewards, isn't that unfair? Hong Mao was making a stiff defense. Ha! You cowards escaped from the secret realm yourselves, didn't you? Have you contributed anything to the siege of elite monsters and bosses? What? Just want to reap the benefits alone? Qin Shen sneered repeatedly. Alright. Enough talk. I, Qin Shen, have always been a principled person. Since this red-haired scum stabbed me, it's time for me to repay the favor with a sword. As Qin Shen's icy words fell, swoosh! Zhou Xiancan and others were horrified to see that the dragon tamer's figure disappeared directly in place. Fast! So fast! How can this person be so fast? Danger! As a swordsman, he sensed the strong danger with his innate perception talent. Behind him, without any hesitation, he turned around and swung his sword. However, swoosh! His sword energy waved in the air, missing. Ha! It's not behind him. Nia Xiong! On your left! At this moment, Zhou Xiancan's urgent reminder came. Nia Xiong, the red-haired man, turned without hesitation. However, it was still too late. Swoosh! A cold white light flashed. Clang! An arm was raised high, with blood spurting out. Immediately followed by the miserable cry of the red-haired man. Hiss! Onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock at the scene, as the red-haired man's left arm had been mercilessly cut off by Qin Shen. Not only that, the remaining sword energy on it crushed the severed arm. Silence! Deathly silence! Apart from the red-haired man still rolling on the ground and wailing, Su Ro and Zhou Xiancan and others were all stunned and incredulous at the scene. Su Ro was surprised by Qin Shen's decisive killing intent. Zhou Xiancan was shocked that Qin Shen had just used one sword to disable his family's capable guard. Tell me, was it your idea to ambush me just now, or Zhou Xiancan's? With one sword and a calm face, Qin Shen showed no signs of tension or fluctuation. It seemed like this kind of thing had no impact on him at all. The tearful red-haired man hesitated, wanting to speak but dared not. Not talking, huh? Then you might as well die. Qin Shen raised the Shenjing Earth Scale sword high, ready to swing it at the red-haired man's neck. I'll talk. At this critical moment, the red-haired man couldn't help but beg loudly, and the tip of the Shenjing Earth Scale sword finally stopped less than a centimeter from his neck. The red-haired man looked in horror at this scene, knowing that if he didn't speak, this guy would really kill him. And, why is this kid so powerful? Wasn't it said that without a dragon, the dragon tamer profession was useless? How did it turn out like this? And he's not even accompanied by a dragon. I'll give you 2 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll pierce your throat with this sword and keep this secret until the underworld. Qin Shen said coldly. 2. It was Zhou Xiancan who told me to do it. It was him. Don't kill me, kill him. As soon as the red-haired man spoke, You're talking nonsense. Zhou Xiankan jumped up in fear. He never dreamed that one day he would be afraid of a commoner. Qin Shen then turned calmly, holding the Shenjing Earth Scale sword in his hand, and step by step walked towards Zhou Xiankan. At this moment, Qin Shen seemed like a god of death. His expression was neither happy nor sad, just carrying his sword towards Zhou Xiankan. Qin Shen, you can't kill this person. Su Rou suddenly whispered. Why? Qin Shen looked at her. He is the legitimate son of the Zhou family in Anning City, and he has a brother studying at a prestigious combat academy. The meaning in Su Rou's words was instantly understood by Qin Shen. She wasn't pleading for Zhou Xiankan, but rather informing Qin Shen. Zhou Xiankan's background was not simple. The key was that his brother was destined to be someone important in the future. Those who could enter prestigious combat academies usually graduated as influential figures. Phew! Zhou Xiankan, drenched in cold sweat, saw Qin Shen finally stop his hand, and he breathed a sigh of relief instantly. He must be wary of my background and my brother. Ha ha, even if you. Ha! Suddenly, Zhou Xiankan, who was about to burst into laughter, widened his eyes, his expression turning into one of horror. Because. Swoosh! The next moment, a head with bloodstains flew high into the air. Thud! Zhou Xiankan, now headless, fell stiffly to the ground amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding people. Wow! Everyone was shocked beyond measure. He's dead. Qin Shen actually killed Zhou Xiankan. The scene before their eyes completely shocked everyone. No one had expected Qin Shen to dare to directly kill Zhou Xiankan. Su Rou's pretty face was also stunned. It wasn't that she found Qin Shen cruel. On the contrary, she also despised Zhou Xiankan. Over the years, Zhou Xiankan had been arrogant and tyrannical in Anning City, taking advantage of his family background and committing all sorts of evil deeds. He was a well-known playboy. His death wouldn't even evoke a hint of pity in her heart. She was just worried. After all, Zhou Xiankan was the legitimate son of the Zhou family, which was only slightly weaker than the Su family. Qin Shen's background was far inferior to the Zhou family. If the Zhou family found out about what Qin Shen had done, it would be devastating for him. Qin Shen, do you know what you've done? Let me tell you. You're dead. How dare you kill the second young master of the Zhou family? If the Zhou family finds out about this, you and your orphanage are finished. The two boys beside them immediately looked at Qin Shen with extreme fear. These two boys were classmates of Zhou Xiankan and usually acted as his lackeys. Now, seeing Zhou Xiankan being killed, they were not only terrified but also filled with unparalleled anger. Indeed, if the Zhou family finds out, I'm definitely finished. However, faced with the intimidation of these two lackeys, Qin Shen remained calm and nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Then, his next words made the red-haired boy and the two lackeys' faces instantly pale. In that case, I'll just kill the three of you, and the Zhou family won't know, right? Before these lackeys and the red-haired boy could react. Swoosh! Another clean and sharp sword light appeared. These three people didn't even have time to scream before their heads flew high into the air, accompanied by a fountain of bright red blood. Just 2 strikes. In an instant, 4 people were killed. Among them was the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Xiankan. Su Rou stood dumbfounded on the side, looking at the decisive figure, momentarily overwhelmed by the chilling killing intent emanating from him. She never imagined that the seemingly insignificant figure in the class would be so terrifying when acting ruthlessly. Su Rou, can I trust you? At this moment, Qin Shen didn't turn around, but his extremely cold words echoed softly. This made Su Rou's delicate body tremble uncontrollably. She was truly frightened. However, what's strange is, Qin Shen is so cold and ruthless, to the point where even she could lose her life here, but at this moment, there is no trace of fear in her heart. On the contrary, she even feels a hint of admiration for Qin Shen. She did not respond to Qin Shen's words. Clang! She directly took out the scepter in her hand, twisted it with both hands, and a sharp sword blade was pulled out from the scepter. Sword in the scepter. This scepter actually contains a sword. The so-called sword in the scepter is actually a composite weapon that can be used as a scepter and as a long sword. This type of weapon is in high demand in the market, and its price is much higher than regular weapons. The reason for its high price is that one weapon can serve 2 professions. In certain urgent situations, such as when someone in the team loses their weapon, this composite weapon can come in handy. After Su Rou pulled out the sword and the scepter, she did not attack Qin Shen. Instead, she went to the side of Zhou Xiankan's body, raised the sword and the scepter in her hand. Swish swish swish. 3 sword lights struck down. Zhou Xiankan's headless body was once again whipped and cut into several pieces, looking extremely miserable. From now on, I am also your ally, Su Rou said with a smile. Seeing this, Qin Shen's icy killing intent was completely erased. In 2 lifetimes, in this cruel world today, Qin Shen had long abandoned the notion of kindness. In this world, being kind can truly be taken advantage of. Only when you are strong enough and ruthless enough will others not dare to provoke you. A pleasant cooperation, Qin Shen said with a smile, extending her hand. Su Ro smiled slightly and also reached out her delicate hand to shake hands. Actually, I should thank you, Su Ro said softly. You have taught me 2 lessons. The first lesson is to not trust so-called acquaintances, and always leave yourself a way out no matter what happens in the future. The second lesson is to be decisive in killing. Qin Shen probably already harbored killing intent towards Zhou Xianqin when he showed hostility. Su Ro even believed that if Zhou Xianqin had not chosen to escape but stayed in the secret realm, Qin Shen would definitely find a reasonable opportunity to kill him. What should we do with these bodies? Su Ro asked. Xiaojiu, Qin Shen called out. Jie Wu. The adorable Xiaojiu emerged from Qin Shen's embrace, flapping its wings and flying in front of the 3 bodies. Hu! A fierce flame was breathed out. The 3 bodies turned into ashes instantly under the terrifying heat, as if they had never existed in this world. After burning the bodies, Xiaojiu approached Qin Shen again, making a long coquettish sound. It meant to quickly prepare something delicious for it as it was hungry. Alright, let's go hunt the demon antelopes and unicorn rabbits. We'll head back home after you've had your fill, Qin Shen said with a smile. Initially, she had planned to spend about 10 days here and return home after successfully taming the dragon egg. However, the system kept issuing tasks, forcing Qin Shen to stay here for over half a month. Fortunately, Qin Shen had left notes for the caretaker and children at the orphanage, using the excuse of going to a wealthy classmate's house to focus on training for the upcoming vocational exam. The caretaker should not worry. After all, in the current context, everyone knows the importance of the vocational exam. Whether a vocational candidate can successfully turn their life around depends on whether they can shine in the exam. As the most important exam in the Dragon Kingdom, it is highly anticipated nationwide. Various big shots will come to supervise the exam. The provincial talents are also well prepared. The level of competition is as fierce as crossing a single plank bridge with 1,000 troops and horses. But now, with the system in hand and Xiaojiu by her side, Qin Shen is not afraid of any so-called talents. In the following time, Qin Shen did not rush to send Su Ro back. Instead, he stayed in the secluded Lin Mountain range for a few more days, killing monsters as much as possible and also hunting many magical beasts with tender and edible meat. Qin Shen had long used a life class 2nd transfer scroll. He had changed from a regular chef profession to a spiritual benefactor chef after the 2nd transfer. The dishes made by a regular chef were much tastier than those made by ordinary people. However, after the 2nd transfer to spiritual benefactor chef, not only were the dishes tastier than those made by regular chefs, but they also came with certain enhancement effects. For example, the same dish, braised pork, made by a regular chef would only be described as delicious. But when made by a spiritual benefactor chef, it not only tasted good but also increased the consumer's strength by 20 points and restored a certain amount of health and stamina for a period of time. Do not underestimate this increase in strength. If a spiritual benefactor chef prepared a full course meal for you, your attributes would increase significantly after eating it. At least a 10% increase in combat power. This is why the value of a life class 2nd transfer scroll can reach millions of dragon coins. Once you successfully transfer, you can take up positions in some adventure guilds or professional organizations. The salary and benefits you receive will also be greater. Many ordinary people who cannot transfer to combat professions rely on this 2nd transfer scroll to change their fate. However, it is regrettable that the output of these 2nd transfer scrolls is limited, making them difficult to purchase. In short, the wealthy have no use for these scrolls, while ordinary people who want to use them cannot afford them. Originally, Qin Shen planned to sell both scrolls to make money, but considering that he would have to take care of the picky little dragon cub in the future, he knew he had to improve his cooking skills and not remain stagnant. As it turned out, this decision was very wise. Qin Shen, who shared a bond with the little dragon cub, could feel the happiness and joy the little one experienced after each meal. Even Su Ro praised Qin Shen's cooking skills. In my house, we also have 2 spiritual benefactor chefs specializing in Western and Chinese cuisine. But I think the dishes they make are not as delicious as yours, even though you are still in the wilderness. Su Ro sighed. If it's delicious, eat more. Qin Shen considered Su Ro a friend, mainly because this girl had a good character. Now, after taking the 5W experience pill, Qin Shen's level had increased to 18. Little Wine had also officially reached level 10 today, completing the final stage of the novice mission. The 2S level passive skills rewarded by the system were Fire Affinity, S reduces fire damage you receive by 80%. Dragon battle in the wild. When you enter combat with a dragon pet, your combat power will increase over time, up to a maximum of 70%. Fire affinity should have inherited from Little Wine's fire immunity. These two passive attributes were indeed very strong, especially dragon battle in the wild. It was like a boost for him. Furthermore, the detailed attributes of Qin Shen and his dragon pet had undergone a shocking change. Name, Qin Shen, age, 18 years old, level, 18, profession, dragon tamer, talents, beast affinity, SSS, culinary mastery, E+, strength, 400, intelligence, 400, physique, 360, agility, 370, professional skills, dragon taming, S, bloodline fusion, SSS, hatred mark, B, dragon fury, B, dragon claw assault, B, fire dragon bullet, B. Dragon pet, blazing flame holy dragon, endless fire lord, name, firefly wine, nickname, little wine, gender, female, age, less than a month, level, 10, four-dimensional attributes, strength 1200, wisdom 1200, physique 1100, agility 1100, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings, skills possessed, fire immunity, S passive skill, as the endless fire lord, can be immune to 100% of fire attribute damage. Flame breath, S active skill, spews out a flame dragon breath forward, causing massive fire attribute damage to all enemies within a certain range in front. Divine Fire Scale Armor, S passive skill, dragon scales of the dragon clan are the strongest armor. All attacks are reduced by 70% in power when blocked by dragon scales. Destruction Flame Claw, active skill, dragon claws burn with flames, fiercely strike forward, causing damage to all enemies within a fan-shaped range in front. Dragon Form Transformation, S active skill, can freely switch between 4 forms. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Qin Shen goes without saying. Let's just talk about Xiaojiu. The attributes of this little dragon cub have all exceeded 1,000. This is simply too exaggerated. At this moment, not far away, a 25th level purple crystal demon tiger, who is also a nearby area boss, was just lightly patted by Xiaojiu and let out a scream before turning into a pile of flesh. Su Ro was stunned. This is a 25th level field boss. It is several levels stronger than the Goblin King, yet in front of Xiaojiu, it was still killed with a slap. This, truly worthy of being the blazing holy dragon. At the same time, Su Ro's determination to get closer to Qin Shen became even firmer. Qin Shen's future potential is definitely huge. Even her, the so-called Miss Su from the Su family, is not even worthy to carry his shoes in front of Qin Shen, because she knows that as long as Qin Shen grows in the future, he will definitely become a top powerhouse. A terrifying existence that can make the entire profession world shake with just a stomp of his foot. By then, not to mention the Su family in the small Anning city, even the top noble families in Fengtian province will have to bow down before Qin Shen. Thinking of this, Su Ro has already made up her mind that she must get closer to Qin Shen in the future. And wherever Qin Shen goes to study, she will follow. Ideally, she will try to capture his heart as much as possible. Although she is just a support profession, in terms of figure and appearance, as the school flower, she believes she is not inferior to other girls. When the time comes, she will find out what type of girl this boy likes and cater to his preferences. Thinking of this, her pretty face inexplicably blushed. She naturally has a deep affection for Qin Shen. Not only did he save her life, but his indifferent and elegant demeanor also deeply touched her heart. As a child of a noble family, Su Ro has already prepared herself for the sacrifice of marriage. Her several sisters have married sons of noble families from other provinces. She should be no exception. But now, meeting Qin Shen, she must fight for it. Alright, it's time to go back. The college entrance examination is in a few days. Qin Shen clapped his hands and said calmly, Qin Shen, do you need a team for the career transition college entrance examination? Su Ro looked at him with bright eyes, but at the same time, her heart was full of anxiety. Because she knew that Qin Shen, who has successfully contracted a dragon pet, is definitely aiming for the top 3 prestigious academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Other top 20 key academies will not be in Qin Shen's eyes, but to enter the top 3 prestigious academies, the results in the career transition college entrance examination must enter the top 100 in the province. Solo is the way to get the highest score. Teaming up will somewhat drag down one's score. The reason Su Ro asked this way is naturally to team up with Qin Shen and tackle the secret realm dungeons in the college entrance examination together. As a priest profession, most of the skills she possesses are support skills. There are very few active attack skills. It's not that she can't solo, but soloing takes a lot of time and is not efficient. In the end, her solo performance may not be as good as the performance of teaming up with others. After witnessing Qin Shen's strength and the sense of security he gave her, Su-ro undoubtedly wanted Qin-chen to take her alone. If the other students at Ijong saw the dignified Su family princess praying to team up with Qin-chen, they would probably be shocked. After all, Su-ro was famous at Ijong, and many top students dreamed of teaming up with this white rich beauty. It is said that among these people, there are also top talents from prestigious private schools. For example, Tianjin Ming, who also changed to the hidden profession of Saint Spirit Mage. Hoiba, the Radiant Knight. Xiong Shuang, the Punishment Archer. These three are the top three in the rocket class of the prestigious private school in Anning City. They originally wanted to solo in the profession transfer exam, but in order to win the favor of Su-ro, they were willing to invite her to team up. And, for them, maybe teaming up with Su-ro, who is a priest by profession, will lead to better results. Because this year's college entrance exam questions in Nanzhou province were personally formulated by the King of Hell, Zhang Shaoxin, the difficulty is self-evident. Many top talents might not be able to solo through the exam. So, in order to be safe, as long as they can enter the top 500 in the provincial level, they will definitely be able to enter the threshold of prestigious universities. As for the three legendary top schools, even these top talents dare not think about it. Because to enter these three legendary top schools, at least entering the top 100 in the province is required. Right now, Su-ro blinked her autumn water eyes and looked at Qin-chen like that. From her eyes, it was clear that she really wanted to team up with Qin-chen. Upon hearing this, Qin-chen thought for a moment and said, "Teaming up in the college entrance exam is possible, but you have to listen to me in everything. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do it, unconditionally obey my orders." If Tianjin Ming, Hoiba, and other top talents heard this, they might not be able to resist rushing up to fight Qin-chen. They had begged to team up with this powerful and beautiful white rich beauty but had not been successful. And now, Qin-chen was making extremely domineering demands of Su-ro. "Okay, as long as I can team up with you, I will do whatever you ask me to do." Su-ro smiled with narrowed eyes. She knew she had found a more reliable teammate than anyone else. "When you go back, if the Zhou family asks, you should know what to say, right?" Qin-chen said lightly. "Yes, I know. Just say you have never met them." Su-ro nodded. "Okay, let's go home." Qin-chen finally ended his nearly month-long wilderness adventure and returned to the Adventurers Guild Hall with Su-ro. When the transfer adventurers of the Adventurers Guild saw Su-ro returning unscathed, they were stunned. The receptionist at the front desk cautiously asked Su-ro, "Miss Su, what about the three dragon brothers?" Su-ro revealed a sly smile. "Guess?" The receptionist suddenly gasped. "Miss Su, you couldn't be." She made a gesture of slitting her throat. Seeing this, Su-ro did not answer, just smiled as before. The three dragons were dead. They were dead. And their deaths were definitely related to Su-ro. Even so, the receptionist showed a relieved smile at this moment. Good riddance. The three dragons always liked to do dirty things behind people's backs, and now that it was resolved, everyone was happy to see it. Qin-chen did not stand with Su-ro. He had never wanted to attract attention. After handing over the task, Qin-chen went to the subway station, planning to take the subway back to the orphanage. During the security check, the security personnel detected a creature emitting a unique aura from Qin-chen's arms. It was nothing unusual for the security personnel, as intelligent and cute Warcraft pets were common in this world where the game and reality merged. Many families kept intelligent and adorable Warcraft pets. Ing! A cute crimson little head popped out from Qin-chen's collar, emitting a cute chirping sound. "Wow! Such a cute little lizard! You actually dressed it up like a dragon, so cute!" The security lady took a glance and immediately showed a girlish expression. Sure enough, this security lady didn't associate the little creature with the dragon race at all. At most, she just thought the outfit resembled a dragon. The dragon race in this world is not only mysterious but also powerful. Especially the top tier of the dragon race, the existence of the dragon and holy dragon, is like a mythical creature that is rarely seen. Ordinary adventurers may never see them in their lifetime. Furthermore, in the eyes of many, the dragon race has always been known for its majesty and fierceness. Little Wine is so cute that it is truly impossible to associate it with the legendary flame dragon. Roar! Upon hearing that this human once again compared it to a lizard, a lower creature, Little Wine immediately let out an angry roar. If Qin-chen hadn't quickly covered Little Wine's mouth, flames might have spewed out. This was considered a narrow escape onto the subway. However, Little Wine, who was already feeling suffocated, naturally stuck its little head out of Qin-chen's collar, staring with a pair of lively golden dragon pupils, curiously observing the human world. But the consequence of doing so was, "Wow! Such a cute little creature! Sisters, come quick, there's an ultimate cute little creature here. Help! How can it be so cute? Can I hold it?" The young ladies on the subway, upon seeing the adorable and charming little Wine, immediately approached with hearts full of love. Their hands reached out towards little Wine. Roar! Little Wine once again let out an angry roar, not wanting to be touched by humans other than its owner. In little Wine's eyes, the owner's status was the highest. Then came its own status. All other creatures were trash. If it weren't for the owner restraining it, not allowing it to harm others, it would have breathed out a dragon's breath, finishing off all the passengers on the subway train. Sorry, my little Wine doesn't like being touched by others, please restrain yourselves, ladies, Shin-chan also helplessly said. Having a dragon pet that was too cute was also a worry. Although he didn't allow these young ladies to touch little Wine, it seemed that women had a natural interest in cute things. They still sat next to Shin-chan, constantly asking questions, and even wanting Shin-chan's contact information. This made Shin-chan smile bitterly. He never expected that he, who had no luck with women, would one day become popular because of little Wine. After getting off the subway, Shin-chan went straight to the nearby job change market. The so-called job change market was actually a place for job changers to sell and buy materials. There were also small stalls for bartering goods. When Shin-chan arrived at this market, he found that most of the job changers were ordinary. The highest level was only 18, just like himself. Their aura was average, indicating that they were ordinary job changers living in the lower levels. But even so, ordinary job changers, as long as they changed to a combat profession, could earn more than ordinary office workers. Going to the wilderness to kill some small monsters, stripping off their fur, could fetch a good price. Of course, ordinary office workers only faced work pressure, but job changers had to face the extreme danger of being killed anytime, anywhere. The market was divided into two sections. Area A had many large chain stores selling materials, equipment, and props. Area B was for individual stalls, where ordinary job changers sold the items and materials they obtained in the wilderness maps. Area B was crowded, while Area A had fewer people. However, those who frequented Area A were well-dressed, and many wealthy individuals brought their partners and children to buy equipment, jewelry, elixirs, and more. Shin-chan came here to sell the heart of the C-grade material Goblin King, as well as the silver weapon Goblin King's giant sword. As for the Goblin King's enchantment card, this is a valuable item up for grabs. Its enchantment effect is, after each attack hits an enemy, it will increase one's own strength and attack speed by 1%, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. This is definitely worth over 50 million dragon coins, because this is something that can only be found in the wild secret realm. If other wealthy people want to buy it, they have to see if there is any stock. After all, the wild secret realm is not something you can encounter at will. So Shin-chan is not in a hurry to sell it. If he goes to Area B, he estimates that no one will be able to buy what he is selling. He can only go to Area A. So Shin-chan headed towards Area A. Area A has been transformed into a very grand and luxurious high-end shopping plaza. Walking around here in his ordinary attire, Shin-chan stands out among the surrounding tourists. However, he doesn't mind. After seeing a shop named Holy Treasure Inn, he walked in. As soon as he entered, Shin-chan instantly felt all the customers' eyes on him. There were disdain, contempt, and scorn. There were also furrowed brows and astonishment. Most of them were unfriendly looks. Ha! Isn't this Shin-chan? What are you doing here? Suddenly, a girl's voice came over. Shin-chan turned to look and found that it was his classmate, Zhang Dan. At this moment, Zhang Dan, wearing a pricey dress, was walking over arm in arm with a handsome guy. Shin-chan just nodded in response, greeted her, and said, "I'm just here to sell something." "Sell something?" Zhang Dan looked Shin-chan up and down, sneered, and said, "What does a poor orphan like you have to sell? Are you here to steal something?" Hearing such sharp and harsh words, Shin-chan just shook his head lightly, not bothering to argue with such a mean girl. In the class, Zhang Dan was known as a bad girl. She would always bring her girlfriends to flirt with boys, find out which boys came from wealthy families, and then approach them. From the bits of information Shin-chan had heard, it was said that in her 3 years of transfer student life, Zhang Dan had gone through over a dozen boyfriends, and the first few boyfriends were all played by her, deceived of their emotions and money, and then abandoned. Those boys who had been played by this scum girl wanted revenge. But unfortunately, Zhang Dan always found stronger boys to be her boyfriends. This time, however, it was unexpected for Shin-chan, because the tall and handsome guy in front of him was Hoiba, a well-known prodigy in Anning City. This guy often appeared in newspapers, claiming to be the most compatible prince candidate with Su-ro. It was even said that he had a good chance of becoming the city-level top scholar. Anning City is a small city. Forget about competing for the provincial-level top scholar, but many people believed that Hoiba would be the city-level top scholar. However, what surprised Qin Shen was that Ba actually took an interest in Zhang Dan, a girl of such low quality. And, didn't he say he was pursuing Su Rou? How did he end up with Zhang Dan? Whatever. None of this concerned Qin Shen. He was here just to sell materials, and if there was a chance, selling the giant sword would be good too. He needed money right now. So Qin Shen didn't bother with Zhang Dan. He turned around and walked into the shop. Damn! How dare he ignore me? Seeing Qin Shen's provocative attitude, Zhang Dan gritted her teeth instantly. But on the surface, she still pouted and coquettishly said to Ba, "Darling, this kid actually dares to ignore me." "Then let's go in and see," Ba said calmly. He wasn't so foolish as to get angry just because of a few words from Zhang Dan. It was just that he was indeed bored right now. So he decided to follow and see what this kid was selling. If he was selling some junk, it would be amusing. When Qin Shen walked into the Shangbaoan, a sweet-looking, elegant woman came out of the shop and politely asked, "Sir, welcome, are you here to buy something?" Qin Shen shook his head. "No, I'm here to sell something." "Alright, please show me what you want to sell, I will appraise it, determine the price, and then we can negotiate. By the way, a friendly reminder, sir, we do not accept materials worth less than 10,000 dragon coins in our shop," the woman gently reminded. Hee, Qin Shen, did you hear that? They don't accept anything worth less than 10,000 dragon coins here. Followed by Zhang Dan's sarcastic remark. "Miss, sir, are you here to buy something?" The woman asked Zhang Dan and Ba who had just entered. Zhang Dan blinked at Ba. Ba frowned. Damn it! No wonder Zhang Dan was picking on Qin Shen on purpose. The goal was to make him spend money. "The necklace over there, I'll take it, credit card." Ba had to maintain his dignity in public. He handed his bank card to the customer service woman. "Alright sir, the necklace is worth 300,000 dragon coins, but I can offer it to you for 25,000 dragon coins." The customer service woman's attitude became more respectful. When Ba heard the price, his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, it's so expensive. It's just a bronze necklace with a few added attributes. Ba was wealthy, but he didn't have much pocket money from his family. He only received 500,000 dragon coins a month. But now, he had already spent half of it on Zhang Dan. Damn it, blaming this idiot Qin Shen. In this resource-scarce background, even a bronze-level necklace is worth tens of thousands. Although the Dragon Kingdom implements double 10 compulsory education, schools can only provide free black iron-level beginner equipment. Ba didn't really want to buy such an expensive necklace for Zhang Dan, but boys care about face. Zhang Dan seemed to have caught on to this, and Ba had to spend money for her. "Qin Shen, did you see that? Any necklace here is worth tens of thousands. You'd better not show off the junk materials you picked up in the wilderness map." Zhang Dan smiled, but her tone was extremely mocking. As for why Zhang Dan was so against Qin Shen, it was because Zhang Dan used to be a child in an orphanage. At that time, Qin Shen had not been reincarnated yet. According to the memories of the original owner, Zhang Dan was extremely vain, and the other children in the orphanage didn't like her. Qin Shen wanted Zhang Dan to change her personality, but she remained stubborn. Later, Zhang Dan was adopted. But she still held a grudge against Qin Shen, probably because she felt that as the king of the orphanage children, Qin Shen had isolated her. In fact, it wasn't true. The children just simply didn't like her. Since Qin Shen's reincarnation, Zhang Dan had always deliberately targeted him. Qin Shen ignored her. He never expected that today, relying on attaching herself to Ba, a rich young man, she would once again come to provoke him. Qin Shen still ignored her. In his eyes, Zhang Dan was no different from a clown. At this moment, the saleswoman also came over with an exquisite box and handed it to Zhang Dan. "Miss, here is the necklace you wanted." Then she turned to Qin Shen and said softly, "Sir, if you have any materials to sell, just show them to me, and I will appraise them immediately." Qin Shen nodded. Then he asked, "Can I get the money on the spot?" When he said this, Zhang Dan started mocking again. "Huh? You look so naive. How much can your little junk materials be worth? Can't this big shop afford it?" The saleswoman also smiled and said, "Sir, please rest assured, we settle material transactions on the spot." Qin Shen still ignored Zhang Dan, nodded and said, "Alright, then I can rest assured. This is the material I want to sell." With that, a wave of spatial fluctuations occurred. Then Ba and others were shocked to see a still beating heart appearing in Qin Shen's hand. Especially the heart contained a moving life force, which stunned the salesperson and Ba on the spot. They truly did not expect Qin Shen to be able to produce such a thing. How disgusting. You're selling this kind of thing? However, Zhang Dan, with her shallow gaze, showed a look of disdain at this moment. "Please have it appraised to see how much it's worth," Qin Shen said calmly. This complete disregard made Zhang Dan extremely angry. It felt like a revenge punch hitting cotton, completely powerless. She instinctively wanted to destroy this disgusting heart. But at this moment, Hui Ba grabbed her. She turned around and was instantly frightened by Hui Ba's extremely gloomy expression. "You! Shut up! Stop being so cheap!" Hui Ba growled. "Damn it! This idiot woman still wants to destroy this material?" This roar made Zhang Dan's originally arrogant expression instantly converge. The salesperson quickly took the heart to the appraisal room. She knew that this material was definitely not ordinary. Just the overflowing life force was enough to determine a minimum value of tens of millions. Soon, the salesperson hurriedly walked out of the appraisal room. Her pretty face immediately put on the most respectful and sweet smile. If the previous smile was to deal with customers, somewhat perfunctory, this time, her smile was genuinely sweet. Because the material brought by this young man turned out to be the Goblin King's heart. My goodness! This is a top material worth at least 30 million, something you can't buy in Anning City. Esteemed guest, please come this way, let me serve you tea. Do you need any other special services? The salesperson was as enthusiastic as fire. Zhang Dan also realized the change in the salesperson's attitude. But she still couldn't believe. How could Qin Chen, also an orphanage child, produce such an expensive material? Miss, how much is the value of the material he brought out? Zhang Dan swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. The Goblin King's heart is worth at least 30 million. The salesperson answered with a smile. Zhang Dan, Hui Ba. Hiss. 30 million. Even Hui Ba, a rich young man, couldn't help but slightly change upon hearing this figure. After all, his pocket money is only 500,000 dragon coins a month. The salesperson was already too lazy to pay attention to these two. She smiled and turned around, her beautiful eyes constantly sending signals to Qin Chen. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking, even somewhat poor young man could produce such an expensive material. 30 million dragon coins. For ordinary people, it's already enough for a lifetime. You. Zhang Dan looked complicated, wanting to say something to Qin Chen. However, Hui Ba turned around directly at this moment. Why stay here? Continue to embarrass yourself? Seeing this, Zhang Dan quickly followed, but she kept looking back at Qin Chen. For some reason, she inexplicably felt extreme regret. However, what she didn't know was that, except for the initial eye contact, Qin Chen had never looked at her directly. In Qin Shen's eyes, this Zhang Dan was just an ant. If you compete with her, it will only lower your own level. No need to keep winking at me, settle the cash now. I'll take the money and leave, Qin Chen said coldly. The salesperson was already sitting next to him, almost leaning in. After Qin Chen's words, she blushed and quickly got up in embarrassment to submit the transaction request. After all, it was not a small amount. Watching the embarrassed figure of the salesperson, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of realization in his heart. Indeed, whether in the past life or this life, for most ordinary people, money is always the ultimate pursuit. Soon, half an hour later, Qin Chen left the chain store with the store owner and salesperson bowing and bidding farewell. Holding a bank card with 30 million dragon coins in savings, Qin Chen leisurely went home. Back at the orphanage, when Amma saw Qin Chen return safely, she breathed a sigh of relief and showed her usual gentle smile. Qin Chen is back, a child shouted excitedly. Soon after, a dozen kids and little girls ran out from the yard and pounced on Qin Chen. After playing with these children for a while, Qin Chen and Amma returned to the living room. Amma asked if Qin Chen was hungry, and he replied with a smile. So Amma went into the kitchen. Before long, a tempting aroma of egg noodles wafted out from the kitchen. Qin Chen felt warm in his heart. Amma was always like this. She wouldn't nag or pester, always treating each child with a gentle smile and leaving space for them to keep their secrets. Soon, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was placed in front of Qin Chen. Just as Qin Chen was about to start eating, "Gah!" Suddenly, a cute little head popped out from Qin Chen's collar. Its pair of golden dragon eyes curiously examined the bowl of egg noodles in front of it. Seeing this scene, Amma, who had been smiling, widened her eyes in surprise. "Xiao Fan, what is this?" She looked curiously at the little creature. At that moment, the little creature also stared back at Amma with its big, adorable eyes. "Amma, let me explain." With that, Qin Chen let the little wine in his arms wriggle out. When Amma saw the small wine, which was the size of a cat, transform into a dragon, her expression became even more astonished. Although she was just a caregiver, almost everyone knew about the powerful legends of the dragon race. Seeing Qin Chen bring back such a small dragon, Amma's heart was undoubtedly shaken. "Amma, don't panic. Its name is Ingjiu, Ing is in firefly, Jiu is in wine. You can just call it Xiao Jiu in normal times. As you can see, this is the legendary flame dragon, the top existence in the dragon race. Didn't I successfully change my profession before? The profession I changed to was called Dragon Tamer, a hidden profession. Xin Shen had nothing to hide from Ama. And, in the career advancement exam 2 days later, Xiaojiu would undoubtedly shine in the public eye. While Qin Shen and Ama were explaining, Xiaojiu hopped onto the table. Being in sync with Qin Shen's thoughts, it knew that the kind-looking woman in front of it was its owner's closest relative. So it didn't show any signs of displeasure towards Ama's actions, but instead moved to the side of the egg noodles, sniffed, a hint of joy appeared in its golden eyes, then it opened its dragon mouth and ate the bowl of egg noodles that should have belonged to Qin Shen in one gulp. The hot noodle soup didn't make Xiaojiu whimper, but instead made it close its eyes comfortably. It then bounced up, like a mischievous child, and ran around the room, curiously examining everything around. Finally, it picked up some toys belonging to the orphanage children and started playing on its own. Seeing such a cute little dragon, Ama's initial fear of dragons disappeared instantly. Although she still couldn't believe that Qin Shen had brought back a small dragon, the fact was right in front of her, and she had to accept it. By the way, Mom, while my classmate and I were training, we also made a trip to the secluded Yulin Mountains. We were lucky and happened to find a grade E medicinal herb, which we sold for over 100,000 dragon coins. I'll transfer the money to you later, Qin Shen said with a smile. He didn't give all the tens of millions in his account to his mom. It's not that he's stingy, he just wanted to keep some. Such a huge amount of money, if taken out all at once, would definitely shock his mom. Instead of making her guess, it's better to keep it a secret. Over 100,000 dragon coins would be enough to support the orphanage, and if they run out of money, Qin Shen can provide more later. As expected, although over 100,000 dragon coins is a huge sum for her, it's within an acceptable range. However, Mom still reminded him several times to be careful and to inform her before going to places like the Yulin Mountains next time. Regardless, Mom's smile grew wider. Seeing her smile more often, Qin Shen finally felt relieved after suppressing his emotions for so long. It's been 7 years. He has been reincarnated into this world that is completely integrated with the game for 7 years. In the time before, without any cheats, his innate talent was only an E+ level culinary mastery. Hasn't he worried about the future? Even though the system has finally awakened, Qin Shen has never dared to relax. After all, he knows that the tasks issued by the system will gradually become more difficult, and who knows what punishment there will be if he fails to complete them? Fortunately, he is slowly getting back on track now. Job change entrance exam. I'm coming. At night, lying on his small bed, Qin Shen clenched his fist with a determined expression on his face. But in the next second, splat! Qin Shen suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, and when he looked closely, he saw the mischievous little wine leaping and landing on his stomach. Although the little wine had shrunk to the size of a cat, its attributes had not decreased. Thanks to Qin Shen's SSS level passive skill blood fusion, inheriting strong 4-dimensional attributes, his physique had also become much stronger. Otherwise, a normal person would probably be knocked out by the little wine's pounce. Meow! The little wine stepped on Qin Shen's belly, making a purring sound like a cat. It then lay there, its golden dragon eyes full of dependence and joy as it gazed at Qin Shen's face. Speaking of which, this little guy is just like him. Both have no parents. The dragon egg was given to Qin Shen by the system as a beginner's gift. Whether it was made by the system or stolen from the Dragon Clan's Holy Land using external capabilities, Qin Shen is its only family now. In the next 2 days, Qin Shen took a complete break. He fought non-stop in the Yulin Mountains. With the job change entrance exam approaching, proper relaxation would put him in peak condition. When the 2 days passed, the morning of the 3rd day arrived. This small city, which should have been peaceful and tranquil, was now starting to heat up. Third-year students woke up early, carrying their equipment and items, excited yet nervous as they headed to the Anning Square. Anning Square was the only test site for the job change entrance exam this time. All third-year students from Anning City and surrounding counties had to come here today to participate in this exam that could change their destinies. All the students who had worked hard for so many years, whether they can achieve a breakthrough, will be determined today. In this world where the game is integrated with reality, most resources are controlled by various countries. Only a few resources are held by powerful organizations, such as the Global Job Changers Guild, the International Combat Alliance, and so on. The reason why the career change entrance exam is considered the most important exam in the life of every career changer is that as long as you can achieve a good result in the career change entrance exam, you will qualify to enter a prestigious institution. The resources controlled by the country are basically allocated to each major institution. This is because major institutions are meant to cultivate various talents for the country. Therefore, the country's resources must be invested in major institutions. Among them, Ordinary institutions account for 10% of the total national resources. Key institutions account for 20% of the total national resources. Top institutions account for 30% of the total national resources. And the front line of the battlefield against demons accounts for 40% of the total national resources. The front line of the battlefield against demons is actually the location of the demon rift. With Qin Chen's current strength, he is not yet qualified to access information about the demon rift, but he has seen information about these major institutions. According to statistics, there are a total of 80 ordinary combat institutions in Longwei today. There are 20 key combat institutions and 3 top elite combat institutions. In other words, 80 ordinary combat institutions share 10% of the resources, 20 key combat institutions share 20% of the resources, and 3 top elite combat institutions share 30% of the resources. Looking at it this way, even a fool would know which institution to choose. Adequate resources mean a very strong overall faculty, and by being in this top elite institution, you will have more opportunities to become stronger. So, today, all the top students in the provinces of Longwa are aiming directly for the top elite institutions. At this moment, the grand and spacious Anning Square is already crowded with people, bustling with excitement and nervousness. Most of the career changer students have formed their own groups, gathering in 3s and 5s. Damn it! This year's exam questions in our province of Nanzhou were set by that Yamazhang Shaosan. It must be very difficult. Yes, I was originally planning to solo a normal difficulty secret realm instance, but now I have to team up. It's probably even harder than a normal difficulty secret realm instance. Who do you think will be the top scorer in Anning City this year? Hui Ba? After all, he is a hidden profession Radiant Knight. Not necessarily, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang are also hidden professions. When you mention hidden professions, I remember that there was also a dragon tamer from Yizhong, right? Oh, dragon tamer. What a useless profession. He can't even contract a dragon. While the crowd was discussing, suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. Everyone quickly turned to look, and it turned out to be another uproar. Isn't that the Holy Spirit mage Tian Jinming? He looks quite handsome. A figure emerged from the extended luxury car. He was wearing a snow-white robe, holding an exquisite silver-white staff engraved with mysterious runes. Handsome and elegant, he looked like a prince from a fairy tale. He was none other than the Holy Spirit mage, Tian Jinming. In the eyes of many, he was also one of the top candidates with a chance to become the city-level top scorer. Many girls around were already looking at Tian Jinming with infatuation and admiration, as if he were a prince from a fairy tale. Just then, another group of people at a different entrance also made a commotion. 2 extended luxury cars slowly approached. The tall and muscular Radiant Knight Hui Ba, exuding explosive power, and the sharp and imposing punishment archer Xiong Shuang also got out of the car, causing quite a stir. Wow! The top candidates for the 3 city-level top scorers are all here. Among the third-year students this year, only that dragon tamer is the most useless. Indeed, a waste of space. These 3 are all famous prodigies, and their family backgrounds are also from prestigious families. They are like dream princes in the eyes of most girls. When these 3 prodigies appeared together, their eyes met. Later, under the surprised gazes of the crowd, they walked together and shook hands, chatting with each other. It seemed that these 3 outstanding individuals had a good relationship. A few minutes later, beep beep, another luxury car arrived. Following closely behind, Su Ro, dressed in a simple white priestess gown, with a pure and charming appearance, proudly stepped out of the luxury car holding a scepter. As soon as Su Ro appeared, swish swish swish, not only the other candidates, but even the 3 popular top candidates at the city level all turned their gaze towards Su Ro. Like stars, the 3 outstanding players took the initiative to walk up to Su Ro. Xiao Ro, I've been waiting for you. The noble and elegant Tian Jinming smiled. Xiao Ro, have you formed a team? The domineering Hui Ba also asked. And the cold as an iceberg Xiong Xuan walked straight up to Su Ro, with an indifferent tone that brooked no doubt. Team up with me. Wow! The scene of the 3 men vying for the attention of Mary Sue in front of them immediately made every girl cover her mouth, their faces full of envy and jealousy. Ah, damn it! If only they could switch places with Su Ro, how great would that be? However, just as everyone was preparing to guess who Su Ro would choose as her teammate, Su Ro showed a very polite and sweet smile. I'm sorry, everyone, I already have chosen my teammates, you will have to find someone else, I'm very sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, the lively scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's expression froze. She, actually already had chosen her teammates. What's going on? This top-level priestess of the Su family, who could be considered the top among her peers, actually had other choices. Who is that person? Everyone was stunned, including the three popular candidates at the city level. If Su-ro were to choose one of these three outstanding individuals as her teammate, no one would be surprised. They would even think it was only natural. After all, the outstanding woman should be paired with the outstanding man. But the problem is, Su-ro has actually chosen someone other than these three outstanding individuals as her teammate. How could this not be surprising and shocking? At the same time, what the audience was even more curious about was, who exactly is Su-ro's teammate? Countless people began to turn their heads. Only Su-ro. She gently turned her head, her eyes as clear as autumn water locking onto the solitary figure standing quietly in the corner. Following that, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Su family princess who was being fought over by the three outstanding individuals, with joyful steps, came to the solitary figure and showed a gentle smile that no one had ever seen before. Qin Chen, I'm here. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. It was as if their worldviews had been shattered. Especially after seeing the true face of the solitary figure, it was even more unacceptable. Qin Chen. It was actually Qin Chen. How could it be him? This was a choice that caught everyone off guard. A wealthy princess choosing to team up with a poor boy. Are you acting in a love drama? The most unacceptable thing was for the three outstanding individuals. If they had to describe their feelings in one sentence, it would be, I can't figure out where I lost. In terms of appearance and temperament, they were not much worse than this Qin Chen. In terms of talent, they directly surpassed Qin Chen. In terms of wealth and background, they were also superior. Su-ro actually didn't team up with them, but instead went to team up with this Qin Chen. And it was said that this Qin Chen was an extremely useless hidden profession, a dragon tamer. Without a dragon tamer couldn't even compare to some enhancement professions. How could Su-ro, a priestess, choose to team up with such a waste? If you want to know why these three outstanding individuals value Su-ro so much, on the one hand, it's because of Su-ro's fair and beautiful appearance. On the other hand, it's because they see the potential in Su-ro's future. Previously, there was news circulating in Anning City that the head of the Su family seemed to have accidentally saved a big shot, and in gratitude, the big shot gave a priest class 2nd advancement scroll to the Su family. The priest class 2nd advancement scroll. For those so-called prestigious families, it wasn't considered very expensive and they could afford it even if they gritted their teeth. However, the problem was that the scroll purchased by the Su family was said to be a special scroll for the hidden priest class 2nd advancement. The Song of Praise Singer. A special existence that would become a radiant angel in the future. My goodness. This is also the fundamental reason why Su-ro is being pursued so desperately by these three prodigies. It is well known that the higher level secret dungeons are, the more difficult they are, and the more important it is to team up. So reliable teammates are very important. And once Su-ro reaches level 30 and can advance to become a Song of Praise singer, she is undoubtedly their best choice. Not only is she fair and beautiful, but she is also a powerful hidden support class. Couples can enter dungeons together, being affectionate while killing monsters. Just thinking about it is delightful. It is said that even some prestigious families from other provinces, upon hearing about this matter, contacted the head of the Su family for marriage alliances, but they were all politely declined by the head of the Su family. However, everyone knows that these prestigious families will not give up. Taking advantage of the convenience of being close, these three prodigies took the opportunity to send out a team invitation here. They also took the opportunity to demonstrate their strength in the class advancement exam, making Su-ro look at them in a new light. However, they did not expect that a Cheng Yao-jin would suddenly appear on the scene. But the key is, this Cheng Yao-jin is also quite useless. This is really unacceptable. Su-ro, are you telling me that your team member is this useless dragon tamer? Tian Jinming frowned. He was naturally proud. Although he actively pursued Su-ro, he would not act like a lapdog, so his tone was not very polite. He is my friend, please show some respect. Hearing Tian Jinming insult Qin Chen as useless, Su-ro's pretty face immediately turned frosty. Su-ro, regardless of whether he is your friend or not, I don't think he is worthy of teaming up with you. Hoibo shook his head. He continued, in case you don't know, he is an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and as for his profession, you should know, a dragon tamer without a dragon is just a useless dragon tamer. Teaming up with us is the wisest choice. Even the usually silent Xiong Shuang spoke a few words. He really isn't up to your level. After these three prodigies expressed their opinions, the surrounding examinees also began to discuss. Is Su-ro blind? She's interested in such a useless person? Teaming up for a dungeon run with a dragon tamer without a dragon and a priest. It's ridiculous just thinking about it. I think Su-ro's performance will be dragged down like this. she might not even be able to enter a prestigious academy. This Qin Shen, he has no self-awareness, delaying the achievements of the goddess. Listening to these voices, Su Ro's pretty face became even colder. Just as she was about to retort, her wrist was grabbed. She turned her head and saw Qin Shen, who had a calm expression from start to finish, gently shaking his head at her, indicating that there was no need to argue with these low-minded people. Seeing this, Su Ro took a deep breath and then showed a gentle and sweet smile again. She obediently stood by Qin Shen's side. This scene undoubtedly made the three prodigies even more furious. But at that moment, a buzzing sound. Suddenly, in the front of the Anning Square, there were spatial ripples appearing on the main stage, interrupting the tense atmosphere below. The next moment, dozens of well-dressed and imposing figures appeared on the main stage. When these dozens of figures appeared, the previously noisy square instantly quieted down. Each person's face showed a solemn expression. Because the figure appeared on the rostrum, in addition to the principals and teachers of major high schools in Anning City, there were also three important figures from the Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau. Lu Bin, the favored disciple of the King of Hell. He actually came personally to supervise the transfer exam in our small town. Ah, is this the legendary third transformation sword saint? Why does he seem so ordinary? Idiot. At that level, his control over sword intent is already extremely exquisite, able to converge all the destructive sword intent into a calm state. My, truly a big shot. Amidst a whispering discussion, all the candidates knew that the man standing in the middle was the legendary star-cutting sword saint. He was also the favored disciple of the King of Hell. At only 28 years old, he had reached level 65, achieving the position of the third transformation sword saint. It was unexpected that such a figure would condescend to come to Anning City as the chief supervisor of the college entrance examination. Qin Shen also looked up at the important figures above. At this moment, Lu Bin, who held the title of star-cutting sword saint, suddenly stood up. His sharp eyes, seemingly cleansed by sword intent, scanned all the candidates in the square. Then, he slowly spoke in a loud voice, regarding some matters to note about the transfer exam, as well as special rules. I'm sure your class teachers have repeated them countless times. I won't be long-winded here. So, I hereby announce that the transfer exam is officially beginning. Please have the staff release the entrance to the secret realm. As Lu Bin's words fell, a violent spatial ripple spread out from the center of the square. Suddenly, silver-white doors appeared out of thin air in the middle of the square. Faintly, all the third-year candidates could hear the low growls coming from behind the doors. Indeed, it's a silver-level secret realm. When all the candidates saw the silver-white doors appearing before them, they all showed serious expressions. In fact, in previous transfer exams, the test questions were all from silver-level secret realms. The monsters inside were of moderate strength and not too difficult. But this year was different. Although they were all silver-level secret realms, everyone knew that the monsters inside would be very strong. At least not something that these third-year graduates could easily handle. This led to 90% of the candidates on the field choosing to team up. Those who didn't team up were mostly planning to solo. However, the difficulty level would definitely be lowered in their choice. Alright, I don't feel like talking too much. With a good wind at my back, send me to the sky. Whether you can successfully take advantage of this good wind in the transfer exam and rise to the top, it all depends on your own strength. Now, I announce that the Dragon Kingdom transfer exam is officially beginning. Lu Bin truly lived up to being the disciple of the King of Hell. Unlike other leaders who like to talk a lot, he directly announced the start of the transfer exam. As Lu Bin's voice fell, all the candidates also moved in response. Ahum! When the candidates' fingers lightly touched the silver-white doors, in the next moment, vast information about the dungeon poured into everyone's minds. Secret Realm, Earth Tomb Maze. Level requirement, 13 to 20. Difficulty options, easy, normal, hard, hell. Number of participants, 1 to 5 people. Secret Realm background, it is said to be the burial place of a deceased emperor of a certain empire. Countless grave robbers have entered this tomb in pursuit of wealth, but mysteriously, no one has ever returned alive. Transfer exam rules, each candidate is only allowed to use 2 mana potions and 2 health potions. Exceeding this limit will lower the overall score. No restrictions on weapon and equipment grades. The score in team mode is 20% lower than that in solo mode. Damn! It's the Earth Tomb Maze. Oh no! I'm naturally afraid of ghosts. It seems like I have to choose a lower difficulty level to solo. I can't get through this normal difficulty. I also chose the easy difficulty, and above normal difficulty, there will be environmental debuff effects. It will be very difficult then. When the candidates saw that the exam question was actually the Earth Tomb Maze, they were suddenly filled with anxiety. The main reason is that the Earth Tomb Maze is the most difficult secret dungeon in the history of the vocational exam, without exception. It is said that in any year when the Earth Tomb Maze is used as the vocational exam question, the solo completion rate is as low as 30%. Even the team completion rate is only 50%. This is a very low percentage. The completion rate can truly reflect how difficult this secret dungeon is. Generally speaking, as long as it's a normal team, they can pass smoothly. But this Earth Tomb Maze dungeon is so difficult that even the team completion rate is only 50%. In other words, nearly half of the candidates cannot pass. Miss Su-ro, are you sure you want to team up with that useless dragon tamer? Just before they were about to enter the dungeon, Tian Jinming, Hui Ba, and Xiong Shuang, these three geniuses, once again appeared in front of Su-ro. Su-ro's expression remained cold. I'll say it again, Xin Shen is my friend. He is not useless. He is stronger than any of you. As Su-ro's voice fell, chuckles could be heard not only from Tian Jinming and the others, but even the surrounding candidates couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, the useless dragon tamer is stronger than any of us. Miss Su, although beautiful, lacks brains. Just wait, teaming up with this dragon tamer, Su-ro might not survive. You know people can die in the vocational exam dungeon. Listening to the various discussions around her, Su-ro's face turned red with anger, her delicate body trembling. Qin Shen remained calm, indifferent to the derogatory remarks, treating them as mere barking dogs. And, next, he will use his strength and results to slap these people in the face hard. Let's go! Qin Shen took Su-ro's delicate hand and walked towards the silver-white gate. Su-ro blushed as Qin Shen held her hand, but she didn't resist at all, letting this young man of the same age lead her. This scene undoubtedly made Tian Jinming, Hui Ba, and the others even more furious. Damn! What a stupid woman! Hui Ba couldn't help but curse. Teaming up with a useless person, when the results come out, she's probably going to be at the bottom. Xiong Shuang also said coldly. Alright, everyone, let's quickly enter the dungeon. Tian Jinming said lightly. Then, many candidates took a deep breath, steadied their nervous hearts, gritted their teeth, and rushed into the silver-white gate. Ding! A team has entered the secret dungeon. A team has entered the secret dungeon. A team has entered the secret dungeon. Soon, the once crowded and bustling peaceful square became empty. On the screen responsible for broadcasting the live combat of the candidates, various prompt messages appeared. The vocational exam each year does not allow live streaming on the internet. It is also not allowed for outsiders to watch. Only school leaders, teachers, and the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau are qualified to watch the live combat of each candidate. Around Peaceful Square at this moment, there were already law enforcers stationed there. In this world where the game and reality are integrated, vocational changers are a powerful force that all countries must pay attention to. To put it bluntly, these graduates of the vocational exam are the future backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as a living force on the front lines against evil forces. Such an important existence, the Dragon Kingdom naturally does not allow the information of these students to be made public. You see, in this vocational exam that requires full dedication, every candidate will fight with all their might. At that time, their talents, secret techniques, fighting styles, and so on, will all appear on the live broadcast screen. If these key information is leaked, it will be remembered by foreign forces. Even if this student grows up in the future, if his talents and secrets are known in advance, he will be easily targeted. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom has extremely strict confidentiality for the information of each transfer student. Even the teachers will remind each student to set their information panel as privacy not searchable. This is also why the entire Peace Square is completely isolated. How come the little princess of the Su family is teamed up with Qin Shen? And at this moment, many teachers finally saw a picture from the huge floor screen, where the registered team information was Qin Shen, Su-ro. This undoubtedly shocked the principal and teachers. This Qin Shen, isn't he a student who transferred to become a dragon tamer at first high school? Not only did he not give up the college entrance examination, he even found Su-ro as a teammate? Nonsense! Teaming up with a dragon tamer without a dragon to enter a dungeon, isn't this making a joke of the college entrance examination? Does Su-ro's father know that his daughter is acting like this? If he knows, he might just spit out old blood. Lao Luo, what's going on? Among all the priest candidates, Su-ro is the most outstanding one, and you actually let her team up with a dragon tamer. Damn! And this kit even shows the hell level difficulty. Indeed, the principals of various high schools began to blame the principal of First High School. Principal Luo Yang of First High School was also stunned. He looked very sternly at Qin Shen's homeroom teacher, Zhao Li. Zhao Li was also taken aback. He never expected that the most famous princess of the Su family in the class would choose to team up with Qin Shen. After all, in everyone's perception, a dragon tamer without a dragon is no different from trash. Jolly felt helpless and wanted to cry. Alright, what's wrong with you principals and teachers? Are you all so belittling of students? At this moment, Lubin couldn't stand it anymore. Director Lu, you may not know, this Qin Shen has transferred to become a dragon tamer, although it is a hidden profession, but as you know, this profession is almost the same as an ordinary person if there is no dragon. At this time, Principal Fong Datong of 3rd High School said with a wry smile. With this statement, even Lubin fell silent. Dragon tamer. This is a profession that is very laughable and tearful. It is well known that the dragon race stands at the top of all beastly creatures. They are very powerful, and even an adult dragon's strength is comparable to 2 powerful 4 transformation experts. If it is the top-notch holy dragon, after reaching adulthood, its strength can even overpower 4 powerful 4 transformation experts with the power of 1 dragon. There's no way. The dragon race is so powerful and unreasonable. That's why even the most rubbish earth dragon has a very proud personality. They won't easily form a contract with humans. Unlike ordinary beast tamers, a dragon tamer can only form a contract with the most pure and powerful dragon bloodline. But the problem is, will those extremely powerful top-tier dragons be willing to form a contract with you and willingly become a human's dragon pet? Definitely not. Now, even Lubin sighed inwardly. This Su Ro really didn't consider it carefully enough. How could she team up with a dragon tamer? Clearly, if she teamed up with Tian Jinming, Hoiba, and others, there would be a chance to enter the top 100 in the provincial rankings. Su Ro's support ability is not to be underestimated. Tian Jinming, Hoiba, and other geniuses are not fools. They wouldn't team up with her just because Su Ro is pretty. They are attracted to Su Ro's support ability that far surpasses other priest candidates. Well, since it's already like this, it means this is Su Ro's own choice. As teachers, we should understand students more and wait for the results. Lubin finally spoke. The other principals and teachers remained silent. But looking at Luo Yang's eyes, there was a sense of disappointment, as if blaming him for leading Su Ro, such an outstanding priest, astray. It seems that Su Ro will have to wait until next year for the re-examination. Your team has successfully entered the Secret Realm Earth Tomb Maze. Team difficulty selected, Hell level. Town portal scrolls have been distributed to your inventory. Please use them when encountering danger. The so-called inventory is actually the game's backpack. As everyone knows, in every game, characters have their own backpacks to store materials, props, equipment, money, and various items. Now that the game has merged with reality, the inventory is the term for the game's backpack. Qin Shen currently has only 5 slots in his inventory, while Su Ro has opened dozens. This is the difference between a poor boy and a rich girl. Su Ro must have been given many space expansion scrolls by her family, which is why she was able to open so many slots in her inventory. After a brief dizziness, Qin Shan and Su Ro opened their eyes to see an extremely large tomb in front of them. A dark passage leading underground quietly appeared in front of them, like a silent abyss waiting for their entry. Roar! The hoarse and unpleasant roar of a monster boldly echoed out, as if warning Qin Shan and Su Ro. Human, if you dare to trespass into the tomb, there is only one way to death. The Earth Tomb Maze with Hell-level difficulty. Even the geniuses like Tian Jinming and Hoiba, who want a solo, dare not choose this difficulty. At most, they would only dare to choose the difficult level. Only in a team situation would they dare to enter this difficulty. Looking at the dark underground passage in front of them, Su Ro tightened the staff in her hand and raised it gently. Buzz! Light spell! A bright light flashed at the head of the staff. Let's go! Qin Shen took the lead and walked in front. Su Ro followed closely behind. Ha! Just as they entered the underground passage, a foul smell hit Su Ro's face, almost making her gag. This stench was like the smell of completely rotten and decayed flesh. Without looking, it was clear that the tomb guardians inside must be undead zombies. And what made Su Ro's face pale was that as soon as she stepped into the passage, an indescribable pressure descended on her shoulders. Upon careful examination, she found that her attributes had been reduced by 30% overall. Even her perception and movements were dulled significantly. The environmental debuff effect of this hell-level difficulty is really powerful. It actually reduces the overall attributes of challengers by 30%. Qin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The environmental debuff effect is a mechanism present in many Secret Realm dungeons. When you enter the Secret Realm, it weakens certain attributes of the challengers. For example, strength, intelligence, perception, and so on. But a debuff like the one in front of them, reducing all attributes by 30% in an instant, really made Qin Shen marvel. No wonder when examinees hear that the question setter is Yama, they wail. Who can withstand such unreasonable environmental debuff effects? if I'm not mistaken. Normal difficulty reduces all attributes by 10%. Difficult level reduces all attributes by 20%. Hell level reduces all attributes by 30%. Only Yama would set such a crazy level. Smell purification. Seeing Suro feeling nauseous from the rotten smell, Shinshin decisively used the skill Smell Purification on himself and Suro. Smell Purification is a universal skill like Eye of Appraisal that can be used by any profession. You even learned this skill. Suro instantly felt much better. The disgusting smell of decay was purified into fresh air, entering her nostrils again, and she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. In the Secret Realm dungeon, the environment can also have a certain impact on the challengers, so just in case, I learned this skill, Shinshin said lightly. Of course. Mainly, besides enhancing his own skills with skill points, he used the remaining scraps to learn these sometimes unexpectedly useful general skills. It should be noted that every professional skill of a job changer can be enhanced with skill points. It can be enhanced up to 100%, and each time it is enhanced to 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%, there will be additional effects for skills above B rank. So skill points can not only be used to learn skills but also to enhance the power of skills. Currently, the skill points Shinshin obtained from leveling up have enhanced Fire Dragon Bullet to 5%. The higher the level of the skill, the more skill points are required for enhancement. This also illustrates the immense value of skill points. All job changers must be cautious when enhancing and learning skills, as the ways to obtain skill points are not many. The first way is through leveling up, where attribute points and skill points are rewarded. The second way is through clearing Secret Realm dungeons. The third way is by consuming expensive and rare natural treasures. These are the main three ways. Don't be surprised, the battle preparation has begun, Shinshin said in a deep voice. Suro nodded heavily, her pretty face showing a serious and solemn expression. As the two gradually delved deeper into the underground passage, the ominous sense of danger became stronger. They're coming, Shinshin whispered softly. His extremely keen perception allowed him to clearly hear the hoarse and hungry growls of the zombies at the end of the passage. Clang! The black crystal earth scale sword was finally gripped in his hand. Tap! Instead of slowing down as he approached the monsters, he accelerated directly towards them. Weapon blessing! Wind language blessing! Suro also timely bestowed buff on Shinshin. With the blessing of these two skills, the black crystal earth scale sword in Shinshin's hand began to shimmer with a bright light, increasing its attack power by 10%, and the speed surged by 30% at this moment. Just as Suro was about to continue buffing Shinshin, she heard his voice. Remember to conserve mana, these two buffs are enough. With that, he leaped out of the entrance of the underground passage, officially entering the first level of the Earth Tomb Labyrinth. Roar! In this very spacious palace square, nearly 100 zombie monsters let out a furious roar towards the humans leaping into the air. Tap! Shinshin's slender figure lightly landed in front of this group of zombie monsters. Under the appraisal eye, detailed information of all the zombie minions was directly presented in front of him. Monster, Burial Zombie, Level, 17th level. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Poisonous Bite, Self-Detonating Poison Mist. Aptitude, Silver. Note, originally a commoner, after the death of the Emperor of the Empire, he was buried alive as a burial item, with intense resentment, turned into a zombie, wandering in the Earth Tomb Labyrinth. No need to look. As a Secret Realm dungeon for job change exams, the level design should be relatively traditional. The first level is a warm-up level, but even as a warm-up level, the number of burial zombies is close to 100. It should be noted that even in the Goblin Secret Realm Shinshin cleared in the wilderness before, the first level only had about 20 to 30 goblin minions. Yet here, there are nearly 100. And each burial zombie is level 17. Still the same. Truly a test arranged by the King of Hell. Roar! Without any hesitation, this group of burial zombies directly began to attack Shinshin. Their disgusting appearance covered in maggots made people frown. Suro, who had just stepped out of the passage, started buffing Shinshin at any time. She was very clear about her responsibilities. As a support profession, the goal is to do everything possible to protect the frontline output. However, the next moment presented a scene that completely shocked Suro. Swish! Shinshin suddenly swept the Shenjing Dylan sword in his hand forward, and a terrifying white sword energy containing cutting force spread out. The frontline accompanying zombies were actually cut in half with a single sword by Shinshin, screaming in agony. Instant kill. And with just one sword, at least a dozen accompanying zombies were killed. Before Suro could even express her shock, swish! Shinshin tapped his toes and his entire body instantly leaped 5 meters high. He also dodged the accompanying zombies attacking from behind. The group of accompanying zombies raised their heads, trying to reach out and grab Qin Shen, who had jumped into the air. However, at that moment, Qin Shen lowly shouted and threw the Xianjing Dylan sword in the direction of Su Rou. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The incredibly sharp Xianjing Dylan sword was slanted next to Su Rou. Instead of falling to the ground to be attacked and eaten by the zombies, Qin Shen was pulled by some unknown force and flew towards Su Rou. At this moment, Su Rou realized that Qin Shen had already tied a thread to the hilt of the sword. As the Xianjing Dylan sword was thrown out, his figure was also pulled over. Boom! The next moment, the dozen accompanying zombies killed by Qin Shen suddenly swelled their bellies, and with a final explosion, a 5-meter diameter toxic mist area was formed. Self-destructive toxic mist. It seems that this is a skill that will automatically trigger for each accompanying zombie after death. Of course, due to the close proximity of this group of accompanying zombies, they were also involved in the explosion caused by those dozen self-destructing accompanying zombies. Boom boom boom. The resulting consequence was a chain reaction of explosions. Puff puff puff. A green toxic mist directly generated, slowly spreading towards the underground square. The surviving accompanying zombies still opened their ferocious blood-filled mouths and attacked Qin Shen and Su Rou. Su Rou, with a pale face, looked at this scene and was about to ask how to deal with it. Swish! Qin Shen on the side calmly and indifferently rushed out again. Swish! The ruthless Qin Shen mercilessly waved the Xianjing Dylan sword in his hand, once again cutting down the dozen accompanying zombies in front of him. At the same time, he directly took out several round objects from his internal space and threw them towards the group of accompanying zombies. Immediately after, Fire Dragon Bullet. Roaring! A fireball emitting rolling heat waves instantly transformed into the shape of a dragon head and rushed towards the group of zombies. It has to be said, the point where this fireball landed was enough to be praised. Right in the middle of the group of zombies. The result was, boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and all the round black objects exploded completely under the burning of the Fire Dragon Bullet. Roaring! It was precisely because of this. The already destructive and scorching Fire Dragon Bullet, after the explosion, became even more vigorous due to the influence of these bombs, instantly engulfing all the remaining accompanying zombies. Bang bang bang! As expected, at the moment the zombies were burned to death, they triggered the toxic mist explosion again. Huff huff! These toxic mists spread out like a tide, gradually enveloping Qin Shen and Su Rou. Buzz! Just as Su Rou was about to raise her scepter and use the Holy Light Purification group skill, Qin Shen stopped her with his hand. Then, to Su Rou's puzzled gaze, he took out a white sphere from the internal space. Then, bang! He smashed it to the ground without hesitation. Buzz! The white sphere instantly burst into a dazzling white light, and Su Rou keenly sensed a majestic purifying power spreading out. In her uncertain gaze, just for a moment, the underground square that was about to be completely engulfed by poisonous mist was directly dispersed by this purifying force. All the poisonous mist rapidly dissipated at this moment. Boom! In the middle of the underground square, a gate opened, and an entrance to the underground passage leading to the second level gradually appeared. This means, the first level has been officially passed. Su Rou was completely dumbfounded. What is this? She only used 2 skills. And she thought that Qin Shen would have to summon Xiao Jiao in this kind of predicament, but unexpectedly, he easily resolved it. In that moment, it seemed like her inner beliefs were shattered. Strength is not just about dragons. As the owner of the dragon, Qin Shen's personal combat power and combat skills are unbelievably strong. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go! Qin Shen urged. Without any hesitation, he began to walk towards the second level. Oh! Su Rou finally came to her senses and quickly followed Qin Shen's footsteps. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, outside, on the platform, every teacher, principal, even the education bureau leaders, and even the Star Slayer Sword Saint Lu Bin, their expressions all froze. Their eyes were filled with intense disbelief. What is this? One teacher's expression could be described as horrified. What did she just see? Qin Shen actually passed the first level in less than 30 seconds. Am I dreaming? Lu Bin slowly turned his head and looked at the teachers and principals, and said in a deep voice, "Is this what you call a useless profession, dragon tamer?" Everyone, each of them became speechless. The most shocked were actually Zhao Li, who was Qin Shen's homeroom teacher, and Luo Yang, the principal of Yizhong. You see, when he just changed professions, Luo Yang felt very regretful, even a strong sense of regret surfaced. But now, Qin Shen, who was thought to be destined to be useless, in just over 20 seconds, staged a perfect battle for all the teachers and principals. Excellent! Too excellent! This child's combat skills are top-notch. Unbelievable, a third-grade examinee who possesses such superb combat skills and a valuable calm and composed personality. At this moment, a leader next to Lu Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "This person is Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau." At this moment, he couldn't help it. The scene before him made him applaud and marvel. Indeed excellent. His control over his body is just perfect. The first wave of aerial entry, landing right in the middle of the zombies, was to draw the hatred of all monsters to avoid other zombies from chasing Su-Ro. Then there is his terrifying power attribute. The sword in his hand is not an ordinary weapon, but the power fluctuations generated when he swings the sword are amazing. He killed more than a dozen zombies with one sword. And the key is that under such heavy encirclement, he could still calmly jump up, use the inertia of swinging the sword to tie the sword handle with a thread in advance, and drop himself back into the zombie group. This fighting style of calculating 3 steps ahead with each step is truly amazing. It's hard to imagine that this comes from the hands of someone you call a useless profession. Another leader from the Anning City Education Bureau also echoed. This speech instantly silenced all the teachers and principals, and a sense of guilt appeared on their faces. The most exciting part was the use of props just now. Regarding the use of props, we stipulate that B-grade or higher props are not allowed. The child solved the zombie group and residual poison fog with the simplest thunder bomb and purification bomb. If my teacher were here, he would definitely be amazed. Even the Star Slayer Lu Bin was amazed at this moment. The teachers, the principals, slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Thunder bomb and purification bomb are F-grade items. Normally, no one would even bother to look at them. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen had prepared these items in advance. And they actually worked. Of course, the most important thing is that Qin Chen even mastered a fire attribute magic attack. This made the Thunder Bomb, which was originally mediocre in power, explode even more powerfully after being enhanced by the fire element magic. And the key is that it also saved a lot of mana for the priests in the team, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the rules of the job change exam, only 2 mana potions are allowed. The Holy Light Purification Group Purification skill consumes a lot of mana. After being cast by these newly changed priests, it probably consumes 20% of their maximum mana. This is only the first level. Consuming so much mana is not a wise choice. Obviously, Qin Chen also took this into consideration, which is why he stopped Su-Ro from using her skills and solved this problem himself. Turning to look at the other candidates. Some inexperienced candidates, after killing 2 or 3 zombies and causing poison fog to explode, were scared and wanted the priests in the team to quickly use purification skills to dispel it. This is undoubtedly the most foolish choice. It's a pity. It would have been so much better if he changed to another combat profession. But he ended up becoming a dragon tamer. At this moment, Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, sighed. Other principals and teachers also showed a very regretful expression upon hearing this. Yes, if he had changed to another combat profession, with his excellent combat skills and combat intuition, his future achievements would truly be limitless. Just from these cautious and subtle combat details, one can judge whether a person is suitable for combat. Obviously, Qin Chen is the kind of person suited for combat, but now he is changed to a dragon tamer, unable to contract with dragons. The top-level dragon races, living in forbidden areas where humans cannot tread, are as powerful as gods. An adult giant dragon can even fight against 3 human 4th transcendents without losing. If it's a top-level adult holy dragon, then facing 10 opponents is a piece of cake. Even the lowest-ranking earth dragon in the dragon race, after reaching adulthood, is almost as powerful as a 4th transcendent. If a dragon tamer can contract with dragons, this hidden profession would definitely become an extremely powerful combat profession. But unfortunately, dragon tamers have very high requirements for contracting with dragons, requiring pure-blooded dragon races to contract. And pure-blooded dragon races, at least need to be at the level of giant dragons to meet this condition. In summary, Qin Chen's profession is considered useless. Currently, there is no dragon tamer in the world who has successfully contracted with dragon races above the giant dragon level. There are quite a few beast tamers who have been lucky enough to contract with earth dragons and sky dragons. Powerful top-level dragon races would never want to be enslaved by humans. Let's watch and see how far this Qin Chen can go. For now, he may be stopped at the 2nd level. After all, although the 2nd level is a level of small monsters, they are all strengthened small monsters. With Qin Chen's current combat power, although his combat skills are excellent, he may have difficulty effectively clearing the small monsters, which could be a bit tricky, Lu Bin said solemnly. It is well known that this is the job change exam. It is a fierce competition where thousands of troops cross a single log bridge. Even if Qin Shen can pass the level smoothly, he will definitely be much slower than others. This means that even if he clears the level, his performance will still be unsatisfactory. However, that being said, this group of people could only wait quietly for the results. Inside the copy, Qin Shen swiftly cleared the first level and led Su Rou into the dark corridor leading to the second level of the underground tomb maze. Just as Lu Bin had said, the second level still consisted of small monster layers. When Qin Shen reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the dusty stone door, what appeared before them was a grand underground palace. Inside this palace, there were numerous disgusting zombie monsters. Roughly counting, there were nearly 500 of them. Of course, the most surprising thing was that out of these 500 zombie monsters, apart from 100 being ordinary burial zombies, the other 400 were all mutated species. These monster, steel zombie, level 18, type, humanoid monster, skills, steel skin, steel claw tier, mental roar, aptitude, silver, note, year-round absorption of countlessine energy in the underground tomb led to the mutation of this species, with skin as hard as steel, stronger defense than ordinary zombies. Monster, cursed zombie, level 18, type, humanoid monster, skills, curse claw, bloodthirsty aura, aptitude, silver, note, year-round absorption of countlessine energy in the underground tomb led to the mutation of this species, with attacks containing cursed power, also possessing an aura that enhances companions. Monster, night zombie, level 18, type, humanoid monster, skills, charge, trample, death embrace, aptitude, silver, note, year-round absorption of countlessine energy in the underground tomb led to the mutation of this species, formerly guards of the Empire, possessing certain combat skills and intelligence. Tricky. Very tricky. Truly worthy of being an exam question personally designed by the King of Hell. The first level was just an appetizer. The real test of the transfer student's abilities began in the second level. 500 small monsters. If it were a solo dungeon run, encountering this level would be a headache. Even in a team situation, it would be difficult to handle. The main issue was the abundance of strengthened mutated monsters. Su Rou's face turned pale at the sight of the densely packed zombie horde. This was much more difficult than the goblin village. And the difficulty level was far beyond the secret realm assault training conducted at school. Of course, this was also because Qin Shen had chosen the hell difficulty level. If it were a normal or hard difficulty level, perhaps there wouldn't be as many small monsters. But in hell difficulty, encountering such an overwhelming situation was normal. 500 small monsters. My personal strength is not weak now. Inheriting 20% of Xiaojiu's overall attributes is enough to deal with these 500 small monsters. But that would definitely take a lot of time. If it were a usual situation, to hone my combat skills, I could go and fight without relying on Xiaojiu. But now, in the transfer exam, being even a second late could result in dropping dozens of ranks, or even hundreds of ranks. There's only one choice then. Qin Shen's thoughts raced rapidly in that moment. In the end, he closed his eyes slowly, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Xiaojiu, appear!" As the words fell, a grand array containing terrifying magical fluctuations instantly appeared in front of Qin Shen. Roar! A deafening, oppressive dragon roar emanated from this magical array. The next moment, boom! A huge crimson dragon claw emerged from the magical array, stepping onto the ancient and worn floor of the Grand Hall, seemingly unable to withstand the weight of this colossal creature, quickly causing it to sink and crack. Following that, a massive dragon head with horns emerged from the magical array, its majestic golden eyes sweeping around. In the end, a towering crimson dragon over 10 meters tall was completely revealed in the Great Hall. Its head suddenly lifted. Boom! The ceiling was shattered by its impact. A pair of eyes resembling those of a god overlooking all living beings coldly scanned the 500 zombies. Roar! The foul stench emanating from the zombie monsters in the hall made Xiaojiu let out a disgusted growl. Without needing Qin Shen's command, roar! Xiaojiu directly opened its dragon mouth, and a scorching hot flame dragon breath poured out like a tidal wave. Ah! As the overwhelming flames poured down, the entire hall was instantly engulfed in flames. The 500 zombies had just awakened, not yet able to attack the intruders, and could only let out a scream before being burned into nothingness. The bright flames reflected on Su Rou's pretty face, and at this moment, she looked stunned. Even though she had known in advance about the power of the Dragon Clan, she couldn't help but tremble when she saw the zombies that had terrified her just a second ago evaporate into thin air. Is this the top Dragon Clan? Terrifying. It's really terrifying. They have truly reached the pinnacle of all creatures. At the same time, outside the instance dungeon, when all the leaders, principals, and teachers saw the familiar beast pet summoning array condensed by Qin Shen in the image, their expressions stiffened, and they even forgot to breathe, just staring blankly at the scene. Beast Pet Summoning Array. It's actually the Beast Pet Summoning Array. My goodness. Why do these people look so shocked when they see this big array? It's because every beast tamer profession will summon their contracted beast using this array. The patterns on it, the trajectory of its movements. They are all so familiar. If it were another beast tamer who summoned this Beast Pet Summoning Array, they wouldn't be surprised at all. But now the problem is, the one who condensed this Beast Pet Summoning Array is Qin Shen, a dragon tamer. A dragon tamer. What other creature can a dragon tamer contract besides a dragon? Roar. As expected. The next moment, a dragon roar that made even the Sword Saint shudder came from the screen. Then, a jaw-dropping giant dragon appeared in front of everyone. This dragon was covered in crimson, tough dragon scales, under which were muscles exuding terrifying power. A hot divine fire aura surrounded its body, making it look like a lofty fire deity. Its golden dragon pupils were filled with disdain and condescension towards all living beings. A dragon. A real dragon. And it's a young dragon at that. My goodness. Everyone on the platform lightened their eyes, their pupils filled with unparalleled shock, as if they thought they were dreaming. This. Lubin managed to utter a syllable, but even so, the trembling excitement in his voice was palpable. The others were so excited that they couldn't even speak. This is a dragon. A real dragon. And, looking at its majestic dragon might that made everyone tremble in fear, it was clear that this dragon was definitely a top-tier dragon above the level of a giant dragon. Qin Shen. He actually succeeded in forming a contract with a dragon. He became the only dragon tamer in history to have a dragon. At this moment, Zhao Li, who was Qin Shen's homeroom teacher, couldn't help but stand up from his seat, waving his fists and shouting excitedly. Principal Luo Yang was breathing heavily, his face flushed as he stood up, his eyes fixed on the screen showing the majestic crimson dragon. Suddenly, he felt regret in his heart. Still remember. On the day Qin Shen successfully completed the job transfer ceremony, he was joking, saying that Qin Shen, as a dragon master, might still have research value. At that time, all the classmates laughed. But now, this student who he joked about actually contracted with a truly top dragon clan and fiercely slapped his face. But even so, Luo Yang still felt that this slap was well deserved. The principals and teachers from other schools around were also staring at the screen, their mouths tight, as if a bomb was exploding inside them, but they had to suppress it. And when they saw that the fire-red giant dragon extinguished all the little monsters in the second level with one breath. Hiss! The sound of inhaling cold air was continuous. Such a powerful dragon clan. When the worldview of everyone outside seemed to be shattered, Qin Shen looked at the sea of fire in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jie Wu. The small wine, over 10 meters tall, had already shrunk back to its original size, flapping its cute wings, landing on Qin Shen's shoulder, and then affectionately rubbing against Qin Shen's cheek with its small head. The affection that the small wine had for Qin Shen was almost overflowing. Su Ro, who was watching from the side, felt extremely envious in her heart. But more than that, she was more emotional. Qin Shen's participation in the job transfer exam was actually somewhat unnecessary. If he were to showcase his dragon pet in front of the Education Bureau leaders, he would probably be directly recruited. Even the top 3 prestigious schools begged Qin Shen to let him choose. Good. After the exam, I'll make you delicious food at home. Didn't you want to eat roasted suckling pig before? I'll buy you dozens of suckling pigs when we get back, and then treat you to a suckling pig feast. Qin Shen smiled and rubbed the small wine's head. Ing. The small wine, upon hearing this, made a coquettish sound. It seems that this little female dragon is a bit coquettish. Usually it makes a deep growling sound like on. But when with Qin Shen, it makes a cute sound like a cat, truly a cunning dragon. Let's go, we can't waste time, after all, the genius from the capital is not to be underestimated. Qin Shen said lightly to Su Ro. Then he quickly walked towards the passage leading to the 3rd level. Su Ro hurriedly nodded and followed. In fact, she knew that even without her so-called priest, Qin Shen could easily pass through this hellishly difficult underground tomb maze alone. It was just because he decided to team up with her that she chose to join. Su Ro naturally remembered this favor. At the same time, in other battlefields, Hoiba, wearing golden battle armor, used his shield to fend off the attacks of the zombies while wielding his battle axe to chop down the zombies. In just 2 minutes, he easily passed the 1st level. The position of the top scholar in Anning City will definitely be mine, Hoiba. By then, Su Ro, you will cry, teaming up with a useless dragon master. Hoiba, full of arrogance, walked towards the 2nd level. He thought, the principals and teachers from the outside world must be amazed and applauding his perfect performance, right? This was inevitable. Who made him so powerful? Similarly, Tianjin and Xiong Shuang, who were also single-handedly navigating the difficult level underground tomb maze, were also feeling proud at this moment. Little did they know, everyone on the podium, including their principals and teachers, couldn't be bothered to look at them. In fact, Lubin even instructed the director not to switch the camera away from Qin Shan, so that everyone could seriously watch the spectacular performance of Qin Shan and that powerful dragon pet. As Qin Shan headed to the third level with Little Wine and Su Rou, Huiba, Tianjin and others had just passed the first level. And they had chosen a difficulty level that was only difficult. Qin Shan, on the other hand, had chosen the hell level. Although Qin Shan was in a team, it was clear that Su Rou's presence was actually unnecessary. Even if he was playing solo, Qin Shan was able to quickly clear the level with his dragon pet by his side. Soon, Qin Shan arrived at the third level. This underground tomb maze had a total of 6 layers. The third level was a true maze. What appeared in front of Qin Shan were winding underground caves. Obviously, this level was a test of the students' perception and directional judgment abilities. However, facing this challenge, Qin Shan coldly chuckled, then pointed forward and said, "Xiaojiu, flatten the entire maze in front of me." Roar! Xiaojiu happily agreed, then flapped its wings and stood at the entrance of the maze. Buzz! Then, Su Rou was shocked to see that the dragon body, originally the size of a cat, was now emitting a bright red light, rapidly growing in size. Eventually, Xiaojiu's body grew to over 100 meters in height, with its head touching the ceiling of the tomb maze. The current Xiaojiu had changed significantly from its normal form. Its size was larger and more ferocious than in its Godfire annihilation state, with terrifying power almost overflowing. Its fiery red scales had taken on a dark red hue, as if they had hardened. The entire dragon body exuded not only a sense of grandeur but also an extreme beauty of power. Yes, this was Xiaojiu's fourth form, sky-shattering might. Roar! After successfully transforming its form, Xiaojiu let out a deafening roar. Then, to the amazement of all the spectators, the massive red dragon charged at the tomb maze with its body, which was large enough to block out the sky. Boom! The walls that were meant to block the passage and were indestructible even by level 30 experts crumbled like tofu under Xiaojiu's physical impact. Boom! 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 In just over 10 seconds, Xiaojiu plowed through a path that was 2 to 3 kilometers long. With each stride, Xiaojiu covered hundreds of meters. In just a few strides, the end of the maze was reached. Su Rou, standing next to Qin Shan, was completely dumbfounded. She never dreamed that this test of perception and direction would be solved by Xiaojiu's charge in just over 10 seconds. Not to mention Su Rou. At this moment, Lu Bin, Lu Jinliang, Luo Yang, and others outside were even more astonished. They watched in disbelief as the carefully designed level by the Demon King was reduced to ruins in just over 10 seconds by the charging red dragon. And the exit of the maze was now in front of everyone. Of course, what shocked them the most was Xiaojiu's incredibly powerful physique. In the second level, Xiaojiu's normal state dragon breath instantly annihilated 500 zombie monsters, and it was a one-hit kill. They had thought Xiaojiu was a dragon more inclined towards magic, but they never expected Qin Shan's dragon pet to transform into a powerful form focused on strength. Wow! A top-tier dragon that excels in both magic and martial arts. No, it was very likely a top-tier holy dragon. If it were any other beast pet, they would have been utterly shocked. But seeing that it was a dragon, well, that was different. The strength and monstrous power of dragons were universally recognized by all races. If my teacher saw this scene, I bet his expression would be very complicated. It took him half a month to design this level. And now, in front of Qin Shan's dragon pet, it was solved in less than half a minute by that breathtaking charge. After Lu Bin's amazement, a complex smile appeared on his face. After going through this level, there's no need to look further. Even if Qin Shan forms a team, he will definitely be the top scorer in Tianyun province. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Education Bureau in Anning City, said confidently. The other principals and teachers remained silent, apparently agreeing with Lu Jinliang's words. Zhao and Luo Yang were the two happiest people. Zhao was Qin Shan's homeroom teacher, while Luo Yang was the principal of Qin Shan's school. Both of them had a direct relationship with Qin Shan. If Qin Shan becomes the provincial top scorer, the name of Anning City First High School will definitely resonate throughout Tianyun province. At this moment, Qin Shan has already walked towards the fourth level. On the other side, Huiba, Tianjin and other talented individuals frowned upon seeing the densely packed group of over 300 zombie monsters in front of them. Even at the difficulty level, the number of these small monsters exceeded 300. Without any hesitation, Tian Jinming raised the staff in his hand, and holy light magic balls were thrown towards the group of zombies. Boom! The intense explosions immediately caught the attention of the zombie monsters. Roar! The zombie monsters growled lowly and then rushed towards Tian Jinming. While dodging these zombie monsters, he continued to use skills against other zombie monsters. It was evident that Tian Jinming's skill chanting was very fast, and his mastery of each skill was on point. Being recognized as the talent of Anning City was not just because of the support of his family, but also because of his extremely strong abilities. After dealing with these 300 zombie monsters, which took a full 10 minutes, Tian Jinming's mana was only at 50%. He looked disheveled, with scratches on his pristine white robe. Clearly, he had been attacked during the battle, but his armor protected him, so there was no serious harm. Ha ha! I bet that Qin Shen and Su Ro won't even pass this level. I chose the difficult level, and there are over 300 monsters. Wouldn't the hell level have 500 monsters? Even if they can barely pass, it will take at least an hour. Tian Jinming coldly smiled in his heart. The others thought the same way. Little did they know that the so-called trash profession in their eyes had smoothly reached the 4th level without any obstacles. They had no idea how much time they had surpassed Tian Jinming and the others. Su Ro held the scepter and obediently followed behind Mu Chen, running along the way. The next challenge they would face would be elite monsters. In the heavenly might state, Little Wine's strength and physique attributes would reach an exaggerated 3,200 points. However, his intelligence attribute would decrease significantly. Obviously, Little Wine in this state was more suitable for close combat. With such terrifying strength and physique, even a second-tier expert would not be able to confront Little Wine head-on. Only a level 60 third-tier expert would be qualified to clash with him. The problem was, Little Wine was only level 10 now. He was still in his infancy. A young sacred dragon was enough to rival a level 60 third-tier human expert. If Little Wine reached adulthood, it would be even more terrifying. No wonder, before Qin Shen, no human had successfully tamed a dragon above the giant dragon level. There were beast tamers who were lucky enough to form a contract with a subdragon with diluted dragon bloodline. But it was just a contract, and both parties were in an equal status. But now, Qin Shen could make Little Wine execute any command unconditionally. At this moment, when Qin Shen pushed open the door of the 4th level and walked in, the entire underground palace began to automatically light up with candles, illuminating the dim surroundings. But soon, boom! Before Qin Shen and Su Ro could see clearly what the palace looked like, everything returned to normal, and only the 30-meter-tall Little Wine crashed in. The dim yellow light from outside shone in, finally revealing the true appearance of the palace. At the end of the hall, there stood a giant zombie towering at a height of 6 meters, with 3 heads and 6 hands, each holding a different weapon. Its body was gruesome, with numerous stitched marks visible, and even several eerie faces could be seen on its body. Without hesitation, Qin Shen directly used the Eye of Appraisal. All the information about this giant zombie finally appeared in front of him. Monster, giant stitched zombie, level, 21, type, humanoid monster, skills? Aptitude, gold, note, a product of artificial experimentation, created by stitching together the bodies of over 100 powerful elite zombies, extremely powerful in both close combat and ranged attacks. Wow! The elite monster in the silver-level dungeon turned out to have a gold aptitude. And unsurprisingly, to increase the difficulty, the skills of this elite monster were deliberately hidden. Qin Shen was almost caught off guard by it. It could only be said that he once again gained a new understanding of the difficulty level set by the King of Hell. But fortunately for him, this was not a big deal at all. At this point, some might think, Qin Shen, you actually rely on Little Wine to be so unstoppable. If you were to solo, you would definitely not be as good as others. To those who think this way, Qin Shen could only say one thing: you are truly foolish. I am a dragon tamer. A dragon tamer profession without a dragon companion is like a mage without magic or a swordsman without a sword, right? This is Qin Shen's own professional advantage. If you don't believe it, try changing to a dragon tamer yourself based on luck. Roar! The giant stitched zombie immediately let out a roar and charged straight towards Qin Shen without any hesitation. Even after seeing the blazing flame dragon standing behind Qin Shen, the giant stitched zombie showed no signs of fear or hesitation. After all, it no longer had its own consciousness. It only knew to devour and kill any humans who entered the level. Even if the opponent was powerful, it would not retreat. However, no matter how fierce and direct the giant stitched zombie was, it still ended up being easily defeated by Little Wine. Destruction Flame Claw. Roar! At the moment it received its master's command, the blazing flame dragon's front claws were instantly engulfed in raging flames. The entire hall was illuminated brightly by these flames. Swish! Faced with the charging giant stitched zombie, Little Wine disdainfully swiped its dragon claw. With a splut sound, the body of the giant stitched zombie disintegrated under the dragon claw, and the fire attribute attack attached to it completely burned the zombie's body. A casual destruction flame claw directly killed this level 21 elite monster with a gold rating. Although Qin Shen was already aware of Little Wine's terrifying power, witnessing it firsthand still greatly shocked him. If he had to deal with this elite monster alone, it would have taken at least 5 minutes. But now, with just a light swipe of Little Wine's dragon claw, the elite monster was gone. Oh my god, it's gone! Outside, the people on the podium were almost jaw-dropped after witnessing the scene on the screen. Wow! It was so exaggerated. A level 21 gold elite monster. If this were placed in the wilderness map, it would be considered a boss in the inner area of the dense forest mountains. One thing must be mentioned about the issue of monster aptitude. The higher the aptitude of a monster, the more powerful it is compared to other monsters of the same level, with higher attributes, more growth value, and more skills. It's like this golden giant stitched zombie. Preliminary estimates, in terms of strength attributes, should have exceeded 300. You should know that Qin Shen has the inheritance attribute of blood fusion, and his current strength attribute has just reached 400. Even so, dealing with this thick-skinned elite monster requires at least 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, otherwise it cannot be resolved. In front of the 3 leaders and many school principals and teachers. Poof! This elite monster, which is difficult to deal with even for a level 25 powerhouse and can be said to be easily fatal, is gone. Gone! This dragon clan is too strong. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. And you should also have noticed that this little dragon has shown 3 different forms. Now it should be the normal form, the same as in the second stage, only 30 meters high, and gives the feeling of extremely balanced attributes. And in the third stage, the rampaging form, it is as high as hundreds of meters. It almost broke through the ceiling of the underground tomb maze. The power fluctuations emanating from its body even made me, a third-level powerhouse, feel palpitations. There is another form, which is to shrink to the size of a cat and stand on Qin Shen's shoulder. As the Star Sword Saint, Lu Bin's observation skills are naturally excellent. He keenly noticed the changes in Little Wine's attributes in different states. Everyone. This. Qin Shen's juvenile dragon pet actually made this third-level Star Sword Saint feel palpitations. This is too unreasonable. While the outside world was amazed, inside the instance, Qin Shen had already reached the 5th stage with Little Wine and Su Ro. The first and second stages were small monster levels, testing the ability to clear monsters. The third stage was a maze, testing the challenger's perception and exploration abilities. The fourth stage was elite monsters, testing your output power. And when Qin Shen reached the 5th stage, the first thing that caught his eye was a vast and desolate plain. It's hard to imagine that such a breathtaking plain would be opened up in this tomb-like place. And there is even a sky here. It seems that this is a special space opened independently by the questioner. A world within a world. A bold move, actually opening a small secret realm as the 5th stage of the instance. However, when Qin Shen saw the monsters in this stage, even he couldn't help but gasp. Standing hundreds of meters away in the distance were 10 giant stitched zombies. But that's not the key point. The key point is, behind these 10 giant stitched zombies, there is a group of densely packed, extremely terrifying small zombie monsters. Roughly speaking, there are at least close to 2,000 small zombie monsters. 2,000. Oh my god. On the side, Su Ro's face turned pale. She never dreamed that the 5th stage would be like this. 10 elite monsters, plus 2,000 small monsters. This is already a shocking monster legion. Hiss. Even the many principals and teachers outside the instance couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. Hiss. My god, what's going on with this stage? Why is it so abnormal? Isn't this the secret instance of the job change exam? Why is there such a difficult stage? 10 elite monsters, plus 2,000 small monsters. Isn't this beyond the scope? Don't forget, this question was set by the King of Hell, so it's normal. Reminded by someone, the other principals and teachers fell silent instantly. It seems like the words are not wrong. After all, only the King of Hell would set such questions in this situation. Previously, there was a very bizarre job change exam. In that job change exam, not a single candidate could pass successfully. They all stopped at the second to last stage. The reason is the same as the scene now presented to everyone: the difficulty is too high. It seems that this year in our province of Nanzhou, all the candidates who chose the Hell level difficulty are probably having a hard time. Even the director of the Education Bureau in Anning City, Lu Jinliang, said with a wry smile. You don't need to worry. In fact, the exam questions in front of us are specifically designed for those who are in teams. If it's a solo challenge, only 5 elite monsters will appear, and there will only be 1,000 small monsters. If there really are monsters, then this situation can still be soloed, Lu Bin explains softly. However, even after hearing Lu Bin's explanation, the principals and teachers still sighed with emotion. Because even with the difficulty halved, this is not something ordinary candidates can pass, it requires extremely powerful monsters to clear the level. Indeed, Yama himself is a monster who sets the questions. And the questions he sets are also a test for monsters. Ordinary candidates entering, let alone passing, are afraid that it will be difficult to even get a good score. Let's see, this little guy has a dragon. Let's see if this little dragon can handle the current test, Lu Bin said with great anticipation. Regarding this level setting, Lu Bin thought it made sense. Monster levels are meant to be broken by monsters. If monsters are made to clear some regular levels, how can their monstrous strength be demonstrated? So only this kind of level can detect who the real monster is. Currently, although Qin Shen is in a team state, the difficulty is twice as high as soloing a dungeon, and the monster's health bars will be thicker. In short, Qin Shen is no different from soloing a dungeon now. Although Su Ro, the priest, has been added, all Su Ro does throughout is give Qin Shen a little buff. Faced with the overwhelming legion of monsters and the giant stitched zombies towering like mountains, this little buff is more or less unnecessary. Let's see if he can continue on. Inside the secret realm, Qin Shen looked at the group of monsters in front of him. Although he was momentarily surprised, he soon showed a hint of joy on his face. The reason is simple, the more monsters there are, the more experience he and Xiao Jiao will gain. Secret dungeon rewards are usually settled only after the final clearance. Xiao Jiao, go. Qin Shen gave the order without hesitation. Mainly because there were too many monsters, if Qin Shen were to kill them himself, he could, but it would take too long. This level of difficulty is like climbing a mountain for others. But for Qin Shen, sorry, he has a dragon. Roar! Xiao Jiao received the command from its master, let out a dragon roar, then its wings flapped and it leaped from Qin Shen's shoulder into the sky. Buzz! A huge magic array appeared. Then a bright red light burst into full bloom in the air like fireworks. Flames began to swirl around Xiao Jiao, and its size increased as it soared to a height of 50 meters. However, this time Xiao Jiao had no intention of landing. It spread its wings and its massive form, like a sky-covering shadow, passed through the dark sky, with its body engulfed in red flames illuminating the entire world. World-destroying divine fire form. Golden divine fire patterns emerged from Xiao Jiao's massive body, emitting an extremely hot aura. Even the entire world became hot because of Xiao Jiao's form. Roar! With a dragon roar, it flew towards the group of monsters like a bomber. Roar! 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 The group of undead monsters and the giant stitched zombies underground, upon seeing the divine fire rapidly approaching from the sky, let out ignorant roars. However, no matter how they riot, how they jump, how they throw their weapons, they cannot touch this powerful and noble lord of the sky. There is no need for Qin Shen to give orders. Xiao Jiao has already opened its dragon mouth and spewed out the terrifying destructive dragon breath from high in the sky. Roaring, like a terrifying dragon breath resembling magma, it poured down on this group of zombie legion in an instant. Ugh! Crushing everything in its path. Instantly killing. Xiao Jiao once again demonstrated its power in front of everyone. The dragon breath continued to spew out, like a torrent of destruction pouring out from the sky, and in just half a minute, this group of terrifying and scalp-tingling zombie legion was completely engulfed in the raging sea of fire. Even the 10 giant stitched zombies could not resist the destruction of this dragon breath. It should be noted that Xiao Jiao's intelligence attribute has now exceeded 3,000. All thanks to the magical amplification brought by the form of the divine fire apocalypse. Faced with this group of minor monsters whose magic resistance may not exceed 200, this divine fire breath is undoubtedly devastating. They can only obediently accept death, unable to resist at all. Xiao Jiao looked down at the sea of fire below, feeling very satisfied. These disgusting guys deserved to be destroyed. Afraid that some minor monsters were not cleaned up properly, it circled in the sky again until it could no longer sense the presence of any monsters, then transformed back into its original cute form and landed back on Qin Shen's shoulder. Jie Wu. Xiao Jiao, now the size of a pet, landed on Qin Shen's shoulder and even its call sounded more coquettish, rubbing against Qin Shen's face affectionately, as if saying, "Master, praise me. Master, praise me. Xiao Jiao is amazing. Thanks to you, we were able to pass through so smoothly." Naturally, Qin Shen did not hesitate to praise. He affectionately patted Xiao Jiao's head. Su Ro, on the side, once again showed a look of envy in her heart. If only she could have such a dragon pet, how great would that be? But then she thought, Even if she had a dragon, she couldn't form a contract with it. She was just a priest, not a dragon tamer. And forming a contract with a dragon also depended on fate. Not everyone could form a contract. Thinking of this, Suro could only sigh helplessly. Outside, the principals and teachers on the platform once again fell into silence and stillness. Although they felt that this level was a bit beyond their scope, when they saw Xiaojiu once again demonstrate its invincible power in a different form, they were even more shocked. They thought the questions set by the King of Hell were already monstrous enough, but they didn't expect Qin Chen to be even more abnormal. Damn! This is completely unreasonable. I feel that even if the final level is monstrous, it cannot stop Qin Chen's footsteps. At the same time, he is very likely to become the best record holder of this secret dungeon, the Earth Tomb Labyrinth. In other words, he will definitely break the record, and we are about to witness history. As Qin Chen's homeroom teacher, Jelly couldn't help but say excitedly, "There's no way. A dragon tamer with a dragon is really too terrifying. Pushing forward all the way. Unreasonable." In front of the Dragon Clan, it seems that tactics, difficulty levels, and tests are nothing at all. Truly the existence standing at the top of the biological chain. Congratulations in advance to all of you, unexpectedly producing such a unicorn. It's ridiculous that we initially thought the dragon tamer from your school was useless. I have to apologize here too. At this time, a principal from School 3 stood up and bowed to Luo Yang, expressing his apologies. Me too, me too. We shouldn't have made judgments too early. Now it seems like we are slapping our old faces. I also apologize here. Other principals and teachers who had once made fun of a dragon master from a certain school all hurried to apologize at this moment. They had to apologize. Who let this dragon master truly rise up? And they were not apologizing to the principal, but to Qin Chen. Apologizing for mocking Qin Chen before. This dragon master was destined to rise up. If they didn't apologize now, when he completely rose up and became a big shot, what if they remembered being mocked by certain people in high school before? They had to apologize quickly. It was just a misunderstanding, all good now. Luo Yang's smile was stiff. In fact, wasn't he disappointed in Qin Chen before? He didn't even provide any subsidies for Qin Chen's hidden profession, just because he thought there was no possibility of him rising up. It should be noted that in the compulsory education system of Manhwa, students who successfully transition to hidden professions are supposed to receive certain rewards. And Qin Chen, as a dragon master, also a hidden profession, should have received resource rewards. But the school didn't apply for it because they thought Qin Chen couldn't rise up. No, after this college entrance examination, I have to personally visit and apologize properly. Luo Yang made up his mind. While a series of events were happening outside, Qin Chen finally reached the final level. It was the deepest part of the Earth Tomb Maze. In the center of the Earth Tomb Maze stood a magnificent palace. When Qin Chen entered the palace with Xiaojiu and Su Rou, "Who dares to trespass into my imperial tomb?" A sudden loud shout rang out. In the middle of the golden palace, there was a tall figure standing. This figure was dressed in a golden dragon robe, wearing a luxurious crown, with a square face, but its skin was a pale blue color. The intense pressure emanating from it filled every corner of the palace. Qin Chen directly used his appraisal ice skill on it. Monster, Tyrant Undead. Level, 30. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills? Aptitude, Gold. Note, the emperor of an ancient empire, a cruel tyrant in his lifetime, burdened with sins after death, ultimately turned into an undead, forever imprisoned here. Wow! Qin Chen could only exclaim, wow! The final boss of a silver-tier secret realm was actually a monster with a gold aptitude. Completely beyond expectations. Its four-dimensional attributes probably all reached 500, 100 points higher than Qin Chen's current attributes. And the most crucial thing was that this tyrant undead's level had reached a terrifying 30. If Qin Chen were to fight it alone, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat it. What the heck? Is this year's profession transition exam so difficult? Although surprised, Qin Chen remained calm. He was a dragon master, and moreover, a dragon's dragon master. Who's he afraid of? What made Qin Chen even happier was, the harder the level, the more experience points he would gain from clearing it. This was a good thing. On the other hand, Su Rou once again felt fortunate to have grabbed onto Qin Chen's thigh. Luckily, she didn't let go. Humph. So be it. I have been lonely and desolate for countless years, haven't tasted human flesh and blood for a long time. It's just right to feast on you. Guards! When the tyrant undead's angry shout fell, "I'm here." Whoosh! Suddenly, in the originally empty golden palace, thousands of generals undead with different costumes appeared out of thin air. In this magnificent underground imperial palace, Countless small monsters appeared from all directions in an instant. Compared to the 5th level, the number of small monsters in this final level had reached an astonishing nearly 10,000. What was even more strange was, in front of these zombie monsters, there were dozens of soul figures. These soul shadows are all the robes of ancient ministers. It is clear that these should be the subordinates who were buried with the tyrant's corpse. It has to be said, it's not in vain that this boss is called the tyrant's corpse. These actions are truly deserving of the word cruel. Qin Shen looked around at these monsters with interest. At the same time, he saw through the information of these monsters, whose qualifications and levels were definitely not weaker than the leader elite monster of the giant stitched zombie. Monster, Royal Court Resentful Soul, Level, 25, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Royal Court Command, Curse Magic Ball, Soul Absorption, Qualifications, Gold, Note, formerly a subordinate minister of the tyrant, later buried here, absorbing countless energy in the underground tomb for years and turning into a resentful soul. Monster, General Undead, Level, 25, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Command Charge, Stomp, Self-Destruct, Mighty Chop, Sword Mastery, Qualifications, Gold, Note, formerly a trusted general of the tyrant, later buried here, absorbing the energy of this place and turning into an undead. Monster, Night Undead, Level, 23, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Spear Dance, Charge, Qualifications, Gold, Note, the elite force of the General Undead, buried here together, also turned into undead, skilled in charging on horseback. Truly a boss level. Just these elite monsters of this level are enough to cause a difficult problem to solve. Especially with nearly 10,000 zombie minions, for an ordinary team, it's impossible to clear this level. Unless the few prodigies from the capital team up to clear this level of difficulty. Perhaps the King of Hell thought that the annual job transfer exam questions were too simple, so deliberately presented this kind of question. But Qin Shen knew that as long as it was this kind of high difficulty question, there would definitely be unique techniques to pass. After all, the group of monsters in front of him are not something an ordinary team can handle. Even the prodigies from the capital, if they were to solo this, would find it difficult to deal with. So Qin Shen speculated that there must be some mechanism in this level to reduce the difficulty, or a mechanism to prevent the summoning of small minions by the tyrant's undead. Of course, even if Qin Shen knew about this mechanism, he was too lazy to look for it now. The reason is simple. He just wants to directly kill all the minions. You should know that the experience gained from killing monsters now will be settled together after clearing the level. In this situation, Qin Shen is unwilling to waste the experience of any monster. Besides, he still has Xiaojiao. With a dragon as a dragon tamer, what else needs to be considered in this job transfer exam instance? Just push through all the way. Xiaojiao lay on Qin Shen's shoulder, facing these densely packed zombie monsters and the tyrant's undead. It didn't even bother to lift its eyelids, just humming beside its master. Su Ro was quite frightened. After all, she didn't expect that in the final level, there would actually be a large number of enemies. But fortunately, she managed to force herself to calm down, not to help Qin Shen, but at least not to hold him back. Xiaojiao, now with this scene of a large number of enemies, you can have a good time playing. Come on, continue to try the form of challenging the sky, see if these monsters can survive under your charge and trample. Qin Shen ordered with a smile. Roar! Xiaojiao never disobeys its master's orders. Now that the two sides have signed a contract, in Xiaojiao's understanding, its master Qin Shen is everything to it. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to harm its master, it will tear them apart with its sharp dragon claws. Following the command, Xiaojiao immediately displayed the form of challenging the sky. The previous maze was too dark, making it difficult for outsiders to see the true appearance of Xiaojiao in this form. But now, in this magnificent underground palace, the extremely luxurious buildings shimmer with dazzling brilliance. They completely illuminate Xiaojiao's power to shake the heavens form. Buzz! Xiaojiao's body swelled in this moment. Originally the size of a cat, when it arrived at the center of the square in this underground palace flapping its wings, it had grown to 100 meters high, towering like a giant. The fiery red scales all over its body at this moment seemed as if they had been burned by high temperatures and then cooled, directly carbonized. The carbonized scales appeared like a thick layer of metal armor worn on its body, displaying an unparalleled top-tier defensive power. In this state, Xiaojiao no longer had any cuteness, but instead gave off a sense of fear as if a world-destroying god had descended. Even its dragon claws turned a gray-black color. Overall, it looked like it had transformed into a steel-armored dragon. Roar! The deafening dragon roar reverberated through the underground palace, causing even Su Ro to cover her ears. When all the outsiders witnessed Xiaojiao's power to shake the heavens form in the scene, it completely shattered their worldview. Is this a dragon? This is a dragon. Qin Shen intended to crush everything in this level in the most direct and brutal way. When others saw such a terrifying level, the first thing they thought of was to find the mechanism to weaken the monster directly. But on Qin Shen's side, there was no need to consider anything else. Taking advantage of the situation? Looking for a mechanism? Sorry, I don't need it. Wow! This 100-meter-high imposing posture is truly more surprising than a monster. Yes. Can anyone estimate the attributes of this dragon now? When this was said, all the principals and teachers, including the two big shots from the Education Bureau of Anning City, turned to look at Lubin in the middle, because he was the only three-transformation existence in the present platform. It also means that he must have seen and experienced much more than them. The circles he interacts with will also be different. Based on the majestic power emanating from the limbs of this dragon, its strength attribute is estimated to be close to 4,000 points at least. Moreover, its defense attribute is definitely top-notch. This appearance, as if clad in black and gold armor, seems to be born for close combat. When Lubin finished speaking, everyone gasped. Is it really that exaggerated? Even when it came from Lubin's mouth, the other principals and teachers were still in a state of confusion. Their hearts told them that even if it was a terrifying dragon in its infancy, it should not have such terrifying attributes. But the reality in front of them slapped them hard and told them that this dragon was indeed awesome. Even the star-slaying sword saint looked shocked, let alone them. And they also knew that their experiences were far inferior to those of the star-slaying sword saint. So what Lubin said was likely true. Just an infant dragon, under transformation, could enhance its strength attribute to nearly 4,000 points. This is insane. Truly insane. Look closely, although this form has strengthened its strength and physique attributes, its intelligence attribute has weakened significantly at this moment. We can draw the final conclusion now. This crimson giant dragon has 4 forms of transformation. One leans towards magic, one is the current form, leaning towards physical attacks and close combat, and the other 2 are the normal form at 30 meters in height, and the cute form in the shape of a cat. Lubin truly lives up to being a student of the King of Hell. Just by watching for a while, he had already figured out the changes in the form of this young dragon pet. Since Qin Shen took out this dragon pet, all the principals and teachers present were too lazy to focus their eyes on other students' exams. Instead, they all focused on Qin Shen's exam. After all, this was the first time they witnessed a high-level small dragon cub. Look! Qin Shen is about to give the order to let this little dragon crush everything. At this moment, a teacher exclaimed. Then, everyone was shocked to see Qin Shen let Su Ro buff himself, find a place to hide, and then jump onto Xiaozhou's head. Standing 100 meters high in the air, he could even feel the chilling wind from the earth tomb maze blowing. Looking down, the once awe-inspiring undead legion now appeared as tiny ants. Is this what they mean by the higher you climb, the colder it gets? Qin Shen, standing on Xiaozhou's head, couldn't help but sigh. He finally experienced Xiaozhou's perspective on other creatures. From this perspective, it seemed like everything was insignificant. This feeling was truly irresistible. No wonder Xiaozhou always looked down on others with arrogance, using his nostrils to regard other creatures. Under this perspective of overlooking all mountains, perhaps no one could suppress the inner pride and arrogance? Damn humans! What are you riding on? Unlike the previous levels, the tyrant undead in this level clearly retained some intelligence. When it saw Xiaozhou reveal its true form, for some reason, a long-lost sense of fear resurfaced in its heart. No! It couldn't be. It was the renowned emperor that shook the world. It was the terrifying tyrant killer god that made people tremble in fear. How could it be scared by the human in front of it? No, it wasn't scared by this human. It was scared by the dragon in front of it. It felt its own insignificance for the first time. As if under the disdain of this giant dragon, it felt a strong sense of death rising from within. Perhaps it stemmed from its own inner fear. It actually chose not to let its subordinates charge at this 100-meter-high monster dragon tribe. Goodness! It actually made the tyrant undead hesitate, even falling into the fear of not letting its subordinates charge. This is precisely a small mechanism set up by my teacher in this level. As long as it can enrage the tyrant undead, it will personally kill the challenger without ordering the minions to charge. And if it can make the tyrant undead fall into fear, it will lose the Emperor's courage passive skill, equivalent to losing the Emperor's prestige. Then the elite monsters around will not obey the orders of the tyrant undead. Lubin outside saw the rare expression of fear on the tyrant undead and explained softly. Everyone suddenly realized. So that's why this level is so difficult. It turns out it's because of the early setup of a mechanism. It can prevent these crazy minions from charging over. In fact, many secret realm dungeons have mechanisms and small tricks to avoid triggering certain monster skills. Some secret realm dungeons with higher difficulty usually have small mechanisms to crack. As long as you find and trigger these mechanisms, the mechanism of this secret realm will become very simple. At this moment, unexpectedly, Qin Shen's dragon had not even made a move, but it had already intimidated the tyrant undead. Is this the terror of dragons? And at this moment, Qin Shen inside the secret realm didn't care whether the other party was afraid or not. In his eyes, the groups of minions were just like white experience points. Once he killed this tyrant undead, these minions would probably turn into dust as well. So, Xiao Jiao, charge directly. Crush all the ants under your feet first, and then crush that big ant. Roar! Little Wine responded with a sound, indicating I know. Then, boom! As soon as Little Wine took the first step, a giant pit with a depth of 3 meters appeared on the ground of the palace. It was the footprint left by Little Wine. And more importantly, as it took steps, the entire palace began to tremble. The group of zombie monsters closest to Little Wine didn't even have a chance to move before they were shattered by the powerful shockwaves. At this moment, Little Wine's actual power attribute had reached 4,500. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Of course, this attribute could only be possessed in the heaven-shaking form. If Little Wine returned to its usual form, the attributes would balance out. But it must be said that this powerful and clearly defined magical form indeed provided convenience for Qin Shen. At least Qin Shen could freely switch between the magical and physical forms. Boom! The second step had already landed. Air. Another group of zombie monsters died. The group of intelligent undead generals and royal court ghosts, upon feeling the destructive power akin to uprooting trees and splitting rocks, immediately retreated with pale faces. However, before they could leave, a huge black and gold dragon tail swept across the ground like the scythe of death. Air. This time, the casualties were even greater. Preliminary estimates suggested that with just one swing of its tail, Little Wine had killed at least 1,000 zombie monsters. Just a single sweep had eliminated over 1,000 zombie creatures, accounting for 10% of all the monsters. This was only because these monsters had not gathered together. If they had, one sweep would have been enough to wipe them all out. Go woo! Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, watching the zombie monsters being swept to their deaths by its tail, Little Wine also rarely showed a playful side. Then, those huge golden dragon pupils shimmered with a playful color that only children would have. Obviously, what was considered the final level of certain death among many examinees was like a playground for Little Wine. This direct way of destroying all monster vitality was very much in line with the destructive nature of dragons. If we were to talk about who was the most shocking on the scene, besides the external audience, it was none other than the tyrant undead, the final boss. It looked at its undead army and found them utterly helpless before this dragon. Qin Shen, looking at the stunned tyrant undead, could somewhat understand its current state of mind. The invincible royal army, in the face of this monstrous dragon, was as fragile as paper. In fact, sometimes Qin Shen also pondered, since he was a dragon rider, why couldn't he ride the divine dragons from the Dragon Kingdom myths? But then he quickly realized, how could the dragon gods of our Dragon Kingdom be tamed and ridden by a mere mortal of the first rank? Only the Western giant dragons would be tamed. Of course, mainly because humans have yet to discover the traces of the Eastern divine dragons. So far, no one in the world knows whether the Eastern divine dragons truly exist. If they do exist, where would they be found in which forbidden area? For humans today, exploring this is truly too difficult. But no matter what, Qin Shen was already content. At least with Little Wine, his mundane life had finally changed. He had thought he would live an ordinary life and then honestly become a chef, but he never expected that God would give him a chance to turn things around. So he must seize this opportunity and completely turn his life around. Roar! Perhaps sensing the burning fighting spirit of its master at this moment, Little Wine also roared, and then charged forward. Boom boom boom! The Little Wine dragged its huge body and sprinted towards the direction where the tyrant's corpse was located. The ground cracked. Buildings collapsed. The legion of undead perished under the trampling charge of the Little Wine. Nothing could stop the destructive charge of the Little Wine. I'll fight you to the end. As it approached the end, even the tyrant's corpse was stirred with a hint of battle intent, gathering courage and charging towards the Little Wine. The result was smack! With just one kick, the Little Wine turned it into minced meat. Buzz! But at that moment, a faint golden light emerged on the body of the tyrant's corpse. This faint layer of golden light contained an extremely majestic vitality. In Qin Shen's astonished gaze, this level 30 golden 5-star boss actually reassembled its body, and after 2 seconds, stood again in front of the Little Wine. Advanced Rebirth. A life-saving skill possessed only by monsters above level 30. As a secret realm in the hell difficulty of the job transition exam, having this life-saving skill was quite normal. However, smack! What greeted the tyrant's corpse was the extremely impatient kick of the little wine. For the tyrant's corpse, even just a kick from the little wine was like an overwhelming darkness. With one kick, not to mention the tyrant's corpse, even the ground of the entire palace cracked. Looking back, the palace built in the tomb was already in ruins, with undead monster limbs scattered everywhere. As for the group of elite monsters, they all perished under the destructive charge of the little wine. Dealing with elite monsters of grudges, the little wine was also simple, spewing out a plain fire dragon flame towards them. Although under the heavenly might state, the little wine's magic damage was greatly reduced, it was still sufficient to deal with these elite monsters of grudges. Thus, in the end, all the monsters in the final level that was enough to make all examinees fearful were completely wiped out under the crushing of the little wine. In fact, if the little wine hadn't played around in the middle, the solution would have been faster. But even so, Qin knew that his team was definitely the fastest to clear the level, without a doubt. Even the group of solo challenge prodigies would not score higher than him, whether in terms of clearance time or performance rating. Qin was definitely the first. Good. Besides roasted suckling pig, I'll roast a few whole lambs for you. Cumin, spicy, savory, all to satisfy your taste buds. Qin chuckled and patted the little wine's head. Gah! The little wine, upon hearing this, happily squinted its eyes. It was just a little foodie. Previously, for a bottle of divine fire jade marrow, it was willing to make a contract with Qin. Of course, this was also because it felt a comfortable feeling from Qin, like a warm sun. Subconsciously, it felt that following this master would bring great happiness in the future. So it signed the contract. At this moment, the little wine shuddered. Crack, crack. Qin was surprised to see that the body shell of the little wine was shedding countless steel scales. After the shedding of the steel scales, turning into dust, red dragon scales quickly grew out of the little wine's body. Gah! At this moment, the little wine finally let out a satisfied cry, then slowly reduced its size. Qin understood the little wine's meaning. It probably felt that after crushing the undead monsters, those disgusting things contaminated its dragon scales, so it didn't want the original layer of scales and instead molted a new layer of scales. With the majestic vitality of the dragon race, achieving this was indeed not difficult. Ding! At this moment, the notification sound from the secret realm finally rang out slowly. Congratulations to the new life Qin for successfully clearing the silver level secret realm dungeon 2 maze. Current level difficulty, hell level. Clearance time, 12 minutes 56 seconds. Performance rating, SSS level. Duration rating, SSS level. Overall rating, SSS level. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom's Career Transition Exam Data Center. The Secret Realm clearance reward will be distributed in 1 minute. Please new student Qin collected in time. Phew! Until this moment, Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief slowly. Great! Finally completed the first task given by the system, achieving excellent results in the Career Transition Exam. I wonder what the system will reward this time, but I'm too lazy to think about it. Anyway, waiting here for the reward should be almost done. Outside the exam room, the platform once again fell into silence. All the leaders, principals, and teachers seemed to have turned into statues, their faces frozen in astonishment, staring unbelievably at the screen. What the heck is this? Oh my god! The final stage with nearly 10,000 small monsters. Was it really wiped out like this? And the crucial thing is that the dragon didn't seem to use any skills, just rampaging through the stage with its invincible dragon body. You could even see a playful look in its eyes like a child. A level 30 golden 5-star boss. Even the principals present would find it extremely difficult to deal with. After all, in this extremely remote 4th or 5th tier small city, the strength of the principals and teachers is not that great. Having the strength of a second transformation is already good. But even so, facing such a difficult and overpowered boss, it was wiped out just like that. And it was wiped out again after the second resurrection. It's really shocking. On this day, all the principals and teachers present finally experienced the power of the dragon race. It seems that even if the questions set by the King of Hell are beyond the scope, they are no match for Qin's dragon. Director Lu Jinliang of the Education Bureau of Anning City couldn't help but sigh. Beyond the scope. This is Director Lu Jinliang's evaluation of this dragon. At the same time, it is also an evaluation of Qin, who can form a contract with the dragon race. Dragons are indeed powerful. Being able to tame such a powerful dragon as a dragon pet, and making Qin, who the other party listens to obediently, even more powerful. It should be noted that even those legendary level 100 beast tamers, when signing a contract with a subdragon species, do not have this kind of main pet contract. It is a very equal ally contract. In other words, even those top beast tamers have not achieved the feat of taming such a powerful top dragon race as Qinshen has. A time of 12 minutes and 56 seconds. Plus all ratings are SSS level. No need to look further, this year's top scorer in the southern province is none other than him, Lu Bin said sullenly at this moment. The other principals and teachers also nodded quickly. Especially Luo Yang and Zhali couldn't help but laugh. Unexpected. The small city of Anning has broken the historical record of career transition exams and produced a truly provincial top scorer. Previously, the best record in the career transition exam in Anning City was only achieved by a hidden profession spirit tamer who ranked 8th in that year's career transition exam. And that was decades ago. Now, the dragon tamer, a profession that was initially considered worthless by everyone, has overcome all obstacles, crushed all the way, and won the provincial top scorer title that has never appeared in Anning City. Of course, it's just halfway to celebrating. Whether he can truly achieve the top scorer position, the people present can only say there is a 99% chance. The remaining 1% chance is left for some leeway. After all, what if the provincial capital city of Southern Province or other cities also produce extremely talented geniuses? But no matter what, for Anning City, this is a good thing, because they have produced a dragon tamer with a dragon. This is the first dragon tamer in history with a dragon. Remember to keep it confidential. Not a word should be leaked about Qinshen's exam recording. And he successfully contracted with a real top dragon clan, also must keep it secret. Who dares to leak it, then don't blame me for ruthlessly killing. At this moment, Lu Bin's eyes full of killing intent and warning swept over all the principals and teachers present. Hiss! Feeling the chilling killing intent of this Star Slayer Sword Saint, the expressions of all the principals and teachers couldn't help but tense up. This is no joke. Considering the strict confidentiality of information about job changers in the Dragon Kingdom today, anyone who dares to leak it will truly be hunted down nationwide. The Dragon Kingdom values the future living forces, especially those young talents who have not yet grown up, and protects them greatly, because everyone knows that the future stage of the Dragon Kingdom is destined for these young people to perform on. So, the Dragon Kingdom has long stipulated that the recording of the job change entrance exam is not allowed to be made public every year, and the principals and teachers who are qualified to come to the scene to observe and supervise the exam are also significant figures in the local area. Indeed, it must be kept confidential. After all, this is a special case of the first successful taming of a top dragon clan in human history. Also, after that little guy comes out later, we need to have a talk with him. Lu Jinliang nodded, showing his full approval. If this news were to spread, he dared to guarantee that all countries would be in an uproar. Those are top dragon clans. Not earth dragons, not flying dragons, not even sub-dragons. They are above the level of giant dragons, and may even be the top existence of holy dragons. Before this little guy truly grows up, it really shouldn't be publicized too much. And while these principals and leaders were discussing with each other in a serious manner, inside the instance, buzz, a vast golden light beam descended from the sky. Then, items began to generate from the golden light. At the same time, the prompt sound of the spirit of the secret realm rang in the mind. The eye of appraisal scanned directly, and these reward information appeared directly in front of the eyes. Fearless warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Earth Tomb Maze Secret Realm instance. Below are the exclusive rewards for clearing the secret realm. Reward 1, 150,000 experience points. Reward 2, 200 skill points, 200 free attribute points. Reward 3, 1 Tomb Raider King title. Reward 4, Ian Wind Armor 3-piece set, armor, belt, leggings. Reward 5, Tyrant Undead's Command Staff, level 25, gold. Reward 6, Tyrant Undead's Enchantment Orb ×1. Reward 7, B-grade rare material, Tyrant Undead's Heart ×1. Rich. Incredibly rich. Not to mention other rewards, just the 150,000 experience points for clearing it were enough to make Qinshen feel a strong sense of surprise. Su-Ro, how much experience did you get? Qinshen asked softly. I got 50,000 experience points, which is already a lot. Su-Ro's beautiful face also showed a touch of joy. 50,000? Qinshen murmured to himself. It seems that this secret realm instance is different from the previous Goblin Village instance. Experience is distributed according to contribution. Although Su-Ro can be said to have played a minor role in this secret realm assault, but she also made an effort. And there should be a minimum experience reward threshold, which is 50,000. Otherwise, if the distribution is purely based on contribution, Su-Ro would probably be lucky to get 10,000 experience. What rewards do you want? Qinshen asked with a smile. No, I'm already very happy to receive the experience points and attribute points rewards. I also got a very good score in the exam. I am content, all these things belong to you. Su-ro also showed great self-awareness. She knew that without Qin Shen, let alone clearing the instance, she probably wouldn't even have the courage to enter the hell level difficulty. Where would she have the face to ask for resource allocation? You can have this level 25 gold staff, I don't need it anyway. Although Su-ro politely declined the distribution of resources with great self-awareness, Qin Shen was not a stingy person. I can't accept this. It's too precious. Su-ro covered her mouth and said, indeed. This level 25 golden quality scepter, if sold, not to mention more, the starting bid would definitely be over 80 million dragon coins. And that's just the starting bid. Mainly because there are very few equipment and skill books circulating in the market, especially in the area of Anning City. Not to mention level 25 golden quality equipment, even good level 20 equipment is very rare. It's in this kind of situation that equipment and skill books have been driven to sky-high prices. It's simply not something an ordinary family can afford. I'm the team leader, since I've assigned it to you, just take it. Qin Shen threw the golden scepter at Su-ro without hesitation. The action seemed as if he was throwing away trash. Su-ro quickly and carefully caught it, examined it closely, and was slightly moved. It truly was a golden quality equipment. The enchantment effects and the enhancement to intelligence attribute contained within it had already far surpassed the scepter her family had crafted for her. Thank you. Su-ro thanked sincerely. Qin Shen waved his hand and then packed the remaining items into his inventory. Alright, after the exam, it's time to go out. Qin Shen said with a smile. The big shots outside will definitely be amazed. That's for sure. Su-ro also smiled. Her smile was very charming and healing. Sometimes, going on a dungeon raid with a beautiful woman can also be enjoyable. At least it's pleasing to the eye, and the mood will improve. Gore! At this moment, the little wine nestled in Qin Shen's arms stretched out its head and made a sound, probably meaning my contribution is not small either. Alright, I know you've made the biggest contribution. Tonight, we'll have roast suckling pig, roast whole lamb, roast rabbit, all arranged for you. Qin Shen smiled and patted the little one's head. The little wine enjoyed it with a hum. Outside. Buzz. There was a spatial ripple in the magic teleportation array in the middle of the square. Everyone turned to look and saw Qin Shen and Su-ro's figures. This magic teleportation array corresponded to the town portal scroll held by each examinee. As long as the examinee encounters danger or completes the task to claim rewards, they can use this town portal scroll to return to the real world through this magic teleportation array. Lu Bin, who was sitting on the main stage, saw this and immediately wanted to get up to talk to Qin Shen. At this moment, Qin Shen had already sent the little wine back to the beast pet space. Every beast tamer has their own beast pet space. And as a hidden profession of a dragon tamer, of course, they have it too. And the dragon tamer's beast pet space is many times larger than that of a regular beast tamer. This is naturally to accommodate the enormous size of the dragon race. But just as Lu Bin was about to speak, buzz! There was another ripple in the magic array. Immediately after, 5 very embarrassed figures appeared. Plop! However, among these 5 figures, 2 of them instantly fainted. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a team that had chosen the difficult level for the exam. Quick, help us, save us! The priestess girl, whose mana had completely dried up, cried out. The healing team that had been on standby immediately came forward to help them. Qin Shen and Su-ro watched quietly on the side. In this team of 5, there were 2 frontline warriors, 1 melee DPS, 1 ranged magic DPS, and 1 priest for support. It was considered a classic dungeon raid team lineup. However, the 2 frontline warriors were covered in wounds, their armor shattered, and their bodies stained red with blood. It seemed they had suffered heavy injuries in a certain level and had no choice but to retreat. It was at this moment that a desperate scream suddenly came from the screen. In that window, a mage with a difficulty level similar to solo play had his legs directly snapped by the giant stitched zombie. He quickly took out a town portal scroll from his pocket, preparing to use it. But he saw the young mage being torn apart by the giant stitched zombie, blood flying everywhere, as if a rain of blood had fallen. The giant stitched zombie greedily opened its mouth, even the other stitched faces on its body opened their mouths, wanting to lick the flesh and blood that was considered a delicacy to them. Su-ro covered her mouth, her face turning pale in an instant. Someone died. Someone really died. A living person's life was lost right before everyone's eyes. Woo woo woo. The priestess girl, who was already frightened, cried even more when she saw this scene, possibly leaving a shadow in her heart. The principal and teachers on the platform also silently watched this scene without saying a word. Of course, they were sad. They were the principal and teachers, and the one who died in front of them was their student. But they were helpless. This was the class transfer exam, this was reality. On the front lines, the monsters faced by countless transfer students were far more terrifying and powerful than the monsters in the transfer exam dungeon. These principals and teachers had watched live broadcasts of many transfer exams. Qin also stared at the scene, silently not saying a word. He knew that if every transfer student wanted to continue on the path in the long run, they must experience such cruel scenes. Just like when Qin hatched the dragon egg to obtain the divine fire jade marrow, or when he risked his life to kill the cat demon. At that time, he didn't know if the talent beast affinity would be useful. If it wasn't, then he would face a battle that could determine his life. While everyone was silent, buzzing sounds continued as teams and individuals appeared from the magic teleportation array. And what surprised everyone was, even Hoiba came out in a sorry state. He chose to solo at the difficult level. Damn! Even Hoiba couldn't pass the level. The questions this year are really difficult. Don't say that. Look, Qin and Su-Ro came out earlier than us. They must be unable to pass the level like us and had to quit. Hearing these words, Hoiba, who was originally discouraged, also raised his head and looked towards Qin and Su-Ro. Then he stood up and walked slowly towards them. He turned to Su-Ro, stared at her, and said in a deep voice, "Su-Ro, I'm asking you, do you regret it or not? I suggest you do the same as me, repeat the year, and then team up with me to clear the dungeon next year." Teaming up with this useless dragon tamer to clear the dungeon, isn't that just eliminating yourself? With that, he even sneered. Obviously, he really took those discussions seriously, thinking that Qin and Su-Ro had failed and came out early. At this moment, many people around also looked over. These were the ones who couldn't pass the level. As for those who could pass, they were still grinding in the dungeon. It probably wouldn't be possible to come out in 1 or 2 hours. This year's exam questions were really too difficult, beyond everyone's imagination. Not to mention the final level, most people were stuck at the 4th level. Now, with Hoiba failing the exam and seeing Su-Ro also failing, he naturally came over to advise and mock her. When Su-Ro heard Hoiba's meaningless mocking words, the smile that was on her face disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. She just looked at Hoiba with an unfriendly expression. Hoiba thought his words would bring some impact and regret to Su-Ro, but unexpectedly, it caused the other party's attitude to become so cold. This made him even more convinced that the other party's results were indeed not good, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, he noticed that the group of principals and teachers on the stage were coming down. Even the chief examiner, who exuded a strong sword intent and was sitting in the middle, walked over with a smile on his face. This suddenly made Hoiba stunned. What is this? And why do all the principals and teachers have such big smiles on their faces? Is it because of him? At this moment, Hoiba began to doubt himself. He had already failed in the middle of the 5th level and had to withdraw, not even seeing the final boss. But at this moment, the teachers and principals were smiling and walking towards him. Could it be that this exam was too difficult, so even if he didn't pass, with his current results, he could still compete for the top spot in Anning City? As the group of principals and teachers approached closer, Hoiba straightened his back more and more. The other candidates around him were also staring blankly at the approaching group of big shots, not understanding what was happening. However, at that moment, buzz! 3 figures were suddenly transported out one after another within a span of less than 3 seconds. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Taming and Shuang, and they were accompanied by a girl, who had a proud expression but a somewhat sharp and sarcastic appearance. Judging from her attire and equipment, she seemed to be a member of a family from Anning City. However, when Hoiba saw this scene, his face twitched fiercely. "You guys teamed up. Didn't we agree to solo the difficult level entrance exam? Seeing you all being transported out at the same time, how could Hoiba not understand that they had teamed up? He never expected that, despite agreeing to compete with each other, Ming and Shuang had teamed up with a priest to tackle the challenge together. Sorry, before going in, I estimated that with Yin Wang's habit of setting questions, even at the difficult level, we might not be able to pass it solo. And I didn't want to tackle the normal difficulty level entrance, so I temporarily teamed up with Shuang and Zhang Yu. It turns out my decision was right. We successfully cleared the difficult level entrance. If it was a solo run, we probably would have failed long ago." Ming, handsome and dressed in a white mage robe, adjusted his glasses and said with a faint smile. There was a hint of boasting in his tone, and he deliberately spoke loudly. It was nothing more than wanting to show off in front of these high school exam losers. Wow! As expected, the surrounding high school exam losers immediately cast envious and jealous glances at Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu. Words of admiration followed. Indeed, Tian Jinming not only has strength but also brains, unlike Huiba, who is so foolish. It seems that Tian Jinming is destined to become the top scholar in Anning City. Yes, the top institutions have already left it up to him to choose, and I estimate that even the top 3 institutions will send people to recruit him, something that hasn't happened in many years. While the audience was admiring, they didn't forget to make a comparison with Huiba. Damn! It's all your fault, you waste. If you hadn't taken Su Ro away, our team's results would definitely not be worse than theirs. Frustrated, Huiba turned to Qin Shen and Su Ro and said something extremely foolish and insulting. This made Qin Shen immediately furrow his brows. The reason he didn't respond was that he didn't regard this group of so-called city-level geniuses highly. But if the other party kept buzzing around like flies, Qin Shen would definitely make them understand what cruelty is. Don't forget, Qin Shen is not a saint. When in the wilderness, Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, Zhou Xin Can, and others said kill and kill. It's only now that they are in public that they can't be bothered to argue with Huiba, this idiot. If it were in the wilderness, this Huiba would have been killed by Qin Shen countless times. What are you guys talking about? At this moment, the principals and teachers finally walked over in groups. Seeing these big shots, Huiba's arrogant demeanor finally subsided a bit, but his heart was bitter. Because he knew that this group of big shots must have come to congratulate Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu in advance for their excellent performance in the career transition exam. Tian Jinming and others obviously thought so too. They immediately greeted them with smiles and asked politely, "Hello, 3 invigilators, principals, and teachers." The big shots nodded slightly. At this time, the principal of Sanzhong also walked to the side of Tian Jinming and asked with a smile, "Xiao Tian, you look like you did very well in the exam. By the way, may I ask, what were your scores for the exam?" Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, Zhang Yu. No, principal, didn't you watch our live broadcast? Or, did the principal deliberately ask in front of everyone to let him reveal the scores and then pretend to be modest? It must be like this. Principal, the test questions this time were really too difficult. Even if we tried our best, the final completion time came to 22 minutes and 45 seconds, and the overall score was also a plus, which is really embarrassing for Sanzhong. Tian Jinming pretended to be very guilty. His attitude was like those top students in the class. Whenever someone asked him, "How did you do on the exam this time?" he would answer very badly. But when the test paper was handed back, he scored 98 out of 100, still pretending to look like he did poorly. Wow! Just as Tian Jinming's pretentious words fell, it still caused many candidates to exclaim and admire. Wow! So strong! To actually get an A+ grade. I completed the solo easy difficulty and only got a B grade. Can only say amazing. It seems that the city's top scholar must have come from him or Xiong Shuang. Listening to these praises, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang looked even more proud. Huiba, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth. Only Qin Shen and Su Ro, as well as the big shots, showed no excitement on their faces. Even the principal of the school where Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang were, at this moment, just nodded faintly, said well, and reluctantly praised, well. Not bad, indeed. Ha! When Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and others saw that the big shots only showed a faint smile, they were a bit stunned. Even the praise from the principal of Sanzhong was perfunctory. Isn't this performance good enough? This is the result of teaming up to pass the career transition exam in a difficult level wilderness. In Anning City, this is already considered top-notch, right? At least looking around, there isn't any candidate who can achieve this, right? Just as Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and others were puzzled, the governor Lu Bin, who was surrounded by a terrifying sword intent, bypassed Tian Jinming and the others and came to Qin Shen and Su Ro. And surprisingly, as this sword Saint Big Shot moved, other principals and teachers also followed closely. This immediately surrounded Qin Shen and Su Ro. What is going on? Not only were the surrounding candidates stunned, even Tian Jinming, Huiba, and others were dumbfounded. What are these big shots up to? Qin Shen, you're very good. Very good. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, they saw this usually unsmiling third-turn sword Saint Big Shot, actually showing an extremely satisfied smile, and even patted Qin Shen's shoulder heavily twice. This attitude. Isn't it the attitude that an elder would show when greatly appreciating a younger person? But didn't Qin Shen fail the exam? What qualifications does he have? Tian Jinming and others are now in a state of confusion. The praise that should have belonged to them has fallen on Qin Shen. What's the reason for this? Alright, Both of you can go back and rest well. Just wait patiently for the announcement in 7 days. Also, remember to keep it confidential. Lu Bin ended with a meaningful reminder. Okay. Thank you, Director Lu, for your concern. Qin Shen and Su Ro both nodded in thanks. Then, amidst the puzzled and chaotic gazes of the crowd, they left the examination hall. Director Lu, we must not be stingy in treating the top scorer this time. After Qin Shen left, Li Bin turned his head and looked meaningfully at Lu Jinliang. Regarding this, you can rest assured. At the moment the results are announced, I have already prepared rewards for the top scorer. Our Education Bureau will award the top scorer of this year's city level with 2 A-level general skill books, 30 million dragon coins, a top villa in Century Houting, and a set of level 20 purple grade armor. Director Lu Jinliang of the Yanning City Education Bureau immediately expressed generously. As soon as these words were spoken, all the principals and teachers, as well as all the candidates present, were shocked. Oh my goodness! Can this year's city-level top scorer really receive such top-notch rewards? Especially those 2 A-level general skill books, they are precious items that are simply unobtainable. Of course, our local alchemy company, forging company, real estate company, automobile company, etc. will also provide generous rewards. Director Lu, are you satisfied now? Lu Jinliang continued to reveal more rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates were once again shocked. Wow! Are they planning to use the entire city's resources to reward this year's city-level top scorer? Previous city-level top scorers never received such treatment. Could it be because this year's exam was too difficult, so they are giving such generous rewards to the top scorer? But this is too generous. After all, this is just a small 4th or 5th tier city. The rewards offered are even more generous than those in big cities. It is said that 1st tier cities only offer an A-level general skill book to their city-level top scorers. But Anning City is awarding too. Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang were completely stunned and excited. Just now, when Director Lu walked over and patted Qin Shen on the shoulder, it should have been because of Su Ro. Everyone knows that although the Su family in Anning City is considered a small family in the entire dragon country, Su Ro's father once saved a 4th transformation powerhouse. As a result, Su Ro received a gift from that 4th transformation powerhouse, the 2nd transformation scroll of the chanting saint. Director Lu's pat on Qin Shen's shoulder was probably to comfort Su Ro and indirectly give face to that 4th transformation powerhouse. It must be like this. The city-level top scorer position is still between me and Xiong Shuang. And in the performance just now in the secret realm, Tian Jinming's output percentage was 5% higher than Xiong Shuang's. So he is very likely to take the position of city-level top scorer. Thinking of this, even though Tian Jinming tried to maintain his composure, he couldn't help but smile smugly. Great! Life is so enjoyable. When he becomes the city-level top scorer, he will definitely go to the Su family to propose marriage and bring Su Ro back home, while also making connections with that 4th transformation powerhouse. By then, he will have both connections and resources. How satisfying. Damn! Xiong Shuang looked at Tian Jinming's smile and felt a kick in his heart. He knew very well that his output percentage was inferior to Tian Jinming's, so the position of top scorer might really be his. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He quietly approached the principal of his school and asked, "Principal, do you think Tian Jinming will be the city-level top scorer?" Although the principals do not have the right to correct the vocational transfer exam questions, after many years of taking the vocational transfer exam, they actually have a good idea of who the city-level top scorer is in their hearts. The questions you asked are simply nonsense. How could Tian Jinming be the city-level top scorer? The principal of Sanzhong shook his head and laughed. Ha! Not Tian Jinming. Xiong Shuang's eyes lit up in that instant. If it's not Tian Jinming, then it must be me, right? The principal of Sanzhong glanced at him, as if seeing through his excited expression, and had to reluctantly add, "Don't be happy, you're not the city-level top scorer either." Xiong Shuang. What? Not Kim. And not Tian Jinming. Then who could it be? Suddenly, Xiong Shuang was completely dumbfounded. He walked back to Tian Jinming in a daze. At this moment, Tian Jinming, still full of spirit, smiled and looked at the surrounding examinees. Seeing the other party looking so pleased, Tian Jinming immediately felt annoyed. Neither of us is the top scorer, and yet you're still foolishly showing off. Alright, come here, I have something to tell you. Xiong Shuang directly pulled Tian Jinming into a corner. What's the matter? Are you jealous that I'm about to become the city-level top scorer, so you want me to share the reward with you a little? I'm telling you, there's no chance. Tian Jinming sneered. Damn it! Xiong Shuang couldn't help but curse. Look, you're getting worked up. What the hell? We're not the top scorers. Do you know how ridiculous you look when you're so pleased? Xiong Shuang glared at him. Ha! Not us. Tian Jinming was dumbfounded. After leaving the exam room, Qin Chen bid farewell to Su Ro. Originally, Su Ro wanted to invite Qin Chen to have a meal together, but when she saw a little head popping out from Qin Chen's collar, staring at her intently, Su Ro immediately dared not speak up to invite him anymore. After all, she was very aware of how terrifying this little dragon cub could be. Even if she had feelings for Qin Chen, she couldn't afford to anger this little ancestor. The first thing Qin Chen did after leaving the exam room was not to go home. Instead, he went to the largest meat market in Anning City. To the shock of the various bosses, Qin Chen bought 20 magic antelope sheep, 20 black crystal black-haired pigs, and 20 horned magic rabbits in one go. Although these were not wild, in terms of the tenderness and deliciousness of the meat, they were even better than wild ones. The reason was that over the years, with the high development of magic and technology, as well as the integration of games into reality, all industries have also experienced extremely rapid development. The livestock industry has also advanced ahead. After the boss processed these lamb, pork, and rabbit meats, Qin Chen stored them in his storage ring, and also bought a relatively large professional barbecue machine. Back at the orphanage, amidst the children's cheers, Qin Chen directly grilled all the meat. Jia Wu. Little Wine also wriggled out of Qin Chen's arms, making a cute sound, instantly attracting the children's attention. Qin Chen, what is this? It's so cute. Qin Chen, can I play with it? Wow, it's so cute, can I touch it? The children gathered around Little Wine. Qin Chen was initially worried that Little Wine might dislike being approached by children, but he found that the little dragon cub raised its head high and did not resist the children's touch at all. Perhaps it could sense the children's innocent goodwill. Auntie on the side continued to watch everything with a kind smile. She did not ask how Qin Chen did in the vocational transfer exam today. Whether it was studying or living, Auntie had very low expectations of the children and never interfered, leaving them enough space to keep their secrets. As long as they didn't do anything bad. Eat well and drink well. When Xiaojiu finally satisfied, it snuggled into his arms and purred comfortably. Qin Chen then took it back to the bedroom. It was only now that he had time to check the rewards he had obtained from today's job transfer exam. First, there were experience points and attribute skill points. The 150,000 experience reward directly boosted Qin Chen's level from 18 to 22. Xiaojiu's level also increased from 10 to 12. Level advancement naturally brought changes to the four-dimensional attributes. Next were the titles Tomb Raider King and Wind Armor set. Tomb Raider King title increases strength by 15 points, intelligence by 15 points, and movement speed by 15%. The Mosquito Leg title. But it was still something every job changer had to strive to collect because title attributes, like four-dimensional attributes, were permanent. When the number of titles accumulated to a certain amount, those attributes could not be ignored. The Wind set attributes were not that great. Wind set is a level 20 purple grade armor set. It consists of 3 parts, shoulder pads, belt, and leggings. The attribute terms for all 3 parts are the same, strength plus 5, stamina plus 30. The shoulder pads have an enchantment effect, increases attack speed by 15%. The belt has an enchantment effect, increases casting speed by 15%. The leggings have an enchantment effect, increases movement speed by 15%. Set effect, when hit, gain 10% damage reduction for all types of damage. Speaking of which, this armor set effect was similar to the Swift Wind set obtained from the system's box rewards. But in terms of attributes, it was much inferior to the level 15 Swift Wind set. This was quite normal. The Wind set belonged to normal secret dungeon drops, while the Swift Wind set was a system exclusive. Can they be compared? Definitely not. Find a chance to sell it, or just sell it directly to Su Ro, exchange it for dragon coins, at least it can ensure the orphanage's food and clothing. Qin Chen thought carefully. At the same time, he had to start preparing for the direct long-distance learning plan. Before leaving Anning City, he had to properly arrange everything in the orphanage and not let Ama work so hard again. Anyway, he had money now. With the money from selling materials before, plus the 30 million dragon coins Su Ro sent later, you couldn't imagine that Qin Chen, who was only 18 years old, already had nearly $1 billion in assets. And this was without selling everything in the internal space. Finally, there was the enchantment bead of the Tyrant Undead, with the effect, after enchanting it onto a weapon, triggering the dominance effect upon hitting a target. Dominance effect increases strength by 15%. It was also a good thing. This was a percentage increase enchantment effect. As for the B-grade material Heart of the Tyrant Undead, well, it could be used to refine a precious poison pill. The biggest gain of this secret realm journey should be the experience points far exceeding the normal secret realm rewards, Qin Shen said with some emotion. He and Xiao Jiao had undergone significant changes in their panels. Name, Qin Shen, age, 18 years old. Level, 22, occupation, Dragon Tamer, talents, Beast Affinity, SSS, Culinary Mastery, E+, Strength, 700, Intelligence, 700, Physique, 600, Agility, 600, Occupational Skills, Dragon Taming, S, Bloodline Fusion, SSS, Hatred Mark, B, Dragon Rampage, B, Dragon Claw Assault, B, Fire Dragon Bullet, B, Dragon Pet, Blazing Flame Holy Dragon, Endless Fire Lord, name, Ingjiao, nickname, Xiaojiao, gender, female, age, less than a month, level, 12, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 2200, intelligence 2200, physique 2100, agility 2100, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. Let's not talk about Qin Shen's changes. The change in Xiaojiao is the most terrifying. The 4-dimensional attributes have all increased by a total of 1000. Overall, Xiaojiao has actually gained a total of 4000 points in attributes in this upgrade. This is exaggerated. Simply exaggerated. I dare not imagine how powerful Xiaojiao will be when it reaches level 30 and enters the growth period. The key is, the rewards for the tasks released by the system have not been settled yet. It should be settled after the official announcement of the college entrance examination results. Damn! I am really advancing step by step towards the road of invincibility. Qin Shen exclaimed. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally in advance, he was still shocked by the terrifying growth rate of Xiaojiao. Giggle. Xiaojiao, lying on Qin Shen's chest, felt the astonishment of its owner towards its growth, and also smiled proudly and cutely. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this morning, all the parents in Anning City were eagerly waiting, already sitting in front of the computer with their children, anxiously waiting for the release of the results on the official website of the Anning City Education Bureau at 9 o'clock. Today of every year is actually the most anticipated day for students and parents nationwide. Because whether one can turn their fortunes around depends on today. For ordinary people, if their children can directly enter prestigious schools, their future destiny will undoubtedly change significantly. It is worth noting that due to the integration of the game and reality, with the onset of the Great Catastrophe, the power of the Transcenders has been highly valued by all countries worldwide. A series of industries related to Transcenders have become the most sought-after choices. For example, teachers in Transcendence high schools, training instructors in adventure guilds, combat instructors, and so on. The benefits and treatment of these professions are exceptionally good. Therefore, many ordinary people hope that their children can enter prestigious combat schools, excel in their studies, and then become professionals in these highly sought-after careers. Of course, if they have outstanding results, staying and working in prestigious universities would be even better. As a result, the day of the release of the results naturally became a matter of national attention. Qin Shen did not stay in front of the computer to wait for the results, because he already knew his own results. It must be the first place. During these 7 days, he had been preparing for his distant learning journey. During this time, he also contacted Su Ro, asking her to use the Su family's connections to bring in some reliable people as new staff for the orphanage. At this moment, Qin Shen's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Su Ro's joyful and crisp voice. Qin Shen, the results are out. You are the first place. You are the top scholar in Nanzhou province. Qin Shen did not show any excitement about this, as he had already anticipated it. What about you? How did you do in the exams? Qin Shen asked with a smile. Thanks to you, my results are also very good, in the top 20 at the provincial level, so there should be no problem applying to the top 5 prestigious schools. I have to thank you. Without you, my results would probably not have been this good. Su Ro said very sincerely. She was not exaggerating. She only provided some buff skills to Qin Shen throughout. Although this was because she was only in a supporting role, if she were to team up with others, not to mention being in the top 20 provincially, she might even be in the top 20 in Anning City. After all, even in a team, the candidates' overall scores are determined by their performance. It was only because Qin Shen raised the entire team's score that she could have such a high overall score in evaluation. Congratulations to you too. By the way, what university do you plan to apply to? Qin Shen asked with a smile. And you? Which university are you applying to? Su Ro did not answer directly, but asked back. I will probably apply to the Eastern Spirit Academy. Qin Shen said. The top 5 prestigious schools are Eastern Spirit Academy, Fengtian Academy, Shengchuan Academy, Nanyun Academy, Yaoxing Academy, Logically speaking, Qin Shen should apply to the nearest Nanyun Academy. After all, Nanyun Academy is located within the boundaries of Nanzhou Province. But unfortunately, Nanyun Academy is not a place to cultivate combat professions. It is a place specifically for cultivating secondary professions. As mentioned before, in this world, professions are divided into several categories: life, enhancement, and combat. Combat professions hold the highest status, which includes output professions and support professions. Life and enhancement professions are collectively classified as secondary professions. For example, chefs, enchanters, blacksmiths, alchemists, all fall under the category of secondary professions. Nanyun Academy is dedicated to training secondary professions. It is said that the several deans of Nanyun Academy are all legendary secondary professionals, enjoying high status and reputation not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also globally. It is worth mentioning that, as the top academy for secondary professions, Nanyun Academy is undoubtedly the wealthiest, and they do not consider students' performance in the transfer exam, but only whether your awakened talent fits the secondary profession. This is why Qin Shen did not choose Nanyun Academy, but chose Dongling Academy instead. My dad wants me to go to Fengtian Academy. Su Ro's tone noticeably dimmed. That's okay, after all, this is an important choice in life, and Fengtian Academy has a very strong comprehensive faculty. You can learn a lot there too, Qin Shen said with a smile. He didn't really mind. Actually, I want to apply to the same school as you. Su Ro buried this sentence in her heart and couldn't say it out loud. She had promised Qin Shen to keep his possession of a dragon pet a secret, not even telling her father. In addition to grades, everything about the examinees must be kept strictly confidential during the exam. So even after the results are announced, the outside world only knows that Qin Shen became the top scorer, but his combat recordings must be strictly kept confidential by the country. All examinees are the same. Only scores are made public, not the examinees' information. All principals and teachers supervising the exam are not allowed to mention it. Well, don't forget to go to school tomorrow. The enrollment teachers from the key academies will come in person, Su Ro said softly before hanging up the phone with a sense of melancholy. Qin Shen didn't really care. It was normal for Su Ro to choose Fengtian Academy, as Fengtian Province is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a place where talents abound, with prominent families and extensive social connections, making it very suitable for the future development plans of the Su family. Perhaps in the end, Su Ro would also marry into a prestigious family. Qin Shen didn't care about these things. He just thought that Su Ro, as a rich girl, did not have the bad habits of a spoiled child, and she was polite and pleasant to be around as a friend. If she also applied to the same university as himself, they could team up in the future. But now they had to go their separate ways. That's just how it is. All good things must come to an end. Ding! Just as Qin Shen was thinking about what to eat for dinner, suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for achieving outstanding results in the transfer exam, successfully winning the top spot in the Nanzhou province. Based on the host's performance, the system's challenge task has been completed with excess. Now, the rewards matching the host will be distributed. When Qin Shen heard this, his eyes lit up, and the slight sense of emotion in his heart instantly dissipated. Here it comes. The system's big rewards have finally arrived. Ding! Reward 1, S-level Dragon Language Magic Skill Book Roar of the Flame Dragon. Reward 2, 200 skill points, 200 free attribute points. Reward 3, S-level Talent Extraordinary Healing. Reward 4, level 20 Gold Tier Magic Staff, Falling Flame Staff. Reward 5, S-level Dragon Pet Skill Divine Fire from the Heavens. Reward 6, Title Dragon's Dignity. Reward 7, S-level Celestial Treasure Heavenly Fire Essence. The rewards are so generous. It's really extraordinary. When Qin Shen browsed through these rewards, his face was filled with ecstatic joy. All the rewards are S-level. Truly worthy of the system. Is this the reward for completing the mission beyond expectations? It's too generous. Qin Shen felt like he was dreaming. This challenge task was triggered on the day he changed jobs. At that time, he felt that the task was extremely difficult. He had to become the top scholar at the city level. The key point was that he didn't even have a dragon. Unexpectedly, he gradually reached the position of the top scholar at the provincial level. Next is the time to check the rewards. First, there are 3 S-level skill talents. Roar of the Flame Dragon, S advanced AoE skill of the Dragon Language Mage, after casting, can emit a powerful flame roar, causing great burning damage to enemies. Without looking, he gained another advanced AoE skill. The strength of a Dragon Master lies not only in being able to control giant dragons but also in being able to use all skills related to dragons. Whether it's a dragon blood warrior, a dragon language mage, or even a dragon hunter, the skills of these professions can all be used. Transcendent healing, any injuries you receive, including fatal ones, as long as it's not instant death, can be quickly healed. Very good. He gained another life-saving skill. Divine fire from the heavens, the dragon pet soars in the sky, raining down divine fire bombardment on all targets within a locked range on the ground, causing massive burning explosion damage. Note, only the flame dragon of the blazing flames can learn this skill. This is a unique exclusive reward for Xiaojiu. Currently, all of Xiaojiu's skills, except Fort Destruction Flame Claw, which is only an A-level skill, are S-level. It can only be said that the flame dragon is truly legendary. Then there are the staff, title, and the S-level celestial material divine essence of heavenly fire. Equipment, falling flame staff. Grade, gold grade. Level 20. Profession, mage, dragon language mage, dragon master. Attributes, intelligence plus 150, agility plus 100. Enchantment effects, targets hit by this staff's spell attacks will suffer burning damage equal to 1% of their maximum health per second, lasting 10 seconds. This staff increases damage of the holder's fire attribute spells by 20%. The staff increases the holder's spell penetration by 30%. The damage caused by this staff will be converted into a layer of fire wedding dress shield to block the imminent damage from enemies. Note, this weapon is forged from a segment of the spine of a heavenly flame dragon, providing a strong boost to fire attribute skills, making it the staff that every fire mage dreams of. Another top quality weapon. As mentioned before, the grades of weapons range from lowest to highest: white grade, blue grade, purple grade, gold grade, artifact, divine item, mythical. In reality, white grade corresponds to black iron and bronze levels. Blue grade corresponds to silver and gold levels. Purple grade corresponds to platinum and diamond levels. Gold grade corresponds to rare grade. Artifact corresponds to legendary grade. Divine item corresponds to epic grade. Mythical is just mythical, with no other name. If this gold grade staff were to appear in the auction house in this peaceful city, it would definitely cause a sensation, and countless wealthy individuals would rush here to bid. This is a gold grade weapon. Even in the high difficulty job change exam secret realm, rewards of this level have not been obtained. Such weapons are only found in extremely special trial environments. Very good. In this way, the Xianjing Earthscale Sword can be used for close combat and assault, while the Falling Flame Staff can be used for long-range bombardment. Perfect. Qin Shan was naturally very pleased. Divine Essence of Heavenly Fire, contains extremely pure power of flames, not to be taken lightly by ordinary people. Note, according to legend, the Qi and Holy Dragon clan lived in a forbidden place called the Endless Fire Domain, where a kind of thousand-year fire coral grew. This item is refined from thousand-year fire coral, and ordinary people who consume it will explode and die. When consumed by the Qi and Holy Dragon, it can make their physique and the power of their divine fire even stronger. Looking at the information about this heavenly treasure, Qin Shen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Wow! Ordinary people explode and die directly from consuming it. But the Qi and Holy Dragon not only survives but also becomes stronger. There's no way around it, that's the dragon race for you. Their physique is incomparable to humans. Finally, Dragon's Majesty, title strength plus 300, physique plus 300, wisdom plus 300, agility plus 300, damage of all dragon profession skills plus 20%. Wow! Top tier title. Regular titles only add a little bit of attributes, but this Dragon's Majesty title adds much more. Qin Shen could only exclaim in amazement. The rewards given by the system this time are really generous. Jie Wu. The little dragon cub lying in Qin Shen's arms also let out a soft cry. Little Wine and Qin Shen have a certain telepathic connection. They can sense each other's joy and sadness. Although it doesn't know why its master is so happy, since the master is happy, it is happy too. Phew! Qin Shen took a deep breath. Qin Shen and Little Wine are one, so Little Wine doesn't need to learn skills on its own. Just by closing his eyes, entering the system warehouse, and using all the skill books, the vast information flows into both his and Little Wine's minds at the same time. It's just a moment. These skills have already been mastered by Qin Shen and Little Wine. Finally, Qin Shen took out a bottle of heavenly fire essence directly. G.A. Little Wine's small nose smelled the unique fragrance from the heavenly fire essence and felt the strong flame aura contained in the bottle of divine medicine. It instantly let out a happy cry. Then, with a pair of golden dragon eyes widened, it made coquettish sounds, as if trying to please Qin Shen. Ha, look at you, little foodie. Here you go, only a little monster like you can eat this kind of heavenly treasure. Qin Shen handed the bottle to Little Wine without any hesitation. Little Wine cutely held the bottle on the table, then opened the bottle cap with its small mouth, raised its dragon claw, and poured the heavenly fire essence into its mouth. Glug glug. The liquid with a strong flame aura flowed into its stomach through its mouth, which could burn through a human's mouth, but for Little Wine, it was like a normal drink, and it finished it in one go. Burp. After finishing the heavenly fire essence in one breath, Little Wine let out a long burp. Qin Shen was surprised to see that after drinking the heavenly fire essence, Little Wine's eyes began to glaze over. Its dragon scales and the divine fire patterns on its chest became even brighter at this moment, shimmering with a hot and bright firelight. At this moment, this little dragon cub seemed like a child who accidentally drank strong alcohol, looking dazed and tipsy. It seems that the medicinal power contained in the heavenly fire essence is even higher than that of the divine fire jade marrow. I should let Little Wine rest. Qin Shen picked up Little Wine, whose small body felt like a warm hand warmer, emitting a hot breath. It didn't struggle at all, changed to a comfortable position in its master's arms, and began to enter a state of sleep. Qin Shen knew that Little Wine was starting to fall asleep, slowly digesting the immense medicinal power brought by the heavenly fire essence. Perhaps after digesting it completely, Little Wine's attributes would once again experience a surge. While Qin Shen was watching over the little dragon cub, the outside world was in turmoil at this moment. When everyone saw the name Qin Shen at the top of the list, their eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my god! Qin Shen! He's actually the top scorer in our southern province. Are you kidding me? I've never even heard of this guy's name before. Wow, this Qin Shen's overall score is actually 200 points higher than the second place. 862 points. Oh my god. They say this guy even teamed up in a hell-level college entrance exam. If he didn't team up, his score might have exceeded 930 points. What? Are you kidding me? In a moment, the two words Qin Shen completely exploded in the province of Nanzhou. Countless people began to investigate the background, family, and personal information of this name. And all the companies in Anning City have already taken swift action, because they themselves know Qin Shen. Who doesn't know that on the day of the job transfer ceremony, a rare profession of Dragon Master emerged from Class 3 of No.1 middle school? At that time, they thought this kid was unlucky. Although he had a hidden profession, he had no dragon to contract with. His future was destined to be a waste. But what they didn't expect was, in the blink of an eye, this person they considered a waste, actually directly won the top spot in the province of Nanzhou. This was obviously something that everyone couldn't accept, but had to accept as a fact. Because no one dared to question the insider information of the job transfer exam. Since Qin Shen won the top spot in the job transfer exam in Nanzhou province, it means that Qin Shen has found his own path to greatness. These people who have been struggling in the business world for most of their lives are not so stupid to think that the Dragon Kingdom would have insider dealings for a mere Dragon Master. Since the fact has already happened, then action begins. The Lingshui Alchemy Company of Anning City, announced that we will give 3 rare B-grade medicinal materials to this newly crowned provincial top scorer as a gesture of congratulations. Since the Alchemy Company has expressed it, I will also follow suit. Tianhao Real Estate is willing to donate the most expensive luxury villa in Anning City to the new provincial top scorer free of charge, as a token of appreciation. Wow, you all have made your statements, I guess I have to make mine too. May I ask if Qin Shen has a partner? If not, I am willing to let my daughter marry you. The one above is shameless. Marrying off your daughter is clearly trying to climb the social ladder. As the big shots in the business world came forward to make statements, the media reporters naturally did not miss this opportunity to ride the wave. In addition to writing about Qin Shen's achievement as the top scorer in the exam, expressing admiration and congratulations, they also personally went to the school to report or interview Qin Shen's classmates. Qin Shen's classmates were also very confused, because none of them had expected that Qin Shen, who was once mocked by them as a waste in his profession, would now directly slap them in the face and step on their bodies to the top spot. So when these classmates were interviewed, they all had embarrassed expressions, to the surprise of all the media reporters. Miss Su Ro of the Su family, who was also a teammate of Qin Shen, actually agreed to come forward for an interview. May I ask, Miss Su Ro, what is your opinion of Qin Shen? I am not qualified to evaluate him, but I can tell you my impression of him in just 2 words, powerful. As far as we know, Qin Shen is a dragon master. He was able to win the top spot. Does that mean he successfully contracted a dragon pet? I don't know the answer to that question. If you want to know, you can ask Qin Shen yourself. Then may I ask Miss Su Ro if she has any feelings for Qin Shen? Will you be together? I can definitely say that I have feelings, but whether we can be together depends on fate. Watching the interview clips on TV, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Huibo were sitting in their own homes at this moment, their faces extremely dark and terrifying. Slapped in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Thinking back to the mockery they had made of others in the exam room, and their arrogant self-righteousness, these three knew how ridiculous they must have looked in the eyes of all the principals and teachers. Damn it! Why does Qin Shen have this privilege? Did he really contract a dragon pet and become the first dragon master in history to own a dragon pet? No! Impossible! These three city-level geniuses obviously cannot accept the reality in front of them, but whether they accept it or not, it doesn't affect Qin Shen at all. At the same time, numerous phone calls flooded the principal's office at Yizhong Middle School. Each call made Principal Luo Yang ecstatic because they were all from the admissions offices of the top 20 combat universities in the country, and each admissions officer agreed to come to Yizhong immediately the next morning for admissions activities. They wanted him to inform Qin Shen to come and choose a school. It must be said, these universities acted very quickly. As soon as the results were out, they immediately called, and no matter how far away, they could be there the next day. This was naturally due to the large magic teleportation arrays built between each province. After learning this news, Qin Shen nodded and promised to attend the admissions event the next day. It was a good time for him to choose a school. Generally speaking, unless they were in the top 100 in the province, these prestigious universities would not personally send admissions officers. The top scholar in Nanzhou province is actually a dragon master. Did he really succeed in contracting a dragon pet? How would I know? I only received a call from the principal saying we must do our best to make Qin Shen choose our school. Coincidentally, our leaders also conveyed the same message. Well, it seems that the star-slaying sword saint really kept the matter of Qin Shen contracting a dragon pet absolutely confidential. Early the next day, as soon as Qin Shen walked out of the orphanage, he found a car waiting for him. The driver was his homeroom teacher, Zhao Li. Qin Shen, good morning. The teacher is here to congratulate you on winning the top spot in the Nanzhou Province Career Transition Exam. As soon as he saw Qin Shen come out, Zhao Li got out of the car with a smile. There should have been countless media reporters surrounding them here. After all, Qin Shen had become the top scholar in Nanzhou Province, and these media reporters would definitely want to report and interview him. But under the warning of Lu Jinliang, the director of the Education Bureau in Anning City, all media were not allowed to disturb Qin Shen. Therefore, homeroom teacher Zhao Li naturally came to personally pick up this precious student. He never dreamed that there would be a top scholar in his class, and it was the top scholar in the province. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was so happy that smoke was coming out of his ancestors' graves. Qin Shen then got into Zhao Li's car and headed to the school. Soon after arriving at the school, Qin Shen was greeted by the admiring gazes of his junior schoolmates. Look, that's senior Qin Shen. Ah, he looks quite handsome. I never thought that as a dragon master, he would win the top spot in our Nanzhou Province Career Transition Exam. Could he really have successfully contracted a dragon pet? That would be too incredible. Faced with the discussions of his junior schoolmates, Qin Shen's expression remained unchanged, showing neither pride for winning the top spot nor disdain for others. This made Zhao Li, who had been secretly observing his student, nod in approval. Yes, not arrogant or rash. There are not many young people who can maintain such a mindset. As someone who had witnessed Qin Shen's performance in the college entrance exam video, Zhao Li naturally knew how much of a genius and monster Qin Shen was at this moment. He was the first dragon master in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to successfully contract a high-level dragon species. Before this, there were dragon masters in the Dragon Kingdom, but they were all beast masters, and the dragons they contracted were all lower-level dragon species. There had never been anyone who successfully contracted a high-level dragon species before Qin Shen. Zhao Li could even say, Qin Shen had already surpassed countless students of the same age, and it was not an exaggeration to call him the #1 young talent of his generation. But with such a powerful dragon pet and strength of his own, he remains humble and composed, showing no contempt or disdain towards those weaker than him, maintaining a rare sense of humility and calmness. Zhao has taught many generations of students. He has seen many geniuses. But the geniuses he had seen before only showed arrogance and invincibility after performing exceptionally well in the major exams. This kind of attitude, completely devoid of humility, will sooner or later lead to one's downfall. At present, Qin Shen's calmness and composure have elevated Zhao's evaluation of him. Under Zhao's guidance, Qin Shen also arrived at the largest and most luxurious conference room in the school. When Qin Shen pushed the door open, he found it already filled with people. Sitting at the center conference table were 19 teachers, both male and female, with extremely high levels. With the use of Qin Shen's eye of appraisal, it was discovered that almost all of these teachers were above level 50, and each teacher's aura was extremely formidable. These must be the top 20 school enrollment office teachers that Zhao had mentioned. In addition to these formidable enrollment office teachers, there were also some familiar faces to Qin Shen. Su Rou, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, Hui Ba, and several other top students from different high schools. These top students had performed well in the transfer exams and had excellent grades, so they were naturally included in the special enrollment lists of various top schools. It is worth mentioning that each teacher was accompanied by 2 or 3 college students. This was normal. When teachers from universities go on business trips, they usually bring a few students along to help them and earn some credits. At this moment, when they saw the extraordinary Qin Shen walking in, everyone present showed different expressions. First, the enrollment office teachers from various universities. Their eyes instantly lit up with intense gazes, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. Su Rou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she walked over to greet Qin Shen. Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Hui Ba, on the other hand, glanced at Qin Shen with slightly dark expressions before shifting their gaze away. Remembering their previous attitudes, they suddenly felt how foolish they had been. At that time, they had mocked Qin Shen as a waste of a hidden profession, only to have him directly slap their faces by becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. As for the college students who had come with the enrollment office teachers, they looked at Qin Shen with evaluating eyes. Qin Shen, you finally came. At this moment, Lu Jinlian, the host of the Anning City Education Bureau sitting in the middle, stood up with a smile. As the person in charge of the Anning City Education Bureau, he naturally had to personally receive the top schools from all over the country coming to recruit students. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Jinliang warmly approached, took Qin Shen's hand, and continued to say with a smile, "This is Yuan, a teacher from Dongling Academy. This is He Yalan, a teacher from Fengtian Academy. This is Shui Shang, a teacher from Shengchuan Academy. This is Zhou Chenghua, a teacher from Yaoxing Academy. This is Zhang Shan, a teacher from Xianyang Academy." Lu Jinliang introduced these teachers to Qin Shen one by one. Qin Shen also politely greeted these teachers. Through Lu Jinliang's introduction, he learned that these teachers indeed represented the top 20 elite schools in the country coming to recruit him. It is worth mentioning that Nanyun Academy did not come. It was not because they looked down on Qin Shen, but because Nanyun Academy specialized in training secondary professions. Alright, I won't talk too much. Teachers, this is our new transfer exam top scorer in Nanzhou Province, Qin Shen. After all, how to persuade this top scholar to go to your school depends on your abilities. After saying this sentence with a smile, Lu Jinliang sat back in his original position and smiled as he drank his tea. As soon as Lu Jinliang finished speaking, a female teacher stood up. She was a teacher from the Ice Spirit Academy, ranked 15th in the country for admissions. She softly said, "Student Qin Shen, the reason why we teachers are here doesn't need much explanation. Naturally, we want to recruit you, the top scholar in the college entrance examination. As long as you are willing to choose our Ice Spirit Academy, then our academy is willing to offer 2 million dragon coins annually, an A-level universal skill book, and a complimentary B-level experience resource." Before Qin Shen could say anything, a middle-aged teacher with a big belly on the side laughed. "Ha ha, your Ice Spirit Academy is being too stingy, aren't you? This is the top scholar in the province of Nanzhou, and also a dragon tamer. Although we haven't seen the college entrance exam video of this scholar yet, I'm sure our principal must have specifically instructed us to recruit this top scholar. In that case, we can consider Qin Shen as the first successful dragon tamer in history. The conditions you offered, teacher from the Ice Spirit Academy, are not worthy of this top scholar. Our Tianwu Academy is willing to add double the offer made by the Ice Spirit Academy." Hiss. As soon as the middle-aged teacher finished speaking, many people around gasped. The ones gasping were naturally the top students in the same year as Qin Shen. Triple the rewards. 60 million dragon coins in annual scholarships. 3 A-level universal skill books. 3 B-level experience resources. In a resource-scarce environment, such generosity was already considered extremely lavish. In previous years, such conditions would be enough to attract a provincial top scholar, let alone a city top scholar. Upon hearing that the Tianwu Academy had offered such high conditions, the female teacher from the Ice Spirit Academy fell silent. She already knew that it was impossible for her to recruit this top scholar from the province of Nanzhou. The conditions she proposed were just a formality. And she also knew that the chubby teacher from the Tianwu Academy would also not be able to recruit this top scholar from the province of Nanzhou. Why? Because the truly powerful top 5 academies had not yet spoken. Due to the absence of the Nanyun Academy, only 4 top academy admissions teachers were present. At this moment, they were calmly drinking tea, not making any offers, showing exceptional confidence, as they were preparing even more generous conditions. The conditions offered by the Tianwu Academy are indeed good, but to recruit this top scholar, it's still lacking a bit. So, I, from the Yaostar Academy, will raise the stakes a bit, doubling the conditions offered by the Tianwu Academy. At this moment, the teacher from the Yaostar Academy, Chou Qingla, smiled faintly. Alright, Teacher Chiu, stop beating around the bush. We are here today to recruit this top scholar, not to raise prices in an auction. Don't talk about those empty words. I will directly state the conditions offered by our Dongling Academy. The teacher from the Dongling Academy, Yuan, seemed to prefer to get things done efficiently. 1 billion dragon coins and scholarships annually, 3 A-level dragon tamer professional skill books, and an A-level experience resource. And for the equipment before reaching level 50, our Dongling Academy will cover it all for Qin Shen. Whoosh! When this statement was made, the expressions of everyone in the meeting room changed completely. These conditions are too generous. 1 billion dragon coins and scholarships is not a big deal. The key is the 3 A-level dragon tamer professional skill books and the A-level experience resource. It is well known that dragon tamers are an extremely rare profession. At the same time, the production of high-level skill books for this profession is also extremely scarce. Scarcity makes things valuable. It can be imagined how precious these 3 A-level Dragon Master professional skill books are. This is no longer something that can be measured by money. Sure enough, under the conditions of Teacher Yun, some teachers who had intended to offer conditions before fell silent. The 2 teachers from Shengchuan Academy and Yaoming Academy looked at each other and stopped talking. It's not that they are stingy and unwilling to continue adding conditions. It's just that they can't produce 3 A-level Dragon Master professional skill books. The secret realms controlled by their academies did not produce skill books about Dragon Masters. The reason why Dongling Academy can afford it is because they recently obtained a level 50 secret realm instance called Dragon's Nest. There is a high probability of producing Dragon Master professional skill books after clearing it. When Yun saw that these teachers had stopped bidding, he smiled and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, what is your choice? Qin Shen hesitated for a moment and wanted to say his choice. But suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out. 2 billion dragon coins and scholarships every year. 1 S-level Dragon Master professional skill book and 1 S-level general skill book. 3 A-level experience resources. And the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Qin Shen, this is the condition of our school. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. It turned out to be the beautiful and delicate-faced teacher Hei Allen. She represented Fengtian Academy. And when her words fell, everyone in the meeting room was moved. Even the enrollment office teachers from other academies, as well as the director of the Yanning City Education Bureau, Lu Jinliang, had a fierce expression. The group of college students also had changed expressions. Wow! Oh my god! This condition! Outrageous! Too outrageous! Fengtian Academy is spending such a high price just to recruit the top scorer in the province. There's no way. Fengtian Academy's educational resources are the most abundant, so they naturally are generous. But the key is that Fengtian Academy actually gave him the Dragon Spirit secret realm. This is a bit exaggerated. The surrounding college students kept whispering. They were all freshmen who had just finished their first year and were about to step into their second year. When Qin Shen heard the conditions offered by teacher Hei Allen, he couldn't help but be moved. She was offering too much. It made him, who had originally wanted to choose Dongling Academy, completely shaken. The Dragon Spirit secret realm. It was actually the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Qin Shen, who had crossed into this world for many years, had naturally heard some information about the top academies. And in Fengtian Academy, it was said to have a Dragon Spirit secret realm. Inside, there was a treasure called Dragon Spirit Grass. Dragon Spirit Grass. It was a food specially fed to young dragon cubs. It could also be used as a medicinal material. Many beastmasters who contracted with low-level dragon races were attracted to Fengtian Academy's Dragon Spirit Grass and were willing to buy it at a high price. Unexpectedly, Fengtian Academy was generous enough to give this financial opportunity directly to Qin Shen. This was truly shocking. Qin Shen, I want to hear your answer. At this moment, Hei Allen looked at Qin Shen with her beautiful eyes. Ding! Just as Qin Shen was about to make a decision, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected that the host is facing a difficult choice of school, now triggering a welfare task. Task content, please choose a school, and you will receive corresponding rewards. Choose Dongling Academy, receive the top grade spiritual weapon Spirit Dragon Battle Armor. Choose Shengchuan Academy, receive 3 S-level Dragon Master Professional Skill Books. Choose Yaoming Academy, receive an SS-level talent. Choose Fengtian Academy, receive a random dragon egg. The task that suddenly appeared in front of him made Qin Shen stunned. This made Qin Shen, who had originally wanted to firmly choose Dongling Academy, completely shaken. My choice is Fengtian Academy. When Qin Shen's words fell, he took a deep breath. The originally tense atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly relaxed. Some teachers from other academies also smiled bitterly. It can only be said that the preparation was not sufficient. Or perhaps, they never expected that Fengtian Academy would be willing to offer such generous conditions. Generous enough to move them all. They even offered a secret realm to the top scholar of Nanzhou province. This is too exaggerated. It is estimated that when the news spreads, many people will think that Fengtian Academy has lost its mind. In previous years, facing other provincial top scholars, they have never offered such extremely generous conditions. He Yalan saw that the top scholar finally chose her academy, and she smiled brightly. She actually wanted to cheer, because she managed to snatch the first dragon tamer in history who successfully contracted with the dragon race. What these admissions office teachers do not know is He Yalan's true identity, not just an admissions office teacher, but also the niece of the president of Fengtian Academy and a vice dean of Fengtian Academy. Yesterday, when the president of Fengtian Academy received a confidential video file, she was actually present. Due to her dual identity as the president's niece and vice dean, she naturally had the authority to watch the confidential video file. The content made her breath heavy and speechless. Without hesitation, the president directly sent He Yalan to the city of Anning, no matter the cost, to snatch the top scholar to Fengtian Academy. Of course. At the same time, the presidents of other top academies also watched the video and were naturally excited. They also ordered the admissions office teachers to do whatever it takes to bring this top scholar to their side, no matter the price. Obviously, these admissions office teachers who had not seen the video underestimated their own president's determination. And they did not have such great authority themselves, allowing He Yalan to take advantage of the situation. Mainly because He Yalan's conditions were really too exaggerated. Directly giving an S-level professional skill book, plus an S-level general skill book. And most importantly, the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. That is a secret realm. Its value is immeasurable. It is estimated that on the day Qin Shen enters Fengtian Academy, all the new students will be watching him. Very good, welcome Qin Shen to study at our Fengtian Academy. About a week later, I will personally come to pick you up to go to Fengtian Academy. Remember to pack your belongings, He Yalan said with a smile. She felt relieved. At this moment, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, Hoiba, and others beside her were envious to the point of grinding their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. Su Rou, on the other hand, looked at Qin Shen with admiration and worship in her eyes. Besides admiration, there was also a strong sense of worship. Among those present, besides He Yalan, Lu Jiliang, Luo Yang, and Zhao Li, she was the one who knew Qin Shen's strength the best. Alright, the ownership of this top scholar has been decided, so let's see which other outstanding students we have. Other teachers quickly turned their attention to other students. However, what made them despair was, He Yalan once again looked at the charming Su Rou and said, Su Rou, are you interested in applying to our Fengtian Academy? I can offer you 3 A-level priest professional skill books, plus 3 B-level experience resources. Hiss. Damn. Does your Fengtian Academy have no sense of reason? How can you be so overbearing? Thinking that having money and resources makes you superior. Thank you, Teacher He Yalan. I am very willing to apply to Fengtian Academy. Su Rou nodded with sparkling eyes. In her words, she also glanced at Qin Shen, who was in contemplation. She was very happy now. She thought she would have to part ways with Qin Shen and go to different academies. But now, under the generous conditions of Teacher He Yalan, they unexpectedly came together again. It seems that her fate with Qin Shen is not over yet. Actually, what she doesn't know is that Qin Shen is now lost in thought because he has activated a bonus mission reward from his system's warehouse. A random dragon egg. In the quiet system warehouse lies a shiny black dragon egg, and Qin Shen cannot explore what kind of dragon is hatching inside. Random dragon egg. Does that mean dragons of any rank can hatch from it? If it hatches an earth dragon by bad luck, that would be a real pity. Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Qin Shen gently closed the system warehouse page. Just as he was about to speak. Who knew? Roar! Suddenly, a fiery red little head popped out directly from Qin Shen's collar. Ha! Originally, Qin Shen, as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, was eye-catching enough. But this sudden appearance of a little head made everyone in the room widen their eyes even more. This A dragon. It's really a dragon. Everyone in the meeting room clearly saw the identity of the fiery red little head in front of them. My God, is this a dragon? No way. He actually formed a contract with a dragon. Ah, all the students present were stunned. Even the admissions office teachers widened their eyes. And Xiao Jiao also stared with its round golden dragon pupils, glaring proudly at the people looking at it. Qin Shen originally intended to push Xiao Jiao's head back, but then he thought, there was no need to keep his successful contract with the dragon a secret anymore. Sooner or later, it would be known. And the important thing was that Qin Shen felt he now had the power to protect himself. With Xiao Jiao around, as long as he wasn't facing a third-level expert, he could survive safely. So he didn't bother to hide it, letting the little dragon cub with its round golden dragon pupils stare back at the group of teachers. Roar! As they stared, the little dragon cub even let out a warning and threatening roar. But this roar was too cute, so much so that instead of being afraid, the people around couldn't help but laugh. I suddenly regret it. Yoon sighed lightly. The other teachers looked at the little dragon cub showing off in front of them, also sighed lightly. They regretted it too. My God. No wonder Yalan offered such high conditions. She even used a resource secret realm to compete for this top scorer. It turned out that this dragon tamer really formed a contract with a dragon cub. And judging by the aura of this little dragon cub, sacred and majestic, it was definitely not something a lower-level dragon would possess. At the same time, they finally broadened their horizons. It turns out that the upper-level dragons in their infancy are also so cute. If Qin Shen and Yalan knew what they were thinking, they would probably sneer. Cute? You probably haven't seen Xiao Jiao in the overturning the heavens posture. By then, you would probably feel despair, not cuteness. In the Tsongfeng Mountains, South Province. This is a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters, and also a private resource area belonging to a certain prestigious family. At this moment, under a cascading white waterfall, a young man of about 18 years old sat cross-legged under the waterfall, letting the rushing water hit his body. The young man's body was extremely strong, with many scars on it, his skin like bronze, his face square and dignified. His whole body exuded a fierce beast-like aura. Soon, a white-haired old man in a suit walked over from the side of the bank. He bowed very respectfully to the young man, not disturbing his cultivation. This went on for nearly 2 hours. In the next moment, roar! Suddenly, a huge tiger beast measuring 3 to 4 meters tall rushed out of the dense forest next to them. The ferocious magic pattern giant tiger. A fierce level 28 magic beast. At this moment, the magic pattern giant tiger opened its huge mouth and pounced on the young man sitting under the waterfall. However, faced with this sudden situation, the young man did not move at all. Crackling. But at this moment, under the rippling waterfall surface, the sound of thunder and lightning suddenly rang out. Immediately, the old man was surprised to see that the dazzling power of thunder and lightning completely covered the entire water surface, and at the same time enveloped the attacking magic pattern giant tiger. In just a moment, the magic pattern giant tiger, which was enough to make many adventurers change their expressions, was directly paralyzed and unconscious under this violent thunderstorm, and its huge body fell from the sky. With a crash, as the magic pattern giant tiger was about to fall into the water, a huge dragon head covered with white scales emerged from the water, ruthlessly opening its huge mouth and swallowing the magic pattern giant tiger whole. Roar! After devouring the giant tiger, the huge dragon body hidden under the deep water also surfaced at this moment. Soon, a white flying dragon towering tens of meters high completely revealed its true form. The white dragon's scales emitted a cold and hard luster under the sunlight. The powerful dragon claws seemed sharp enough to tear everything apart. The thunderstorms swirling around its body further demonstrated its extraordinary nature. What made the white-haired old man even more moved was that behind this white flying dragon were 4 snow-white dragon wings. A 4-winged storm dragon. A flying dragon species with both wind and thunder attributes. Little White, sit down. At this moment, a deep voice came from the sturdy figure sitting in the waterfall. Boom! This 4-winged storm dragon actually obediently sat down at the young man's words. It began to emit a dazzling white light all over its body, and soon shrank to the size of a cat. It seems that every dragon has the skill of dragon form transformation, but each dragon's dragon form transformation will also have different forms. The 4-winged storm dragon currently has 4 forms, a balanced state with both wind and thunder attributes, storm form, thunderstorm form, and the current pet form. Roar! After the little dragon called Little White let out a cry, it flapped its wings and came to the side of the sturdy young man. The sturdy young man walked out of the waterfall to the shore and took the towel from the white-haired old man. Young master, bye. In a few days, it will be time for you to go to the Fengtian Academy. The master asked me to inform you to pack your things. The young man known as Young Master Bai, full name Bai Wuxuang. His profession is a beast tamer. He is level 25. He is the eldest son of the Bai family and is very likely to be the future heir of the Bai family. Why, you ask? It is naturally because he is one of the few in the world who can tame a flying dragon species as a beast tamer. It is well known that in this world, dragons are divided into 5 levels. From low to high, they are Earth Dragon, Flying Dragon, Sub-Dragon, Giant Dragon, and Holy Dragon. It is said that above the Holy Dragon level, there are the legendary Divine Dragons, but humans have never seen them. Even now, looking around the world, there are only a few beast tamers who can contract with a flying dragon species, and those who successfully contract with a sub-dragon species are even fewer than 5. As for giant dragons and holy dragons, sorry, there is simply no human who can enslave and contract with them. It is clear that the young man in front of us, named Bai Wuxuang, has a very bright future. If everything goes as expected, he has already successfully contracted this extremely rare 4-winged storm dragon, and in the future, he will undoubtedly become one of the strongest beast tamers. I understand, I will pack my things, Bai Wuxuang said lightly. After drying his hair and putting on his clothes, he casually asked, who is the top scholar in this year's South Province? Is it Lin Xiuling? Lin Xiuling, a famous talented sorceress in the South Province. Her profession is a dark mage. When Bai Wuxuang was in his first and second year of high school, this woman was his strong rival. Afterwards, he obtained the dragon egg of the 4-winged wind thunder dragon. With the help of his family, he came to the Azure Wind Mountains to hatch the egg. After much effort, he finally excavated the A-grade rare celestial treasure called the Wind Thunder Essence. This Wind Thunder Essence directly caused the Bai family to lose 7 level 50 transcendence. The reason was encountering a level 60 guardian monster in the core area of the Azure Wind Mountains. Fortunately, Bai Wuxuang managed to escape with the Wind Thunder Essence and successfully tamed the 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon. For the next year, he immersed himself in cultivation here, killing monsters and leveling up with the 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon. He didn't care about missing the Transcendence examination, as he already had a dragon companion. To him, the Transcendence examination was just child's play, as he could easily dominate with his 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon. Whether he participated or not didn't matter. Furthermore, because he successfully contracted the 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon, he also received an early admission quota to the top 10 prestigious academies in the Dragon Kingdom. He could enroll without taking the Transcendence examination. Naturally, he chose the most abundant educational resources and the most talented Fengtian Academy. He would start his true peerless career there. He would crush and sweep away all obstacles in front of him with his 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon, whether it was Lin Xiuling or other opponents. Young Master Bai, the top scholar of Nanzhou province, is not Miss Lin Xiuling, but a person named Qin Chen, the white-haired old man replied softly. Qin Chen? Bai Wuxuang was completely stunned. He had never heard of this name before. What is his profession? Young Master Bai, his profession is Dragon Tamer. As soon as these words fell, Bai Wuxuang's expression suddenly froze. He stared at the white-haired old servant and said, say it again, what is his profession? Young Master Bai, his profession is Dragon Tamer. Bai Wuxuang. The news of Qin Chen choosing Fengtian Academy quickly spread. Many people on the internet speculated that the person who won the top scholar title in Nanzhou province as a dragon tamer must have contracted a sub-dragon as a beast companion. Otherwise, it was hard to explain everything. Of course, they wouldn't think that Qin Chen had contracted a dragon companion above the level of a giant dragon. After all, in everyone's understanding, giant dragons and holy dragons were not supposed to be contracted by humans. Qin Chen was at most considered to have contracted a relatively powerful sub-dragon species, but even so, everyone could see that Qin Chen would definitely become a peak powerhouse in the future, provided he didn't die prematurely. In these 3 days, Qin Chen was busy with many things. Not only was he packing his bags, but he was also settling the caretaker and children of the orphanage. On the second day, 1 billion dragon coins were already added to Qin Chen's bank card. An 18-year-old billionaire. Can you believe it? Yes. In Qin Chen's previous life, an 18-year-old self-made billionaire was impossible. But in this world where the game of gods merged with reality in the transcendence world, it was a common occurrence. In this world, as long as you show enough talent and strength, there will definitely be people who will continuously send money to you. This billion dragon coins were naturally half of the promised reward from Fengtian Academy. 2 billion in scholarships per year, 1 billion dragon coins per semester. With money, you could do many things. Qin Chen not only relocated the orphanage to a new large courtyard but also hired some level 20 transcendents to provide pre-transcendence education for the orphanage children. This was done to prepare the children for future enrollment in transcendence schools. After solving the orphanage problem, Xiao Jiao also woke up from his slumber on the evening of the second day. It has thoroughly digested the S-grade divine medicine heavenly fire essence. Qin Shen, who is connected to little Wine's thoughts, naturally can clearly perceive that this little dragon cub has once again become extremely stronger. Dragon Pet, Blazing Flame Holy Dragon, Endless Fire Lord, name, Firefly Wine, nickname, Little Wine, gender, female, age, less than a month, level, 15, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 3000, wisdom 3000, physique 3000, agility 3000, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. After absorbing this S-grade divine medicine, Little Wine's level soared from 12 to 15. The 4-dimensional attributes have reached an extremely balanced number of 3000. And Qin Shen, because of the SSS level abnormal skill bloodline fusion, has inherited 20% of Little Wine's full attributes. Strength, 850, wisdom, 850, physique, 800, agility, 800, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. This data, can you believe that it's something a 22nd level job changer can possess? Probably only Qin Shen in the whole world can have such outrageous panel data. Because in the whole world, he is the only dragon tamer who successfully contracted a holy dragon level dragon pet. Other dragon tamers, let alone contracting a holy dragon level dragon pet, even contracting a sub-dragon species is impossible. Those peak experts who contracted sub-dragon species are all beast tamers. Because the conditions for a dragon tamer to contract a dragon pet are too harsh. It is required to have a dragon pet of giant dragon level or above to successfully contract. This also means that the hidden profession of dragon tamer is actually not as good as a regular beast tamer. This is why many people think that dragon tamers are a waste of a profession. Watching Little Wine wake up from its slumber, Qin Shen also took out a shiny black dragon egg from the system warehouse. It was the mysterious dragon egg rewarded by the system during the selection process. Mysterious dragon egg can hatch a random rank of dragon clan cub. And when this shiny black dragon egg appeared, Little Wine, who was enjoying Qin Shen patting its head, suddenly shivered as if it had encountered an enemy, its whole small body entering a vigilant state. Its golden eyes stared firmly at the mysterious dragon egg, continuously emitting warning and threatening low growls from its throat. Alright, Little Wine, don't be nervous, this is not an enemy. Qin Shen smiled and rubbed Little Wine's head. Little Wine turned its head to look at its owner, then at the shiny black dragon egg, as if asking, if it's not an enemy, then what is it? It should be your future little brother or sister. After all, I don't know what kind of dragon is inside. Qin Shen said helplessly. He had also tried to tame this shiny black dragon egg with the dragon taming art before. But unfortunately, it failed every time. Previously, when hatching Little Wine, the system at least gave a hint that the divine fire jade marrow could increase the success rate of taming. But this mysterious dragon egg currently had no hints. When Little Wine heard that what might hatch inside is its future little brother or sister, it suddenly happily flapped its wings and flew to the side of the mysterious dragon egg. Then it kept circling around the mysterious dragon egg, occasionally using its small claws to touch the shiny black dragon egg. Watching this scene, Qin Shen also felt relieved. He was really afraid that Little Wine would reject the mysterious dragon egg. Suddenly, Little Wine used its two cute little dragon claws to hug the dragon egg and hummed at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, who was connected to Little Wine's thoughts, understood its meaning. Tonight, I want to sleep with this mysterious dragon egg. Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry, but he still agreed to Little Wine's request. So Little Wine hugged the shiny black dragon egg and quietly lay down at Qin Shen's pillow, purring like a cat, falling into a deep sleep. However, Qin Shen and Little Wine were unaware of something. The shell of this mysterious dragon egg began to silently fall off. Cold. So cold. In a daze, Qin Shen felt as if a lump of frost had gathered in his chest, making him feel as if he were in an ice cave. After a few seconds, Qin Shen finally woke up from his sleep. Just as he opened his eyes, he felt two heavy masses pressing on his chest. One was extremely hot, the other extremely cold. This immediately woke Qin Shen up completely from his daze. When he looked down, he found not only the little red wine lying on his chest, but also another small dragon cub with a body covered in ice blue color. And by the bed, there were shattered eggshells. These eggshells were not black, but had an icy blue color like frost. Hatched. That mysterious dragon egg actually hatched directly after one night. Both the little wine and the ice blue dragon cub woke up from their sleep at the same time. Then, a pair of golden red dragon pupils met a pair of ice blue clear dragon pupils. Ing. This melodious yet impatient chirp came from the mouth of this ice blue little creature. Obviously, this newborn little creature was scared by the little wine. On the other hand, the brave little wine continued to stare with curiosity at this ice blue dragon cub that exuded an aura no weaker than its own. It must be said, in terms of appearance and temperament, this newly born ice blue dragon cub was undoubtedly much more noble than the little wine. Its round dragon body displayed a blue color resembling ice crystals, and on its dragon wings were beautiful snowflake patterns. 2 crystal-like dragon horns stood upright on its small head, and its pupils had a clear blue color like ice and snow in the sky. If we were to make a comparison, the little wine was like a lively and cute girl next door, while this ice blue little creature was like a princess in the dragon clan, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Faced with the scrutiny of the little wine, this ice blue dragon cub, after the initial panic, raised its head, regained its noble elegance, and arrogantly tilted its head, not looking at the little wine, but instead looking at the bewildered Qin Shen. What surprised Qin Shen even more was, at this moment, he actually understood the meaning of this ice blue dragon cub. Servant, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help this lady deal with this troublesome fellow. It regarded him as a servant? Ha! How could he understand its meaning? However, just as Qin Shen was in a daze, the little wine could not contain its curiosity, flapping its little paws to slowly approach, cornering the ice blue dragon cub, then sniffing its scent up close. Gah! The little wine tilted its head and looked at Qin Shen. He understood the little wine's question. Is this my sister? Ing. The ice blue dragon cub immediately made a denying chirp. Obviously, it did not want to be the little wine's sister. The chirps of the 2 little dragon cubs were different. The little wine made gaw-gaw sounds, while the ice blue little creature made ing sounds. No! It seems like it's not the time to focus on the chirping. In that instant, Qin Shen suddenly reacted. After carefully sensing it, he was astonished to find that he had already formed a contract with this ice blue dragon cub. When did this happen? He remembered that he had always failed to tame this mysterious dragon egg with the dragon taming technique. Ding! At this moment, a cold, emotionless prompt sounded in his head. The host is extremely puzzled, and the system provides a corresponding answer. This mysterious dragon egg, as a welfare reward, only needs to hatch successfully to automatically recognize its master, without strict conditions for recognition. Ah, so that's how it is. At the same time, the detailed information of this ice blue baby dragon leaped directly into Qin Shen's mind. Dragon pet, Frost Saint Dragon, Lord of Winter, name/nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level 1. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 300, Wisdom 300, Physique 270, Agility 270, without any buffs, equipment, or item blessings. Skills possessed, Frost Exemption, S passive skill, as the Lord of Winter, can be immune to 100% of ice attribute damage. Frost Breath, S active skill, spews out Frost Dragon Breath forward, causing massive ice attribute damage to all enemies within a certain range. Embrace of 1,000 Snows, active skill, after activation, targets considered as friendly around will receive the protection of the power of frost, increasing life value and dual resistance attributes by 80%, damage increased by 200%. Winter Domain, S aura skill, after activating the aura, all enemy targets within a radius of 1 kilometer from oneself will be affected by the power of frost, reducing all attributes by 70%. Astonishing! Qin Shen was completely astonished. Wow! I can't help but exclaim wow. This baby dragon hatched from a mysterious dragon egg is actually on the same level as Xiaojiu. Both are top-tier saint dragons. The 4-dimensional attributes at level 1 are exactly the same. And the accompanying skills are the same combination of 3S plus 1A. It's just that this Frost Saint Dragon seems to be more inclined towards support in terms of its abilities, especially the skills Embrace of 1,000 Snows and Winter Domain. One enhances the attributes of friendly units, while the other weakens the attributes of enemy units. And the percentage of enhancement and weakening is quite exaggerated. Just as Qin Shen was amazed by the terror of this little guy, suddenly, there came a pleading whimper. Turning his head to look. Wow! Xiaojiu has already begun to fulfill her duties as a big sister, sticking out her little tongue to lick the Frost Saint Dragon that she sees as her little sister. It is well known that when felines want to express care and comfort to their kind, they lick their fur. It seems that the dragon race in front of them has also inherited the habits of felines. However, the Frost Saint Dragon seems to be very disdainful of this sister. It flaps its wings with beautiful ice patterns, trying to escape. But under the suppression of Xiaojiu's level 15 attributes, its 2 little claws are pressed down and cannot resist at all. So it can only whimper for help from its owner, Qin Shen. Alright, Xiaojiu, can't you see that your sister is almost in tears because of you? Stop it quickly. Qin Shen quickly pulled the over-enthusiastic Xiao Jiu away, then embraced the pitiful Frost Saint Dragon in his arms. Xiao Jiu was pulled away, but she was not angry. Her 4 little dragon claws kept bouncing in place, excitedly looking at her little sister. After receiving the protection of her owner, the Frost Saint Dragon raised its head proudly, ignoring the overly enthusiastic sister. Since you are my second dragon pet, as your owner, I should also give you a name. Qin Shen smiled and rubbed the little head of the Frost Saint Dragon. Ing. This proud princess-like Frost Saint Dragon agreed, but at the same time, it also conveyed a meaning. Hurry up and give this lady a name. It must be a nice one. This made Qin Shen laugh and cry, but he started to think seriously. As for naming, Qin Shen considered himself capable. About the name of Snow, he suddenly remembered a line from a game he played in his previous life, a character based on an ancient poem with modified lines. Who was the first to see the snow by the river, and when did the snow first reflect the person by the river? This line was adapted from the ancient poem Who was the first to see the moon by the river, and when did the moon first shine on the person by the river? Got it. Your haughty princess-like personality, as well as the frost attribute, really fits that character. Then, little one, you shall be called Qinghan, and your nickname will be Xiaohan, Qin Shen said with a smile. Ing. The Frost Saint Dragon, upon hearing the words, immediately brightened its clear ice-blue dragon eyes. Obviously, it was very satisfied with this name. Gowu Gowu. At this moment, Little Wine on the side saw that both she and her sister had received satisfactory names and nicknames from their master, and happily chirped alone. The 4 short legs were still hopping around. Qin Shen didn't expect to have a second dragon pet so easily. He had been worried that the appearance of a second dragon pet might make Little Wine feel resentful, but to his surprise, when Little Wine treated this Frost Saint Dragon as her sister, there was no dislike at all, but rather warmth. After all, for Little Wine, she had no parents, and Qin Shen was everything to her. Now that a dragon of equal status had appeared, and it was her sister, she was naturally very happy. However, Little Cold seemed a bit aloof in character. So every time Little Wine approached, it seemed disdainful. Although disdainful, it couldn't resist because Little Wine's attributes and level far exceeded Little Cold's, so every time Little Cold flapped its little wings trying to resist this affectionate sister, it had no effect. Watching the 2 little dragon cubs chasing and playing with each other in the room, Qin Shen suddenly smiled. Little Cold's successful contract meant more than just having another dragon pet for Qin Shen. Due to the passive skilled bloodline fusion, Qin Shen also gained a 20% attribute bonus from Little Cold. Ding ling ling. Just as Qin Shen was contemplating how to level up with Little Cold, the phone rang. Qin Shen, are you home? I'm here to pick you up. It was Teacher He Yalan's voice. Yes, today was the day he was going to Fengtian Academy with Teacher He Yalan. Yes, please wait a minute, teacher. I'll be downstairs soon, Qin Shen quickly replied. Go wo, ing. The 2 little dragon cubs, who were playfully fighting each other, obediently and cleverly entered the dragon pet space on their own. Because Little Cold had not mastered the skilled dragon form transformation, its body was actually much larger than a normal pet, so it couldn't fit into Qin Shen's arms. Although Little Wine could freely change her body size, she didn't want her sister to be alone in the pet space, so she also entered the dragon pet space. Generally speaking, whether it's a beast tamer or a dragon tamer, they have absolute control over their pet space. However, Qin Shen didn't restrict access rights much, allowing the 2 little dragon cubs to enter the space as they pleased. The luggage had already been packed into the storage space in advance, so all that was needed was to wear the storage ring and go downstairs. At the door, Ama was already waiting in advance. She still looked kindly at Qin Shen, and then admonished him word by word, telling him to listen to the teacher when he got to school, remember to eat on time, not stay up late, and so on. She was like a mother sending her child off to study far away. The children from the orphanage also came out to bid farewell to Qin Shen. Where's Little Wine? Qin Shen Gij, I also want to say goodbye to Little Wine. Yeah, where's Little Wine? During this time, the children had formed a deep friendship with Little Wine while playing together. What they didn't know was, the little dragon cub they were playing with joyfully was the Flame Saint Dragon that could make all job changers turn pale. Go what? It seemed to hear someone calling it, and a cute little head peeked out from beside Qin Shen. Wow! Little Wine! The children's eyes lit up. Ing. However, what surprised the children even more was that the next moment, they heard a melodious whimper, and another cute little head peeked out. A pair of clear dragon eyes, like blue crystal gems, met the eyes of the children. This was Little Cold, who was naturally a bit curious. The children's eyes widened in surprise instantly. They had never seen this ice-blue baby dragon before. Alright, don't delay Qin Shen's time. Auntie on the side also spoke up to stop the children who wanted to continue pestering. Let's go, have a safe journey. Auntie smiled at Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. After letting Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han retract back into the pet space, he walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there was a luxurious car parked. Seeing Qin Chen come out, the car door opened directly, and teacher He Yalan sitting in the driver's seat pouted. Wearing sunglasses, she looked like a fashionable lady. Get in the car, Qin Chen. After getting in the car, He Yalan drove to an extremely grand spatial teleportation station. Yes, it was a spatial teleportation station. This was the world of job transfer, where advanced technology and magic were integrated, and spatial teleportation arrays had long been popularized. And, since the fusion of the Divine Domain game with the real world, the land area of the entire planet had expanded by who knows how many times. The territories of each country had also expanded significantly. There were many unclaimed lands and islands in the world, waiting for humans to explore and exploit. With the expansion of the territories, if the old transportation methods were still used, such as taking airplanes, high-speed trains, bullet trains, etc., not to mention the time it would take, just imagine if these transportation vehicles were attacked by monsters during a long-distance journey, what would happen? Such incidents used to occur frequently when the Divine Domain game was first integrated with the real world. High-speed trains and bullet trains were destroyed by monsters that suddenly appeared in tunnels, and more severely, they were crashed into by monsters, resulting in the deaths of all passengers on board. Even airplanes could be affected by flying monsters, especially at tens of thousands of meters in the air. Once an accident occurred, the chances of passengers surviving were basically zero. Therefore, after numerous job transferers and scientists developed it, the spatial teleportation magic array was born and quickly promoted worldwide. As a fanatic of infrastructure construction, the Dragon Kingdom naturally wanted to directly popularize this extremely safe and almost accident-free spatial teleportation array nationwide. Even in a remote small city like Anning City, it had its own spatial teleportation station. If one wanted to go to a nearby destination, they could take the light rail bullet train. But if they wanted to go far, they had to choose the spatial teleportation array. In addition, why were the admissions office teachers from major provinces able to arrive in Anning City on the second day after the results were released? It was also thanks to this convenient and fast spatial teleportation magic array. Now, Qin Chen was going to follow He Yalan to Fengtian province, such a distant distance. Naturally, they would choose the spatial teleportation array. Looking at the high-tech intelligent AI robots wandering around, as well as the fully automatic transparent elevators, and the fully intelligent ticket vending machines, Qin Chen could only sigh at how different it was from his previous world. Let's go! He Yalan smiled slightly. Under her feet was an extremely large spatial teleportation magic array. Buzz! When the spatial teleportation magic array under Qin Chen's feet emitted bright lights, he clearly felt the intense magical elements and spatial ripples swirling around him. Relax, don't be nervous, this is the process of the fusion of the magic array patterns and spatial forces, which will also cause a slight dizziness for those riding the spatial teleportation magic array. Just adapt and it will be fine. He Yalan's clear and pleasant voice also sounded in Qin Chen's ears. Sure enough, the next second, a slight dizziness emerged in Qin Chen's mind. This dizziness only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. When Qin Chen regained his sight, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. Alright, we've arrived at the Longdu Space Transmission Station in Fengtian Province, you can get off now. Teacher He Yalan smiled slightly and walked towards the space transmission magic array first. At this moment, Qin Chen saw that the surrounding passengers had all entered the space transmission arrays as if it were a routine. This made Qin Chen feel a myriad of emotions. Such a distant distance, under the effect of the space transmission magic array, only took a few seconds to reach, which was truly exaggerated. This is the world of a career change game where magic and technology are integrated. Fengtian Province, Longdu City. This is the city where Fengtian Academy is located, and also the most prosperous and largest city in the Dragon Kingdom. Here, there are prestigious families, children of the powerful, business tycoons, Fortune 500 companies, globally renowned chain adventure guilds, trading houses, alchemist associations, apothecary associations, blacksmith associations, everything you can think of. All because this is the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder Fengtian Academy is known as the top university with the richest educational resources and the strongest comprehensive faculty in the Dragon Kingdom. It is worth mentioning that, as the richest family in Anning City, Su Ro naturally has a private luxury space transmission magic array at home, which can freely travel to various parts of the country. She originally wanted to go to Fengtian Province with Qin Chen, but yesterday, her father happened to need to go to Fengtian Province to discuss cooperation projects with some alchemy companies there, so he let her go with him in advance. Confronting Academy is located in the northern area of Longdu City, near the northern suburbs. However, the surrounding streets and neighborhoods are bustling and lively, with even a large connected commercial street and commercial square. Even though Confronting Academy is located in a more remote suburb, as long as its size and reputation remain, there will be countless companies and commercial organizations developing and establishing relationships around Confronting Academy. Student Qin Chen, welcome to our Confronting Academy. This is the gate of our Confronting Academy. He Yalan smiled slightly and led Qin Chen to the front of Confronting Academy, which all career change students dream of. Bustling and lively, countless career change university students wearing Confronting Academy robes come and go in groups of 2 or 3. Their aura is extraordinary. Just in the few glances Qin Chen took, he found that the lowest level of students here was actually level 40. Judging by the appearance of these students, they should all be senior students in their second year. Oh my! In Anning City, the president of the Adventure Guild seems to be only level 42. But here in Confronting Academy, the lowest level of second-year students is 40. This truly lives up to being a top-notch elite academy. This place must be where many of the Dragon Kingdom's top talents gather. It can be seen that there are many unfamiliar faces walking towards Confronting Academy, looking at maps on their phones, obviously not familiar with the place. Clearly, they are freshmen from all over the country. Some senior students in their second year are guiding the new students at the entrance. Only Qin Chen, as a provincial top scholar, receives the special treatment of being personally guided by teacher He Yalan. Other ordinary students naturally rely on the space transmission array to travel alone. By the way, in the schools of this world, there is no such thing as winter or summer vacation. On the third day after the release of the college entrance examination results, universities around the world directly start a new semester and admit new students from all over. It is worth mentioning that the senior students who are responsible for receiving new students are also people who like to judge others. When they see handsome male freshmen, the senior students take the initiative to guide them, while for the average ones, they just throw a Confronting Academy freshman guide manual and let them find their own way. And when they see pretty female freshmen, the senior students also volunteer, or throw a strategy guide for them to empower themselves. It seems that no matter which world it is, appearance matters. Dean He, hello? And at this moment, when Qin Chen and teacher He Yalan walked into the grand entrance of this prestigious institution, sharp-eyed sophomore students immediately noticed her. To Qin Chen's surprise, these students referred to He Yalan as the dean, not just a teacher. Wow! This mature and strong-willed teacher, who exuded an air of a powerful woman, turned out to be the dean of Confronting Academy. The specific department she led was unknown, but her appointment as dean indicated 2 things. First, she was very capable. Second, her background was definitely extraordinary. Hello, everyone, He Yalan also smiled and nodded at the students. Dean He, who is this student? Soon, these sophomore students noticed Qin Chen's presence. Qin Chen was actually quite good-looking, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with a well-proportioned and strong physique, along with handsome and sunny features. Perhaps because of his hidden profession as a beast tamer, he exuded a charm that even small animals liked. A definite heartthrob. Oh, he is also a new student at Confronting Academy. His name is Qin Chen, a dragon tamer by profession, and also the top scorer in this year's provincial transfer exam in Nanzhou province. Teacher He Yalan seemed to have no intention of hiding Qin Chen's identity. When asked by these students, she directly revealed Qin Chen's background. And as soon as she said that, whoosh! Qin Chen felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions in that instant. Confusion, curiosity, inquiry, disdain, challenge, arrogance. Various expressions, all at once. The students who were talking to He Yalan were also completely shocked. The top scorer in Nanzhou province. They never expected that this seemingly handsome young man was the much-discussed top scorer in Nanzhou province. Yes, indeed much discussed. 3 days ago, when the Manhwa Education Bureau released the results, everyone in the country paying attention to the transfer exam noticed the name Qin Chen. In these 3 days, due to the special instructions from the Anning City Education Bureau and official personnel, no media dared to disturb Qin Chen. This allowed Qin Chen to have a very peaceful 3 days, settling the orphanage. But this calmness was only in front of Qin Chen. In reality, on various major online platforms and in combat academies across the country, the name Qin Chen had already spread. More eye-catching than the top scorers in other provinces. Why, you ask? Naturally because of the extremely special profession of dragon tamer. A dragon tamer. It was the hidden profession of a beast tamer and universally recognized as the most useless profession. Once, the Global Combat Occupational Association headquarters released an extremely authoritative list of occupational intensities. It was because of this list that everyone at the time was discussing it. It was because the profession of dragon tamer was ranked in the top 3 on this list. Afterwards, official personnel also provided an explanation. The reason why the profession of dragon tamer was placed in the top 3 of the occupational intensity ranking was that if this profession could truly contract with dragon species above the giant dragon level as dragon pets, it would be unrivaled. However, this explanation made all the transfer students around the world almost burst into laughter. Damn! Can your combat occupational association stop being so funny? How is it possible for someone to contract with a giant dragon? The dignified giant dragon would be willing to be your human pet? Currently, the highest known record for humans is contracting with a subdragon species, and it is an equal and fair partner contract, not a master-servant contract. This profession is the most useless profession. No need to question it, because no dragon tamer can contract with a giant dragon. After experiencing the above incident, the profession of dragon tamer became famous worldwide. Well, it was famously useless. Now, a famously useless profession had unexpectedly won the top scorer in the high school entrance exam in Nanzhou province. And it is said that the exam questions for this year's college entrance examination in Nanzhou province are still set by the person who causes the most headaches for students nationwide. This naturally has sparked high levels of interest and discussion. Damn! So that dragon tamer is him. He, as a dragon tamer, clinched the top spot in the college entrance examination in Nanzhou province. That's really impressive. Could it be that he successfully formed a contract with a giant dragon? Otherwise, how could he have achieved the top score? Impossible. I think he probably only formed a contract with a lesser dragon. But isn't it said that dragon tamers cannot form contracts with dragons below the giant level? I guess this guy must have had a special stroke of luck. There was even a mage overseas who became invincible in flesh. Wasn't that bizarre too? There was suddenly a buzz of discussion around the gates of the academy. Alright, I'll take him to get familiar with the school environment. You guys continue with the orientation for new students. Good job. He Yalan saw countless eyes staring at Qin Shen, but she paid no attention. Qin Shen knew it was definitely intentional on the part of this female dean, but then he thought it didn't matter, because sooner or later he would have to face these various looks. Upon entering the school, Qin Shen realized that Fengtian Academy was no ordinary place. There were tens of kilometers between the first and second dining halls. You even needed a small spatial teleportation array to get there. This is the Secret Realm Hall. If you want to enter a dungeon, you can apply for access here, and the staff will open the door to the corresponding dungeon for you. This is the Forge Hall. This is the Enchantment Hall. This is the Skill Library, where you can exchange school credits for skill books. This is the First Arena, where students practice and train with each other on regular days. This is the Free Trade Market, where students can sell items, elixirs, materials, etc. that they don't need to others. Of course, if the value is high, they can also put them up for auction at the school's auction house for the school to find buyers for them. It has to be said, teacher He Yalan really went all out. She personally took Qin Shen to tour many key areas of Fengtian Academy. Qin Shen was a bit overwhelmed by the attention. After all, teacher He Yalan was the dean of a certain college. Due to the privacy settings of teacher He Yalan, Qin Shen couldn't use the eye of appraisal to probe her level of strength. But even so, a top college dean actually personally taking a new student on a tour of the academy. Even if this new student was the provincial top scorer, wasn't it insufficient? In that moment, Qin Shen suddenly understood. Teacher He Yalan must have already known about his successful contract with a dragon pet. And she probably also looked up information about Little Wine, the owner of a flame dragon of Inferno. Indeed, it was worth a dean personally giving a tour. This is the dormitory area, where the vast majority of students live. Finally, teacher He Yalan also introduced with a smile. Looking around, Qin Shen saw a cluster of high-rise apartment buildings. Inside were various high-tech life assistant robots and extremely comfortable living conditions. Lastly, there are only a few students who qualify to live here, the top-tier villa area. He Yalan led Qin Shen to an extremely luxurious area. Looking up, there were 50 luxury villas standing tall. There are 4 luxury villa areas like this in the whole school. Only the top 50 of each grade are eligible to live here. He Yalan continued to introduce with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it was still the same old saying, strength is respected. In this world of career change, as long as you have strength, you can enjoy treatment and benefits that others cannot. Come, this will be your temporary residence. Hyalan, with her long legs, led Qin Shen to the front of a luxurious villa on the top of a small hill. The sign above clearly reads, Villa No. 1. Qin Shen was slightly surprised. Teacher are you sure this is where I live? Isn't it said that only the top 50 of each grade are eligible to live here? He just started school, and he's already living in the villa that represents the top of the grade? Oh, actually our school ranks new students based on their performance in the college entrance examination each year. After watching the recording of your college entrance exam battle, and after the deliberation of several deans, you have been ranked as the top freshman. So you are eligible to live in this villa. Of course, in a month, the school will hold a freshman orientation exam. If your performance in the exam is not good, I'm sorry, but you will have to move out of this villa. Teacher Hyalan said with a smile. Qin Shen was completely enlightened by her words. But just then, ding! The extremely familiar and emotionless system notification suddenly sounded. The host is about to face the opening exam, and the system is issuing a new challenge task. Task content: host must secure the position of the top freshman in the opening exam. Task reward: Legendary Treasure Chest X1, Diamond Treasure Chest X1. Failure penalty: random deduction of 1 A-level or higher skill from the host. Here it comes. Another familiar system task. Perfect, he will take this opportunity to see how much skill these top talents from all over the country really have. Let's see if they are impressive, or if his dragon pet is impressive. Alright, you've been out all day, I believe you're tired, so I won't disturb you to rest. The opening ceremony is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to go to the Holy Spirit Assembly Hall to attend. Also, let me remind you, to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. In the default ranking, all our deans have placed you as the top freshman. As you know, as one of the top 5 prestigious schools, the students we admit are top talents from all over the country, with strong abilities and outstanding talents, standing out in their local areas. Because of this, they have enjoyed flattery for a long time, and now that someone has surpassed them in the rankings, they will surely challenge you. On this point, I hope you are mentally prepared. Not only in the Heavenly Academy, but also in other academies, those placed at the forefront always have to endure the most tests. Before leaving, Teacher Hyalan also solemnly reminded Qin Shen of these words. Qin Shen nodded earnestly upon hearing this. In fact, he was already mentally prepared without Teacher He's reminder. In this world of career change, strength is paramount. These challenges cannot be avoided, so they must be faced. Watching Teacher Hyalan's graceful figure walk away, Qin Shen took a deep breath and then entered this extremely luxurious villa No. 1. It must be said, this villa is the most luxurious Qin Shen has ever seen. Not only because of the high-end and luxurious furniture decoration but also because of the full coverage of intelligent technology. Qin Shen doesn't need to use any keys or fingerprint verification. When he stands at the door, a high-tech nanometer camera at the entrance scans Qin Shen's body instantly. In less than half a second, it identifies Qin Shen's identity and automatically opens the door. After opening the door, an intelligent robot that can fly in the air like a ball comes to Qin Shen's side, very politely and respectfully asking whether Qin Shen would like to have a meal, take a bath, or enjoy a comfortable massage spa. As long as Qin Shen gives the order, various small and space-saving robots in the villa can instantly fulfill his requests. If he wants to take a bath, the bathwater, fragrant lotion, bath towels, and the entire bathroom will be adjusted to a comfortable temperature. To dine, it only takes 3 minutes. The schools know. One cafeteria can deliver delicious meals via drone, catering to any cuisine you desire. For a massage, a high-tech humanoid massage robot is prepared for you, offering more precise pressure and acupoint accuracy than humans. For entertainment, a 100 square meter personal cinema provides the best viewing atmosphere, with 3D Max technology immersing you in any film of your choice, all with copyrights already secured. For training, there is a small teleportation array behind the villa. Simply change into your training gear, stand on it, and you will be transported directly to a fully equipped personal training room, complete with training robots. In short, the accommodation here is top-notch. It can fulfill almost any request in your life. It looks like I really have to get the first place in this new student exam. Qin Shen muttered to himself. After all, if I fall out of the first place, I'll have to move to those high-end apartments. Qin Shen murmured. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After experiencing such satisfactory accommodation conditions, Qin Shen does not want to lose them. This is the treatment top-tier schools offer to students. Compared to other institutions, the accommodation conditions here are absolutely perfect. Jie Wu, Ing. With no outsiders around, the 2 little dragon cubs finally decided to come out of the pet space. They obediently sat on the luxurious wooden floor, their gem-like dragon eyes constantly surveying the unfamiliar environment. The little wine's call was Ga-woo, like a cute little girl, while the little cold's call leaned towards a clipped tone, like a delicate young lady. This is our new home now, feel free to do as you please. Qin-Shan waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence. His assurance stemmed from having intelligent robots to help him clean up the mess. This room is specifically designed for pet play. There are all kinds of toys here. After all, this luxurious villa also considers leaving some space for pets to play if the student is a beast tamer. If one's pet is always hiding in the pet space, it will affect the pet's physical and mental health. Ga-woo. Upon hearing this, Little Wine immediately became excited, hopping around with its 4 short legs, starting to jump up and down. Little Cold, on the other hand, raised its little head arrogantly, looking at its sister's antics with disdain, as if saying, I am a noble lady, how could I destroy the house? However, soon Little Cold also joined in the fun, because Little Wine jumped up and grabbed a soft cotton ball, then threw it at Little Cold. Bang! Little Cold's head was lightly hit by the cotton ball, making it angry with an ing sound, then glaring at Little Wine, warning it not to do it again. However, Little Wine paid no attention, giggling happily and then flicking its tail, hitting a balloon towards Little Cold. Ing! Little Cold immediately got angry, flapping its wings with ice crystal patterns, and in the air, it swung its tail, sending a cotton ball towards Little Wine. Bang! Even though Little Wine was very agile, it didn't dodge, deliberately letting the cotton ball hit its head. Then it started to retaliate. And so, bang 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 bang! The cotton balls and balloons in the entire pet playroom flew back and forth at an astonishing speed, bouncing around. Whoosh! A balloon flew past Qin-Shan at lightning speed, almost catching him off guard. This is because these toy balls have been magically treated, and combined with the lack of seriousness from these little dragon cubs, they didn't explode. If they were serious, these toy balls would probably be shattered by these 2 little troublemakers in an instant. And the playfulness between the dragon clan is too terrifying. Qin-Shan dares to say that if these fast-flying toy balls hit him in the face, it would definitely be a fiery pain. However, the 2 thick-skinned little dragon cubs were completely fine, still playing happily. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Qin-Shan got up on time. When he got up, he felt 2 heavy things pressing on his chest. Looking up, unsurprisingly, those 2 round little dragon cubs were indeed lying on his chest. After getting up and freshening up, the 2 little guys surprisingly were very clean, letting Qin-Shan help them fill the bathtub with bathwater and fragrance, and then the 2 little dragon cubs splashed around in it. Later, he was going to attend the opening ceremony of Confronting Academy. It was also time to assign new students to their classes. Confronting Academy has 4 colleges in total: the Tactical College, the Combat College, the Magic College, and the Enhancement College. The Tactical College specializes in cultivating strategic command talents, with not very high strength requirements, but good theoretical knowledge and overall view are necessary. The Combat College enrolls students from all combat professions. The Magic College only enrolls students from magic professions. The Enhancement College enrolls students with exceptional talents in secondary professions. Although combat professions still dominate this world of career changes, the existence of secondary professions is also indispensable. The potions, items, and even equipment needed for combat professions to run dungeons on a daily basis are produced by secondary professions. The grading of secondary professions is simple. From low to high, they are D, C, B, A, S, Master, Grandmaster, Divine. If a secondary profession can reach B level, you can thrive no matter which city you go to. For S level, Master level, Grandmaster level, even if you go abroad, some nobles in certain countries must treat you as an honored guest. As for Divine level secondary professions, it goes without saying that they are strategic talents at the national level and must be valued by the country. So, secondary professions also have a way out. As the saying goes, as long as you have talent, you can thrive. Walking on the campus, there were many new and inexperienced faces. Among this group, various expressions were displayed. After Qin-Shan's careful observation, he could roughly distinguish the differences in personalities of different people. For example, those who cautiously observed the new students around them should belong to the kind who just met the admission threshold. They knew they couldn't compete with the specially recruited students around them, so they had to be careful when entering the campus and try not to cause trouble. And some walked with a proud and aloof demeanor, showing that they were definitely specially recruited students, at least among the top 100 in the province. Today's opening ceremony was only for freshmen. Sophomores and juniors did not need to attend and were busy with their own affairs. When Qin-Shan entered the Holy Spirit Hall, he found that there were already over 1,000 people seated inside. Qin-Shan had intended to casually find a seat, but unexpectedly, a clear and pleasant voice like a silver bell suddenly came from the front row. "Qin Chen, over here." Qin Chen looked up and saw Su Ro. However, there were also two girls and a boy sitting next to her. When the two girls and the boy saw Su Ro greeting Qin Chen, they all looked surprised at Qin Chen. And because Su Ro called out Qin Chen, in an instant, swoosh, all the varied gazes of the audience fell directly on Qin Chen. Damn, is this the dragon tamer who got the top scholar in Nanzhou province? Doesn't look that impressive, just looks good on the outside. Don't underestimate him. Being able to get the top scholar in the college entrance exam as a dragon tamer must have its exceptional qualities. What exceptional qualities? Are you trying to say that Qin Chen has contracted with a giant dragon? That should be impossible. I think he either broke the Dragon Master's restrictions, contracted with a flying dragon or a subdragon, or by some coincidence triggered other professional characteristics of the Dragon Master, which then made him so powerful. Your speculation still has some basis. If you don't ignorantly think he can contract with a giant dragon, then I have to refute you. I'm not stupid. The existence of an adult giant dragon is comparable to 4 of our human 4 transcendent beings. How could a kid at a similar level to us possibly contract with a giant dragon? Various discussions and voices rang out. Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He just nodded to Su Ro, then casually found a place to sit down. Su Ro wanted to say something, but was pulled aside by 2 girls chatting with her. The boy turned his head, glanced deeply at Qin Chen, then crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Because the Holy Spirit Assembly Hall was large and had many seats, Qin Chen chose a relatively secluded location, so there was no one beside him. However, various gazes continued to scrutinize him. Buzz. And at this moment, a towering figure stepped out of the void and arrived at the lectern of the Holy Spirit Assembly Hall. As soon as this figure appeared, the previously noisy assembly hall immediately quieted down. Because this figure was none other than a level 94 transcendent space mage, the spatial magic fluctuations emanating from him were awe-inspiring. Lu Boming, 52 years old, Dean of the Magic Academy, also Vice President of the Fengtian Academy, a level 94 transcendent space mage. His face, which showed no signs of aging, was filled with a gentle smile, and his deep voice slowly spread through the speakers. First of all, thank you all for choosing to study at our Fengtian Academy. On behalf of the school, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lu Boming. I believe you are not unfamiliar with me. I am the Dean of the Magic Academy and also the host of this opening ceremony. As soon as he finished speaking, the new students below applauded generously. Jokes. This is the legendary 4 transcendent powerhouse. And he is a space mage, an idol worshipped by many mage professions. At least Qin Chen could observe that many students of the mage profession were excitedly watching the vice president. Lu Boming gently pressed down with his hand and continued, I know you young people don't like long and repetitive speeches, so I won't say much here. I believe you have all learned about the school's rules and regulations through the guidebook. Now, I have only 2 things to say. First, it's about the default ranking of new students. Second, it's about the new student's major exam in a month. However, just as Lu Boming's words fell, there were 3 knocks on the door. Then everyone saw a tall, sturdy young man standing at the entrance. And next to the young man, there was a man and a woman. Judging by their appearance, they were covered in dust and looked disheveled, as if they had just been in a fight. Report! The sturdy young man lazily greeted. It seemed like he didn't care much about the vice president. The previously silent new students erupted once again. What? Bai Wushuang, and the sword fanatic Fang Tairan, the magic genius girl Sun Yanyan. How did they appear together? And they all looked disheveled and covered in dust? Sword fanatic Fang Tairan, the top scholar of the Dongling province. Magic genius girl Sun Yanyan, the top scholar of the Xianye province. Fang Tairan's profession is spirit swordmaster, a hidden profession. His family has been practicing swordsmanship for generations, and it is said that the Fang family now has 3-4 transcendent sword gods presiding over it. They are the #1 prestigious family in the Dongling province, bearing the title of Sword God family. Sun Yanyan's profession is a chaos mage. Just by hearing the name, you can tell it's a hidden profession among mages, controlling the power of chaos. Her family has elven blood flowing through their veins, and there are also 2 4th-stage archmages in the family. Because of their elven bloodline, Sun Yanyan's entire family is handsome and beautiful. Just like Sun Yanyan now, with her waist-length golden hair like silk, pointed long ears, golden autumn water eyes, exquisite features, and a mage robe. All these indicate that she is a top-notch elven beauty. At least, the moment Sun Yanyan appeared, most of the boys in the hall couldn't help but focus their gaze on her. Even the boy sitting next to Su Ro couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sun Yanyan. These two individuals have extraordinary backgrounds and strong abilities. The most eye-catching and proud-looking strong boy is named Bai Wuxuang. He is the son of the Bai family's patriarch in Fengtian City, with the profession of beast tamer, successfully contracting a four-winged wind thunder dragon. Although it is a flying dragon species, an adult four-winged wind thunder dragon is comparable to a human fourth-stage expert. Bai Wuxuang, because of the feedback from the four-winged wind thunder dragon, also mastered the dragon language magic of the wind and thunder elements. Of course, in terms of the feedback from the wind and thunder elements, it is definitely not comparable to the legendary Storm Dragon and Azure Thunder Dragon. Although Bai Wuxuang is not a dragon tamer, being able to contract a flying dragon is already equivalent to being a dragon tamer. What's more crucial is, he can also contract other beast pets. Unlike dragon tamers, who can only contract dragons. At a glance, it seems that the hidden profession of beast tamer is better than dragon tamer. At this moment, the arrival of these three individuals made the vice principal furrow his brows. Why are you three late? Dean Liu, we have a reason for being late. Su Nianyan's clear voice rang out, then she raised her jade hand and pointed it Bai Wuxuang from a distance, saying, I was already late getting up, so I rushed over, but halfway there, I ran into this lunatic Bai Wuxuang. After he knew my name and identity, he insisted on having a fight with me. I was so annoyed by him that I couldn't help but fight back. This statement left the surrounding freshmen stunned. It turns out that this Bai Wuxuang from the Bai family is a battle maniac. What about Fong Tairan? Lu Boming looked at Fong Tairan, the sword enthusiast. Unexpectedly, this guy holding a long sword had a cool expression and said, I saw the two of them fighting on the way, and I felt itchy, so I joined in. Lu Boming. Everyone. On the first day of school, these three outstanding students started fighting like this. It's just that I can't fully unleash my power on campus. If I summon the flying dragon, neither of you will be my match. Bai Wuxuang said calmly. Forget it, this lady hasn't used all her strength yet. I also haven't truly drawn my sword. Listening to the words of these three troublemakers, Lu Boming sighed deeply. Alright, all of you sit down. Upon hearing this, the three found their seats. At this moment, Lu Boming cleared his throat and slowly said, First, let's talk about the default ranking. I believe you all already know that every year, when the freshmen enter the school, our school will rank them based on their performance in the college entrance examination. For special admission students who did not take the college entrance examination, we will make a rough estimate and then rank them. So this ranking can only serve as a reference at most, it is not the actual ranking. After the new student exam 1 month later, the final grades will be determined based on the results. In addition, you can now check the initial ranking directly on the school's official website using your phone. As Lu Boming's words fell, there was a commotion. Everyone took out their phones and quickly opened the school's official website to check the rankings. But the next second, a commotion erupted. All the freshmen looked at the default ranking and gasped in surprise at that moment. Wow! How can he be in first place? Xin Chen. He was ranked first by the deans. No way? Why is he able to be in first place? I feel like Bai Wuxuang is even more powerful. I suspect these deans have ulterior motives? Bai Wuxuang, Fong Tairan, Su Nianyan, Luo Hao, these four people are all ranked behind him. Sure enough, when all the freshmen saw the initial rankings, their first focus was on the person in first place. And without exception, they all felt shocked and puzzled. After all, in their eyes, this unknown top scholar from Nanzhou province shouldn't be the first among the freshmen, right? Vice Principal Lu Boming saw the expressions of confusion, doubt, and even unwillingness on the faces of these freshmen. He smiled slightly. Very good. The reason these deans ranked them like this is to achieve these effects. Especially those few prodigies. In addition to Bai Wuxuang, Fong Tairan, and Su Nianyan, there was also the top scholar from Fengtian province, Luo Hao. This Luo Hao was the handsome boy sitting next to Su Rou. Luo Hao's profession is a berserker, also a hidden profession. In total, Fengtian Academy has gained quite a lot of outstanding freshmen this time, recruiting 5 top scholars at once. Among these 5 is naturally Qin Chen. At the same time, Fengtian Academy also recruited several top 10 students from various provinces. Overall, the freshmen of Fengtian Academy this year can be called the golden year. Outstanding talents emerge one after another, each vying for supremacy. Lu Boming is looking forward to the freshmen's major exam in a month. Of course, these deans didn't rank Qin Chen, this unknown top scholar from Nanzhou province, in first place just to provoke the ambitions of the prodigies. In the eyes of many deans, Qin Chen is indeed deserving of first place. After all, he has contracted with a blazing holy dragon. However, what this vice principal doesn't know is, the current Qin Chen has actually contracted with 2 dragons, both of which are terrifying holy dragon-level beings. Bang! At this moment, suddenly, someone angrily slammed the armrest of the chair, stood up with a look of defiance, and directly turned to the always calm Qin Shen, saying angrily, "I don't accept this initial ranking. I want to challenge Qin Shen." "Ha? Isn't this Chen Wei? Chen Wei? What's his background? You don't even recognize him? He's the 7th in this year's Fengtian province. He's an assassin." This time, he was ranked 12th in the initial ranking. Wow! So it's him. When the young man stood up, the surrounding freshmen immediately started discussing. Hearing the surrounding exclamations and the serious looks directed at him, Chen Wei couldn't help but raise his head confidently. "Chen Wei, you just said you don't accept this initial ranking, so you want to challenge Qin Shen, right?" Vice Principal Lu Boming asked with a smile. "Yes. I don't think Qin Shen deserves to be the first among the freshmen. And the difficulty of the exams varies by region, so the standards of judgment are different. Even though this year's exam in Nanzhou province is indeed more difficult than in previous years, if we let the top scholars from other provinces take the exam, they can surpass him. So I don't accept this ranking. I question it, and I'm willing to challenge." When Chen Wei spoke, he was calm and confident, showing no fear. And as his words fell, the surrounding students nodded slowly, showing their agreement. Chen Wei makes sense. Different provinces have different exam questions, so the standards for evaluating strength are different. I don't think this Qin Shen is as powerful as Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and others. I agree. The initial ranking this year seems quite suspicious to me. Let's see if this Qin Shen dares to accept Chen Wei's challenge. Listening to the classmates around him agreeing with his views, Chen Wei became even more determined to challenge the other party. Before the college entrance exam results came out, he had never even heard of this Qin Shen. Just a nobody. Before this, Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yanyan, Feng Tairan, and other geniuses were often featured in the newspapers. Even he, an assassin with awakened S-level talent, was frequently seen in the newspapers. Furthermore, your school placed the top scholars from other provinces behind the top scholar of Nanzhou province. Does that mean the top scholars from other provinces are not as good as the top scholar of Nanzhou province? This undoubtedly resonated with many freshmen. So, Qin Shen, what do you think? Lu Boming also smiled and looked at Qin Shen, who remained calm and composed from start to finish. The new students around all focused their gaze on Qin Shen. Most of their eyes were filled with disdain, contempt, and schadenfreude. Obviously, in their eyes, if the top scholar of Nanzhou province really dared to accept Chen Wei's challenge, the most likely outcome would be Qin Shen losing. "I have no objections, I can accept his challenge," Qin Shen replied calmly. Chen Wei was pleased to hear this and arrogantly sneered, "Good. I thought you were going to chicken out, but I didn't expect you to actually accept. I'll try not to go too hard on you later, so you can lose with some dignity." His words were filled with extreme confidence, as if he had already figured out Qin Shen. It was normal for him to have such a mentality. His profession was an assassin, a typical single-target burst profession. The advantage of this profession was not only its flexibility but also its high single-target damage and assassination ability. Perhaps this profession might not be as good at soloing dungeon instances as some other professions with large area of effect skills, but in terms of one-on-one combat, even top geniuses like Luo Hao, Sun Yanyan, Feng Tairan, facing Chen Wei, would have to take it more seriously. After all, there is no empty reputation. Being able to secure the 7th place in the provincial rankings in the richly resourced Fengtian province was no easy feat. He might not be good at dungeon runs, but in player versus player combat, he was very confident. "Let's go to Arena No. 1, Chen Wei said as he started to walk outside. "Wait," Qin Shen spoke up at this moment. "Oh, what's wrong? Feeling scared now, want to back out?" Chen Wei sneered coldly. "You're overthinking. I just want to make a little bet," Qin Shen said coldly. "Alright, what kind of bet?" "Let's bet on our initial credits between us." As soon as Qin Shen's words fell, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Damn! Are they playing for such high stakes? After entering Fengtian Academy, all expenses here need to be paid with credits. Eating, forging, enchanting, running dungeons, entering wilderness resource maps, trading with each other. Everything requires credits. For freshmen in their first year, after the initial rankings are set, they are collectively given initial credits. This initial credit, everyone has it, a total of 5,000 points. After the new student exam ends in a month, and the real rankings are set, credits will be distributed according to the rankings. In other words, these 5,000 credits are the living expenses for freshmen for a month. 5,000 credits may not be much for the sophomores who have been in school for over a year and have accumulated a lot of credits. But for freshmen who have just entered Fengtian Academy, it's a lot. Because these 5,000 credits also include the resources for upgrading by running dungeons in the next month. Qin Shen directly used his initial credits as a bet as soon as he opened his mouth. Isn't he afraid of losing? Or could it be he really made a contract with a dragon? Otherwise, how could a beast tamer dare to challenge Chen Wei, who was an assassin? Oh my! Exciting! The school opening ceremony has just begun, and we can already see the top dragon tamer of the new students against the 7th-ranked assassin from Fengtian province. I wonder if Qin Shen will really summon a giant dragon later. You're thinking too much. At most, he can only summon an earth dragon or a flying dragon. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? It's hard to say. If Chen Wei were up against Luo Hao or Bai Wuxuan, the chances would be low, but now he's up against this unknown dragon tamer. I feel like the chances are high. Maybe not. Qin Shen is the top scorer in the southern province, but who would believe that he's really skilled? Let's wait and see. This sudden challenge undoubtedly excited all the students. Luo Hao, the top scorer from Fengtian province, glanced at Qin Shen and then turned to Su Rou beside him, asking gently, "Rou, who do you think has a better chance of winning?" Without hesitation, Su Rou replied, "Qin Shen." Luo Hao was slightly surprised, then frowned and asked, why? He and Su Rou were childhood friends, and he had some feelings for her. But he didn't expect his childhood friend to trust Qin Shen so much. Intuition. Su Rou couldn't possibly say that Qin Shen really had a dragon. And maybe it's a holy dragon. Let's go, Rou, to Arena 1. At this moment, two girls beside them quickly stood up with smiles on their faces, pulling Su Rou towards Arena 1. Soon, the group arrived at Arena 1, led by Dean Lu Boming himself. There were many competition halls in Arena 1. After entering one of the smaller competition halls, all the new students had already found their seats. Lu Boming personally acted as the referee for this challenge match. Qin Shen and Chen Wei wasted no time and went straight to the stage, facing each other. Kid, if you really have a dragon, summon it now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. I will show you what instant assassination means for an assassin. Chen Wei sneered. Ha! Just you? Not worth me using a dragon. Qin Shan retorted mockingly. Alright, both sides, get ready. The countdown starts now. The match begins in 3 seconds. At this moment, Lu Boming, without any further ado, saw that both sides were ready and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As Lu Boming's words fell, swoosh, a delicate golden-purple dagger appeared in Chen Wei's palm out of thin air, and with a tap of his toe, he rushed towards Qin Shen without hesitation. Because of his speed, there was a faint sound of breaking wind as he passed by. Oh my! So fast! Truly deserving of being the 7th-ranked assassin in Fengtian province. Qin Shen is done for. All the spectators couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Chen Wei's speed. Indeed, fast. At least some of the lower-ranked new students couldn't even catch Chen Wei's movement trajectory with their naked eyes. In just a breath, Chen Wei had already crossed a distance of over 10 meters and flashed behind Qin Shen. The sharp dagger in his hand directly aimed at Qin Shen's back without hesitation. Here it comes. This is the classic opening attack of an assassin. Shadow Step plus Backstab. These two skills are the most commonly used by assassins and also have the highest success rate. Shadow Step is a unique displacement skill for assassins. If Backstab succeeds, the attack will deal an additional 120% critical damage. If this move lands, Qin Shen will definitely lose his combat effectiveness. Although malicious killing is not allowed, injuries are inevitable during sparring. Inside the arena, there is always a healing team waiting on standby, all of whom are priests. In that moment, everyone thought Chen Wei was going to succeed, because Chen Wei's speed was just too fast. His attack angles were too tricky. Plus, Qin Shen seemed to be motionless at the moment. It seemed like the outcome had been decided. However, the unexpected happened the next second. Suddenly, Qin Shen's figure disappeared completely from where he was standing. This caused Chen Wei's surefire strike to land in thin air. Chen Wei widened his eyes in astonishment. He dodged it. Qin Shen actually dodged his sneak attack. What is going on? How could his speed be so fast? Isn't he a dragon tamer with fragile defenses? Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to interrupt the follow-up action of his backstab skill, suddenly, a cold chill inexplicably surged from within him, directly hitting his head. This was the intuitive feedback of danger perception possessed by the assassin profession. Danger! This big word danger appeared inexplicably in his mind. He finally realized that Qin Shen's figure had appeared behind him. Damn it! How does he have such terrifying speed? There was no time to think further. Chen Wei was about to forcibly interrupt his skill's follow-up, trying to use the shadow step skill to escape again. However, he was ultimately a step too slow. Bang! A fist enveloped in terrifying force directly landed on Chen Wei's back. The next moment, the furious force of the fist seemed to be like gangrene, crazily drilling into Chen Wei's body. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of all the spectators, Chen Wei's figure was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into the railings surrounding the arena. Puff! Not only was he sent flying, but a mouthful of blood also spurted out, followed by his eyes rolling back, his head tilting, and Chen Wei fainting on the spot. The entire audience let out a horrified gasp. Even the top geniuses like Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuang, and Su Nianyan, who were originally calm, couldn't help but sit up straight, their faces filled with seriousness, watching the situation on the stage. Oh my god, is this for real? What the heck? One move and it's over? This is too fierce. Are you sure this guy is a dragon tamer? He's fighting fire with fire. Xin Shen dodged the backstab and then gave Chen Wei a heavy punch. The key is that the power of this punch is ridiculously high. Chen Wei was wearing armor, yet he was knocked out by a single punch. Shocked discussions continued one after another. Obviously, the results in front of them were far beyond their expectations. They thought this match would at least last for more than 10 minutes. After all, although they favored Chen Wei, if Qin Shen could win the championship of the southern province, he wouldn't be a pushover. But, unexpectedly, the more favored Chen Wei was actually knocked out by Qin Shen with a single punch. You couldn't even see him using skills, let alone summoning a dragon. Probably among all the freshmen, only Vice Principal Lu Boming and Su Ro were not so surprised. Because the Vice Principal had seen Qin Shen's video of passing the college entrance examination, and Su Ro knew that Qin Shen had a dragon, they just didn't expect Qin Shen's own combat power to be so strong. Alright, the challenge is over. The winner is Qin Shen. Qin Shen, congratulations on your victory. The initial 5,000 credits of Chen Wei will be transferred to your account. Lu Boming announced the results loudly. Qin Shen nodded, then glanced indifferently at the completely unconscious Chen Wei, and walked off the stage. The audience was already looking at the unconscious Chen Wei with pity in their eyes. How pitiful. He had just enrolled and lost 5,000 credits. But what should be said is, this Qin Shen seems really extraordinary. No wonder he can be ranked first by all the deans. I just don't know how he compares to top geniuses like Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuang, and others. Who is stronger? Well, I won't continue to waste everyone's time. Starting tomorrow, it will be the golden time for all of you to become stronger. 1 month later, the assessment will officially begin. Strive to become stronger. After the final exam, the real university courses will also begin. Dismissed. After Dean Lu Boming finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and disappeared on the spot. Qin Shen. The opening ceremony ended. Su Ro also left her seat and hurried to Qin Shen's side to greet him. Qin Shen nodded in response. At this moment, Luo Hao and 2 other girls also walked over. The 2 girls, one named Luo Tao and the other named Feng Yuan. Luo Tao is Luo Hao's cousin, ranked 98th in Fengtian province, just meeting the threshold to enter Fengtian Academy. Feng Yuan is ranked 100th. It is worth mentioning that the Luo family, Feng family, and Su family have had some connections, so these people have grown up together since childhood. Originally, the Su family was excluded by the Luo family and Feng family, but it is said that the head of the Su family saved a highly positioned and powerful 4th-turn expert. Therefore, the Luo family and Feng family extended an olive branch to the Su family again. Naturally, the Su family was happy about this. Su Ro's father repeatedly advised Su Ro to maintain a good relationship with Luo Hao, preferably team up for dungeons and grow stronger together. Even Su Ro's father hoped that Su Ro and Luo Hao would be together. As for Qin Shen, he naturally heard about it. After all, his daughter was teammates with Su Ro during the college entrance examination. However, considering the family background and strength, the head of the Su family felt that Luo Hao was stronger. After all, Luo Hao was the provincial champion of Fengtian province. Fengtian province. It has the most abundant educational resources and the strongest teaching staff in the country. This means that the transfer students here are stronger than those in other provinces. But Luo Hao was able to stand out among so many geniuses, which indicates his strength and excellence, definitely better than Qin Shen, the unknown provincial champion of Nanzhou province. Oh, this is the dragon tamer that Sister Su Ro has been thinking about, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan has an oval face. Her features are not exquisite, but delicate, but her lively eyes add a lot to her charm. She looks like a normal cute girl. It's my turn, I'm Luo Tao, the cousin of the provincial champion of Fengtian province, It's not clear if Luo Tao's self-introduction was intentional, but it seemed to carry a hint of inexplicable meaning, as if using the provincial champion of Fengtian province to overshadow the provincial champion of Nanzhou province. Hello. Qin Shan responded indifferently. He didn't care about these hidden meanings in their words, because in his eyes, these people, whether now or in the future, would not have much intersection. At this moment, Luo Hao also appeared as a very gentlemanly young man, smiling. I've heard a lot about you, Qin Shen. Nice to meet you. Qin Shen nodded lightly. Qin Shen, you should also be planning to level up in dungeons this month, right? Su Rou looked at Qin Shen with shining eyes. Qin Shen nodded. That's indeed his plan. Not only him, but probably all the new students have the same plan, as the new student exam will begin in a month. This is a crucial assessment that determines future treatment. It is said that after the new student exam, the school will grant students certain special privileges based on their rankings. For example, the top 10 freshmen can have 10 free entries into the Secret Realm dungeons each month, or the top 100 freshmen will receive a C-grade cultivation resource every month, and so on. These differences in treatment will directly widen the gap between students. When you work hard to earn credits and want to enter the next dungeon Secret Realm, people have already conquered many Secret Realm instances with free tickets. The gap will start to widen. So this new student exam is something all new students must take seriously. If you do well, you'll enjoy the most luxurious and comfortable treatment. If you do poorly, well, sorry, you can only watch as others leave you behind. By the time they reach level 40 in second transformation, you'll still be struggling at levels 20 to 30. Of course. Another reason for Qin Shen to run instances is to level up Xiaohan. Xiaojiu is already at level 15 now, but Xiaohan has just hatched from the dragon egg and is only level 1. It's a good opportunity to level up Xiaohan through instances. This way, by the time of the new student exam in a month, I will have 2 dragon pets to fight alongside me. Although having just Xiaojiu would be enough to dominate, but as the old father of the little dragon, I must ensure both are leveled up together. Seeing Qin Shen nod, Su Rou's eyes lit up even more. Then why don't we form a 5-person team? With you and Luo Hao, we can easily conquer any instance or secret realm. Su Rou happily suggested. However, her suggestion made Luo Hao, Feng Yuan, and Luo Tao all frowned. Especially Luo Hao, who gave Feng Yuan a look. Little Rou, I'm afraid that might not work. Feng Yuan saw the look and immediately whispered, we've already invited someone to fill the last spot in our team. She then looked apologetically at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, I'm sorry, our team is already full. Qin Shen shook his head nonchalantly. It's okay, for me, it doesn't matter whether I join a team or not. This is the truth. With Xiaojiu's current strength, sweeping through instances at the corresponding levels is not a problem at all. Su Rou also looked apologetically at Qin Shen, unaware that Luo Hao and the others had already invited someone else to join the team. In that case, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Qin Shen didn't want to stay here any longer. He suddenly felt that he and Su Rou were indeed living in 2 different worlds. She is a noble lady, surrounded by children of wealthy families, while he is just an ordinary guy with a humble background. This is not to say that Qin Shen wants to pursue Su Rou. He has no romantic feelings for Su Rou at all. Their previous instance runs were purely because he thought she had a good personality and wasn't like those arrogant rich girls, so he could take her alone. Now that he's in college, the social circles are even more distinct. Qin Shen never blindly integrates into others' circles, so naturally, he will distance himself from Su Rou in the future. Different circles mean different mindsets. Watching Qin Shen leave, Feng Yuan and Luo Tao's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Humph, a commoner with mediocre skills wants to join their elite team? Dream on. Also, if Luo Hao hadn't taken a liking to Su Rou, she wouldn't even qualify to team up with them. On the other hand, Su Rou watched Qin Shen's departing figure with a complex expression. Somehow, she felt like she had lost something, but upon reflection, she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Back at the mansion, Xiaojiu and Xiaohan, the 2 little dragon cubs, instantly jumped out of the pet space. Jie Wu. Xiaojiu immediately jumped onto Qin Shen's shoulder and rubbed his cheek with its little head. Ing. Even the proud Xiaohan approached Qin Shen, raising its small face arrogantly. Understanding the intentions of the 2 little ones, Qin Shen knew what they wanted. Xiaojiu was asking for food. Master, I'm hungry, get me something to eat quickly. Xiaohan, on the other hand, was a bit haughty. Servant, prepare food for this lady quickly. In summary, these 2 adorable little ones were hungry. In the morning, I just went out and showed off dozens of eggs to each of you. But before noon, you guys are hungry again, really 2 little foodies. Qin Shen chuckled helplessly. However, he still picked up his phone, logged into the school's app, and entered the restaurant section. Fengtian Academy has its own dedicated app, where you can view various information and access various convenient functions, such as services reservations for secondary professions like enchanter, blacksmith, and alchemist, restaurant takeout, auction house, marketplace trading information, and so on. At the moment, Qinshen clicked into the restaurant function, planning to order food for these two little guys. However, when he opened the restaurant menu, his eyes widened instantly. Premium Xinjing Black Hair Pig Tenderloin, 30 credits per pound. Premium Magic Sea Cucumber, 40 credits per pound. Premium Single-Horned Magic Rabbit Leg, 20 credits per pound. Expensive. Really damn expensive. In fact, for other students, these things are not really expensive because other students only order ready-made dishes. A serving of Xinjing Black Hair Pig Trotter Rice, 10 credits per serving. A serving of Premium Magic Sea Cucumber Soup, 15 credits per serving. It does seem affordable. But for Qinshen, it's outrageously expensive, because he has to feed these two cute but very hungry little guys. Take Xiaojiu for example. Back in Anning City, it used to eat nearly 100 pounds of meat a day. Now with Xiaohan, Qinshen has to prepare at least 200 pounds of meat a day. The key is that the school restaurant sells only top-quality goods. After all, it's the restaurant of a top-tier academy. Ordinary Xinjing Black Hair Pig products are not even stocked. Qinshen can't buy them even if he wants to. With a consumption of 200 pounds of meat, just calculating based on the premium Xinjing Black Hair Pig Tenderloin priced at 30 credits per pound, it would cost 6,000 credits a day. My god, these two little guys could eat Qinshen into poverty directly. Qinshen's face darkened all of a sudden. Ga ga ga. Xiaojiu kept whining and urging. Xiaohan was flapping its icy wings, circling around Qinshen's feet. Fortunately, that idiot Chen Wei sent 5,000 credits today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't make it through today. Qinshen sighed bitterly. However, he immediately placed an order for 200 pounds of meat on the campus app. Of course, there were premium Xinjing Black Hair Pig meat as well as some other high-quality monster meats, totaling 6,500 credits. Ding! Soon. Just 3 minutes later, an unmanned intelligent delivery machine airlifted the 200 pounds of meat from the foot of the mountain to the mountaintop. Seeing these high-quality meats, the two little guys Xiaojiu and Xiaohan immediately let out happy low murmurs. Qinshen rolled up his sleeves and effortlessly carried the 200 pounds of meat back to the kitchen. It's fortunate that the kitchen of this villa is spacious enough, and the kitchenware is complete, even with a large barbecue grill. Qinshen's secondary profession now is spiritual chef, which is the second level of a cook. Not to mention other things, his culinary skills have already won Xiaojiu's approval. Now this little guy is very picky, only liking the meals made by the owner, and nothing else. He cleaned and marinated the purchased meat, then put it directly on the grill. 2 hours later, the two restless little guys were full and satisfied, with round bellies, snuggling in Qinshen's arms with sleepy eyes. Looking at these two little dragon cubs who rely on him wholeheartedly, Qinshen's eyes were full of tenderness. However, when he opened his phone and saw that he only had 3,500 credits left, Qinshen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No! He must enter a dungeon. Otherwise, he would really become completely broke. The next day, it was only 8 in the morning when Qinshen arrived at the secret hall of Fengtian Academy. Here, all the gates of the secret dungeons controlled by Fengtian Academy are stored. Since the Divine Domain game merged completely with the real world, the dungeon secrets from that game have also descended into reality. Many secret realms have been shattered directly, causing the monsters inside to run amok in the real world. Qinshen had seen many reports on TV before. Above the capital of a certain small kingdom, a level 70 diamond realm shattered and descended, resulting in the massacre of all the citizens in the entire capital by these secret realm monsters. Even some remote towns in Dragon Country have experienced such incidents. As a powerful nation, Dragon Country naturally has ways to deal with this. Large-scale teleportation arrays have been established in every city, town, and village nationwide to allow local residents to escape in case of disasters caused by the shattering of secret realms, as well as to provide timely support from local military corps. Currently, there are a total of 50 secret realm instances preserved in the Fengtian Academy, the largest number among all top-tier academies. The secret realms range from silver rank to legendary rank. Secret realms below silver rank are too easy, and Fengtian Academy does not pay attention to them, as the students gathered here are the elites from all over the country, and such low-difficulty secret realms are completely unnecessary for them to challenge. At this moment, in the hall of the Secret Realm Palace, many students are gathered, including freshmen and sophomores. You can even see teams of sophomores with dark circles under their eyes looking at some materials. This is normal. The Secret Realm Palace is open 24 hours a day. Some teams fail to conquer the secret realm and urgently retreat back to the real world, but the school will provide them with 2 opportunities to re-challenge. This has led to some teams repeatedly failing in fighting. As Qin Shen stepped into the hall, all the freshmen gathered here immediately focused their attention on him, mainly because he was indeed too famous. He won the top spot in the provincial exam of Nanzhou province as a dragon tamer, and then defeated Chen Wei, the 7th in the Fengtian province, with a punch yesterday. This was truly shocking. Some speculated that Qin Shen had become so powerful that he didn't need to summon a dragon pet to defeat Chen Wei. Others speculated that Qin Shen had not contracted a dragon pet, but due to some opportunity, he had triggered some professional characteristics of a dragon tamer, greatly enhancing his own strength. But the most crucial point was that all the deans of Fengtian Academy had ranked this dragon tamer as the first among the freshmen. Hey! The freshman champion is here. Is he going to enter the secret realm instance? Doesn't he have any teammates? It is said that he was supposed to join the team led by Luo Hao, but he was rejected. Ha, that's normal. After all, we still don't know how capable this Qin Shen really is, so others won't team up with him easily. Some discussions could be heard around. Qin Shen continued to ignore them, went to the front desk, submitted his student ID, and applied for access to the instance. Before coming, he had already checked some information on the school forum using his phone. He chose the highest difficulty level instance available now: the Forest of Demon Tigers, the Giant Troll Cave, the Lair of the Ice Serpent. All are platinum level instances for levels 20 to 25. Each entry requires 1,000 credits. Access to instances of other difficulties requires fewer credits but lower difficulty, indicating less generous rewards. For Qin Shen, who is currently facing financial difficulties, he urgently needs to challenge high-difficulty instance realms to earn credit rewards. After the part-time senior sister at the front desk saw the information Qin Shen had registered, she covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Junior, are you sure you want to enter alone? These 3 instances are all platinum level. I suggest you find a few teammates quickly to enter the instance together." As soon as the senior sister finished speaking, the students around who were still considering which instance to enter or were carefully studying the instance strategy materials all turned to look at Qin Shen. Damn, soloing a platinum level instance? It seems he doesn't understand how terrifying the difficulty of platinum level instances really is. Isn't this seeking death? Oops. Could it be that the team application was rejected yesterday, so now the brain is upset, wanting to prove oneself by soloing a dungeon? Ha, that's really too naive. Qin Shen's eyes gradually turned cold, but he still couldn't be bothered to argue with this group of idiots. He never argued with fools. I have made up my mind. Please stamp the document quickly, senior sister. Qin Shen said lightly. Senior sister, just let him in quickly. He's looking for trouble himself. We can't stop him, right? Sigh, I thought Qin Shen was someone, but it turns out he's just a brainless brute. Even with players like Luo Hao, Su Nianyan, and Bai Wuxuan, it might be a bit difficult for them to handle this platinum-level dungeon. Listening to the urging of the crowd, the senior sister sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll stamp it for you. But junior brother, please don't be reckless. If anything goes wrong, remember to use the town portal scroll immediately. Qin Shen nodded. Without much hesitation, he entered the side hall with the document and pushed open one of the doors with a platinum color. It was the entrance to the Forest of Demon Tigers' secret realm. Watching his disappearing figure, the new students and sophomores shook their heads, not even looking at the strategy, quite arrogant and conceited. I bet we'll hear news of Qin Shen dying in there in less than 3 minutes. As a provincial top scholar, he can't be that bad. I guess he'll last 5 minutes. While the crowd was discussing in a sarcastic manner, suddenly, footsteps were heard coming from the entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuan, Su Nianyan, Feng Tiran, and others. And beside them were their respective team members. Luo Hao's teammates were Su Rou, Feng Yuanyuan, Luo Tao, and Chen Wei, who was defeated yesterday. Beside Bai Wuxuan were a man and a woman. The man ranked 23rd, named Bai Dejiang, a warrior. The woman ranked 42nd, named Tong Jieja, a priest. Su Nianyan and Feng Tiran teamed up, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man ranked 27th, named Zhang Shan, a warrior. The woman ranked 41st, named Tao Qian, a priest. It could be seen that the basic team composition was a frontliner, DPS, and support lineup. Such a dungeon team was less likely to encounter unexpected situations in battle. What? These top geniuses actually chose to enter the dungeon today? Too bad Qin Shen got in first, otherwise it would have been really awkward. Luo Hao would rather have Chen Wei, whom he defeated, as a teammate than Qin Shen. Forget it, he went into the Forest of Demon Tigers alone, We don't even know if he'll come out safely." Hearing the discussions around them, Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuan, Sun Yinyan, and others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. "Ha! That Qin Shen actually went into the forest of demon tigers alone. This guy is a bit overestimating himself." Even Bai Wuxuan, who contracted with a flying dragon, needed to team up for safety. Although the flying dragon was indeed strong, as a beast tamer, Bai Wuxuan was quite weak, a delicate character. So she needed the protection of a frontline warrior and a backline priest. Otherwise, if the flying dragon was killing in the front and the master was ambushed in the back by monsters, it would be troublesome. "Xiao Rou, did you see that? It's right not to let him join. He's just an overconfident brute," Feng Yuan said to Su Rou. Su Rou looked worried. She knew Qin Shen had a dragon, but the dungeon he entered was not a college entrance exam dungeon. She felt a sense of guilt for some reason. Her college entrance exam results were all thanks to Qin Shen. Logically, they should team up since they were attending the same university. But her father had repeatedly instructed her to maintain a good relationship with Luo Hao. She had wanted to invite Qin Shen to join the team as well, which would have been a win-win situation. But she didn't expect Luo Hao, Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and others to be unwilling. After a night of careful consideration, she finally understood what she had lost. She had lost the friendship of Qin Shen. Between Luo Hao and Qin Shen, she stood on Luo Hao's side. She didn't know if she would regret it in the future. But for now, by not forcefully leaving the team to try to keep Qin Shen, she may have already revealed her inner default attitude. "It's my brother Luo Hao who has foresight. I'd rather choose the defeated Chen Wei than that brute Qin Shen." At this moment, Luo Tao also said with a smile, "Luo Tao, I was just careless. I didn't expect that guy, as a dragon tamer, would have such personal strength. Let me try again, I will definitely defeat him." Chen Wei, feeling embarrassed, immediately retorted. Yesterday, he did lose too miserably. Carelessness led to the opponent seizing the opportunity, and he was knocked out with one punch. He even lost credits. If he had known earlier that guy Qin Shen had decent personal strength, he would have definitely taken a more cautious approach. Now, even the credits for running dungeons were borrowed from Luo Hao. Thinking about this, Chen Wei felt even more frustrated. Damn it! When that guy comes out, I'll challenge him again and win back all the lost credits. "Alright, let's enter the dungeon, no need to bother with a small fry," Luo Hao said indifferently. Then, under everyone's gaze, he led the team to push open another platinum-colored door leading to the Forest of Demon Tigers dungeon. Ha! Forest of Demon Tigers. They actually chose the Forest of Demon Tigers too. Before everyone could react, Bai Wuxuan, Sun Yanyan, Feng Tairan, and others also pushed open the platinum door to the Forest of Demon Tigers. Damn! Are they competing with each other while also taking a jab at that poor guy Qin Shen? Secret Realm, Forest of Demon Tigers grade, Platinum level requirement, 20-25 unselectable difficulty, Hell level number of participants, 1-5 background of the Secret Realm. This is a forest that was once contaminated by demonic energy, leaving behind an atmosphere that caused all the creatures in the forest to mutate. Brave challengers, please be careful of the sharp claws and fangs that suddenly emerge from the dense forest crevices. They will not hesitate to tear you apart. Ding! You have arrived at the Forest of Demon Tigers. Current difficulty of the Secret Realm, Hell number of challengers, 1-person teleport scrolls have been automatically placed in your backpack space. Please use them promptly when encountering danger. Usage condition, chant for 5 seconds. As Qin Shen emerged from the dizziness caused by the spatial teleportation, information about this Secret Realm dungeon appeared in his mind. At the same time, he also noticed that as far as his eyes could see, there was a sinister forest emanating an evil aura. The trees were twisted, the branches and leaves withered. The sky was dim, and the atmosphere was eerie and silent. Buzz! Before Qin Shen could react, a familiar debuff buff was cast upon him. Demonic Invasion, a field buff inherent to the Forest of Demon Tigers Secret Realm. Under the invasion of demonic energy, all attributes of the challenger are reduced by 30%, applies to beast pets and summon creatures as well. Note, this status can be alleviated by auxiliary professions dispelling and purification skills, reducing it to a minimum of 10%. Roar! And the next second, a roar full of rage and killing intent came from the depths of the forest. Swish! Soon after, 10 double-winged demon tigers with black bodies and white patterns on their tiger bodies appeared in front of Qin Shen. Monster, double-winged demon tiger, white pattern, level, 22 type, beast monster skills, Shadow of the Demon, Frenzy, Lethal Pounce quality, Platinum note, originally ordinary tigers living in this forest, they underwent a mutation due to the influence of demonic energy, becoming bloodthirsty and cruel. A platinum monster. It should be noted that monsters of the same level can also vary in strength. What does this platinum minor monster represent? Representing their attributes have crushed the elite monsters in the college entrance examination's secret realm. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are not as terrifying as the stitched zombies in the college entrance examination's secret realm, but the power they unleash is much higher. Of course, compared to the final boss, the tyrant undead, they fall a bit short. But think about it. The tyrant undead is the final boss in that college entrance examination's secret realm. The 10 double-winged demon tigers in front of you are just the appetizers of the first level of this secret realm. No, they might not even be considered appetizers for the first level, at most they are just warm-up challenges. Looking at these 10 terrifying double-winged demon tigers, Qin Shen could easily kill them himself. But considering the purpose of this trip, which is not only to level up and make money but also to help Xiaohan level up, there is no need for Qin Shen to give orders. Jie Wu, Ing. Two little guys who were in tune with Qin Shen's intentions voluntarily emerged from the beast pet space, and the moment these two little dragon cubs appeared, buzz! The terrifying aura of the holy dragon directly descended upon this world. When those 10 originally fierce double-winged demon tigers felt this terrifying pressure, with a low growl, they trembled and began to retreat with their heads down. Ah! Seeing this scene, Qin Shen was helpless. Jie Wu. Little Wine saw these 10 little weaklings so afraid of themselves, blinked its crimson golden dragon eyes, and was about to flap its wings and slap them to pieces. However, Qin Shen shouted, "Stop, Little Wine. Let your sister handle these 3 secret realms this time to enrich her combat experience." The experience rewards obtained after clearing the secret realms are shared between the owner and the beast pet. So even if Xiaohan doesn't kill monsters, as long as she clears the levels with Qin Shen, she can still get rewards. But Qin Shen obviously wouldn't do that. This time, he wanted Xiaohan to practice through these 3 dungeons. After all, Xiaohan had just been born not long ago. If she doesn't fight, what if she becomes a useless dragon who only knows how to lie flat in the future? Jie Wu. However, Little Wine called out with some concern. As if to say, sister is only level 1, what if she is hurt by these short-sighted weaklings? Qin Shen's mouth twitched at the words. Come on, my little princess. You two are holy dragons. These weaklings probably can't break through the defense brought by dragon scales even if they attack with all their might, right? Ing. At this moment, Xiaohan arrogantly raised her little head, ignoring her sister's concerns. Then, her double-winged body with ice patterns suddenly shook. Swish! In an instant, her ice blue figure had teleported in front of the 10 double-winged demon tigers. At the same time, whoosh! The whole world began to undergo a climate change, with cold winds and snowflakes falling gently. Puff! Under Qin Shen's incredulous gaze, Xiaohan simply swept her ice-blue dragon tail. The rising cold wind turned into sharp blades, effortlessly cutting the 10 platinum-qualified double-winged demon tigers in half. Before the blood of the demon tigers could spill, their bodies were instantly frozen. Qin Shen was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Xiaohan's strength would be so strong. Xiaohan is only level 1 now. Her 4-dimensional attributes are Strength 300, Intelligence 300, Physique 270, Agility 270. It's just 1/10 of Little Wine's attributes. And this attribute panel is slightly weaker than the double-winged demon tigers in front of her. But unexpectedly, Xiaohan still defeated them in one move. Wait. He glanced at the howling snowstorm around him and suddenly understood. Winter Domain. Xiaohan's S-rank companion skill. Reduces all enemies' attributes within a radius of 1 kilometer by 70%. No wonder these level 22 double-winged demon tigers were killed instantly by this level 1 Xiaohan. This skill is too unreasonable. Truly a holy dragon. Ing. Having successfully slain the 10 double-winged demon tigers, Xiaohan deactivated his aura skill, flapping his wings joyfully as he approached Qin Shen, proudly raising his little head. The meaning was clear, servant, come and pet this young lady. Well done, Xiaohan. Qin Shen also extended his hand with an indulgent expression, gently stroking Xiaohan's head. Xiaohan, like a cat, closed his eyes in comfort. Meow. Seeing this, Xiaozhou on the side also eagerly approached Qin Shen, seeking to be petted. Alright, let's pet them together. No one outside could have imagined that in such a dangerous secret realm, there would be such a pleasant and relaxed scene. After patting the 2 little ones on the head, Qin Shen turned his gaze towards the forest filled with demonic energy. It could be preliminarily determined that the mode of this platinum-level secret realm, Forest of Demon Tigers, was one shot. As is well known, all secret realm instances have corresponding challenge modes. They are generally divided into 2 categories. The first category is similar to the secret realms encountered during the job change exam, such as the Earth Tomb Maze instance, which consists of several levels, with each level being an independent space. Test takers can only proceed to the next level once they have passed the current level, as the portal to the next level will only open then. In other words, you cannot ignore the minor monster levels and jump directly to the boss level. The second category is the one-shot type like the Goblin Village Secret Realm Qinshen encountered before, where there are no spatial discontinuities. You can even ignore all minor monsters from the beginning, pursue speed, and head directly to the boss to slay it. These are the most common secret realm modes. However, there are occasionally some special secret realms. It is said that there have been instances of entering a special secret realm called story involvement, where challengers take on the role of a character in a story plot, and different completion rewards are based on their choices. Of course, these are rare exceptions, and many job changers may never encounter such a special plot secret realm in their lifetime. Although I really want Xiaohan to practice now, if we can break the completion record of this secret realm, there will be additional rewards. Xiaohan, let's start crushing our way through. Don't spare any of the minor monsters in the entire forest. Even a single ant, I will slay. Experience, completion records, I want them all. Qinshen waved his hand, displaying a domineering appearance like a ruthless CEO. There was no choice. Mainly because he was broke. He was almost being bankrupted by these two little ones. With only 10,000 credits, it was barely enough for these two little ones to eat twice. He originally wanted the monsters in this secret realm instance to be Xiaohan's sparring partners. But in doing so, the completion speed would undoubtedly be slightly slower, and the rewards would naturally be reduced. So, they could only crush their way through. Meow. Ing. Upon hearing Qinshen's command, the two little ones naturally executed it firmly. After a chirp, Xiao Jin's body was already burning with a raging divine fire. The entire dragon body surged from the size of a pet cat to over 10 meters high. Even the sky of this secret realm was rendered a crimson color under this brilliant divine fire. Here it comes. Xiao Jin's second form, Divine Fire Annihilation. Compared to the first form's sky-shattering force, this second form appeared slightly delicate, but the magical fluctuations emanating from it were extremely terrifying. The first form emphasized strength, while the second form emphasized wisdom. And now, this forest of demon tigers undoubtedly was the most compatible place with fire magic. The temperature of the entire secret realm suddenly rose, and many withered trees that were already unable to be ignited by ordinary flames showed signs of burning under the scorching divine fire of the blazing dragon. However, Qinshen and Xiaohan standing next to Xiao Jin were not affected by this terrifying high-temperature divine fire at all. This brings us to a mechanism: friendly units and enemy units. If regarded as friendly units by Xiaojiu or Xiaohan, then they will not be affected by some of the additional attack skills, special effects, and other factors of the little guys. Previously in the Goblin Village, Su Rou almost got burned to death because Xiaojiu did not consider her a friendly target. In the eyes of the two little dragon cubs, the only complete friendly targets are their own masters, as well as the master's contracted beast pets, summoned friendly spirits, etc. Of course, if the two little dragon cubs are not happy, all creatures other than the master will be considered enemy units. At this moment, Xiaohan saw her sister revealing such a terrifying destructive posture, and also snorted arrogantly, unwilling to show weakness, and displayed the winter domain. Strangely enough, the originally high-temperature environment due to Xiaojiu's second form did not decrease in temperature due to the sudden snowstorm. These two elements of ice and fire can appear in a secret realm without affecting each other. This is the benefit of the friendly units mechanism. The skills and buffs of both sides will not be offset or affected. That is to say, even if Xiaohan applies the Embrace of 10,000 Snows buff skill to Xiaojiu, the blazing flames burning on Xiaojiu's body will not be extinguished by the power of frost. The Divine Realm game integrates with the real world, not only combining the job change system and monster secret realms, but also integrating the game mechanics. In addition to the relationship between friendly units and enemy units, there is also the relationship of neutral units. Classmates, teachers, and passers-by encountered on the street in daily life are neutral units. But neutral units do not mean safety, but rather that you can choose to attack each other or not. For example, if two people accidentally bump into each other on the street, one person shouts, "What are you looking at?" The other person shouts, "What's your problem?" And then the two start fighting. The neutral relationship immediately turns into a hostile relationship. Currently, under Xiaojiu's blazing flames and Xiaohan's winter domain, if there really were a winged demon tiger here, it would definitely experience the feeling of ice and fire coexisting. Roar! Xiaojiu, in its battle form, finally let out a dragon roar full of majesty, rather than the cute gagging sound. And when this roar representing the top of the animal chain spread, all the creatures in the forest of the demon tiger began to tremble in fear. This is the power of the holy dragon. As for Xiao Han, the little one exerted all her strength, wanting to release the supreme pressure unique to the holy dragon clan like her sister. But she could only make a cute chirping sound like a clamp. As the owner, Qin Shen could only cover his face with both hands, take a deep breath, and hold back his laughter. Can't laugh, can't laugh. Xiao Jiu awakened the exclusive dragon skill, Dragon Transformation, at level 5. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Han will also unlock this skill at level 5. But now Xiao Han is only at level 1, unable to grow taller like Xiao Jiu. Qin Shen did not expect that the cries of the little dragon cubs would change according to their size. But whether to say it or not, Xiao Han's 2S rank companion skills have already been used. Qin Shen's body surface is already covered with a faint layer of snow-white frost, and he can clearly feel the huge increase in his own health points, dual resistance attributes, and attack power. Xiao Jiu naturally also benefits from this auxiliary skill. Originally, Xiao Jiu was already enough to crush the small platinum-level instance after displaying the world-destroying divine fire form. Now it has the assistance of its sister Xiao Han's auxiliary skill. No need to think about it. Crush. Absolutely crush. Roar. The little wine let out a low growl, signaling to the host Qin Shen and his sister Xiao Jiu to come to its broad back. The next moment. Boom! The huge dragon wings enveloped in divine fire suddenly trembled, and a terrifying wave of fire capable of melting any double-winged demon tiger swept around. Xiao Jiu had already taken Qin Shen and Xiao Han to soar hundreds of meters into the sky in an instant. Due to the terrifying speed of this sudden flight, even Qin Shen, whose human physique had been enhanced by bloodline fusion, felt his blood pressure fluctuating rapidly. A feeling of weightlessness 10 times more severe than taking off in an airplane surged to his heart. Just the pressure from taking off almost made Qin Shen unable to breathe. Only Xiao Han tilted her cute little head, looking at her master with a concerned expression. This made Qin Shen unable to help but complain. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a holy dragon physique. His body, at level 22 and possessing nearly 1,000 four-dimensional attributes, was made extremely uncomfortable by the sudden weightlessness of taking off. But Xiao Han, this level 1 little dragon, was not affected at all. While Qin Shen was complaining, Xiao Jiu had already activated the unparalleled harvesting mode. Buzz! Countless magic circles appeared directly around it. The terrifying magic fluctuations poured out. Here it comes. Dragon language magic of the dragon race. It was also an S-level skill newly acquired by Xiao Jiu in the previous system reward. Heavenly Fire Descent was cast in the world-ending divine fire form, increasing the magic power by 500%. Coupled with Xiao Han's skill enhancement, and the monsters on the ground also affected by the Winter Domain skill. Boom! 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 If someone were to look from a distance on the ground, they would surely be horrified to discover that it was like a giant bomber flying over the sky of the demon tiger forest. And the terrifying divine fire pouring down from the sky was like nuclear bombs full of destructive power. The moment they touched the ground targets, they exploded unmatchedly. All the double-winged demon tigers on the ground were dumbfounded. Even the double-winged demon tiger king, who was originally in the center of the forest, enjoying the grooming service of hundreds of female double-winged demon tigers, was completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that one day they would face a world-ending disaster on their heads. Thus, the double-winged demon tiger king, who was level 30 and had platinum aptitude, had not even reacted to what had happened. Its attributes were reduced by a full 70%, and the next moment it was killed on the spot by the rain of divine fire descending from the sky. Unfortunately, there were no lucky surviving eagles. If there were any, when they took off, they would surely be shocked to see that the entire demon tiger forest had turned into a sea of divine fire. Even the residual demon energy that had lingered here for years was evaporated under the burning of the blazing divine fire. In theory, the effect of a skill is influenced by the level of the user. For example, a control skill of a level 10 job changer is definitely unable to affect a level 50 job changer. Because each skill of the job changer will have a note, this skill is ineffective against targets more than 20 levels higher than oneself. Of course, each skill has different level restrictions. An F-level skill cannot affect targets more than 1 level higher than oneself. An E-level skill cannot affect targets more than 5 levels higher than oneself. A D-level corresponds to 10 levels. A C-level corresponds to 15 levels. A B-level corresponds to 20 levels. An A-level corresponds to 25 levels. An S-level corresponds to 30 levels. And, the more the target's level exceeds one's own level, the weaker the effect will be. For example, a binding skill, if cast on an enemy target more than 5 levels higher than oneself, will have a binding effect for 5 seconds. But if cast on a level 10 enemy target, the opponent will only be subject to a 2-second binding effect. This is also known as level advantage. This has given rise to a common social phenomenon in this world, level discrimination. Higher levels discriminate against lower levels, it is only natural. This is also why everyone pursues leveling up, not only to gain more attribute points and unlock more skills, but also to minimize the impact of being controlled by others. As a level 1 dragon pet, why can its skills affect a level 30 platinum 5-star boss like the double-winged demon Tiger King? That is the reason. In addition, Xiaohan's holy dragon bloodline possesses an unparalleled crushing nature against all living beings, allowing the 70% weakening effect to fully take effect on the double-winged demon Tiger King. Ding! At this moment, the prompt from the spirit of the secret realm finally arrives. Congratulations to freshman Qin Chen for successfully clearing the platinum level secret realm instance, Forest of the Demon Tiger. Current level difficulty, Hell level. Clearing time, 2 minutes 32 seconds. Performance rating, SSS level. Time rating, SSS level. Overall rating, SSS level. Your score has been successfully uploaded to the Fengtian Academy Data Center. Secret Realm clearance rewards will be distributed in 1 minute, please freshman Qin Chen collect them promptly. This clearance time is just passable. After all, a little time was wasted at the beginning because of petting the 2 little dragon cubs, but it's no big deal. This score is definitely enough to break the record. Qin Chen checked the information about the secret realm on the school's app before going to bed last night. The best record in the Forest of the Demon Tiger is over 7 minutes. It was set by a senior sister in her 3rd year as a solo speedrun record. It is said that she did not defeat other small monsters, but went straight for the boss. And the situation here with Qin Chen. Sorry, all defeated. And the clearance was done in just over 2 minutes. That's the Dragon Master with a dragon. Buzz. As Qin Chen was feeling emotional, the secret realm rewards arrived as promised. A chest emitting a purple-golden color appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he opened it directly. Ding! Fearless warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Forest of the Demon Tiger secret realm instance. Here are the exclusive rewards for clearing the secret realm. Reward 1, 300,000 experience points. Reward 2, 300 skill points, 300 free attribute points. Reward 3, Tiger Subduer title. Reward 4, Weapon Tiger King Giant Axe, level 25, purple quality. Reward 5, Jewelry Devouring Demon Necklace, level 25, purple quality. In view of the excellent performance of the challenger and the successful breakthrough of the historical best record, additional rewards are triggered. Reward 6, S-Rank Universal Skill Book Divine Flash. Reward 7, A-Rank Talent Demon Breaking Eye. Rich. Absolutely rich. Qin Shen's eyes were filled with a strong sense of surprise. Without looking at the rest, just the 300,000 experience points alone made Qin Chen extremely excited. It should be noted that the experience gained by professions like Beast Tamer and Dragon Master with pet companions after clearing the secret realm is shared between the owner and the pet companion. This means that Xiaohan, who is only level 1, will receive the irrigation of 300,000 experience points. Go what? At this moment, little Gio, who had shrunk back into a pet form, lay next to the chest, wagging his round little butt with Xiaohan constantly staring at the treasures that fell out of the chest. Driven by curiosity, little Gio reached out with his little dragon claw, grabbed the Tiger King giant axe that weighed at least 300 catties, sniffed it, and then opened his small mouth to bite it. While counting the rewards, Qin Chen suddenly heard a crack sound coming from beside him. He turned his head directly, only to be stunned to see that the level 25 purple quality giant axe had been bitten with a gap by this little guy. Ah, my 2,000 credits. Qin Chen wailed. A purple grade level 25 giant axe, sold to those newly enrolled warrior professions, definitely costs 2,000 credits. After all, just entering this platinum level secret realm requires spending 1,000 credits on a ticket. But now this giant axe has a bite mark, so the price has to be reduced to 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits. How much meat can you buy with that? Now Qin Chen seems like an old father who has been eaten out of house and home by his little daughter. Beside him, Xiaohan sought his master wailing, but burst into giggles instead. And the sorrowful instigator Xiao Jiao, upon seeing his sister laughing, also joined in with giggles. No more biting other things, got it? This is your food money. If you bite again, we won't get any meat. Qin Chen pretended to scare the 2 little rascals. Sure enough, as soon as these 2 little foodies heard they wouldn't get any meat, they immediately stopped biting things and sat obediently in place, calming down the mischievous duo. Qin Shen finally had time to start counting his spoils. Tiger Subduer, title strength plus 20, 10% increased damage against tiger-type monsters. As always, a mosquito leg title. Equipment, demon-eating necklace. Grade, purple. Level, 25. Profession, unrestricted. Attributes, intelligence plus 50, agility plus 30. Enchantment effect, generates a magical shield that is 20% of your own health, and while the shield is active, your defense and magic resistance increase by 10%. Note, after the magical shield is broken, there is a 10-minute cooldown period. Great stuff! Although the cooldown time is a bit long, this magical shield provides attribute bonuses while active, making it a very nice piece of jewelry. Very good. Sold. Let's say 5,000 credits. To be honest, Qin Shen really wanted to keep this demon-eating necklace for himself. But thinking about the fact that he still had 2 little dragon cubs that devoured gold like beasts, he could only reluctantly part with it. As for that level 25 purple-grade giant axe, with the obvious bite mark from Xiaojiu, he couldn't even be bothered to look at it and sold it at a low price of 1,000 credits. Finally, the main event. Godly Flash yes within 60 seconds, allows you to teleport 3 times over a long distance, ignoring barriers. Note, 1. The cooldown time for this skill is 5 minutes. 2. Each teleport can reach a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. Godly skill. A true teleportation godly skill. Qin Shen's eyes lit up with joy. Damn! Each teleport can reach a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. This means that with 3 consecutive uses of Godly Flash, you can create a distance of 3,000 meters from the starting point. This skill, whether for offense or retreat, it's a top-tier godly skill. No wonder everyone at this level wants to conquer this platinum secret realm. Breaking records even has a chance to reward this level of skill. Qin Shen was greatly impressed. Perhaps some find it strange. Why can a platinum-level small secret realm for levels 20 to 25 drop such high-level skill books? Shouldn't high-level, high-difficulty secret realm dungeons drop them instead? There is a misconception here. As mentioned before, each secret realm dungeon has entry-level requirements. Take the Demon Tiger Forest secret realm for example, its level requirement is 20 to 25. In other words, those below level 20 or above level 25 cannot enter the secret realm dungeon. A level 100 powerhouse may forcibly enter the secret realm dungeon, of course, but as a result, it will cause the entire secret realm to collapse and crumble. So, those who obtain the highest rewards in their corresponding level secret realm dungeons are actually exceptionally talented individuals. Now, let's look at that A-level talent. Demon Breaking Eye, your dynamic, static, and long-range vision will be greatly enhanced, and you will be able to see through the flow of magic power when the opponent uses magic skills. Another good thing, it is worth mentioning that this A-level talent was automatically understood by Qin Shen the moment he opened the treasure chest. After all, this thing cannot be seen or touched, unlike skill books, items, or equipment. Ding! Your level experience bar is full. Do you want to level up directly? Your dragon pet, Ingjiu, and Chenghan's experience bars are full. Do you want to level them up directly? At this moment, 2 prompts also sounded in his mind. Without any hesitation, Qin Shen directly upgraded his 2 dragon pets. Buzz! And at that moment, a mysterious and vast wave poured out. The 2 little dragon cubs sitting obediently on the ground radiated a dazzling light all over their bodies. Through this radiance, Qin Shen could clearly see the bloodline runes on the 2 little dragon cubs shining brightly again. Obviously, this was a sign of their bloodline awakening again. At the same time, in the outer world, in the hall of the secret realm, buzz! Another spatial wave was generated in a side hall's magic array. Soon, 3 figures appeared together. Wow! They are indeed the outstanding geniuses with equal strength. They all came out at almost the same time. That's normal. The Tiger Demon Forest is a one-shot challenge mode, where teams can ignore the small monsters and directly kill the boss. The competition is about killing the boss in the shortest time, so Luo Hao, Bai Wu Shuang, and others were teleported back at similar times. It seems like Qin Shen has been inside for a long time. He hasn't come out yet. Could he have died in there? I don't know. After all, there is no live broadcast inside. No need to watch. He's probably blocked by the small monsters. He hasn't even seen the boss yet. The discussions of the surrounding students undoubtedly made Luo Hao, Bai Wu Shuang, and others more indifferent. Even Luo Tao turned to look at Su Ro, hinting, "Sister Su Ro, you should be grateful, you made the right choice." In the Tiger Demon Forest, Xiaojiu had already completed the upgrade, and the radiant red light that enveloped it had disappeared. Its level had also increased from the original 15 to 17. Dragon pet, blazing flame dragon, endless fire lord, name, Ingjo nickname, Xiaojiu gender, female age, 1 month level, 17 4-dimensional attributes, strength 3500, wisdom 3500, physique 3500, agility 3500, without any buff, equipment, or item enhancements. This was Xiaojiu's current status. With a full 300,000 experience points, for other ordinary beast pets, it would be enough to raise them from level 15 to 20. But for Xiaojiu, it could only increase by 2 levels. The stronger the beast pet, the more experience points needed to level up. In contrast, the attribute rewards obtained with each level up would be higher. With just a 2-level increase, Xiaojiu's 4-dimensional attributes had increased by a full 500 points. It was unimaginable. If this little guy reached level 40, transitioning from the juvenile stage to the growth stage, how terrifying it would be. On the side, Xiaohan also completed the upgrade. The dazzling ice blue light enveloped this cute and noble little creature like a veil, and the ice blue divine patterns on its dragon body became more prominent. The ice crystal-like dragon scales covered its body like a princess's veil, making it look truly like a little princess of the dragon race. At this moment, Xiaohan, like a well-behaved girl, sat on the ground, gently flapping its small wings. It let out a happy chirp towards its owner Qin, as if sharing the joy of becoming stronger with its owner. Qin also looked at Xiaohan with a smile. The information panel of the little dragon cub appeared in front of him in an instant. Dragon pet, frost dragon, master of winter, name, Qinghan nickname, Xiaohan, gender, female, age, less than a month, level 7. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 1200, wisdom 1200, physique 1000, agility 1000, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. Great! A whopping 300,000 experience points, allowing the little one to jump directly from level 1 to level 7. The attribute panel directly broke 1,000. This is the Holy Dragon. If it were another beast pet, the level would definitely be in the teens, but the 4-dimensional panel would never be higher than Xiaohan's. Besides the changes in level and attribute panel, Xiaohan also awakened 2 new skills. The Dragon Clan's exclusive skill, Dragon Transformation, and a new A-level auxiliary skill, Frost Blessing, that even Xiaojiu didn't obtain at level 7. Xiaohan's Dragon Transformation also has 4 forms. The first form, Dark Ice of the Abyss. The second form, Heart of the Holy Snow. The remaining third and fourth forms are generally the same, normal form and young pet form. Dark Ice of the Abyss, form all frost magic attacks will carry the power of the Abyss. After hitting the target will be afflicted with the Curse of the Abyss status for 30 seconds. Note, Curse of the Abyss, movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed reduced by 60%, lose 3% of maximum health per second, resistance to abnormal status reduced by 60%. In the Dark Ice of the Abyss form, the overall enhancement effect of all self-assist skills is reduced by 80%. Heart of the Holy Snow, form the amplification effect of all auxiliary skills is increased by 300%, all magic attack damage is reduced by 500%. Frost Blessing, upon release, instantly clears all negative statuses on the target, and the blessed target will not be affected by any control skills for the next 60 seconds. After Qin finished reading all the explanations of Xiaohan's new skills, his eyes were filled with joy. The abilities of the Frost Holy Dragon race lean towards support. Of course, within the Holy Dragon race, there are also dragon species that are purely supportive. For example, the Emerald Holy Dragon, Life Holy Dragon. The abilities of these 2 races are basically supportive. While the Frost Holy Dragon can serve as a great support, it can also be a qualified damage dealer. Xiaojiu's race is truly a destroyer race, with forms that maximize output like challenging the heavens and the world-destroying divine fire. In terms of output alone, Xiaohan naturally cannot compare to her sister Xiaojiu. But in terms of team support, Xiaojiu cannot compare to her sister Xiaohan. After all, Xiaohan can both support and deal damage. While Qin was contemplating, Xiaohan let out a cry, and a light blue glow surged around her. Her originally half-human-sized dragon body shrank to the size of a cat. Flapping her small wings, she flew to Qin head, finally lying down contentedly and purring with enjoyment in her throat. Previously, she couldn't shrink her size and could only watch her sister Xiaojiu shrink and cuddle up to Qin head, shoulders, and chest. Due to her size, she couldn't cuddle like her sister. Now that she has mastered the Dragon Transformation skill, she can finally cuddle up to her owner like her sister Xiaojiu. Qin felt as if a cool little snowball was lying on his head. Gah! At this moment, Xiaojiu also called out, transforming into a young pet form and jumping onto Qin's shoulder. And so, Qin had 2 cute little ornaments added to him. Alright, we've been lingering here for a while, it's time to go, to the Troll Cavern and the Ice Serpent's lair. Saying that, he took out another special scroll and used it directly. This was a secret realm teleport scroll. It had some differences from a town portal scroll. It allowed Qin Shen to jump directly from the secret realm dungeon of the Demon Tiger Forest to another dungeon, a special item. In Qin Shen's original plan, the goal was to quickly clear these 3 secret realms and directly obtain the highest rewards. Of course, these special scrolls are only provided in the secret halls of each academy, making it convenient for students to continuously explore the realms. They are not applicable in outdoor secret realms. The school previously held a speed-clearing secret realm madness race, also known as the Madness Cup, by students. The competition was about who could clear 5 diamond-level dungeon realms in the shortest time. The participants in the competition also used these teleportation scrolls to save time in the dungeons. Currently, Qin Shen applied to use this special scroll because he was tired of going out and facing the ridicule and sneers of those idiots. Having read online novels in his past life, he naturally knew what would happen next. Due to the upgrade of the 2 little dragon cubs, he spent several minutes lingering here. After going out, he estimated that he would face another round of ridicule from those idiots. Sometimes Qin Shen really couldn't understand why there were such idiots in the world. But when he thought of the ugly faces of those relatives after his parents went bankrupt in his past life, it all made sense. There are all kinds of strange people in the world, it's normal. Buzz. The scroll is confirmed for use. Ripples of space appeared, and soon, the figures of 1 person and 2 dragons completely disappeared in the forest of the Demon Tiger. The next moment, when Qin Shen regained his sight, he found himself in a dim and damp underground cave. The air was filled with a rotten and dirty stench. At the same time, low growls echoed around, and pairs of cruel and bloodthirsty crimson eyes appeared in the dark corners. They're here! The rumored giant troll monsters that only exist in dark and damp environments. Faced with the malicious targeting, Qin Shen remained calm, extending his hand forward with a casual gesture, exuding a majestic aura. In the next moment, he shouted, "Xiaojiao, Xiaohan, attack for me!" As soon as the words fell, the 2 little dragon cubs responded respectfully, spreading their wings. The 2 bodies, one red and one ice blue, rushed towards the group of giant troll monsters hiding in the corner. During the flight, buzz. The bodies of the 2 little dragon cubs swelled directly in the wind, transforming into 2 prehistoric giants towering tens of meters high. Xiaojiao's current divine fire annihilation form is 60 meters high. There was a mistake in the previous description, apologies. Boom! When their massive bodies landed heavily, the entire giant troll cave shook violently as if in a level 12 earthquake. Roar! 2 roars filled with supreme dragon power raged through the underground passage. The giant troll monsters, originally excited and frenzied by the scent of humans, shuddered suddenly and dropped their weapons, fleeing madly. However, escape was futile. When the scorching divine fire and the extremely cold abyssal dragon's breath swept through, the hundreds of level 23 giant troll monsters in the first level were instantly wiped out without a chance to scream. The second level. The third level. When the 4th level boss, the Troll King, saw the 5,000 giant troll army it summoned in the underground castle being easily crushed by the 2 majestic holy dragons, its ugly and ferocious face finally showed fear and despair like never before. It wondered why. It was just a level 32 platinum dungeon boss. How did it provoke 2 holy dragons standing at the top of the food chain to come and kill it? Ding! Congratulations to the freshman Qin Shen for successfully clearing the platinum level dungeon Giant Troll Cave. Current level difficulty, Hell level. Clearing time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Performance rating, SSS level. Time rating, SSS level. Overall rating, SSS level. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Fengtian Academy Data Center. The Secret Realm clearance rewards will be distributed in 1 minute. Please collect them promptly, freshman Qin Shen. The familiar notification sound rang out. However, looking at the boss's head that was being kicked around like a ball by Xiaojiao and Xiaohan, Qin Shen sighed to the sky. Boring. Too boring. Storming through this kind of secret realm is really lacking in excitement. The outside world. The Secret Realm Hall. Buzz. The magic teleportation array in the side hall once again flickered with light, sending out ripples of space. He's coming. It should be Qin Shen coming out. Damn. This is too slow. It's been almost half an hour already. As the crowd complained, they stretched their necks to look towards the side hall. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared made everyone stunned. Because what they saw was actually Luo Hao and Su Ro's team coming out. Besides Luo Hao, Luo Tao, Su Ro, and Chen Wei all had varying degrees of injuries. And Feng Yuan was currently in a state of unconsciousness, leaning on Luo Hao's chest. Ah, what's going on? Everyone looked curious. Senior sister, sorry, I need a second turn priest to come and heal here. Please hurry. Luo Hao ignored the discussions of the people around him and came to the front desk with a serious expression. The senior sister who was registering part-time here nodded quickly. Soon, a second-year second-turn priest arrived and used skills to treat Feng Yuan. 2 minutes later, Feng Yuan, who was unconscious, not only woke up but also returned to her peak state. However, she still had a deep sense of fear on her face. Alright, stop guessing, she must have been hit by the boss's special skilled memory poison. Seeing the curious expressions of the crowd, a senior student stepped forward and explained lightly, after being hit by this skill, the target's memory will be forcibly altered and will continue to be in a poisoned state. A first-turn priest cannot dispel it, only a second-turn priest can. As soon as the senior student spoke, the group of freshmen suddenly realized, oh my, this dungeon is too difficult. It's supposed to be a 20 to 25 level platinum dungeon, but the negative status inside requires a level 40 second-turn priest to dispel. No wonder Luo Hao and the others came out. If the memory is altered, Feng Yuan might mistake her teammates for enemies. It must have been an emergency retreat. After all, if they continued, not to mention clearing the level, Feng Yuan would definitely be poisoned to death. Indeed, teammates are more important. Just as everyone guessed, Luo Hao's team did indeed retreat urgently before clearing the level. The previous levels were passed easily, which made the team members become careless and underestimate the enemy. When they reached the boss level, Feng Yuan also fell victim to the boss's skill due to carelessness. With Luo Hao's strength as the top scholar in Fengtian province, he could continue to clear the level even without one teammate. But he couldn't ignore Feng Yuan, so they had to retreat. Brother Luo Hao, I'm sorry. Feng Yuan looked apologetic. It's okay, take a rest and recover, we can continue to storm through again. Luo Hao shook his head and said lightly, speaking of which, Qinshen still hasn't come out yet. Could he have died in the forest of the magic tiger? At this moment, someone suddenly realized, causing everyone to look enlightened. That's right, Qinshen still hasn't come out yet. Everyone hadn't even thought about the possibility of continuous speed runs through the secret realm. Mainly because even Luo Hao and the others took a few minutes to come out after clearing the forest of the magic tiger, in order to recover enough mana. What about Qinshen? When Luo Hao and the others heard the discussions of the crowd, they all raised their eyebrows slightly. The dragon tamer who was ranked first by default still hasn't come out. Luo Tao and Shen Wei showed a hint of mockery on their faces. Even Feng Yuan emerged from her fearful emotions. Only Su Ro came to the front desk with a worried look on her face and asked, Senior sister, could you please go to the secret realm control room to inquire about Qinshen's situation? Regardless, she was able to be admitted to Fengtian Academy smoothly, all thanks to Qinshen. And as a friend, she also had to care. Okay, senior sister nodded in agreement. In fact, she was quite curious about what was going on with that junior. It had been so long since he came out of the secret realm, and it wouldn't be good if something really happened. As senior sister walked towards the resource control room, buzz. At this moment, there was a ripple of spatial transmission in the side hall again. Swish! Everyone's gaze shifted sensitively towards the transmission side hall. Even Luo Hao and others looked curiously at the transmission side hall. However, the next moment, whoosh! There was another exclamation from the crowd. Because the team that came out of the transmission was Sun Yin and Feng Tairan. And in Feng Tairan's arms was the priest in the team, Tao Qian. She was also in a state of unconsciousness. Goodness! It seemed that this team, like Luo Hao, had been directly hit. And judging from the expressions of Sun Yin and Feng Tairan, it seemed that they had not cleared the level either. The sophomore priest's senior sister quickly went up to treat Tao Qian. However, just as the treatment was about to begin, buzz! The transmission array in the side hall emitted light again. This time it should be that kid Qinshen, right? Everyone turned to look. And then, whoosh! There was another wave of regretful exclamations. You guys! Bai Wuxuan, who had just come out, looked at the disappointed crowd in front of him, puzzled. Why are you sighing when you see this lord coming out? Did I offend you? Bai, did you clear the level? A freshman asked. Clear the level my ass. He cursed, then pointed his thumb behind him. Only then did everyone see. Goodness! Bai Dejiang was carrying the unconscious Tong Jieja out. Because Bai Wuxuan was too tall and sturdy, he blocked the view of Bai Dejiang and the others behind him, so the others didn't see them at first. Damn! Is this boss in the instance too powerful? You should say this boss in the instance is too cunning. Didn't you see that those who were hit were all squishy? It means it's very intelligent. All three teams of prodigies fell for that boss's move. It just shows how awesome the Troll King is. The fact that all three teams were hit made everyone present realize the horror of this platinum-level instance. Buzz. And at this moment, the transmission array in the side hall lit up again. This time it should be that guy Qin Chen, right? Everyone stared at the transmission array with wide eyes. The light dissipated. Damn! Finally, it's him. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't come out. 21 minutes. Ha! With this clearance time, it's amazing that you were ranked first by the deans. Watching the crowd's sarcastic and disdainful comments, Qin Chen, who walked out of the transmission array, felt confused, but his expression remained calm. Qin Chen, are you okay? Su Ro walked over, asking with a concerned look on her face. Qin Chen just glanced at her indifferently, without saying anything, then coldly walked past her towards the front desk in the lobby. Su Ro, why do you care about such a rude guy? Humph. It takes more than 20 minutes just to clear the forest of magic tigers. Can you expect any future from such a waste? At this moment, seeing the situation, Luo Tao, who was already a bit upset due to the failed clearance, couldn't help but sneer. Indeed. This girl is right, such a waste has no future. I told you, the initial ranking has a lot of water. How could this guy still rank first? I find it unbelievable. Is there no talent in Nanzhou province this year? How did he become the top scorer? The eagerly anticipated criticism session gradually began. People are always like this, unable to see others doing well. Or perhaps, whenever one feels superior to others, they tend to mock. If you say this is a decline in intelligence, then it can only be said that you have seen too little. Whether in reality or on the internet, there are countless people who like to mock or look down on others. Have you seen those who, despite being at the silver level, dare to look down on the strongest king? Have you seen those who, with a salary of 3,000, dare to criticize and comment on the actions of billionaires? And those who are clearly outside the industry but dare to point fingers at industry leaders, have you seen them? Such ignorant fools are everywhere, especially now. Qin Chen crossed over to this world where strength is paramount. When these people saw that the person ranked first was actually not as good as them, it naturally led to an uncontrollable sense of schadenfreude and mockery. Their happiness is built on mocking Qin Chen. Is that all? So, it turns out that you, the top scholar of Nanzhou province, are not that great. Faced with these condescending remarks, Qin Chen simply glanced around at the people as if he wanted to remember all those who had mocked and belittled him. And at that moment, the senior sister finally walked out of the control room. However, her expression was filled with shock. And when she saw Qin Chen waiting in front of the counter, her pretty face turned red with excitement. Before she could speak, Shenwei couldn't wait any longer and deliberately asked with a smile, "Senior sister, have you found out? How much time did our new student take to clear the magic tiger forest?" This remark was met with unanimous agreement. Yes, senior sister, what is the clearance record of this top scholar? Let's announce it. I also want to see the level of this top scholar. Looking at this group of freshmen who were still mocking Qin Chen, the senior sister's face showed a rare hint of anger. You all want to know Qin Chen's results, right? Fine. Then I will announce it. I just hope that you won't feel ashamed later. With that, the senior sister directly retrieved Qin Chen's clearance information from the Fengtian Academy database. Soon, the clear and vivid holographic display screen in the guild hall showed Qin Chen's clearance results. Everyone, including Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuan, Sun Yan Yan, and Su Ro, focused their gaze on the holographic projection screen. In the next moment, hiss, just one glance, but it caused the entire hall of the secret realm to be filled with gasps. Looking at everyone's faces, shock, disbelief, and stupefaction were evident. Even Luo Hao and Bai Wuxuan, who were proud, had their eyes fixed, immersed in a state of shock. On the holographic screen, there were pieces of information that hit them hard. Best record holder of the Magic Tiger Forest Secret Realm, Qin Chen, clearance time, 2 minutes 32 seconds, overall rating, SSS. Best record holder of the Giant Troll Cave Secret Realm, Qin Chen, clearance time, 3 minutes 15 seconds, overall rating, SSS. Best record holder of the Ice Snake Nest Secret Realm, Qin Chen, clearance time, 2 minutes 42 seconds, overall rating, SSS. Everyone. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire hall of the secret realm was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the information displayed on the screen. It was as if their worldviews had been shattered, and they couldn't recover for a long time. They recalled their disdainful mockery of Qin Chen and their self-righteousness. Their faces burned with shame. Just when everyone seemed to be in a strange and silent state after being thoroughly slapped in the face, there was still someone who refused to believe the facts before their eyes. This person was naturally Chen Wei. Senior sister, are you sure this information is not wrong? This guy stayed in the Magic Tiger Forest for more than 20 minutes. How could he achieve such a terrifying result? He loudly voiced his doubts. Perhaps Qin Shen's performance was truly too shocking. So much so that even the originally silent crowd couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, senior sister. Are you sure there's no bug on the database side? This result is really exaggerated. Leading by more than 5 minutes in each secret realm's best record. I remain skeptical about this. Can a person achieve such a result? I don't believe it. Either the central data website has been tampered with, or there's a display bug. I really don't believe that Qin Shen could achieve this result. It's not that they are stubborn. It's just that this result is really too exaggerated. Generally speaking, for a secret realm instance at the highest difficulty level, there are 2 best records. One is the highly valuable solo speedrun best record. The reason it's valuable is that the result can show how terrifying and outstanding that person's strength is. Completing the instance without relying on any teammates, solo clear. The other is the team speedrun best record. This one tests the team's cooperation and coordination abilities. The duration of the team speedrun best record is much shorter than the solo speedrun best record. Take the Magic Tiger Forest for example. Before Qin Shen appeared, the solo best record was 7 minutes and 42 seconds. The team best record was 4 minutes and 31 seconds. It can be seen that there is strength in numbers, and in team mode, it is indeed easier to clear the secret realm instance. But now, Qin Shen alone achieved a time of 2 minutes and 32 seconds, and the overall rating is SSS. This means he must have cleared all the small monsters in the entire Magic Tiger Forest to achieve such a high overall rating. The previous solo and team record ratings were only S level. Qin Shen's performance is simply overwhelming in all aspects. Damn it! Who would believe this? Even the originally grim-faced Luo Hao, by Wuxuan, Sun Yan Yan, and other geniuses, after hearing everyone's doubts, also relaxed. To be honest, they were truly shocked when they first saw Qin Shen's performance. After coming to their senses, their first thought was, this result must be fake. But as top geniuses, they couldn't easily speak out. Because once they did, they could easily be accused of being stubborn. Now that others were speaking up, they were happy to see it. Among this group of people, only Su Ro knew for sure that Qin Shen's performance was absolutely real. Because she knew Qin Shen had a dragon. However, would she really stand up to speak for Qin Shen? She glanced at the cold-faced Luo Hao, the people who were speaking up, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Qin Shen listened to everyone's doubts about his performance, still having no desire to refute. In his eyes, these idiots didn't even have the qualification to affect his mood. In fact, he treated every word they said as if it were just wind in his ears. However, Qin Shen's silence made Chen Wei increasingly convinced that things were as he thought. Just as Qin Shen was about to turn and leave from here, Chen Wei took a step forward and blocked Qin Shen's path. He sneered, "What? Scared of being exposed for a fake result, so you want to run away? Don't worry, as long as you bravely ADM." However, before the word admit could be spoken, Chen Wei was horrified to see 2 small heads, one red and one ice blue, suddenly and without warning, protruding from Qin Shen's collar at lightning speed. Before he could make out what they were, whoosh! A red flame containing terrifying heat and a bone-chilling ice blue snowstorm poured fiercely onto his face. Ah! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a scream filled with endless pain echoed in the hall. Thud! Chen Wei's body fell straight down, and his face was completely burned with severe burns. He lost consciousness under the excruciating burning and freezing pain, fainting. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Qin Shen to suddenly attack at this moment. And, once again, he killed Chen Wei in an instant. However, the most foolish person was actually Qin Shen. He never dreamed that the 2 little dragon cubs would suddenly emerge from his collar and then unleash a dual attack of ice and fire on Chen Wei. Qin Shen glanced around at the crowd. Swish! Except for Luo Hao, by Wuxuan, Sun Yan, and other top geniuses, all the other freshmen took a step back in fear. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene just now. Oh my goodness! This Qin Shen! He doesn't hesitate to act, and directly disfigures people. The key is that from the flames and ice that just erupted, many people felt the terrifying magical power. If this move were used on them, the result would be the same as Chen Wei, falling down directly. And at this moment, everyone caught a sensitive piece of information. Magical skills. This guy Qin Shen can also use magical skills, and they are instant cast. The magical skills that dragon tamers can use. Seems to be only dragon language magic, right? Oh my god. Completely no need to chant dragon language magic skills. No wonder this guy can achieve such abnormal results in the secret realm. It turns out he was hiding his true abilities. Although Luo Hao, by Wuxuan, Sun Yan, and other top geniuses were not scared, their expressions became serious at this moment. They suddenly reflected whether they had underestimated this dragon tamer from the southern province. Facing the various gazes of awe, fear, astonishment, and seriousness, Qin Shen walked out of the secret realm hall without anyone daring to stop him this time. And as Qin Shen took a few steps out of the secret realm hall, he heard a giggling laughter from his arms. Opening his collar to look, he saw two adorable little dragon cubs using their small claws to hold onto his shirt and hang on their master, while laughing mischievously. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their recent performance. And when Qin Shen glared at them after opening his collar, "Ga-ing?" the two little dragon cubs tilted their heads, pretending to look innocent and naive as they faced Qin Shen. "You guys, oh well." Faced with these two adorable little creatures, Qin Shen couldn't bear to blame them. Speaking of which, Qin Shen, who was in tune with the little dragon cubs, could understand their thoughts at that moment. Because the little dragon cubs had already formed a contract with Qin Shen, they could understand human language. When they quietly lay in Qin Shen's arms, they had already heard the derogatory remarks and mockery from the humans outside towards their master. At that time, they were starting to get impatient. If their master hadn't forbidden them from acting on their own, they would have come out and taught these short-sighted and despicable creatures a lesson. Especially when Shen Wei, that guy, took the initiative to stand in their way at the end. This immediately made the two little dragon cubs unable to bear it. In their eyes, their master was as noble as they were. And these humans who mocked their master were almost as despicable as the lowly creatures in the secret realm instance. The only difference was killable and unkillable. At present, not only were these despicable creatures disrespectful, they even dared to stand in the way. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han couldn't hold back. They directly came out and gave Chen Wei a puff of dragon breath. Their high agility attributes made their movements as fast as lightning. So much so that all the onlookers only saw a powerful flame and frost suddenly erupting from Qin Shen's chest. And then Chen Wei was directly disfigured and completely lost consciousness. This was still Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han holding back to the maximum extent. If they really get angry, the little dragon breath just now, not to mention, at least it can directly completely burn and freeze Chen Wei's entire head. By then, Chen Wei can only ask a level 3 priest to come and use resurrection magic. Fortunately, the armor Qin Shen wore outside was thick enough. Plus, the two little dragon cubs deliberately reduced their size, so outsiders couldn't tell that Qin Shen was still holding two little babies in his arms. In the future, you are not allowed to harm others without my permission, do you understand? Qin Shen pretended to give a lesson. Ga wooing the two little dragon cubs whimpered in grievance. Obviously, they didn't know why their master was blaming them. After all, they were helping their master vent. Qin Shen looked at the pitiful appearance of the two little dragon cubs and couldn't bear to lecture them anymore. I'm not blaming you, just let me know before you act next time. Qin Shen quickly patted the heads of the two little dragon cubs. There was no way. He had to make the two little dragon cubs understand that they couldn't act on their own. Because in this world, there are very strict laws and constraints for job changers. It was mentioned before. Those who can change to a combat profession during the job change ceremony are ultimately in the minority. Most people will return to ordinary life due to talent issues. So most of the people in this world are ordinary people. At this point, a problem arises. What if job changers use force to oppress others? After all, ordinary people are truly fragile in the face of combat professions. To solve this problem, the Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, have issued laws to restrain job changers. For this reason, countries have united to establish an international job change arbitration court. In order to prevent the two little dragon cubs from accidentally harming others in the future, it is necessary to remind them of what they should do. The two little dragon cubs looked pitiful, with drooping dragon ears. They thought they would receive praise from their master, but instead, they received a lecture. But fortunately, the two little dragon cubs had childish personalities. Qin Shen agreed with their view that Chen Wei should indeed be taught a lesson, and solemnly promised to buy 200 caddies of delicious and tender top-grade monster meat to reward them later that night. The two little dragon cubs immediately perked up and whimpered happily again. But before buying it, Qin Shen had to go to the trading market first. He cleared 320 to 25 level platinum secret realm dungeons, breaking the best record. So the rewards were naturally generous. The Forest of Demon Tigers gained 300,000 experience points. The Troll Cave gained 350,000 experience points. The Ice Snake's Nest gained 320,000 experience points. A total of 970,000 experience points allowed Qin Shen to directly advance from level 22 to level 28. Xiao Jiao also advanced from level 15 at the beginning of the school year to level 19. Xiao Han, who started at level 1, advanced to level 11. In addition, Qin Shen also received many items, equipment, and skill books as rewards. In the subsequent Troll Cave and Ice Snake's Nest, he received 2 A+ level skills and an S level talent. King of Conquest, S-U will gain a 15% lifesteal effect. Note, this talent effect also applies to friendly units such as summon spirits and contract beast pets. Needless to say, this is definitely a top-tier talent. The lifesteal effect provided directly to the 2 little dragon cubs by the beast pets was 15%. Well, although it doesn't seem useful for now, because the monsters that can make the holy dragon lose health haven't been encountered yet. Quick casting, S- all your skills will cancel the casting time, skip the chanting, and be cast instantly. For Qin Shen, this talent was undoubtedly a great boost. This meant that his magic skills that required chanting could now be cast instantly. Roar of the Ice Dragon, a plus exclusive skill for dragon language mages. After casting, you can emit a frosty roar that deals damage to enemies and has an 80% chance of freezing them. Note, freezing time is 8 seconds. Roar of the Flame Dragon is an S-level skill, but this Ice Dragon's roar is only an A+ level skill, because this skill leans towards control, and its power is indeed relatively small, but it's still quite good. At least in the future, Qin Shen can assist his little dragon cub with some control. As for other forging, enchanting materials, as well as equipment, armor, props, without exception, Qin Shen chooses to sell them all. Now, he has no great need for equipment, props, and materials. His biggest need now is credits. Without credits, he can't afford to feed the 2 little foodies. Moreover, the system rewards Falling Flame Staff and Mysterious Crystal Earth Scale Sword are better than those produced in these Secret Realm instances. System products are always top-notch, considering that the system will randomly release tasks in the future, rewarding some equipment. Qin Shen wants to maximize his profits. Sell them all. Except for skill books, sell them all. Not even a hair left. Exchange all for credits to feed these 2 little foodies. At present, Qin Shen and the 2 little dragon cubs have naturally undergone significant changes in their panels. Name, Qin Shen, age, 18 years old. Level 29. Main profession, Dragon Tamer. Secondary profession, Spirit Nourishing Chef. Second transfer, talents, Beast Affinity, SSS, Culinary Mastery, E+, Extraordinary Healing, S, Demon Breaking Eyes, A, Conqueror, S, Quick Casting, S, Strength, 1400, Intelligence, 1400, Physique, 1300, Agility, 1300. Professional skills, Dragon Taming, S, Bloodline Fusion, SSS, Hatred Mark, B, Dragon Fury, B, Dragon Claw Assault, B, Fire Dragon Bullet, B. Dragon Pet, Blazing Flame Holy Dragon, Endless Firelord. Name, Ingjiu. Nickname, Xiao Jiu. Gender, female. Age, 1 month. Level 19. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 4200, Intelligence 4200, Physique 4200, Agility 4200, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. Dragon Pet, Frost Holy Dragon, Master of Winter. Name, Ching Han. Nickname, Xiao Han. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level 11. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1900, Intelligence 1900, Physique 1700, Agility 1900, without any buff, equipment, or item blessings. I have to say, every time these 2 little guys level up, the changes in their attributes still make Qin Shen amazed. Other magical beasts only have dozens of points of attribute increase each time they level up. But these 2 little guys, each time they level up, it's hundreds of points of increase. And it's a comprehensive increase in all 4 attributes. And Qin Shen's current panel far exceeds other transferees of the same level. This is naturally due to the passive SSS level skill Bloodline Fusion, which allows Qin Shen to gain 20% of the attributes from the dragon pets. Roughly estimated, Qin Shen has already gained over 1,000 attribute skills from these 2 dragon pets. Because ordinary transferees at level 28, the highest strength or intelligence attribute is at most around 600 points. Who dares to say that dragon tamers are the most useless profession? At this moment, Qin Shen has already arrived at the free trade market. This is a trading market specially built for students by Fengtian Academy. Looking at the bustling streets with countless students coming and going, Qin Shen also curiously looks around. In Fengtian Academy, the 2 most common places are the Secret Realm Hall and the free trade market. Here, there are small shops rented by students with credits. There are also some company shops set up by external enterprises. These companies that have settled in are secondary profession companies. You can even see some banners full of folk atmosphere. The forging shop is offering a grand opening promotion, where the first 10 lucky customers can get a chance to use the advanced forging machine for free. Blood Medicine, Blue Medicine Clearance Sale. High price buyback. High price buyback. Setting up a stall was impossible, even though he obtained some good things from the secret realm. But if he set up a stall himself, it would undoubtedly take more time. The bellies of those two little dragon cubs wouldn't wait. In another hour, they would probably start growling. As their poop scooper, Qin Shen knew exactly when the two little guys would get hungry. In the end, Qin Shen arrived at a pawnshop belonging to an external company. It claimed to be a century-old business. With strong financial resources, as long as it was a good thing, they accepted everything for buyback. As soon as he entered, a pretty student in a cheongsam with a polite smile came over. This senior student from the second year, level 47. Probably working part-time here for credits. This was normal. Don't think that as students from top universities, they could look down on everything, acting superior. As long as you wanted to level up and get stronger in the university, you couldn't do without credits. The higher-level dungeon realms and equipment and props required more credits. For the sake of earning credits, senior students would not only work part-time but even serve as your servant or maid if you provided credits. Of course, don't get any wrong ideas, they were the kind of servants or maids who didn't provide special services. Although credits were precious, they wouldn't let these top students from prestigious universities abandon their principles and bottom line. A freshman student. The student in the cheongsam saw the school badge on Qin Shen's chest and was slightly surprised. Students from each grade wore badges of different colors. Blue badges were for freshmen, purple badges for sophomores, gold badges for juniors. Seniors were already conscripted by the National Legion as part of the reserve force against disasters and wouldn't stay in school. The reason the student in the cheongsam was puzzled was that she didn't expect a freshman student to come here. Student, we only buy back items here, we don't sell anything, the student in the cheongsam gently reminded. She thought Qin Shen wanted to buy something. After all, freshmen usually didn't have much to sell, and they probably hadn't even started on Dungeon Realms. However, Qin Shen just shook his head and looked at the student in the cheongsam, saying, "Senior, you misunderstood, I'm here to sell things, not buy." "Oh, then what do you want to sell, student?" the student in the cheongsam asked softly. Qin Shen took out his storage ring, about to lay out the things inside. Bang! The shop door was forcefully pushed open, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Immediately, a very frivolous voice rang out. "All of you wait outside. Don't disturb Miss Nuo." "Yes. Is Miss Nuo here? I'm here to find you." When the student in the cheongsam heard these words, her face, which was originally smiling gently, instantly darkened. The next moment, a young man with yellow hair and a carefree attitude arrived. Being so arrogant here, this yellow-haired youth's background must be weak. Something's not right. In that instant, Qin Shen smelled something strange. Familiar. This was too familiar. Qin Shen, who had read countless online novels in his previous life, realized that the necessary conditions for triggering a brain-dead plot seemed to have been met here. Beauty, yellow hair, auction house, pawnshop, plus, the protagonist, himself, with the strongest beast taming system as a golden finger. Damn it! I just wanted to sell some things for credits, to go back and feed my two cubs. How could this trigger a brain-dead plot? Sure enough, before Qin Shen could react, the yellow-haired youth's eyes bulged when he saw Qin Shen sitting next to the student in the cheongsam. Mainly because Qin Shen was too handsome. Whether in terms of height, temperament, or appearance, he far surpassed the yellow-haired youth. This undoubtedly triggered Huang Mao's feelings of inferiority and jealousy. "How dare you touch the woman I'm interested in?" Huang Mao cursed angrily, lifted his foot onto the table, preparing to put on an unparalleled arrogant appearance. But the next moment, Qin Shen's figure suddenly shot out like lightning, leaving Huang Mao feeling disoriented and unable to see clearly what was happening. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag landed heavily on Huang Mao's face. With a thud, under the shocked gaze of the cheongsam's senior sister, Huang Mao even had no time to scream before falling straight to the ground unconscious. At this moment, Qin Shen turned around, his eyes gazing calmly at the graceful cheongsam's senior sister. "Senior sister, it's all your fault." Cheongsam's senior sister? Young master. The few followers waiting outside the door saw the moment Huang Mao was knocked out with a punch and let out a cry of despair. They quickly rushed into the shop. However, even more bewildered was Xiao Nuya, dressed in a cheongsam, looking beautiful and charming. She never dreamed that this freshman would suddenly strike, knocking down Huang Mao, a professional martial artist, with just one punch. The force and speed of this punch. Even Xiao Nuya, a level 47 second-tier mage, felt her heart skip a beat. Could a freshman unleash such an attack? And this was just a simple straight punch, without any additional skill effects. "Quick, take the young master for treatment. Kid, I'm telling you, you're in trouble." How dare you hit the second young master of the Ma family of Feng Tian? Get ready to be crippled. These followers pointed at Qin Chen with anger and then carried away Huang Mao. Qin Chen. They just left like that? According to the script, shouldn't these followers swarm towards Qin Chen? It seems these followers have some intelligence. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to back down. Seeing their master knocked out with a punch, even a fool would know not to mess with Qin Chen. So they just left after threatening him. Junior, you're in big trouble now. At this moment, the Cheongsam senior sister said calmly. Qin Chen glanced at the senior sister and coughed lightly. Senior sister, you're in trouble too. Xiao Nuya? If that guy's backers come looking for trouble, I'll say you invited me as a helper to beat up Huang Mao. You can't stay out of it then. Xiao Nuya widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at him. How shameless can this person be? Clearly, she didn't even get a chance to speak, and he just punched someone and now he's trying to shift the blame. Sigh. I just wanted to sell some stuff, how did I get into this mess? Qin Chen sighed to himself. Xiao Nuya said softly, originally, this had nothing to do with you. You just went and punched him without a word. Qin Chen. I messed up. Seems like I really messed up. It's mainly because this plot is too familiar, and the protagonist's genes are acting up. I could have just left, but I wanted to have a heroic moment like in online novels. That Huang Ma youth is called Ma Qingfeng, the second son of the Feng Tian Ma family. That is an ancient martial arts family, with 2 level 104th tier martial gods presiding over it. Not to mention in Feng Tian province, even in the entire Dragon Empire, the Ma family is a prominent and respected clan. But fortunately, this is the Feng Tian Academy, and the Ma family's influence doesn't reach here. But you might have earned Ma Qingfeng's resentment, and the school will also hold you accountable for causing harm. Seeing the situation settled, the senior sister sat back on the leather sofa with a calm expression, her long and fair legs crossed, complemented by a Cheongsam, exuding a mature and sexy charm. The school holding me accountable? Qin Chen tilted his head, looking as if a big question mark had popped up. Shouldn't it be that you, senior sister, were harassed by hooligans, and I, as a junior, stepped forward to give him a punch? Clearly this is standing up for justice, not actively hurting someone? Xiao Nuya. She was stunned. Could there be such an argument? Since the Ma family's hands can't reach here, there's no need to worry. Back to the point, senior sister, are you still accepting things here? Qin Chen asked. Although the Ma family was powerful, it was obvious that in this Feng Tian Academy, this ancient martial family really couldn't do anything to Qin Chen. It is well known. The top 10 national transfer universities, especially these 5 top-notch elite combat academies, do not have any private nature. Because the students in these academies represent the country's strategic reserve forces. Students from top academies, basically after their 4th year, have to go to the battlefield, directly entering the special forces. Even if your Ma family is awesome, dare you reach into these top academies? Not to mention the principal and those deans. Just talk about those who have graduated from here, and have gone to the battlefield, holding high positions in the special forces. The Ma family's 2 4th-turn martial gods are strong fighters? What's the use of being able to fight? There are dozens more in the special forces who can fight better than them. After thinking it through, Qin Chen no longer needed to worry about these things. The reason he chose these 5 top academies was because the country valued these 5 top academies. This means that even if you are a commoner here, as long as you have strength, you can also receive the most fair treatment. It's as if entering some ordinary transfer academy. If Qin Chen offends a big young master from one of the families, even if he has a dragon, he will still be in trouble. After all, those old 4th-turn powerhouses are shameless and would directly make a move against him. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't handle it. Take it, junior brother, just take out whatever you have. When it comes to credit transactions, Xiao Nuya's slightly mature and charming face also showed a hint of interest. However, she didn't think that this freshman who had just arrived at school a few days ago could bring out anything good. However, the next second, whoosh! Qin Chen touched his storage ring, and in a burst of light, a variety of items spilled onto the table. Ha! Xiao Nuya, who was originally very calm, suddenly straightened up, looking incredulously at the pile of things spread out in front of her. Under the effect of appraisal technique, the detailed information of these items had already appeared directly in front of her. Level 25 purple grade jewelry devouring demon necklace. Level 25 purple grade jewelry breaking wind ring. Level 25 purple grade weapon blood-sucking spear. Level 25 purple grade armor flame of the demon 3-piece set. Level 25 purple grade weapon Tiger King giant axe. A grade enchanting material ice serpent king's core. A grade forging material giant troll king's finger bone. B grade mage skill book star blaze. See Great Warrior Skill Book Valiant Provocation. Astonishing. Xiao Nuya was completely astonished. Even the manager sitting in the office on the second floor of the store was affected by the extraordinary aura emanating from these items. With a start, the manager in high heels clattered down from the second floor. And when this female manager saw the things on the table, she was equally shocked. Qin Shen was very satisfied to see the reactions of these two people, because the more shocked they were, the more it meant that these things in front of them could be sold for more credits. Sure enough, after a preliminary appraisal, the female manager offered a price of 60,000 credits, mainly because that B-grade mage skill book alone was worth 35,000 credits. You see, B-grade or higher professional skill books are not easy to come by. The better your clearance score, the higher the probability of getting good items. So even though students raid the same dungeon every day, the output of B-grade or higher professional skill books is very low. And, most importantly, this is a mage's professional skill book. The mage profession accounts for a considerable proportion of the entire job change group. After all, they are noble mages. Therefore, the demand for skill books for this profession is also very high. So it's normal for this B-level skill book to sell for 35,000 credits. The deal was made, credits were received. Qin Shen left the store without any nostalgia. Of course, before leaving, Qin Shen took out 1,000 credits and gave them to this senior sister. His purpose, of course, was to get this senior sister to cooperate when the school investigates the matter. Leaving the store, with the excited chirping of the two little dragon cubs in his arms, Qin Shan ordered 200 kilograms of top-grade monster meat to be airshipped to the villa from the school's fresh supermarket. Today's harvest was actually very rich. He obtained a lot of things from the 3 secret realm instances. It is worth mentioning that he did not get any S-level skills or A-level talents in the 2 secret realm instances of the Troll Cave and the Ice Serpent's Nest. Such special rewards are triggered by probability, not just breaking records guarantees a 100% chance of obtaining them. In the next 2 days, Qin Shen stayed in the luxurious villa, rarely going out. It's not that he wanted to start slacking off. After obtaining new skills and talents, Qin Shen needed to practice and familiarize himself in the training room. Although dragon pets are powerful, one should not ignore their own strength. At the same time, the school also began to fulfill some of the rewards promised earlier. First is an S-level dragon tamer profession skill book Chain of Life. Chain of Life, 80% of the damage you receive will be shared with your dragon pet. Note, when you have 2 or more dragon pets, the damage will be evenly distributed among each dragon pet. Another life-saving skill. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han, as members of the Holy Dragon Clan, naturally have outstanding resilience. An attack that could be fatal to Qin Shen, after causing damage, would be transferred to the 2 dragon pets, which might just feel like a scratch to them. As for the 3 S-level universal skill books and 3 A-level experience resources, they are currently in the application process. Qin Shen can understand this. In a world where resources are scarce, countries are very strict in controlling resources. To obtain the 3 S-level universal skill books and 3 A-level experience resources, the necessary procedures must be followed. 3 months ago, a fierce world war broke out again on the Rift Front battlefield. Although countless people were killed and injured in that war, there were also many geniuses who grew and rose in the bloody battle. They killed countless enemies on the battlefield, with remarkable achievements. Naturally, the country will not neglect these strong individuals, so the national treasury has also been depleted significantly. Now, the qualifications for receiving the promised S-level universal skill book and 3 A-level experience resources are subject to application and waiting in line. It is estimated that it will be at least 3 months before it's your turn, which is truly regrettable, and we can only ask Qin Shen to understand. However, you will be allowed to enter the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm in 1 month, and the school will notify you at that time. Professor He Yalan also provided a corresponding explanation. Qin Shen also expressed understanding for the delay in rewards. Since the world catastrophe, the game has merged with reality. It's not just about the shattered secret realms and monster disasters. There are also cracks from unknown dimensions, which have descended upon this world. The monsters that emerge from the cracks are bloodthirsty and emotionless. What's more important is, they are incredibly powerful. No one knows what lies on the other side of the cracks. Some speculate it's the realm of the Demon Lord, while others guess it's hell. But the specifics are unknown. Humans and other races that have descended from the game can only join forces to establish defense fortresses in front of these rift battlefields, fighting together to resist the calamities. These senior brothers and sisters in their final year are fighting enemies in the front, bathing in the blood of the enemy, defending the lights of countless homes behind them. The rewards from the country and the school are given priority to them, which is only natural. Qin Shen is not that disgusting selfish person. Moreover, he can wait for a few months. And for those strong ones on the battlefield, mastering an advanced skill means having an extra chance of survival on the battlefield. Teacher He Yalan also calmed down after seeing that Qin Shen was not angry at all. Yes, the seed she valued, whether in strength or character, would definitely not be inferior. By the way, have you checked our school's official forum these days? Teacher He Yalan seemed to remember something interesting. No, I haven't. These days, besides eating and sleeping, I have been training in the training room to adapt to the new skill talent, Qin Shen said. Then I suggest you take a look. The public opinion is already quite big. Okay, I'll hang up, don't want to disturb you. After Teacher He Yalan hung up the phone, Qin Shen logged into the school's official forum with a curious mindset. As soon as he logged in, he saw a series of eye-catching posts being pinned to the homepage. Is this the top student selected by your dean? The results of the secret realm are faked, and he's a cowardly turtle who doesn't dare to come out. Let's not talk about Bai Wuxuan's special admission, just talk about Sun Yinyin, Feng Tairan, and Luo Hao. How are they worse than Qin Chen? Why should they be ranked behind Qin Chen? Just thinking about that guy living in the #1 villa on the mountaintop overlooking us makes me sick. Unfair, unfair. Replay the exam. I'm at least the third in Yunchuan province. Why am I ranked 57th? I strongly suggest the new student exam be conducted immediately. Same suggestion +1. Looking at these heated discussions, Qin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, these freshmen really couldn't stand him. Of course, Qin Shen himself was just a catalyst at most. The main reason was that everyone was dissatisfied with the initial rankings. Many people felt that their rankings should not be so low. They felt completely underestimated. They urgently needed to start the exam to prove their own strength. As Teacher He Yalan said, this year is the golden year of Fengtian Academy. It has recruited students from all over the country who are used to being at the top of their rankings. After coming to the new school, seeing themselves ranked behind those they feel are inferior, they suddenly feel unhappy. In fact, many of the posts expressing dissatisfaction were not just targeting Qin Shen. There were also other top-ranking freshmen who were criticized in posts. It's just that there were more people dissatisfied with Qin Shen. Because Qin Shen was in the limelight, stepping on the heads of Bai Wuxuan, Sun Yinyin, Feng Tairan, and other geniuses, he was very conspicuous. It is worth mentioning that as he scrolled through, Qin Shen found an interesting post. Who can help me beat up Qin Shen? Reward 1 billion dragon coins. The post ID was Handsome Breeze. This made Qin Shen can't help but chuckle, this yellow-haired. Just as Qin Shen was about to continue reading, suddenly, a sharp-toothed little mouth appeared at the corner of the laptop. The next second, crack! With a light bite from this little mouth, this expensive laptop's screen shattered. Ah! Xiao Jiu! Qin Shen's wail rang out. Go Wu! Xiao Jiu's head peeked out from behind the laptop, looking innocently at his master with his crimson gold dragon eyes. Before Qin Shen could punish this little guy, bang! A sound of explosion came from the kitchen. Qin Shen hurried out of the bedroom, only to find the chubby Xiao Han sitting in front of the refrigerator, which was emitting black smoke under the influence of Xiao Han's frost power. No! My refrigerator! Qin Shen wailed again. Although the school provides students with excellent living conditions, it does not mean that these furnishings can be destroyed at will. Damaging one item means that Qin Shen will need to spend credits to repair or replace it. In these past 2 days, these two mischievous troublemakers have already destroyed 3 holographic projectors, 2 computers, and a refrigerator. They are truly experts at dismantling things. The key is that every time Qin Shen wants to discipline them, they just stare back with their cute big eyes. Qin Shen's heart softens, and he lets them off again. While Qin Shen is engaged in a battle of wits with the 2 troublemakers, at Fengtian Tower. This is the main teaching building of Fengtian Academy. In the top-floor conference room, the Dean of the School of Magic and Vice Principal, Lu Boming, has already met with several other deans. The student union had already reported the incident of the official forum exploding to the teachers, who then reported it to the deans. It seems that this group of prodigies is very dissatisfied with the initial rankings we set. Lu Boming raised his teacup, took a sip, and then chuckled. Here, there is Dean Lu Jinhua of the School of Combat, Dean Zhang Tao of the Tactical Academy, and Dean Li Yuji of the Enhancement Academy. There is also the Vice Dean of the School of Combat, He Yalan. Yes, you read that right. He Yalan is the Vice Dean of the School of Combat. That's why sophomore students call He Yalan Dean He. He Yalan's strength is not to be underestimated. She is a level 87 third-tier expert, just 3 levels away from reaching the 4th tier, and she is still young, only 28 years old. I have heard that Qin Shen has broken the records of 3 secret realm instances in a row, which is quite remarkable, hence why it has raised doubts from others. If it weren't for confidentiality concerns, I really want to release the videos of Qin Shen conquering the secret realms. He Yalan sneered, showing disdain. In her eyes, these people are simply foolish. Do they really think Fengtian Academy is like those second-rate institutions? Do they really need to compete for rankings even in entering instances? In this top-tier academy, there is no need to compete for rankings. As long as you have the ability, you will receive the treatment you deserve. As for the academy helping students cheat, or altering the clearance times of secret realms, it's simply ridiculous. Such things might happen in those second-rate institutions, but they will never happen at Fengtian Academy. Now the students strongly suggest moving up the freshman grand examination. They probably want to prove their abilities. Combat School Dean Lu Jinoa said calmly, then let them have their wish. It's also a good opportunity to test whether their abilities match their tough talk. Tactical Academy Dean Zhang Tao chuckled. I agree with that. Enhancement Academy Dean Li Yuzhen nodded. The curriculum of the Enhancement Academy is not only for secondary professions but also for auxiliary professions. So don't think that the freshman grand examination has nothing to do with the Enhancement Academy. I also agree to move up the grand examination. He Yalan also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Boming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect these deans to actually agree to move up the freshman grand examination. Many people have disputes over the initial rankings, but in reality, the disputes are only about the middle and lower rankings. The top 100 rankings have been carefully considered by several deans, and after watching videos of all the national freshman exams, there may be some discrepancies, but they will not be significant. Just like, these deans believe that the top 5 rankings will definitely not change. First, Qin Chen. Second, Bai Wushuang. Third, Luo Hao. Fourth, Su Nian. Fifth, Fang Tairan. These top 5 rankings, the deans dare to say, will absolutely not change. Enough! Since these kids want to prove their abilities, let's give them a chance. Spread the word, the freshman grand examination will start early. It will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The location is at Arena Number 1. At that time, all freshman students should be prepared for battle. Vice Principal Lu Boming finally made the decision with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the teachers nearby were startled and quickly notified the person in charge of Arena 1 to prepare the venue. Furthermore, didn't this group of new students think that Qin Shen's completion time in the secret realm was modified through backstage manipulation? This is undoubtedly a slander against the fairness of our academy. For this year's new student assessment, an additional secret realm assessment will be added before the individual duel competition. Notify the responsible teacher of the secret realm hall. Have him immediately clear out the Imperial Laboratory secret realm instance. Tomorrow's first round of the new student assessment will use this secret realm instance as the test. Humph. I want to see if these little ones have the strength to match their tough talk. Lu Boming announced the notice with considerable anger. Ha! And as Lu Boming's words fell, the expressions of the deans and all the teachers present slightly stiffened. The Imperial Laboratory. A level 20 to 35 diamond level instance. This is an extremely difficult instance because it only has a best team record, not a solo record. What does this mean? It means that no one has ever completed this secret realm solo in the level range of 20 to 35. It seems that the vice principal is really getting annoyed by these little ones. Ding! At this moment, all the freshmen of Fengtian Academy received a text message from the official school. Due to the numerous controversies regarding the default ranking of our academy, after unanimous discussion among the deans, a decision has been made. The new student assessment originally scheduled for a month later will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Arena 1. Please prepare yourselves, adjust your state, and fully embrace tomorrow's assessment. For details on the assessment process, please visit the school's official website. Wow! When everyone saw this message, there was an uproar at that moment. Damn! Finally, we can overturn this damn initial ranking. Qin Shen, right? Just wait for me. Great! With my skills, I can at least rank in the top 300. I'm tired of being ranked after 600. Waiting for the exciting competition of the geniuses. Boiling. All the freshmen were completely excited. However, it quickly subsided. Because, after logging into the official website, they were surprised to see that the school had added a new secret realm assessment before the individual competition. And that secret realm instance was the extremely famous Imperial Laboratory. This secret realm instance has never had a solo speed record, only a team record. This is too insane. I feel like the school is trying to embarrass us. Oh, why do you say that? Haven't we been questioning whether Qin used connections to modify the secret realm completion time in the backstage data valley? The school may have added this round of secret realm assessment because of this. What is the purpose? It's probably to make Qin complete this secret realm to prove that the school is fair and doesn't engage in insider operations? Humph. They might end up shooting themselves in the foot. Let's not talk about proving or not proving. Just the question of whether Qin can solo the secret realm is a problem. Indeed. So should we team up? Hurry up and form a team. We can't handle the secret realm instance solo. At the same time, Villa No. 2. Bai Wuxuang was caressing the extremely obedient white flying dragon beside her while looking at the message on her phone. A cold smile full of fighting spirit finally appeared. Very well. It's not just Qin. There's also Luo Hao, Sun Yan, Feng Tairan. Let me show you, so-called geniuses, the strength of this old man. Let's see if your strength is greater, or my flying dragon is stronger. He was full of confidence. He was determined to climb to the top of the rankings in this assessment. But when he saw the additional round of secret realm assessment, he sneered even more. In the past, the new student assessment was about students competing against each other. It was simply about who was stronger. But now it was different. They had added an additional round of secret realm assessments similar to a career advancement exam. And it was a level 20 to 30 diamond secret realm. Humph. His unparalleled flying dragon feared nothing. The reason he had failed to complete the troll dungeon before was only because he had to consider the safety of his teammates. In reality, he and his flying dragon could handle it alone. At most, he just needed to be a bit more cautious. Seeing this additional assessment, he was actually quite happy. It was a perfect opportunity to prove to everyone just how invincible he was with his flying dragon. Villa No. 3. Right now, a barbecue party was taking place on the lawn on the first floor. It is worth mentioning that, besides Luo Tao, Feng Yuan, Suro, and Chenwei, Sun Yan and Feng Tairan were also here enjoying the food and drinks. It seemed that over the past few days, Sun Yan, Feng Tairan, and Luo Hao had developed some superficial friendships. Among the boys were only Luo Hao and Feng Tairan. Among the girls were 4, Sun Yan, Suro, Feng Yuan, and Luo Tao. These 4 girls were all attractive in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. They were truly stunning. Passing by here, the freshmen from the first year were very envious of Luo Hao and Feng Tairan. After all, being able to eat barbecue with 4 beautiful girls was quite a pleasant experience. Everyone, look at your phones. Feng Tairan, who was enjoying the food, suddenly reminded them. Everyone glanced at their phones. Oh, indeed. Everyone's faces showed surprise. The new student assessment has been moved up. Feng Yuan exclaimed. Not only that, they've added the Imperial Laboratory dungeon as a test for us. Sun Yan said. This dungeon is not simple. It is said that no one has been able to solo it. The difficulty level is extremely high. Luo Tao whispered. Leaving that aside, it seems that the freshmen have a strong resentment and unwillingness towards Qin being the first, otherwise the school authorities wouldn't have moved up the assessment. Luo Tao said with a smile. Sister Su Ro, did you see that? If you team up with him, you might also become a target now. And he definitely won't be able to get you through this Imperial Laboratory dungeon. Feng Yuan smiled. Su Ro just forced a smile. In her heart, she was also wondering, was her choice really the right one? Suddenly, at this moment, Luo Hao gently held Su Ro's hand and said softly, don't worry, we can easily pass that Imperial Laboratory dungeon. Su Ro was stunned. She hesitated for a moment, but under Luo Hao's strong gaze, she eventually gave up struggling. She hoped that her choice was the right one. Sun Yan, on the side, just smiled as she watched. She was most interested in this kind of melodramatic plot. It was said that Su Ro had teamed up with Qin during the college entrance exam and had openly admitted to having feelings for him. But now in university, she had teamed up with Luo Hao, leaving Qin aside. This plot was truly a classic. To be honest, for Sun Yan, she didn't care much about winning. Whoever came first was fine, as long as she did her best. She was more looking forward to what would happen next. But most likely, this matter would end with Luo Hao emerging victorious. How could a poor boy from Manning City compete with the young master of the Luo family, who had 4 fourth-stage experts by his side? One night passed in the blink of an eye. But in reality, many freshmen were so nervous and excited that they couldn't sleep. It was just past 6 o'clock. Many freshmen got up to have breakfast and check their equipment and items. University assessments are different from career transfer exams. Career transfer exams have many restrictions, such as restrictions on the use of blood and blue medicines. There are also restrictions on the level of equipment. But university assessments have no restrictions. No matter what means you use, as long as you can defeat the opponent, it's fine. Inspection completed. The crowd then walked towards Arena No. 1. Villa No. 1. At this moment, Qin Shan also got up. It's not that he is excited or nervous, but these two little guys started playing again. Qin Shan had to wake up because of them. Qin Shan had no emotional fluctuations for today's freshman exam. Whether it's questioning him or criticizing him, he didn't care. His whole heart is now hanging on these two mischievous little cuties. When I'm sleeping in the future, don't disturb my dreams. Otherwise, I won't give you meat to eat. Qin Shan still pretended to scold them in anger. Gaga. Ing. The two little dragon cubs raised their heads and cutely responded. But whether they took it to heart, Qin Shan didn't know. There's no way. These two little dragon cubs are actually two children. You can't expect children to be well behaved. And Qin Shan didn't want to suppress their happiness. Actually, if Qin Shan wanted to, he could train them to be as obedient as dogs. But in his eyes, these two little dragon cubs are not pets, but equal partners. In the future, he will spend his life with these little partners. So naturally, he can't look down on them like pets. Let's go, let's go. After breakfast, Qin Shan carried the two little dragon cubs and leisurely walked towards Arena No. 1. 8 o'clock in the morning. The grand and spacious Arena No. 1 was already bustling. Many freshmen had already arrived here. In the middle of the arena, there was a large area comparable to more than a dozen football fields, with diamond gates emitting a dazzling light under the sun. Is this the diamond-level secret dungeon? Everyone stared fixedly at these luxurious diamond gates. They seemed to sense the faint roar coming from inside the diamond gates. Ha! They're here! Luo Hao, Bai Wushuan, Sun Yen Yen, Fang Tairan. As expected, as soon as these geniuses appeared, they became the most eye-catching in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention like magnets. Bai Wushuan. Level 32, Beast Tamer. Luo Hao. Level 33, Berserker. Sun Yen Yen, Level 32, Chaos Mage. Fang Tairan, Level 32, Swordsman. Su Rou, Level 31, Priest. Luo Tao, Level 30, Archer. Damn! Their levels are so high. They can already advance to the second stage. I'm only at level 26. That's normal. Their backgrounds are extraordinary, with many resources from their families. When they came to school, their levels were already above 27. And these days, they have reportedly quickly cleared several dungeons, gaining a lot of experience. It's reasonable for them to have this level. Then why didn't they advance to the second stage? Clearing the trial dungeons for the second stage takes a lot of time. With the early start of the freshman exam now, where would they find the time to advance? That makes sense. But speaking of which, the gap between the geniuses and us ordinary students is gradually widening. We are only ordinary relatively. Don't underestimate ourselves. If we compare ourselves to the freshmen of those ordinary schools, they can't even touch our butts. That's true. While the crowd was discussing, the next moment suddenly became quiet. Because a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. It must be said that the figure appearing at the door was extraordinary. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the handsome face with sharp and distinct features. Next, there was the tall and strong but not greasy figure with a slender body. The swift wind-light armor worn on him did not appear bulky at all, but instead added an inexplicable fierceness to his figure. This was a kind of masculine handsomeness, completely unrelated to being effeminate. The moment he appeared, many girls couldn't help but be moved. Qin Chen. He's here. In that instant, all the freshmen in the audience focused their gaze on this figure. There were hostility, disdain, and skepticism. Of course, there was also fear, solemnity, as if facing a formidable enemy. Regardless of the contemptuous comments about Qin Chen on the official forum, there were still some rational people. No matter what, the young man in front of them, who even the boys found extremely handsome, was ultimately the top scorer in the provincial transfer exam. This indicated that he must have some skills. Luo Hao, Bai Wushuan, Sun Yen Yen, and Fang Tairan, these four outstanding geniuses, also turned their eyes to Qin Chen. However, after just a glance, they turned away, no longer paying any more attention. This was a direct attitude of disregard. Obviously, these four geniuses still did not consider Qin Chen as their equal. Su Rou looked at this figure with a complex expression. Feng Yuanyuan, Luo Tao, Chen Wei, and others' gazes were filled with disdain. And at this moment, buzz! The main platform in Arena 1 had a mysterious spatial ripple slowly spreading. The next moment, to the astonishment of everyone, dozens of figures appeared out of thin air on the main platform. This was naturally the result of the spatial magic of the space law god Lu Boming, who had transported the other deans and teachers here. Apart from the 4 deans, the remaining figures included vice deans and powerful professional teachers. These big shots were the judging panel for the freshmen's major examination. Silence. Under the stern shout of a teacher, the freshmen in the middle of the arena quickly stopped their commotion and discussions. They looked at the deans and teachers on the main platform with solemn expressions. In their perception, these figures on the main platform exuded a terrifying aura, and they had not set privacy settings for their own name, level, and profession information panels. Therefore, these freshmen could easily see the levels and professions of these big shots through the skill of appraisal. The 4 deans were all powerful 4th-level experts above level 90. The 4 vice deans were all strong 3rd-level experts above level 85. Even the dozens of teaching teachers, the lowest level among them was 75. What was even more shocking was, not all of these teaching teachers were human. For example, a teacher specializing in warrior profession at the Battle Academy was a huge, long-toothed green-skinned orc. The teacher for the archer profession was a delicate-featured, pointed-eared, silver-haired moon elf. The teacher responsible for the blacksmith course at the Enhancement Academy dared to call himself the Royal Blacksmith even if he looked around the world. In addition, there were also half-orcs. The teacher specializing in the assassin profession was a catwoman from the cat people. The teacher specializing in the priest profession was a lizard woman from the lizard people. This undoubtedly surprised many freshmen. Even Qin Shen was somewhat curious as he looked at these teachers from other racial empires. In his previous life, he had only seen these different races in anime movies. Now, they were alive and appeared before his eyes. It was mentioned before that the integration of the game and reality. These different racial empires naturally also descended to the human world. They also had their own countries and cultures. As the cracks of the Great War continued to spread, affecting the entire world, humans and the empires of these alien races set aside their differences and began to cooperate. In addition to these teaching professors, there were also batches of exchange students from the alien empires coming to the Dragon Kingdom to study and learn. The alien teaching professors on the platform were used to the curious gazes of the students, as it had become a regular occurrence. I'm sure you are familiar with Dean Lu, but you may not be familiar with me and the other deans. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Jinhua, the Dean of the Battle Academy. I will be in charge of this year's new student assessment. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood up on the platform, his voice clear. Following him, the other deans and teachers also began to introduce themselves briefly. The purpose of the new student assessment, with so many deans and teachers involved, was not just for show, but to select talents and recruit new students for their respective academies. These freshmen had not yet chosen their academy. After the new student assessment, once they had a better understanding of the true abilities of all the new students, the division ceremony would begin. The teachers naturally wanted to recruit outstanding talents into their own academies. Of course, the top 100 students in the new student assessment rankings were destined to be sought after by all the academies. Alright, I know you all don't like long speeches. At the same time, we are already aware of your dissatisfaction with the initial rankings. So now we will satisfy you. Give you a chance to prove your abilities. As for the importance of the new student assessment, I believe you have already read about it on the official website. I won't dwell on it here. I hereby announce that the first round of assessment for this year's new student assessment will officially begin in 3 minutes. Please proceed to the corresponding portal based on your initial ranking number. If you are in a team, choose the same portal to enter. 3 minutes later, the instance will begin. When Dean Lu Jinua's clear voice fell, the grand and spacious arena was filled with serious and focused expressions of all the freshmen doing their final equipment and item checks. This was the new student assessment. It determined the resources and treatment they would receive in the future. Calm and confident, Tianjiu is indeed different from other students. A teaching professor couldn't help but praise. As the teacher's gaze fell on Qin Shen, Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and other Tianjiao students, who remained calm while other students hurriedly checked their equipment, these details also highlighted the difference between Tianjiu and ordinary students. It's also a good opportunity for me to learn more about Qin Shen. After all, he is a talent that our academy has spent a great deal to recruit. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Another teaching professor sighed softly. Qin Shen's college entrance exam video had only been watched by a few deans and vice deans, and now these teaching professors were still unfamiliar with Qin Shen's situation. However, the teaching professors' gaze naturally looked further ahead than these inexperienced freshmen. They knew that their academy would not spend so much to recruit a waste. But it was inevitable that they were curious about this student who had been the focus of public opinion for some time. Anna, you can rest assured, don't let that kid surprise you later. Vice Dean He Yalan smiled calmly. The elf teacher named Anna nodded with a smile. I'll wait and see. The 3-minute preparation time quickly came to an end. Buzz. At the moment when the preparation time ended, nearly 1,000 diamond portals leading to the secret realm immediately burst into dazzling light. The mysterious spatial fluctuations also spread out. There is no need for the staff on the side to remind. All the freshmen have long been standing in front of the diamond gate corresponding to their ranking, reaching out to touch it. In that instant, detailed information about this diamond-level secret realm instance appeared in the minds of all the freshmen in the form of an information panel. Secret Realm, Imperial Underground Laboratory. Level requirement, 20 to 35. Difficulty, Hell. Number limit, 1 to 5 people. Secret Realm background. In the dark and damp underground laboratory, eerie low growls and roars are occasionally heard. The air is filled with the stench of decay and the rust smell of machine oil. Some say that Imperial conspiracies are stored inside, while others say that endless biomechanical monsters are buried inside. Buzz. Originally, the bustling arena with nearly 1,000 people disappeared in an instant. All the freshmen had already thoroughly understood the content of this freshman exam on the school's official website. Information about the Imperial Underground Laboratory, this diamond-level instance, had also been investigated. This is a high-difficulty instance secret realm that even provincial top scorers cannot solo. So these freshmen had already formed their teams in advance. And what shocked the other freshmen who had not yet entered was that Qin Shen and Bai Wushwang actually chose to enter the diamond teleportation gate alone together. Many people were dumbfounded. This Qin Shen is simply seeking death. Bai Wushwang has the 4-winged storm thunder dragon as a trump card. What does Qin Shen have? He wouldn't really have contracted with a giant dragon, would he? That's just wishful thinking. If the giant dragon could really be contracted and tamed, those dragon tamers from previous years wouldn't have silently died in obscurity. Overestimating oneself. Sister Su Ro, let's go. Luo Tao sneered and glanced at the number 1 diamond teleportation gate, then took Su Ro's hand and walked towards the teleportation gate. Their team configuration remained the same this time. Luo Hao, Su Ro, Luo Tao, Feng Yuan, Chen Wei. Luo Hao had considered trying to solo, but upon careful consideration, although Bai Wushwang had the 4-winged storm thunder dragon, in a solo situation, whether it was the speed of clearing or the efficiency of killing monsters, it should be inferior to teaming up. Teaming up would be easier. As for Qin Shen's solo behavior, in his eyes, it was just a self-defeating choice. He might not even pass the first level and be directly teleported out. When all the freshmen officially entered the secret realm instance, in the center of Arena 1, under the operation of the staff, a clear and vivid holographic projection screen appeared. Before the images on this screen were fully displayed, a burst of mad laughter came from the side. I didn't expect it. The monsters in this secret realm instance are all of the dark type. This is a blast for our team. When the picture became clear, they finally saw beams of bright magical light striking the deformed monsters in the dark corner. It turned out to be a small team with Holy Spirit mages as the main core output. All the spells of the Holy Spirit mages had a natural light attribute, which had a natural restraint effect on dark-type monsters. No wonder they were laughing madly. And when the picture turned again, roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. This immediately made all the deans and teachers sit up straight, their gazes becoming more serious. They saw a huge flying dragon covered in white scales directly spewing a destructive dragon breath enveloped in the power of wind and thunder towards the deformed monsters in the first level. Ugh! Those deformed monsters, under this wind and thunder dragon breath, couldn't even last a second and were directly killed by the breath. Hiss! Many teaching staff present couldn't help but gasp. This is incredible. This white unparalleled 4-winged wind and thunder dragon is too abnormal. Although the first level is considered a warm-up stage, the monsters there are the weakest in the entire Secret Realm dungeon. But they are still at level 28. Other new teams cannot achieve a one-hit kill. After all, this is a highly difficult diamond-level dungeon. Unexpectedly, in front of this white unparalleled dragon, not even a breath of dragon can withstand it. If nothing unexpected happens, this white unparalleled will definitely become one of the strongest beastmasters in the world. Well, mainly because this 4-winged wind and thunder dragon, even among dragon species, is a rare existence. It is said that when this 4-winged wind and thunder dragon reaches full adulthood, there is a chance for its bloodline to break through. If it really grows into a sub-dragon species, then White Unparalleled will truly soar. The teachers all expressed optimism about White Unparalleled's future prospects. Even several deans nodded frequently, apparently agreeing with these teachers' opinions. The dragon race is truly powerful. It can be said to be at the top of the biological chain. Not to mention this four-winged wind and thunder dragon belonging to the dragon species, even the armored dragon belonging to the earth dragon species is an extremely powerful beast companion. Only nobles from powerful countries can obtain them. Speaking of dragons, shouldn't we give Qin Shen some screen time? After all, this little guy is a real dragon tamer, and we also want to see if he really has a dragon. At this moment, a teacher named Anna from the elf race couldn't help but ask curiously. This sentence made many teachers nod in agreement. They were really curious about what abilities Qin Shen, who was ranked first by the deans, possessed. Did he really form a contract with a true giant dragon? Alright, give Qin Shen a shot. Dean Lu Jinoa spoke up. A second later, the director in the control room switched to Qin Shen's screen. However, the image on the screen immediately stunned all the deans and teachers. White. So white. The entire scene seemed to be in the midst of an extremely terrifying snowstorm, filled with endless snowflakes. Everyone, whether deans or teachers, was stunned at this moment. Even the director widened his eyes. What's going on? Did he switch to the wrong camera? How did an icy frost of snowflakes fill the entrance to a dark underground room? It's really strange. Activate camera number 2. Dean Lu Jinoa said in a deep voice. The director, following the dean's orders, directly switched to camera number 2. However, it was still covered in frost. What's going on here? Camera number 3, Dean Lu Jinoa continued to command. The director scrambled to switch, but it was still all white. Camera number 4, white. Camera number 5, white. Camera number 6, white. Bang! Lu Jinoa finally couldn't help but slam the table and shout, Lao Zhou, what are you doing? Are you sure you switched to the camera in the Imperial Underground Laboratory? The director called Lao Zhou hurriedly raised his hand and swore to the sky, Dean, this is really Qin Shen's camera. Lu Jinoa fell silent. The school had already set up nano cameras in every secret realm space in advance. Each level had thousands of nano cameras to capture the details of the challengers' battles from all angles. But after switching dozens of cameras in a row, they were all white. Not to mention people, even the most basic images were unclear. And if the camera malfunctioned, that was impossible. The image was very clear. It was obvious that the camera was covered with a sky full of frost. Forget it. Switch Qin Shen's camera to the second level. The current scene is probably caused by that little guy using some kind of frost magic. We'll wait for him in the second level. Lu Jinoa could only make this decision helplessly. Several deans and all the teaching staff are full of curiosity at this moment. It's not that they are ignorant, but they have never encountered such a situation before. Even the deans and vice-deans who know that Qin Shen possesses the blazing sacred dragon are now deeply self-doubting. It should be that even if the screen is blocked, it should be blocked by endless divine fire, not by frost. Could it be that this kid has acquired some frost divine technique during this time? But no matter what, the answer will soon be revealed. As long as they wait to see in the next checkpoint's camera. However, when the director known as Old Zhou switched the camera to the second checkpoint where Qin Shen was located, all the deans and teachers were completely dumbfounded. Although the scene was filled with flames, the image was much clearer compared to the first checkpoint. But where are the people? Where the hell are the people? In the vast and empty laboratory, endless flames were burning. The liquid tanks storing biomonsters were all shattered, and the mechanical bull-headed behemoths, biocat demons, and terrifying aliens, each with a level of 33 and a qualification of Diamond 3 stars, were all burned to ashes. And through the speakers came the crackling sound of burning. This is the second checkpoint of the Empire's underground laboratory. A total siege of 8,000 alien monsters. And they were all burned to death like this. What's even more shocking is, when Dean Lu Jinoa, with a face full of shock, asked Old Zhou to switch to the other cameras of the second checkpoint, a helpless voice came from Old Zhou, Dean, those cameras are really broken. They're all burned out. What? This conclusion undoubtedly left the teachers stunned once again. Burned? Burned out? Those high-tech nano cameras that were specially treated with magic to prevent attacks from new skills. You're saying they were burned down? Those high-tech nano cameras were rigorously tested before being installed in these secret areas. They were subjected to bombardment by more than a dozen second-level Mage Kings above level 45 to ensure they were intact before installation. And now you're telling me that these cameras, capable of withstanding bombardment from second-level Mage Kings at level 45, were burned out by a freshman at level 29. Except for the deans who knew about the existence of the blazing sacred dragon, all the teachers were dumbfounded. completely dumbfounded. In just 1 minute, the shock and surprise they received were more than a whole year's worth. Uncle Zhou switched to the camera of the 6th checkpoint immediately. At this moment, Teacher He Yalan seemed to realize something and quickly spoke up. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the teachers present once again. The 6th checkpoint. Isn't that the final boss level of the mechanical bullhead king and the terrifying alien queen? Without any hesitation, old Zhou quickly complied. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation. He had spent most of his life in this school. He had organized hundreds of campus competitions and assessments, but he had never encountered a situation where the cameras couldn't keep up with the people. After a few seconds, the camera was finally switched to the 6th checkpoint of the Empire's laboratory. There, at the very center of the laboratory, were the places where the mechanical bullhead king and the terrifying alien queen, the two bosses, were stored. And on the outer periphery of this checkpoint, there were liquid tanks containing 50,000 experimental monsters. All of them were level 37 elite monsters, including the mechanical bullhead commander, the biocat demon leader, and the terrifying alien general. 50,000 level 37 elite monsters. Once the health of those two bosses is reduced to 50%, it will automatically trigger a summoning skill. The challenger must find a way to interrupt the summoning chant of the two bosses. If a mistake is made here and the summoning chant of the bosses cannot be successfully interrupted, then they can only crush the town return scroll and go home obediently. Because what follows is the slaughter of the challenger by 50,000 elite monsters. However, as the camera of the 6th level gradually became clear, a slender figure finally appeared in front of the dean and teachers. They swore. It had been a long time since they had such a strong determination towards someone. Unfortunately, when the dean and teachers saw the person they had been thinking about, their faces stiffened. In front of the slender figure, there was a shining diamond treasure chest. Behind him, the ground was covered with countless monster corpses, including the huge bodies of the mechanical bull king and the terrifying alien queen. At this moment, the voice of the spirit of the secret realm also echoed through the horn, resounding in the ears of all the deans and teachers. Ding! Congratulations to the freshman Qin Chen for successfully clearing the diamond level secret realm instance Imperial Underground Laboratory. Current level difficulty, Hell level. Clearing time, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Performance rating, SSS level. Time rating, SSS level. Overall rating, SSS level. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Fengtian Academy Data Center. Secret Realm clearance rewards will be distributed in 1 minute. Please freshman Qin Chen collect them promptly. Can you imagine? A group of senior figures in a state of shock. At this moment, all the deans and teachers felt an unprecedented sense of deep regret. They regretted why they had wasted over a minute watching other students perform. If given another chance, they would definitely have focused the camera directly on Qin Chen from the beginning. Hiss. Who? At this moment, Dean Lu Boming took a deep puff of his cigar, then slowly exhaled, the smoke enveloping his face that showed no signs of aging, and along with the smoke, came a decisive statement. This Qin Chen, my magic academy has set its sights on him. With these words spoken, the deans and teachers, who were still calming their shocked hearts, suddenly reacted as if they had been stepped on their tails, collectively jumping in protest. Dean Lu, you're overthinking. Qin Chen belongs to our combat academy. Nonsense. He belongs to my tactical academy. Your paper-based academy would be wasting talent if Qin Chen were to go there. He should come to my enhancement academy. Get lost. You have no say here in the enhancement academy. No one had expected that the deans and teachers, who had been polite and courteous to each other, would explode like a powder keg in this instant. And as the fuse of this conflict, the protagonist was quietly waiting for the rewards to arrive in the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Qin Chen used a purification skill to cleanse his sense of smell, but still couldn't resist the foul smell emanating from the monster corpses. Little Wine and Little Cold, as holy dragons, had extremely sensitive senses. They could no longer tolerate the foul smell of these deformed monsters and had retreated into the dragon pet space, leaving Qin Chen alone here to await the reward settlement. Well, to be honest, for Qin Chen, this so-called first round of secret realm assessment was really not difficult at all. The first level of this secret realm, a warm-up stage, involved dealing with 500 junior terrifying aliens. Under Little Cold's S-level aura skill Winter Domain and S-level skill Breath of Frost, the relatively narrow entrance of the laboratory turned into an icy wasteland. Those 500 junior terrifying aliens, who served as the warm-up stage, were frozen into ice sculptures. Then, with Little Wine's trampling and the dragon tail sweeping, they were resolved in a matter of seconds. The second level, with 8,000 monsters, met the same fate. For Little Wine, it was just a matter of breathing fire a few more times. Don't forget, As a dragon tamer, Qin Chen and his dragon pets complemented each other. Dragon pets could help Qin Chen, and Qin Chen could help dragon pets. Under the B-level skill Dragon Rampage, all dragon pets' attributes were increased by 20%. In addition to the title of Dragon's Majesty, all self and dragon pet skills have a 20% damage increase, plus another B-level skill Hatred Mark, which will also increase the damage taken by the marked enemy by 30%. With Xiao Han's assistance. It's really a complete crush. Even the elite monster bosses in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were directly crushed. Considering that it is now an assessment in competing with other classmates, Qin Chen did not waste any time, quickly taking the 2 little dragon cubs into the next level's teleportation gate after each clearance. It can be said that not a moment is wasted. However, during this time, the 2 little dragon cubs were wrinkling their noses due to the strange smell in this laboratory. Even the universal skill smell purification applied to them was ineffective. Click. At this moment, Qin Chen also opened the reward chest in front of him. Congratulations on clearing the Empire Underground Laboratory secret dungeon. The following are exclusive rewards for clearing the dungeon. Reward 1, 1 million experience points. Reward 2, 1000 skill points, 600 free attribute points. Reward 3, Title Alien Exterminator. Reward 4, Weapon Mechanical Bull King's Battle Axe, level 30, gold quality. Reward 5, Terror Alien Queen's Tentacle Longsword, level 30, gold quality. Reward 6, a level Priest Skill Book Holy Blessing. Reward 7, a level Enchanting Material Alien Core. Reward 8, S-level Forging Material Terra Mechanical Godstone. As you are the first solo player to clear this secret dungeon, triggering additional rewards. Reward 9, S-level Dragon Tamer Profession Skill Dragon's Flight. Reward 10, S-level Talent Spellcasting Without a Wand. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards in front of him, Qin Chen's originally calm eyes also showed a hint of excitement. Rich. Extremely rich. Leaving aside the additional rewards, the total value of the other rewards is actually higher than the sum of the 3 dungeons Qin Chen cleared. Even the experience given is a whopping 1 million. The environment here is really bad. Even though the bodies of those deformed experimental monsters were burned by Xiaojiu with divine fire, they still left a disgusting smell. Qin Chen quickly stored the other rewards in his storage ring, but he directly chose to comprehend and learn the S-level Dragon Tamer skill Dragon's Flight. Dragon's Flight, S after casting, wings of your dragon pet will grow on your back, allowing you to soar in the sky like a dragon and inherit the corresponding skills of the dragon pet. Spellcasting Without a Wand, S allows you to cast spell skills without a weapon. No need to look. It's another 2 extremely useful talents and skills. With Dragon's Flight, Qin Chen can soar in the sky with a human body. With Spellcasting Without a Wand, even without a wand in hand, Qin Chen can directly cast spell skills. This talent paired with another talent Quick Spellcasting is simply a perfect match. Alright, it's time to leave this damn place. After receiving all the rewards, Qin Chen decisively crushed the town portal scroll and instantly teleported back to the real world. And when Qin Chen recovered from the dizziness caused by spatial teleportation and regained his sight, his face showed a look of surprise and suspicion as he couldn't help but step back several steps. As for the reason, he saw in front of him all the deans and teachers standing in a row, dozens of ghostly eyes staring straight at him. That feeling, as if dozens of hungry wolves were eyeing a tender and fat lamb. Qin Chen, can someone tell him what exactly happened? Buzz. And as Qin Chen was surrounded by this group of deans and teachers, in front of the other corresponding numbered teleportation gates, there was suddenly a surge of spatial fluctuations. Soon, several figures were teleported out of the secret dungeon. It is worth mentioning that these figures are worn out, ragged, and have some injuries on them, looking very embarrassed. Damn it! We were careless. We failed to interrupt the summoning skills of those 2 bosses. Obviously, from their angry shouts, it can be inferred that these people must have failed in conquering the secret realm and had to crush the town return scroll and forcibly teleport back to the real world. And these newbies are all ranked in the top 200 in the initial rankings. Unexpectedly, they have become the first batch of failures in conquering the secret realm this time. Buzzing. Just as they sighed, intense spatial fluctuations began to appear in the space teleportation array in front of the corresponding secret realm teleportation gates, and then they saw dozens of teams being teleported out. Without exception, these people were all injured, ragged, and in a sorry state. It is needless to say that these dozen or so new teams were also forced to teleport out because they failed to conquer the challenge. Damn! Is this mechanism designed for humans? The bosses summon 50,000 elite monsters when their health is below 50%. Damn it! It's like hitting a wall with your head. Sigh. The key is that the chanting time of these two bosses is only 1 second. And they also know how to move and dodge during the chant to avoid interrupting skills. I'm screwed. Please let me be an ordinary person at school. How can there be such a difficult instance? I feel that only those top teams can barely pass. As soon as this group of embarrassed newcomers appeared, they couldn't help but complain. It is worth mentioning, all these new teams are composed of the top 400 elites. On the contrary, the new teams with lower rankings have not come out of the secret realm yet. Does this mean that the teams with higher rankings are all rubbish and can't compare to the new teams with lower rankings? No. It's just that those teams with lower rankings probably haven't even passed the elite monster levels in front. It is estimated that in a while, those teams with lower rankings will also be discouraged when they reach the boss level. Although this group of powerful new teams can easily deal with the small monster levels and elite monsters in front, they still stumbled at the final boss. Alas! Who would have thought that the final boss, the mechanical bull king and the terrifying alien queen, would have so many disgusting mechanisms? Every 10% reduction in health triggers a 1-second invincibility protection, combined with a counterattack. This makes it impossible for any team to kill them instantly. And these two bosses also have high attack, defense, and health. The team's output can only be effective when the support in the team is fully buffed. That's not all. The most deadly thing is the reinforcement mechanism triggered when their health is reduced to 50%. They can rely on agility and combat skills in front, but this is really impossible. 50,000 elite monsters. Even if the mages in their team were given 10 more mana, they still couldn't clear them. I dare not imagine what other disgusting mechanisms the mechanical bull king and the terrifying alien queen have afterwards. According to the information left by the senior brothers and sisters who had previously conquered it on the official campus forum, it is said that when the health of those two bosses is reduced to 10%, they will trigger a resurrection mechanism, directly restoring full health and mana. No wonder there is no record of solo clearance for this diamond level instance. Who can pass it alone? In response, the strategy information left by the senior brothers and sisters on the forum is, it is best to wait until your level reaches 35 and complete the second transfer, and then form a team of 5 members from the top 100 of the grade, in order to pass it more easily. At first, these arrogant geniuses from all over the place scoffed at this strategy information. What a joke! I am a genius from a certain province or city. I usually solo instances. Even though this instance is diamond level, what can it do to me? However, reality gave them a heavy slap in the face. Ha! Isn't that Qin-Chen? How come he's out so early too? Just as everyone was sighing, suddenly, someone, in a casual glance, saw the tall figure in the distance surrounded by the dean and teachers. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention shifted to that figure in the distance. Ah, it's really him. Oh my! He's out even before us. What's going on? Did he clear the level? Clear the level, my foot. Didn't you see him being surrounded by the dean and teachers? Probably because he lost so badly that they're scolding him. Looks like these deans' judgment isn't that great. Is he really the top new student they chose? Ha ha! These deans wanted to use this diamond-level dungeon to shut us doubters up, but now they're the ones being shut up. Can only say that Qin-Chen is disappointing. Ha ha ha. In their conversations, the previously gloomy crowd suddenly felt relieved. There were indeed some among them who were still observing Qin-Chen's strength. But with such a miserable defeat, it was enough to show how much of a joke this so-called top new student really was. This made these people instantly look down on Qin-Chen. When Bai Wuxuang, Luo Hao, Sun Yanyan, and other geniuses come out later, their faces will be quite interesting. How could it not be interesting? Not only did they slap Qin-Chen, the top scholar of Nanzhou province, but also the deans who were responsible for setting the initial rankings. Just don't know who between Bai Wuxuang and Luo Hao will be first. Buzz. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he appears. As soon as these new students finished speaking, the gates of the second, third, and fourth secret realms lit up, followed by the familiar spatial transmission fluctuations. In the next moment, the proud Bai Wuxuang appeared in front of everyone, with a small white dragon perched on his shoulder, looking down on everyone. It was clear that he relied on the powerful four-winged storm dragon to easily clear the level. Ah, Bai Wuxuang is first. Luo Hao's team is second. Sun Yanyan is third. Fong Tairan is fourth. The crowd wasn't too surprised by this result. Congratulations to Bai Gu for taking first place. Bai Gu is awesome. Solo speed run. And coming out before Luo Hao and the others, it shows that Bai Ge's strength is far above any of them. Bai Wuxuang, who had thought he had failed when he saw so many people at Arena No. 1, showed a proud smile after being greeted by his two lackeys, Bai Zhang and Tong Jieja. Indeed, my dragon is invincible. What Qin-Chen? What Luo Hao? What Su Nian Nian? All of you can go to hell. On the side, Luo Hao looked at the proud Bai Wuxuang, his expression turning dark. He coldly glanced at the pale-faced Su Ro beside him, his blame evident in his eyes. After all, in the final boss level, it was because he had to save Su Ro that he couldn't interrupt the mechanical Bullhead King's summoning mechanism. But fortunately, Chen Wei, being smart, as an assassin, instantly approached the terrifying alien queen and interrupted the boss's chanting. But even so, more than 20,000 elite monsters were summoned. In the end, Luo Hao had no choice but to use his last resort S-level skill to turn the tide. Blood Sacrifice. A skill that enhances all attributes by 300% for 120 seconds, but after 120 seconds, the user enters a state of absolute weakness with a buff that can be influenced by support class skills. The disadvantages are also very obvious. After 120 seconds, one will revert back to being an ordinary person for a duration of 5 minutes. In other words, if the current dilemma cannot be resolved within 120 seconds, one can only regretfully exit the secret realm, declaring failure. Fortunately, within the last 10 seconds of the effect, the boss was successfully defeated. Amidst the celebration, blame was inevitably placed on Su Ro. Luo Tao, Chen Wei, and Feng Yuan were already whispering to each other. Even Luo Hao's gaze towards Su Ro showed a hint of disdain. If it weren't for saving her, the clearance time would have undoubtedly been faster than Bai Wuxuang's. Su Ro saw it all but could only smile bitterly in her heart. She felt helpless. Perhaps the previous levels were too smooth, causing the whole team to become careless and neglect her as a support in the backline, crazily attacking the boss for damage. After all, in a team setting, rewards are distributed based on each person's DPS, excluding support roles. The experience and rewards obtained by support roles in dungeon realms are fixed. If rewards were also based on DPS for support roles, no one would want to develop support roles. It was because these people were careless that Su Ro was seized by the opportunity for a sneak attack by the small monsters. Currently, it was obvious that all these people were blaming themselves for the failure, but she couldn't refute. This feeling of being stifled and despised made her inner self very uncomfortable. This made her inadvertently think of the figure that always stood in front of her, controlling the holy dragon. However, she didn't expect that he would also fail in this diamond-level dungeon. Deans, teachers, shouldn't the results of the first round of assessments be announced? A few minutes later, seeing that most of the freshmen had already exited the Imperial Laboratory's secret realm, Bai Wuxuang finally arrived in front of many deans and teachers with a proud smile. His demeanor made him seem like an uncrowned king. He was originally an extremely proud battle maniac, thoroughly enjoying the joy of overwhelming opponents of the same level. After saying those words, he even turned to Qin Shen beside him and said with a smile, "It's a pity, Qin Shen, I didn't expect you to lose so quickly. If you put in more effort, you might surpass me and claim the crown of being the top freshman." These words were quite sarcastic. Ha ha, Bai, give it a rest. Even if Qin Shen puts in all his effort, he still can't beat you. That's right. You soloed the dungeon, which is more impressive than Luo Hao, Su Nian, and the others who teamed up. Ha! Why do I feel like these deans and teachers are looking at Bai strangely? Yeah, it does feel strange. Bai Wuxuang's admirers initially wanted to continue agreeing with him, but soon realized something was amiss. They saw the deans and all the teaching staff looking at Bai Wuxuang with a playful and mocking gaze. That look, they were all too familiar with it. It was a complete disregard for the other party. They had seen this look when they dealt with other high school classmates before. What was going on? Logically, as the top performer in this round of assessments, shouldn't he be receiving praise and admiration from the deans and teachers? Luo Hao, Su Nian, Feng Tairan, and others were also a bit puzzled at this moment. Interesting, are young people nowadays also arrogant? But since you youngsters are so eager to see the rankings, alright, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Dean Lu Boming slowly turned around, his stern gaze sweeping over everyone present. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Buzz! The holographic screen that was still broadcasting the freshman's progress suddenly changed. The next moment, swoosh! The ranking information, like a waterfall, smoothly slid down the screen. When all the freshmen present saw the ranking list clearly, their faces changed drastically. The name at the top of the list on the screen was none other than Qin Shen. Bai Wuxuang's name was once again overshadowed by Qin Shen. Student name, Qin Shen, mode, solo challenge, clearance time, 2 minutes 7 seconds, overall evaluation, SSS level, ranking, first. Student name, Bai Wuxuang, mode, solo challenge, clearance time, 8 minutes 52 seconds, overall evaluation, SS level, ranking, second. Student name, Luohao, mode, team challenge, clearance time, 9 minutes 3 seconds, overall evaluation, S level, ranking, 3rd. This, by Wuxuan widened his eyes, feeling a buzzing sound in his head. At this moment, he finally understood why the group of deans and teachers had looked at him with disdain earlier. It turned out he was being arrogant. The first place was ahead of him by more than 6 minutes. It was ridiculous that he had walked up to them with a smug look on his face, only to be humiliated. Even Luohao, Su Niannian, and others were stunned as they looked at the screen, full of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. These data are clearly fake. How could there be such exaggerated clearance results? Even if I assume he completed the first 5 levels in 1 minute each, how could he finish the final high difficulty boss level in 1 minute? I even suspect the school openly helped this Qin Chen cheat. Or is this Qin Chen the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official? Just as everyone was engulfed in an uncontrollable sense of horror, Chen Wei's resounding voice echoed in the arena. I also suspect foul play. Another freshman with dyed yellow hair stood up at that moment, loudly echoing Chen Wei. If anyone in the room hated Qin Chen the most, it was undoubtedly Chen Wei and Ma Qingfeng. Chen Wei had been knocked out by Qin Chen's punch in front of everyone, and later his face was disfigured by Qin Chen's unknown ice and fire magic. Despite being healed back to normal by a priest, the loss of face had kept Chen Wei awake at night for the past few days. And more importantly, when he reported Qin Chen for maliciously injuring others to the school teachers, he was not held accountable because the other party claimed he had provoked and obstructed others first. Ma Qingfeng felt even worse. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit by a poisonous punch. When he went to report to the school, he ended up being labeled as the antagonist of sexual harassment under the testimony of that Chong Sam-wearing senior sister, while Qin Chen became the hero who saved her. Frustrating. Really damn frustrating. Chen Wei and Ma Qingfeng came from prestigious families, pampered since childhood, and were considered exceptional individuals in middle and high school. Now in college, they were being stepped on by a commoner from an orphanage in Anning City. Who could bear it? It was precisely because of the sudden protest from these two that many freshmen who were previously immersed in horror suddenly realized. Yeah, who would believe such results? Even Bai Wuxuan, a fierce warrior contracted with a flying dragon, only cleared it in 8 minutes 52 seconds. Luo Hao, the top scholar in Fengtian province, also took 9 minutes 3 seconds in a team setting. The gap was too big. So big that it raised suspicions. It's like a world record in a sport being suddenly reduced from 30 seconds to 5 seconds. Without a doubt, the first impression is that the other party must be cheating. This immediately stirred up the crowd. I don't accept this. I don't accept it. +1. A prestigious top-tier school, is it really okay to cheat so openly? If you had posted a clearance time of 5 minutes, maybe I would have believed it, but it's just over 2 minutes. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Ha! I don't think we need to continue with this new student exam. No matter how the exam goes, this Qin Chen can always come out on top. Faced with these courageous challenges to the school, several deans and all the teachers were initially surprised, but then, after exchanging glances, they didn't show any anger, but instead smiled. That's the spirit. If you're not full of youthful vigor, are you still young? If you have grievances, if you're not satisfied, then speak up loudly. The top 5 prestigious schools have always encouraged intense competition among students. Even the school openly has a rule: in case of conflicts, the school supports resolving them on the competitive stage. There was a new student who had exerted all his efforts in the wilderness map, almost succeeding in killing a monster. But in the end, a sophomore suddenly appeared and stole the kill. In the real wilderness map, whoever kills the monster gets the experience and loot. The freshman went to appeal to the teacher. The teacher smiled slightly. This is easy. Go to the competitive stage and beat him up to vent your anger, right? The new student said, but I can't beat him. The teacher's smile faded. So you know you can't beat him? If you can't, then just shut up and leave. Get lost. Do you think the school will help you vent your anger? Don't be ridiculous. It's survival of the fittest, strength is respected. This is the rule followed by all top schools. Of course, this doesn't mean students can fight privately or even commit murder. All competition must be officially approved by the school before it can take place. Still not convinced, huh? Good. I was afraid you'd all turn into cowards after seeing Qin Chen's results, too scared to speak up. Everyone, now go to the competitive stage. You doubted whether the school was openly helping Qin Chen with insider information, right? You were not satisfied with your initial ranking, right? All of you, get on the stage. Free competition is allowed. Lower-ranked students can challenge higher-ranked students. And higher-ranked students cannot refuse a challenge invitation. If a lower-ranked newcomer defeats the winner, they can take the loser's current ranking. Alright, no more nonsense. Now, the dean announces, the second round of the new student exam is officially beginning. Dean Lu Jinhua of the Battle Academy also stood up at this moment, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd, and his impassioned words resounded deeply. And when his words fell, whoosh! The indignant new students were instantly shocked and made a commotion. Each person's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. And, swoosh! Many hostile gazes all fell on the slender figure standing beside the dean and teachers at this moment. Qin Chen. From start to finish, despite being questioned, mocked, and scorned by everyone, Qin Chen's expression remained calm and unchanged. This attitude of ignoring everyone made the dissatisfaction towards him reach its peak. Do you think you can get away with it just because the dean and teachers are protecting you? Now, free competition is open. You, this unworthy privileged person, get out of here. I, Ma Qingfeng, challenge the first-ranked new student, Qin Chen. I, Chen Wei, challenge the first-ranked new student, Qin Chen. I, Bai Dejiang, also challenge the first-ranked new student, Qin Chen. I, Tong Jiajia, too. I, Zhang Shan, also challenge Qin Chen. Less than 5 seconds after Dean Lu Jinhua's announcement, several new students who wanted to challenge Qin Chen emerged. And these challengers were all among the top 100 in rankings. Damn! Is he in big trouble now? Damn it! I also want to challenge Qin Chen, but my ranking is not as high as his, so I have to let him go first. It's over. This Qin Chen is completely finished. He's probably going to get beaten up by so many people today. The people around were all making gloating remarks. Su Ro looked worriedly at the figure who had been calm and composed from start to finish, about to say something. Luo Tao and Feng Yuan on the side slowly stood up. Perfect. I have some pent-up anger too, so I'll take it out on this Qin Chen. Feng Yuan said coldly. Together. Luo Tao was also eager. The two of them really wanted to beat up Qin Chen. Chen Wei, Luo Tao, Feng Yuan, Bai Dejiang, Tong Jiajia, Zhang Shan, Tao Qian, Ma Qingfeng. A total of 8 people from the top 100 rankings openly declared war on Qin Chen. Not to mention these freshmen. Even the deans and teachers had never seen such a situation in the freshmen's major exam before. I called it first. Let me challenge first. Ma Qingfeng angrily looked at Chen Wei. Although he was ranked lower than Chen Wei, he was not afraid at all. You, a warrior ranked 98th, dare to compete with me, the 7th ranked assassin? Chen Wei sneered. Yes, because he had followed Luo how to clear the high-difficulty secret realm of the Imperial Laboratory, Chen Wei's ranking had soared from outside the top 10 to 7th place. Even if you are ranked higher than me, I called it first. Technically, I should be the one to challenge. Ma Qingfeng still didn't back down. The many freshmen around watched this scene, casting their eyes full of glee at Qin Chen. Ha ha! This Qin Chen is so pitiful, he's being treated like a soft tomato by these people. Isn't it? Qin Chen is probably going to get beaten up a few times today. This was probably the most unimpressive and least intimidating top freshman in history. When others see the first place, they are afraid to challenge. But now, everyone was eager to kick him, it was really funny. Qin Chen, you can go up on stage now. At this moment, Dean Lu Jinhua finally turned his smiling face to the student who remained calm and composed. Let's put aside the rest for now. This student's temperament is truly admirable. Like a rock, unaffected by wind and rain, I stand firm. Although low-key and steady, there was a sense of pride surrounding him. This kind of aura, he had never seen in strong individuals of his age and level. If it were someone else, under such provocation and challenge, they would have either exploded in anger long ago or trembled with fear. And he was also very curious about this student's actual combat level. Of course, he was more looking forward to Qin Chen's dragon pet appearing. Facing Dean Lu Jinhua's reminder, Qin Chen nodded and took the initiative to walk up to the nearest arena. Under the gaze of everyone, the top freshman who had been questioned from beginning to end finally revealed a crazy smile full of fighting spirit on his lips. His arrogant words resounded like thunder in everyone's ears at this moment. Stop fighting amongst yourselves. Each challenger, one by one. All come at me together. I'm in a hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, before others could react, Qin Chen's icy gaze had already fallen on by Wushuang, Luo Hao, Sun Yan, and Feng Tairan, pointing directly at these 4 geniuses. And you! Stop pretending to be high and mighty, hurry up and come up on stage together. If I don't beat you all to a pulp today, consider yourselves lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place erupted in an uproar. Damn! Insane! This guy is so damn insane! Not to mention these freshmen. All the deans and teachers were stunned. And the challengers themselves were full of anger. Shen Wei, Yuan, Xiao Tao. At this moment, Luo Hao, whose expression had turned completely cold due to Qin Shen's provocation, finally spoke indifferently. Luo Ge, do you have any orders? Shen Wei said with a smile. Feng Yuan and Luo Tao also looked at Luo Hao at this moment. Since he wants a fight, then let's indulge him. Let's go together. Let off some steam. Luo Hao said indifferently. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Luo. Dealing with this kid doesn't even deserve Brother Luo to take action. Shen Wei nodded, then walked up to the arena with Feng Yuan and Luo Tao. Bai Dejiang and Tong Jieji also looked at Bai Wushuang. Go up, but remember not to go easy, Bai Wushuang said lightly. The two nodded. Under the excited gaze of the crowd, they also stepped onto the stage. Similarly provoked, Sun Yan and Feng Tairan naturally agreed to let their followers Tao Qian and Zhang Shan take the stage. At this moment, on this huge arena, there were directly 8 challengers ranked in the top 100. Ma Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, about to speak, but he was coldly glanced at by the 7 challengers who were ordered to teach Qin Shen. If you don't want to go together, then get lost. Qin Shen is asking for trouble himself, it's not our fault. In theory, they all had their pride and were not willing to bully the weak. But this Qin Shen was really asking for a beating. Whether one person beat him up or several people did, it made no difference and saved time. That's what these 7 people thought. However, Ma Qingfeng angrily jumped off the stage. You guys have no martial ethics. I do. Wait until this Qin Shen recovers from his injuries, then I'll beat him up. Everyone didn't expect this yellow-haired guy to have such principles. But considering that the other party came from a martial arts family, it was also reasonable. The teacher in charge as the referee looked at the deans. The deans did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Although they were surprised by Qin Shen's method of picking on a group, they were not worried at all. Don't forget, Qin Shen has an incredibly terrifying dragon pet. With the dean's approval, the referee teacher also stepped onto the stage. At the same time, to ensure that the energy fluctuations generated by the collision of skills between the two sides on the arena did not affect the audience below, a transparent energy shield was directly generated with a buzzing vibration. Qin Shen's indifferent gaze slowly swept over the 7 people in front of him. Shen Wei, assassin. Tong Jieji, priest. Zhang Shan, warrior. Tao Qian, priest. Feng Yuan, mage. Luo Tao, swordsman. Bai Dejiang, warrior. And all these people were professionals above level 30. It seemed that in the past few days, these small groups had all been working hard to challenge the secret realm, and had improved several levels. At this moment, the 7 people also looked at Qin Shen with cold eyes, as if he were a hopeless loser. Even they couldn't be bothered to trash talk. The audience below was already excited. 1v7. Take your positions. The referee teacher raised his right hand. At the same time, diffracted light continuously intertwined into holographic numbers counting down in the center of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Ding! When the countdown was over. Swish! As an assassin, Shen Wei's exquisite and sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and his figure had already rushed towards Qin Shen 50 meters away like a ghost using the A-level skill Shadow Instant Kill to teleport. The entire arena was designed to allow the two sides to unleash their full potential, with each platform being very large. Even at a distance of 50 meters. With the displacement of the Shadow Instant Kill skill, Shen Wei took less than a second to kill Qin Shen in front of him. Fast. So fast. He truly deserved to be one of the top assassins among the younger generation in the Fengtian province. And what was even more surprising was, damn! Tao Qian and Tong Jieji, the 2 priests, actually buffed Shen Wei with 2 attack power boosts. It's over. Luo Tao and the others probably won't have a chance to make a move, because Shen Wei is likely to strike Qin Shen down in one blow. The audience below exclaimed in shock. They had already noticed that Shen Wei's momentum had soared to its peak at this moment. His whole body was surrounded by a faint glow of enhancement. That was the effect of the enhancement skill. Up to this point, Qin Shen still showed no intention of summoning his beast companion. This meant that the other party indeed did not have a dragon pet. Die! Shen Wei, with an overwhelming momentum, rushed towards Qin Shen. The extremely sharp and exquisite dagger in his hand cut through the air, forming a bright arc. The blade pointed directly at Qin Shen's arm. Wow! Shen Wei had no intention of ending the fight quickly. He wanted to make Qin Shen suffer by cutting off his hands and feet. It seemed that the 2 previous defeats at the hands of Qin Shen had filled Shen Wei with immense hatred towards this rising star. However, in the blink of an eye, no one noticed that Qin Shen's eyes had taken on a hint of deep purple color. Demon-breaking eyes. With the display of this A-level talent, Qin Shen gained unparalleled eye power. Shen Wei's lightning-fast attack, which was shocking, appeared slow under this exceptional dynamic vision. Too slow. Faced with Chen Wei's fierce dagger attack, Qin Shen simply sidestepped. Swish! To Chen Wei's astonishment, his surefire attack landed in thin air. Oh no! When this scene unfolded, Chen Wei's heart sank like it was in an ice cave. Here it comes again. The first time he fought Qin Shen, the latter dodged his skills, seized the opportunity, and counterattacked, leading to his defeat. At that time, he felt that the reason for his loss was not due to a difference in strength but his own carelessness. Now, he went all out, using his fastest A-level attack skill and benefiting from the skills of two priests on top of that. Yet, was he still going to lose? Bang! The answer came in the form of Qin Shen's iron fist, as big as a sandbag, which didn't even require any skills. This was an extremely pure punch with a power attribute reaching 1400. When it landed on Chen Wei's chest, crack! The life-saving barrier generated by the level 20 purple grade armor on Chen Wei shattered instantly. What followed was the terrifying force of the punch sweeping through his body completely. Ah! To the disbelief of onlookers, this top assassin from Fengtian province let out a piercing scream and was sent flying by Qin Shen's punch. Bang! He crashed heavily into an energy barrier, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground, completely unconscious, his fate unknown. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, everyone in the audience, including the 6 challengers on stage, stared wide-eyed, shocked by the scene before them. What? What just happened? Wasn't Qin Shen supposed to be dealt with by Chen Wei directly? How come it's Chen Wei who got instantly killed? And the crucial point is that it seems the opponent didn't even use any skills. In that instant, everyone realized a serious issue. They seem to have truly underestimated this top scholar from Nanzhou province. One move disabled Chen Wei, shocking the audience below, but it also made the 6 challengers on stage look serious. However, Qin Shen had no intention of giving them any time to think. Swish! Still not using any skills, but with an agility attribute of up to 1300, Qin Shen erupted with unparalleled speed at this moment. 1 against 7. Instead of dodging, he took the initiative to launch a counterattack. This time, his targets were Tao Qian and Tong Jia. As priests, they were not only fragile but also had weak self-defense abilities, especially before they reached the second transformation. After all priests reach the second transformation, not only are all their attributes enhanced, but they also gain several life-saving active and passive skills. However, it doesn't mean that the priest profession is useless. In fact, the priest profession may not be good for grinding monsters, but in battles between peers, this profession is not weak. The priest profession has several sacred attribute magic damage skills that can also be used for output, but due to their own relatively fragile nature, it really tests their agility skills. Qin Shen naturally targeted the second target at them, as it is common knowledge to pick on the weak. I'll go block him. Luo Tao and Bai Dezheng, attack him with me. Feng Yuan, you flank from the side, and protect Tao Qian and Tong Jia. At this moment, as a warrior, Zhang Shan roared. He raised his shield and went to meet Qin Shen head-on. Luo Tao and Bai Dezheng exchanged a glance and immediately nodded. These 2 melee professions immediately attacked Qin Shen from the left and right. Feng Yuan even took out her staff and began chanting spells, unleashing a powerful wave of magical elements. Tao Qian and Tong Jia, who were being protected, were not idle either. They waved their scepters, almost at the cost of ignoring their mana, and began frantically buffing the people in front of them. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had already caused an uproar among all the new audience members below. Damn! Is this necessary? Are they treating Qin Shen like a boss to defeat? Didn't you see that punch just now? One punch and it instantly killed Chen Wei, who had a priest's buff. If they don't take this seriously with 6 people, then they are truly foolish. I'm impressed. Is Qin Shen really pretending to be weak? There's a possibility, but we can't jump to conclusions now. That 2-minute clear time can't be achieved with just 1 punch. Amidst the audience's exclamations, Luo Tao and Bai Dezheng had already completed their attack on Qin Shen. 1 from the left and 1 from the right, with great momentum. However, what surprised them was, the main character who was being surrounded suddenly stopped his charge and stood still in the center of their encirclement. At the same time, Zhang Shan seized the opportunity and stepped forward. The 3 of them had already surrounded Qin Shen, with blessings from the priest, and with the mage Feng Yuan flanking on the side. How could they lose? Kill! Bai Dezheng roared, raising his level 25 purple heavy sword high. They wouldn't be as careless as Chen Wei. Even if you, Qin Shen, have some tricks up your sleeve, under our threefold attack, we don't believe you can win. However, when the 3 of them truly approached Qin Shen with their powerful momentum, they saw a sly smile on his lips. Not good. Retreat first. The quickest to react was Luo Tao. She was about to forcibly twist her body from the charge and run back. As for Bai Dejiang and Zhang Shan, the two warriors, under the use of the B-level skill Fearless Charge, they couldn't reverse their momentum at all. After all, they didn't have a passive ability to soften interruption and couldn't control their bodies as perfectly as Qin Shen. They could only charge ahead. However, it was too late. Roar! The three of them seemed to hear a dragon's roar, and suddenly a bone-chilling cold wind came rushing towards them. And the next moment, they were stunned to see a magical aura enveloped in frosty power coming towards them. No! Crack! In just an instant, these three people who wanted to surround and kill Qin Shen were completely covered by the overwhelming power of frost, like a raging sea. Under the influence of this terrifyingly low-temperature frost power, all three of them were frozen into ice sculptures without exception. Roar of the Ice Dragon. This A+ level dragon language magic skill, under the influence of the talents Casting Without a Staff and Rapid Casting, was almost instantly cast without warning. Unstoppable. With a freezing time of 8 seconds, these three people were completely locked in ice blocks. Here it comes. Dragon language magic. He really mastered dragon language magic. The audience below marveled one after another. Back in the Secret Realm Palace, they saw Chen Wei disfigured by Qin Shen's magical skills. It was probably this magic in front of them. If they guessed correctly, this guy would also have a fire attribute dragon language magic skill. In fact, they guessed wrong. Because in the Secret Realm Palace, it wasn't Qin Shen's skill that disfigured Chen Wei, but two cute little dragon cubs. But regardless, they guessed Qin Shen's next move correctly. Yes, Roar of the Flame Dragon, S-Class Dragon Language Magic Skill. Qin Shen was planning to give these three fools a real taste of fire and ice. The flames. They couldn't even see Qin Shen raise his hand to cast a spell. The next moment, a wave of terrifying high-temperature flames completely swept across the arena. The three frozen individuals were completely unable to resist, only able to helplessly watch as the incredibly terrifying high-temperature flames engulfed them. Even Feng Yuan, who was standing behind them, had a completely stunned expression, while Tong Jie and Tao Qian sat in despair on the ground. At this moment, they had no idea how terrifying the strength of the boy in front of them was. Elemental skills rely on intelligence attribute bonuses. This means that the same skill, when cast by two mages, will have completely different effects. At present, under the recent frost magic, the entire vast arena floor was covered with a thick layer of frost. If it weren't for the energy protection barrier, the new students watching from outside would likely have been affected by this frost magic. Coupled with the terrifying fire elemental dragon language magic in front of them, these people already understood. Qin Shen was not a sheep that could be easily controlled. He was a fierce tiger lurking in the shadows, choosing his prey, always ready to deliver a fatal blow. Weak. Too weak. In the eyes of many new students, these 7 top-ranking geniuses were exceptionally talented and powerful, and just one of them could make them feel intimidated. But in Qin Shen's eyes, they were nothing more than ants that could be crushed at will. Did he need Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han to take the stage to crush a few ants? Absolutely not. Qin Shen could easily handle it himself. In the fixed impression of many people, most beast tamers were considered fragile professions. Although they could gain some feedback ability from their contracted beast pets, compared to other combat professions, beast tamers themselves were still weak in combat. Many people also mistakenly believed that dragon tamers, as a hidden profession within beast tamers, were also weak in personal combat strength. But now, Qin Shen directly shattered everyone's inherent impression of dragon tamers present. Many people thought that after Qin Shen obtained the wandless casting ability, the flame pendant wand rewarded by the system lost its effectiveness. In reality, this was not the case. Wandless casting actually reads the current user's weapon attributes, and when the user casts wandless casting, the power of the spell is also enhanced by the weapon attributes of the user. Currently, there are many passive enhancement effects on Qin Shen. First is the title attribute. After entering the battle state, the Dragon's Majesty title, Toon Raider King title, Goblin Slayer title, Alien Exterminator title, Tiger Stalker title, Troll Slayer title, and Ice Serpent Hunter King title. Apart from the Dragon's Majesty title, each individual title is like a mosquito leg attribute. But now, when stacked together, you will find that Qin Shen currently has a whopping 450 points of 4-dimensional attribute blessing in the title's passive attributes. After all, the Dragon's Majesty title, in terms of the balanced 4-dimensional attribute bonus, has reached an impressive 300. Secondly, there are passive skills. The S-Class skill Dragon Battle in the Wild passively allows Qin Shen to continuously increase all attributes after entering the battle state, ultimately reaching a terrifying 70% increase. Dragon Berserk even has a 20% increase in all attributes. Finally, there is the enhancement of equipment. The Falling Flame Staff has a 20% damage boost to fire attribute spells and a 30% spell penetration. At the same time, the spell damage dealt to enemies will be converted into a fire wedding dress shield. The Swift Wind set not only provides Qin Shen with a significant increase in speed, but also a 20% damage reduction. In addition, Little Han, who has been nestled in Qin Shen's arms as a semi-support type holy dragon, has not yet applied its proud enhancement skill to Qin Shen. Even so, at this moment, Qin Shen's various attributes have already been raised to an extremely terrifying level. Leaving aside other aspects, just talking about the four-dimensional attributes, Qin Shen's panel has already surpassed the 3000 mark at this moment. Not to mention defense, magic resistance, spell penetration, and physical penetration. Can you believe it? This is the combat power erupted by a 28th level dragon tamer. At this moment, in order to preserve the lives of these few ants and a dog in front of him, the roar of the ice dragon and roar of the flame dragon unleashed by Qin Shen are just weakened versions. Even so, this vast arena, the size of 2 football fields, is completely covered by the power of frost and divine fire. The collision of ice and fire has produced endless steam, obscuring the view of all the spectators below. Although they cannot see the scene inside clearly, all the spectators are trembling, already knowing the fate of the 7 people on the stage. Defeat. A complete defeat. Oh my god. This guy is pretending to be weak and attacking fiercely. Exactly. Qin Shen seems to have obtained some kind of opportunity that allows him to master dragon language magic skills even without a dragon pet. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. His dragon language magic skills can be cast without chanting, without a staff. Damn. Could he have become a dragon tamer specializing in dragon language magic? The one who said Qin Shen was pretending to be weak. It seems like he never acted weak from the beginning, right? It's just our own wishful thinking, always looking down on others with dog eyes. Will those guys on the stage die? Whoever wants to challenge him can go ahead. I dare not challenge him. Me too. I completely surrender. In fact, not everyone is stubborn. Qin Shen's battle may seem extremely arrogant, 1 against 7. But in fact, the intention was to establish dominance and intimidation. Obviously, it has already achieved outstanding results. This group of idiots finally bowed their heads completely, acknowledging the value of Qin Shen as the first of the new generation. Even Huang Mama Qingfeng, who talks about martial ethics, also bowed his head in disappointment to console himself. Well, a hero does not suffer immediate losses, a gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late for 10 years. When I become a 4th level war god, I will find him again. As for who is the most serious, it is naturally Luo Hao, by Wushuan, Sun Yen Yen, and Feng Tairan. I don't know if it's an illusion. At the moment when Qin Shen's combat power erupted, there was an uncontrollable surge of dangerous intent in their hearts, rushing straight to their minds. But no matter what, this battle completely made these 4 geniuses regard Qin Shen as a formidable opponent of the same level, not daring to take him lightly anymore. Great! It seems that this little guy can already perfectly display the characteristics of a dragon tamer profession. Dean Lu Boming of the Magic Academy couldn't help but applaud and praise. Beast tamers can enhance their attributes through their beast pets. Naturally, dragon tamers can do the same. But many beast tamers rely too much on powerful beast pets, neglecting the potential development of their own combat power. And this Qin Shen in front of us not only possesses an incredibly powerful holy dragon pet, but also outstanding combat power and intelligence. 100 years. No! This is simply a rare genius that may not appear for thousands of years. And the astonishing combat power erupted by Qin Shen at that moment even moved all the teachers. At that moment, the teachers actually felt the combat power pressure possessed only by a level 50 powerhouse from Qin Shen. This little guy. Isn't this too exaggerated? The boiling magic elements don't seem like something a 28th level dragon tamer could possess. He's more like a dragon language master than a real dragon language master. I've said it before, this little guy is suitable for our magic academy. You're talking nonsense. He's just as suitable for my combat academy. As the teachers went from discussing to arguing over recruiting the boy, the deans on the side looked helpless. Vice Dean Hyalan crossed her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, with a charming smile on her face. If the enrollment teachers from the other 4 top academies knew about Qin Shen's performance now, they would probably regret it. In fact, the enrollment teachers from those 4 academies didn't take the dean's warnings too seriously, as they were used to recruiting top students from all provinces every year. But now that they were back at school, they were probably already scolded by the deans. At this moment, on the stage, the steaming mist had dissipated. The chilling ice and divine fire elements had also subsided. And finally, everyone saw the real scene on the stage. Hiss! When they saw the scene on the stage clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with horror. They saw 7 figures lying quietly on the stage, completely burnt to charcoal. If it weren't for the faint heartbeat and life fluctuations from these charred figures, people would have thought that Qin Shen had killed them. Of course, those killed could be resurrected by priests above level 50. Priests at the 2nd level and above, upon reaching level 50, automatically acquire a skill called life resurrection. This divine skill is bestowed upon every profession after the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th advancement and reaching a certain level. Thanks to this life resurrection skill, 2nd level priests can resurrect dead targets. However, death comes with consequences. When a transferee is resurrected after death, their level and experience will significantly decrease. This means that you may lose some divine skills and certainly lose some attribute advantages due to the level drop. Given the current world background and scarce experience resources, the cost of death is still significant. At present, Qin Shen did not execute these 7 people on the spot, not because he was merciful, but because the school explicitly prohibited malicious killing. However, after this battle, they should have experienced the despair and pain of being burned by divine fire. The medical team can come up and take these people down for treatment. The referee teacher promptly signaled for the medical team composed of priest professions to come up and carry the injured. The result of this match was self-evident. However, Qin Shen still did not leave the stage, and many new students watching still kept their eyes on this slender figure. However, this time, their gaze towards Qin Shen was no longer disdainful, scornful, or contemptuous. Instead, it was fearful, solemn, and a hidden fear. My words still stand. If you want to challenge me, come one by one, all at once. I'm in a hurry. The indifferent words were spoken again from Qin Shen's mouth. This time, no one dared to laugh again, and no one dared to be arrogant. Only endless silence, and the retreat expressed among the crowds exchanged glances. This young man who topped the freshman list as a dragon tamer responded to the continuous accusations and doubts since the beginning of the school year with his formidable strength. Like a slap in the face, hitting these new students hard. You doubted that I, Qin Shen, the top scholar in the southern province, had an easy way in? You doubted that I, Qin Shen, deserved to sit on the throne of the top freshman? Come on, now is your chance to challenge me. But the question is, why do all of you show fear on your faces? Obviously. After the 7 top students in the grade suffered a direct defeat, these freshmen already have a strong sense of awe and fear towards Qin Shen. Even despair is emerging in their hearts. Challenge. Even the 7 top students in the grade were defeated when they joined forces, so for these freshmen outside the top ranks, aren't they just like ants to Qin Shen? However, faced with Qin Shen's extremely arrogant challenge, someone couldn't hold back anymore. I'll go. A shout rang out. Hua! The whole scene, which was silent before, suddenly exploded because of this shout. Because the person who shouted was none other than Fong Tairan, the top student in the Dongling province, who also had the nickname Sword Fanatic. Damn! Finally willing to step up? I thought even these top students were stunned by Qin Shen. However, at this moment, in another direction, a half-elf chaos mage named Su Nian Nian, wearing a black and gold patterned mage robe with silky golden hair, also walked out among the crowd holding a staff. With features even more exquisite than Su Rose, and exuding an elegant aura all over her, she attracted the attention of many freshmen around her. She spoke with a voice like silver bells. Sorry, Fong Tairan, I also want to challenge this freshman first. Hua! The freshmen were once again in an uproar. Alright, the top students from the Xianye province and Dongling province also stepped forward together. Shua! At this moment, all the freshmen's eyes involuntarily turned to Luo Hao and Bai Wushuang. Luo Hao's expression was cold, he didn't speak, but by taking a step forward, he also showed his attitude. He also wanted to challenge this extremely arrogant freshman first. Faced with the gazes that seemed to be roasting him, Bai Wushuang just smiled faintly. He teased the white dragon cub on his shoulder while disdainfully saying, even if you're powerful, can you match my 4-winged storm dragon? Save it, get past these 3 first, then I'll take the stage. Otherwise, I'm afraid my dragon will breathe fire on you and you won't have a good show to watch. When Bai Wushuang's arrogant words fell, many freshmen suddenly realized, damn, that's right. Almost forgot that Bai Wushuang also had an incredibly powerful 4-winged storm dragon. Although it's just a flying dragon species, it's still a living dragon. The strength of this 4-winged storm dragon in adulthood is comparable to 2 level 4 experts. Even though it's currently in its juvenile stage, it's definitely more than enough to deal with Qin Shen. So it seems, Qin Shen is still going to lose. Indeed, although he is indeed very powerful, he may not be enough in front of the flying dragon. His magic skills may only tickle in front of White Brother's dragon. Dragons! They have always been at the top of the food chain. Any creature associated with this word is a powerful beast companion. Even creatures like dragon lizards and dragon turtles with a hint of dragon blood are sought after by many beastmasters. Moreover, Bai Wuxiang's beast companion in front of him is a genuine flying dragon. Just based on this, in the eyes of everyone, Bai Wuxiang is already unbeatable. Even Luo Hao, Sun Yan Yan, and Fang Tairan have publicly declared that they cannot defeat Bai Wuxiang with a dragon. Now, Bai Wuxiang, as a top expert, is watching from the side. It's up to Luo Hao, Sun Yan Yan, and Fang Tairan to take on the challenge. Sword fanatic, let me go first. Sun Yan Yan's voice was cold. No, I'll go first. Fang Tairan, the battle maniac, naturally insisted.